How are you guys? Like and hype this video, for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. According to our news, a meteor shower that shocked the whole world visited the Earth last night. Many people took photos of the shocking scene at that time. There's a lot of buzz on the internet today. Many TV stations were broadcasting the shocking meteor shower last night. According to what Zhuan Jingshao said, this meteor shower is a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. And it broke in from outside the galaxy. Su Yu watched the morning news on TV and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Meteor shower. Does it have anything to do with the changes in me? Su Yu frowned as he said this. He also saw this meteor shower last night. After reading it, he went back to sleep. But when I fell asleep, I had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have traveled to another world. Then I experienced many similar but different things. The historical process of that world was exactly the same as that of his world. It's just that some cultural aspects are different. In his last dream, he also watched a meteor shower. Then when I woke up the next day, something had changed in my body. It seems to have some strange power. Su Yu looked at his hands, his brows furrowed. He hooked his fingers, and the next moment, a magazine in the living room flew directly towards him. Psychic power. That's right. He gained superpowers. But, he wasn't so sure. Because this is the ability he gained in his dream. The half-life he experienced in the dream was somewhat different from his current half-life. Parallel world. If this is the case, then this telekinesis is my own ability in the parallel world. Plus the memories gained in my mind. That is to say, my real ability is not telekinesis. And this telekinesis is just my ability in the parallel world. Su Yu rubbed her temples. After sorting through the memories in my mind for a while, I found the guess about my superpower. Peeping a parallel. You can share knowledge and abilities with yourself in the parallel world. Can you peek into other parallel worlds? However, mine seems to be different. You can get a glimpse into other parallel worlds. And then, going through what he went through. From when I was little to my current point in time. In other words, my real ability is actually to have a glimpse of myself in the parallel world, replace him, merge with him, and finally obtain his ability. Then, if there really are many parallel worlds, the course of history will probably be the same. It's possible that my experiences in the first half of my life in the parallel world were basically similar. But when my ability appeared, history reached an inflection point, extending into infinite parallel worlds. It went from just one line to countless lines. That meteor shower was the turning point. If my guess is correct, then, that is to say, I will probably have countless abilities. And I am also the absolute center of countless parallel worlds. Conquer countless parallel worlds and then achieve omnipotence and omniscience. Slowly, Su Yu sorted out her thoughts. If all these speculations are true, then, this ability is really awesome. Thinking of this, Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. But when he saw the news still playing on TV, his brows furrowed again. Because of the arrival of this meteor shower, many people may have awakened their abilities. Even if you are not awakening, you should be awakening. Revival of spiritual energy. Interesting. It seems like the world is going to become more interesting. However, none of the trolls on the internet have revealed that they have superpowers so far. It wasn't reported on the TV news either. In other words, this awakening is just the beginning. In other words, many people are awakened, but they have not taken the initiative to expose it. As he spoke, Su Yu touched his chin. Humans can awaken superpowers, but what about monsters in the wild? Can it also be awakened? Or, what kind of changes will happen to the Earth? All of this seems to have to be verified slowly. But one thing is certain. After that meteor shower, the world will begin to undergo earth-shaking changes. He didn't believe that he was the only one who could awaken his abilities. In other words, will the world structure undergo earth-shaking changes in the future? All kinds of strange abilities may appear. Shaking his head, Su didn't think about it anymore. Even if he awakens his abilities, he still has to go to school. And the college entrance examination was coming soon, so he didn't dare to skip classes. Although his parents are no longer here, he is still a very self-disciplined person. After walking out of the community and buying breakfast, Su greeted the neighbors. Then headed towards the school. Along the way, Su suddenly discovered a problem. I have an inexplicable feeling that the students around me seem to be very confident. Everyone is in great spirits. Well, give him a somewhat swollen feeling. Why are these guys so fat? What gives them confidence? To be honest, as the most handsome boy in number 1 middle school, he is also the man who has always been at the top of all the senior high school students. He didn't even dare to be so confident. But what is going on with these guys? Where does the confidence come from? Could it be said that these guys have also awakened? Is that why they think they are the protagonist? Could it be, right? At this moment, a cheerful voice came from behind him. Yo, Su. Good morning. Are you having breakfast? After hearing this, Su slowly made a question mark. Then turned around. Immediately afterwards, he saw a guy with a strong tonnage walking towards him. This body is almost as fat as a ball. Oh no, he is the ball. Su's classmate, the kind of classmate with whom he has a very good relationship. Ball. Looking at the guy in front of me, he looks so handsome. Su was puzzled. What's wrong with your expression, little brother? What do you look like? Don't you have some ideas in mind? When Zhangqiu heard Su's words, a flash of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. I'm not a ball. I'm telling you, don't call me that name again. I'm not the same anymore. What's the difference? Chapter 2. Su looked at the fat man in front of her with some pain. Seeing his arrogant appearance, you don't need to think about it to know that this guy must have awakened some ability. Otherwise it wouldn't be so swollen. Su knows this guy very well. From the first year of high school to the third year of high school now, doesn't he still know what kind of character this guy is? Su, whose mouth couldn't help but twitch, looked him up and down. What's the difference? What do you think? When saying this, the corners of Su's mouth raised slightly. He wanted to see what weird words this guy could say. Zhangqiu was choked when he heard Su ask this. I hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say for a while. It's just different. Humph. Anyway, you can't call me Qiu anymore. I, Zhangqiu, am not a ball. He won't tell Su that he awakened his superpower this morning. Zhangqiu felt very excited when he thought of his superpowers. But you can't make it public. If someone knew that he had superpowers, wouldn't he have to be sliced into pieces? Gotta keep a low profile. But, why do you feel like you can't keep a low profile? I feel so embarrassed, I really want to show off. He even seemed to be showing off his abilities with that guy Su. However, he calmed down when he thought about the commotion that might arise if his abilities were revealed. As the only person in the world with superpowers, don't waste it before it develops. He has no ability to protect himself now. Once you have the strength to protect yourself, it's not too late to show off. No one knew what Zhangqiu was thinking. However, there are many people who think the same as him. If someone has the ability to read minds at this time, they will be surprised to find out. There are not many people who have the same idea as Zhangqiu. They all think that they can develop secretly and then surprise everyone. Me too. This is what most people think. Su looked at the guy who walked out of the house. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I glanced around and saw that there seemed to be quite a few people with the same mentality as Zhangqiu. These guys all want to have the words "I am the protagonist" and "I am the son of destiny" written on their faces. Inexplicably, Su thinks these students are really interesting. After a while, I couldn't help but complain crazily. Su walked towards her class. When Su came to the class, she found that the situation in the class was even worse. As soon as he sat down, a classmate sitting in front of him turned around. Some people are even starting to show off. I'm going to show you a magic trick today. Watch it. Special function activated. Not far away, one of Su's classmates was performing a magic trick very arrogantly for a girl next to him. The girl looked at him with disdain. It seems to be saying, "I will quietly watch you pretending to be cool." However, the guy who was going to perform a magic trick seemed completely unaware. Under his control, a pen in his hand slowly floated under his control. Seeing this scene, Su had a strange look in his eyes. Likewise, several people in the class had strange looks in their eyes. It seems, something extraordinary has been discovered. If Su feels it right, this is telekinesis. Moreover, many people in the class discovered it. The girl who originally looked at this classmate with disdain was stunned. She looked at the guy in front of her in confusion. Noticing the girl's gaze, the classmate who used his mind power to control the pen to float became even more proud. "How's it going, Dandan? Do you think I'm embarrassed? I don't know if Kong Fan is worried or not. But, I also seem to be very confused." It was another classmate who spoke. Saying this, he directly activated his telekinesis. Then he controlled the floating pen. Seeing this scene, Kong Fan was confused. He looked like he had seen a ghost. What the hell? You? Kong Fan who said this suddenly collapsed. Then he looked at this guy as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that, you are my lifelong enemy? Looking at the man in front of him, Kong Fan's expression suddenly darkened. When Su saw this scene, she couldn't hold herself any longer. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! Killing me! As Su's laughter spread, many people in the class also laughed together. At the same time, they felt a little embarrassed. What the hell, are you so swollen so early in the morning? Damn it, something is wrong. Why do my classmates also have superpowers? Why are you laughing? Kong Fan was a little unhappy. He looked at Su with a displeased face. After hearing his words, Su smiled enough and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Let's show our cards, stop pretending. I am the same as Wang Wei. He is also your lifelong enemy. With that said, Su directly activated his ability. Then he controlled the pen and floated over. Seeing this scene, Kong Fan was stunned. However, he became even more confused next. Ahem. Classmate Kong Fan. I won't pretend anymore. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. But now it seems that it is not necessary. As he said this, a classmate next to him stood up. He stretched out his hand and a ball of flame suddenly rose into the sky. Well, if that's the case, then I won't pretend anymore. And I? Me too. Originally I wanted to be obscene and develop. But now it doesn't seem necessary. Ha! Has my identity been exposed yet? Damn it! The Dragon King is here, who dares to make a mistake? You can actually spray water. Tisk tisk. At this moment, demons danced wildly in the classroom. All kinds of abilities were used. The one that controls fire, the one that controls thunder, the one that controls ice, the one that controls water, the one that controls wind. Although many are repetitive. However, Kong Fan was really confused at this time. His eyes gradually dimmed, and then he looked at his classmates with a look of despair. It turns out you are all superpowers. What the hell, my mentality is broken. As promised, I am the protagonist. Kong Fan's face was full of despair. It's hard to feel that my life is about to reach its peak. But you are telling me that you are surrounded by people just like him? Also embarrassed was Zhang Qiu. When Yu used telekinesis power, he was instantly stunned. Then, he must have been very stupid just now. Grass, a plant. Chapter 3. People in the classroom suddenly burst out with their own superpowers. The pretentious Kong Fan was killed on the spot. Even some people who felt that they were awesome and felt that they had become the protagonist were embarrassed at this time. It's so embarrassing. I originally thought that I had awakened my superpowers and became the child of destiny or something. The result, what the hell? You tell me, many of my classmates are awakened? And the most dumbfounded are those who have not awakened. At this moment, they were at a loss. Why do all his classmates have superpowers, but he doesn't? There are not many such people. But no one paid attention. Some people can awaken, and naturally some people cannot. But most people in Yu's class have superpowers. Yu took control of the pen. Then he glanced at the people in his class. Those who showed off their abilities also turned their attention to the classmates around them. Seeing the abilities they used at this time, everyone was amazed. It seems that we have all awakened our superpowers. That is to say, is this actually the legendary revival of spiritual energy? That meteor shower last night? The study committee member in the class suddenly spoke out his guess. After hearing his words, many people nodded. Indeed. I also watched the meteor shower last night. Me too. Me too. People who had awakened their superpowers nodded. This also allowed everyone to confirm this and suddenly realize it. It turns out that most people have watched the meteor shower. That's why I woke up. And some people who didn't watch the meteor shower, that is, who didn't wake up, were mentally shattered at this time. In other words, I missed a huge opportunity last night. WDNM, play with your sister's ranking. Cheat? Crazy, those who have not been able to awaken their superpowers feel like they are going crazy right now. I was playing games last night, so I didn't pay attention to the meteor shower. But now a bunch of people are telling them. Everyone has awakened their superpowers. Is it actually about the meteor shower? This is crazy. Yu couldn't help but say at this time. That meteor shower last night? You can see it in many places. If the guess is correct, I guess many people have woken up. In other words, this is a new era. Hearing what Yu said, everyone nodded. At the same time, his eyes were full of enthusiasm. Who doesn't want to be as powerful as the protagonist of a novel? At this moment, everyone felt that a new era was coming. And they are witnesses. As for those who failed to awaken, feel sorry. They may be eliminated by the times. Just when everyone was talking about it, Yu and his class teacher came in from outside. A bald, middle-aged man wearing glasses. He walked in from outside and saw the chaos in the class, but he didn't feel upset at all. Instead, speak directly. Quiet. It was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone was confused when they heard this voice. FK. Nima. I was shocked. Damn it, Laoban has woken up. And it's Sonic. I lost. The people in the class were instantly shocked. This is crazy. A sudden loud bang exploded in your ears. There is no ghost unless it scares you to death. Laoban looked at the situation in the class and was immediately satisfied. At the same time, I felt very proud. These brats must have been frightened. In the past, he couldn't calm these guys even if he screamed. Now these guys are scared, so good. Ahem. Calm down. Okay, if there's anything else, you can talk about it later. We have no classes today. Besides, judging from your appearance, you must have awakened your superpowers. Students who have awakened their superpowers, please stand up. As the deafening sound rang in everyone's ears, everyone slowly became quiet. However, no one stood up. Everyone is staring at each other. At the same time, his eyes gradually became frightened. Some people who read too many conspiracy theories couldn't help but swallow their saliva. I was making wild guesses in my mind. Could it be that someone is planning to arrest these people who have awakened their superpowers? And then do the research, right? Thinking of this, many people suddenly shuddered. I was also frightened for a while. Some people were even ready to jump out of the window and escape. Suyu looked at the reactions of these guys in the class and couldn't help but twitching at the corner of her mouth. Damn it, my classmates have so many dramas. It seems that he can see everyone's thoughts. Lao Ban looked at these gangsters helplessly. Do not think too much. It's not a conspiracy theory. How many times have I said, don't read novels that are pretentious and slap in the face, don't read novels that are pretentious and slap in the face. Can't UFG understand human speech? There are so many conspiracy theories in this world. I'll tell you. You're not the only one who's awakened now. Across the country, there are probably hundreds of millions of awakened people. So, don't overthink it. The school will register you next. Then file it. I said this, do you understand? Some people were stunned when they heard what Lao Ban said. Then his face gradually became embarrassed. It turns out that they thought too much. At this time, a classmate suddenly raised his hand and asked. Teacher, in other words, will the country provide unified management for us? Everyone nodded when they heard the question he asked. Yes, will the country conduct unified management of people with superpowers? You can't, just leave it alone. It is estimated that this sudden awakening of superpowers also caught the country a little unprepared. Maybe, the country has known about it for a long time. Then we held a meeting overnight to discuss countermeasures. Never doubt the speed of your own country. It is estimated that in just a few hours, various countermeasures have already come out. The head teacher didn't hide it either. Instead, he nodded and admitted. At the same time, he couldn't help but explain. That's right. Indeed it is. So, the school will now report your abilities. In the next period of time, you will have to undergo a capability test. The division of capabilities must be planned out. But because time is too tight, these things will be put aside for the time being. What we have to do now is to cooperate with the country's actions. Record your abilities. So, classmates, please cooperate. Don't cause trouble to the country. Please. He was very sincere when he said this. At times like this, some people are mentally unstable, that's for sure. Especially this kind of teenager. It's like my fate is up to me. Anyway, very rebellious. And Suyu and his class teacher didn't want to see such a thing happen. So the tone seemed very gentle. It is because they are afraid of arousing the rebellious spirit of these students. Chapter 4. Lao Ban's words undoubtedly touched many students in the class. So as his words fell, Suyu's classmates spoke one after another. Do not worry. Lao Ban. We know how to do it. I will definitely not cause any trouble to the country. It's just registration, no problem. Yes, we will definitely cooperate. Old Ban, you can speak up and tell us how you want us to cooperate. For a moment, everyone in the class spoke up. There is no objection to this. As long as they are not asked to cooperate in any strange research, then there will be no problem. Everyone is still very patriotic. After hearing what his students said, the head teacher breathed a sigh of relief. Well. Students who have awakened their abilities, please stand up. Let's go down there. Relevant personnel will come over later to help register. Those students who have not awakened should not be discouraged. According to research, the people who are awakening now are only the first batch. It is estimated that more people will awaken in the future. Maybe everyone still has a chance. Students who haven't awakened yet should stay in class and study by themselves. Other teachers will come over to give you lessons later. Those students who had not awakened their superpowers heard what the class teacher said. The light of hope lit up again in his eyes. FK. It turns out I'm not a waste. What the hell, there's still a chance. It scared me to death. I thought I would never have superpowers in this life. At this moment, those students who were originally distracted suddenly became angry. It turns out that they can still awaken. The feeling of despair suddenly became wonderful. Hey hey hey! For a moment, there was a burst of obscene sounds throughout the classroom. These guys are all looking forward to what their awakened superpowers will be. Is it telekinesis, fire, ice? Or should we say, perspective, 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 etc. Hiss, just thinking about it is very exciting. I guess some people can't sleep tonight. They will eagerly wait for their abilities to awaken. Look at the lewd expressions on those guys. Suyu and others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. At first glance, he doesn't look like a serious person. These people are crooked. Under the leadership of the head teacher, people like Suyu who had awakened their superpowers came to the playground together. It's not just Suyu's class. Many people also came out from other classes. Those who had not yet awakened their superpowers were lying by the windows looking at the group of people below who had awakened. In the entire high school, from freshman to senior year, about 1/3 of the people have awakened superpowers. There will even be more in the future. Suyu stood with the people in her class. A ball follows him. However, this ball was looking at Suyu with resentful eyes. Suyu, was I stupid in the morning? When I think about what happened this morning. He was showing off to Suyu arrogantly, which made him feel bad. At that time, in Suyu's eyes, I was probably just a piece of shit. Hearing his words, Suyu nodded seriously. Yes. Quite silly. Someone actually believes that he is the protagonist. Tisk tisk. Do you really think this is Lu's urban novel? I don't even think about what I am like. How could you be the protagonist? Even I don't dare to think that. When talking about this, Suyu wanted to complain. These classmates of mine are all idiots. When he heard Suyu's words, Zhangchu's face turned green. Not just him, many people around him heard what Suyu said. Suddenly, many people looked at Suyu with unkind eyes. What the hell? I really want to beat him to death. The classmate Kong Fan who died on the spot was actually the most unhappy. Suyu really deserves a beating for what he said. MMP. Agree. I also want to beat Suyu to death. Horse at all levels. A classmate who could squirt also responded in the same way. Forget it, your ability is just to spray water. If he fights Suyu, he will probably be beaten to death on the spot. His superpower is the telekinesis of snake oil. How can you beat someone else? After hearing what the Dragon King said, someone immediately refuted it. You don't even look at what your abilities are, but you actually have such an idea? It's really enough. Don't you have a B number in your heart? Everyone has just awakened, but your ability to spray water is the worst. Just spray some water and get some water balloons. The power of the water balloon is about the same as a balloon filled with water hitting someone else. What do you think you are good for? Being complained about like this, the Dragon King immediately became silent. That makes sense. It seems like he really can't beat Suyu. Fight hand to hand with Suyu? Look at the tendons on Suyu's body that can be seen through the clothes. Forget it, he, a dead nerd, can't afford to offend such a big boss. Many students turned their attention to Suyu at this time. Then I don't know who it was, but suddenly said something coldly. By the way, people like Soo are the protagonists, right? As soon as they heard this, everyone became excited. Everyone has not yet recovered from the fact that they are the protagonist. Is anyone bringing this up now? For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the person who said this. The person who said this was the target of Kong Fan's magic performance. Classmate Dandan. This fairly broad-looking girl noticed the looks of people around her. He suddenly said with a matter-of-fact expression. Is not it? Classmate Soo is like the protagonist in a novel. Before everyone had superpowers, they were the top students in the class. Besides, he is handsome and seems to be quite wealthy. Plus he's an orphan again. No matter how you think about it, this is in line with the protagonist's setting. After all, the protagonists in solo are all orphans. And Soo exactly meets this series of conditions. The most important thing is that Soo's seat is by the window. Everyone was stunned when they heard what she said. It seems, that's really the case. The window seat in the penultimate row is exclusive to the protagonist. In the past, everyone didn't think too much about it. But now. In other words, he is the protagonist, so aren't we just supporting characters? A certain classmate suddenly told the truth. Chapter 5. Soo listened to the conversations among the classmates around her. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Did these guys get into trouble with this topic today? Even, faintly, the eyes of many people looking at Soo changed. The protagonist. If the protagonist is killed, can I take his place? Ha! It seems that God is forcing me to become a villain. I see. Is this why I awakened my superpower? I understand. I am not the protagonist, can I only be the villain? Ha! Ha ha! He he he! Snapped. The classmate who was suffering from the second-grade disease was slapped on the forehead before he finished laughing. A handsome guy standing next to him looked at him with a crazy look. Damn it, how dare you take a photo of me? Believe it or not, my ashes have been raised for you. The boy who was woken up by the slap suddenly became angry. Damn it, he is the destined villain. How dare this guy hit him? You don't want to mess around anymore, do you? Hey, whoever has yellow urine, come here and wake this guy up. He's already stupid. I'll hold him down. Saying this handsome classmate planned to hold this guy down. Then someone would come over and urinate to wake him up. No, no, no. Brother, I was wrong. Do not do that. What the hell, don't touch me. Hey, what do you guys mean? Why do you need to take off your belt? You, don't come over. Look at the gang of guys fighting in front of you. The corners of Soo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, with the awakening of superpowers, have these classmates of mine also become corrupted? It's a pity. It seems like you can't be sent to a mental hospital now, right? After all, they have all awakened their superpowers. Well, it's just the second grade. The ball on the side looked Soo up and down, and then suddenly said very seriously. I think it makes sense. You really look like the protagonist. Tell me, is everything going smoothly for you? And there are noble people helping me and so on. At the same time, there is a female classmate who is a childhood sweetheart. The school beauty actually has a crush on you. Also, what kind of system does you actually have? When he said this, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Hear him say that. Soo immediately rolled her eyes at him. There is your sister. There are none of these things. If there was a system, would I still be standing here? And the school beauty has a crush on me? This seems normal. Don't even look at how handsome I am. But, that school beauty, well, it seems like she just knows how to put on makeup and dress herself up a little bit. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a state of affairs, right? I asked you, have you read too many novels, and then you awakened your superpowers. So the whole person's thinking has changed. That's what is often said on the internet, a bullshit. Why are all these idiots getting sick? What's wrong with them? Does awakening ability still bring such sequelae? How terrible! Su complained about this. Zhangqiu was immediately speechless. It seems, makes sense. Well, it's true that I have read too many novels. After all, the college entrance examination is coming soon, and everyone is under a lot of pressure. Zhangqiu touched his fat face. I didn't think much about it immediately. Instead, he planned to make himself normal. Others also heard the conversation between Su and Zhangqiu. It suddenly made sense. They are indeed quite ridiculous now. Well, we can't go on. Be normal. Immediately, most people started talking about other things in a serious manner. If he hadn't seen the corners of their mouths that couldn't help but turn up slightly, Su would have believed their lies. These bastards must be very proud of themselves. After all, he has superpowers that can only be found in movies and TV shows. Only if they can calm down can they become ghosts. There were even some guys making gestures. It looked like a live performance. This group of people is hopeless. Thinking of this, Su couldn't help but sigh. If you stay with these guys, you will be assimilated sooner or later. Become ridiculous. Shaking his head, Su stopped paying attention to these guys. Instead, he directly found a place to squat down. Then I also started to study my own abilities. He is really different from others, and he is not trying to make a fuss. Here, Su said that he would explain it carefully. Su squatted on the ground, focusing all her attention on herself. Start trying to use that weak power. Although the power was very weak, Su could feel its power. As Su tried, his eyes suddenly blurred. Then he found that he seemed to be on a fork in the road. The forked road in front of me seemed to have no end in sight. Looking at the forked road in front of him, Su frowned. Without any hesitation, he just chose one at random and walked in. Take one step. A dream in Nank seems like a world away. Su seemed to have experienced reincarnation in an instant. When he woke up, he discovered that he had another ability. And his weak yet powerful power seems to have entered a cooling period. This power is the superpower of seeing parallels. Su just activated that power. At the same time, he also devoured himself in another parallel world. Gained everything he had. Before the meteor shower started yesterday, everything was the same as what he had experienced in the first half of his life. But since that meteor shower fell, the trajectory of his life seemed to have undergone countless changes. And he is the core one. He has awakened countless superpowers in countless parallel worlds. Whenever he activates the power of seeing parallels, a parallel world will disappear. The road that Su originally took has been wiped out from its roots. Of course, that road is just one of countless roads. Feeling the power emerging from her body, Su smacked her lips. This time it's not telekinesis, but ice. At the same time, his mental power has more than doubled. And the body seems to have become faintly stronger. Su was very shocked when she discovered this. He seems to have discovered a little trick to become stronger. As long as you keep urging the parallel world to devour yourself in other worlds. Contain all the selves in countless parallel worlds into yourself. Then, his power will become invincible. This seems awesome. The system Zhangqiu just mentioned? Isn't this ability better than the system? Thinking of this, Su suddenly became excited. However, when he realized that his strength had entered a period of exhaustion, he curled his lips. All forces are getting stronger, but the force that sees parallels is not getting stronger. Chapter 6. After feeling his own power, Su focused on the extra memories in his mind. In addition to most of the same memories, there are also some memories that I experienced today in another world. Same as what he experienced. Everything that happened in the morning was exactly the same. But the problem lies here after leaving the classroom. When he came to the playground in parallel line, a certain fat classmate showed off and smashed the playground to pieces. As a result, a huge thing was discovered. It turns out that it's not just humans that have evolved. Even many animals and microorganisms have undergone earth-shaking changes. And Zhang Qiu accidentally smashed the playground. Below is a huge ant nest. These ants have mutated. Each one is the size of a fist. This scared him so much that he directly activated his superpowers and killed some of them. Then, things got serious. Su Yu discovered a way to make superpowers stronger. That is, kill monsters. Every time he kills an ant, Su Yu can find that his superpowers seem to be getting stronger. It's like fighting monsters and upgrading. He wasn't the only one to discover this. Because of the appearance of those ants, many students were startled and subconsciously used attacks to bombard the ants. In the end, those who attacked discovered that killing these ants could make them stronger. At this moment, everyone in the playground went crazy. After sorting out these memories, Su Yu's breathing became rapid. Actually, there is such a good thing? Thinking of this, Su Yu suddenly looked at where Zhang Qiu was. It seems like that's where it is. Thinking of this, Su Yu stood up and shouted to Zhang Qiu. Ball, run quickly, there is a monster at your feet. With Su Yu's shout, Zhang Qiu, who was chatting with others, had a flash of fat on his face. Subconsciously it is a thrill. Then he hurriedly rolled aside. But, in the end, nothing happened. Rolling on the ground a few times, Zhang Qiu looked confused. Not only him, but the classmates around him were also looking at him with strange expressions. Is this guy stupid? What monster? The classmate who was chatting with Zhang Qiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth a few times. He glanced at Zhang Qiu, who rolled out. Looked at Su Yu again. At this time, should I also roll aside? He couldn't help but complain. After Zhang Qiu reacted, he immediately became angry. Su Yu, UBD. Zhang Qiu, who said this, immediately became frightened. His tons of weight were running on the ground, which shook the entire ground. When he came to Su Yu, he just wanted Su Yu to give him an explanation. NMB, he was really scared by Su Yu. Su Yu ignored him, but looked at the place where Zhang Qiu had just stood with a serious face. Many students also noticed Su Yu's serious look. The classmate who was still standing moved silently. The movement happening here naturally attracted the attention of people on the playground. After all, Su Yu's shout just now was too loud. Su Yu, don't you explain it. Zhang Qiu was stunned for a moment. But he quickly brought his attention back. As he said this, he wanted to put his tons of weight on Su Yu's body. Trying to hug him. Facing the attack of the ball, Su Yu ducked away. Don't make trouble. I am serious. Your ability is to control soil, right? Come on, use your power over there and crack it open somewhere. Zhang Qiu was preparing to continue rushing towards Su Yu. Suddenly hearing Su Yu say this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. At the same time, he was a little confused. How did Su Yu know his ability? You know, he has never told anyone. Everyone only knew that he had awakened. And Su Yu naturally couldn't tell him. Did you obtain this information from yourself in the parallel world? Although Zhang Qiu was full of confusion. But after thinking about it, he still did what Su Yu said. He used his superpower towards the grass where he was standing just now. He never thought that if there was nothing here, the teacher would cause trouble for him. Zhang Qiu came to the place where he was standing just now. Then he squatted down directly. Many classmates also gathered around at this time. What the hell? What is Su Yu doing? Hey, are you vandalizing public property? Wait a minute, the dean is coming to beat me. Are these two people stupid? You really dare to believe anyone who dares to say it? What kind of monster could there be? This is crazy. The classmates were also speechless at the strange movements of Siryu and Zhangqiu. Listening to the words of the people around them, Siryu and Zhangqiu ignored them. Zhangqiu knows what Siryu is like. He was so serious, he must have discovered something. So Zhangqiu believes in Siryu. Zhangqiu, who was squatting on the ground, activated his superpower. The next moment, the ground shook. Like cracks caused by an earthquake. The entire ground began to slowly crack. After a while, a crack about 50 centimeters deep appeared in Zhangqiu's field of vision. When Zhangqiu saw clearly what was going on inside. Suddenly. Damn it! Seeing the situation inside, he suddenly trembled with fear. Then he rolled directly to the side. And Siryu, without saying a word, used her superpower. Several fist-sized ice picks were blasted down there. Whoosh whoosh. The ice pick pierced the air and rushed directly into the crack created by Zhang Kaihokai. The next moment, there was a puffing sound coming from inside. And Siryu also clearly felt that his superpower seemed to be getting stronger. The students around them frowned when they saw Zhangqiu and Siryu's reactions. They're not stupid either. Naturally, this must be what happened. The people in Siryu's class were dumbfounded. Isn't Siryu's superpower telekinesis? Why are you suddenly playing on the ice again? Kong Fan and other people with telekinesis were also full of question marks at this time. Could it be that there is another way to unlock telekinesis that they don't know about? Or, this guy Siryu has betrayed the organization. Didn't wait for them to discuss the issue. Siryu launched another attack. Get out of the way. Don't go up there. Siryu directly reminded those students who wanted to come forward and see what was inside. Then without saying a word, he launched another attack. Chapter 7. Zhangqiu got up from the ground. Seeing Siryu constantly launching attacks, he was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he hurriedly shouted to the people around him. Quick! The ants in the ground have mutated. Let's attack quickly. Don't let them get out. As the person involved, he knows best what is inside. Densely packed, fist-sized ants. Just looking at it scares me to death. Hearing Zhangqiu's words, the expressions of the surrounding students suddenly changed. FK. Isn't it? At this time, everyone was not calm. An ant the size of a fist? Damn it, just one night has passed and the world has started to change? If it continues like this, it'll be okay. Then you can't go to heaven? When Siryu heard Fatty's words, she suddenly became depressed. But he didn't say anything. It seemed like this experience couldn't be gained alone. But it doesn't matter, since I can't do it here anyway, I will definitely do it in the parallel world. When you consolidate new world abilities, you can also become stronger. Even if you don't do anything, you can still become stronger? So, what else do I have to work on? Thinking of this, Siryu felt inexplicably dull. He was too lazy to continue attacking. But he also said, killing these ants seems to make your superpowers stronger. Siryu's words directly ignited all the students present. What the hell? Real or fake? Get out of the way and let me come. Please give me a chance and give me a blast. Go away, you damn fat man, you're blocking me. Wow! Any of you touch me? A-hole, don't touch it casually. Indecent. Sisters, rush, don't let those stinky boys steal it. Just because of Siryu's words, the students present went crazy. Everyone wants to push forward. When someone attacks those ants, they find that their abilities have really become stronger. Suddenly, such emotions became even higher. Some people even directly activate their own abilities. Make the gap bigger. A huge cave appeared in front of everyone. And everyone also saw the dense ants inside. When seeing these ants, these people are not only not afraid. Instead, he became excited. It's like playing a game. These Diao Mao found a pile of monsters in front of them. And it's still the kind that can open unparalleled. If you get a flat A, you will gain a lot of experience. It is precisely because of this that all kinds of skills and abilities are flying all over the playground for a while. Even some guys with auxiliary abilities picked up some soil on the ground and threw it inside. Su Yu looked at the scene of the demons dancing in front of her. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his own memory, he also experienced such a scene in the parallel world. The fight for those ants was continued, and the farce finally came to an end with the arrival of the security team. Although the farce has stopped, many people's abilities have become much stronger. This is also because everyone's abilities are still very weak. Just like a game. When you are at a low level, you can level up by just killing some monsters and gaining some experience. The situation in front of me is almost the same. Although there is no prompt, everyone can really feel that their abilities are getting stronger. Zhang Chu was directly stuck in the crowd. He continued to use his superpowers, and then rushed towards the ant piles. Although these ants want to fight back. Want to rush out and bite these guys who attack them. But, it's useless. No matter how hard they struggle. How to rush out? They will all be hit by sudden attacks. Then died on the spot. The whole playground was in an uproar. Even the teachers who came to the scene were shocked by this situation. At the beginning, they even got together to have a meeting and chat. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the entire playground became a mess. When they learned what was going on, they immediately ran forward. However, they couldn't squeeze in. Can't get in, no matter what. No matter how much they yell. The students ignored them. Some students even wanted to push forward. Not surprisingly, these guys have tasted the benefits. Then he was pulled out. Su Yu even saw some people who had awakened superpowers blocking the front. Don't let others rush forward at all. They even kept pulling out the people inside. Su Yu, who had been squeezed outside, didn't know what to say when she saw this scene. These students in front of me are really too crazy. Awesome. But Su Yu understands it very well. Why are these students like this? Because the temptation to improve your superpowers is too great. If it is not a special ability. Maybe he had rushed in too. Who can refuse the improvement of superpowers? Su Yu glanced at the teachers, and then couldn't help but stepped forward and said to them. Teacher, let's leave it to the security guards. Now those guys are crazy. You can't squeeze in. If you want to know anything, just ask me. Speaking of which, the initiator of this incident was Su Yu. After all, it was this guy who discovered those ants, and then said that killing those ants would improve his superpowers. Otherwise, these students would not be so crazy. When several teachers heard Su Yu's words, they couldn't help but cast their eyes on the lady. Classmate Su Yu. What on earth is it? What exactly happened inside? The situation before us is really too shocking. These students are just like the ants at the wet market. Did they see any discounted products? Everyone rushed forward desperately. This is outrageous, okay? Some teachers couldn't help but complain. This class of students is really difficult to manage. Especially now that I have awakened my superpowers. Many teachers have begun to think about whether they should resign. After all, today's students are really difficult to teach. They said there was nothing they could do. Some teachers who have awakened their superpowers are easier to talk about. Those teachers who have not awakened their superpowers are really in trouble. I can't carry it, I can't carry it. Listen to the teacher's inquiry. He didn't hide it either. Instead, he told what happened and why. When they heard Su Yu's explanation, several teachers who had awakened their superpowers couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. It seems that he also wants to go forward and try it. Let's see if killing ants can actually increase your superpowers. At the same time, some teachers also began to worry. After all, ants the size of fists, that's what it's all about. The world began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Chapter 8. Teachers are not fools, they naturally know what this means. Since ants can evolve. What about some of the forest beasts? What about those beasts in the primeval forest? If all the ants in the world become like this, then places like deserts will probably become forbidden areas for humans. Just thinking about it can make one's scalp tingle. This is just the beginning, right? Ants evolve so fast, but what about the wild? Human beings have only just begun to develop superpowers. Nowadays, everyone's superpowers have no lethality at all. At most, they are used to show off in daily life. If all the creatures in the wild evolved, this will be a huge crisis for mankind. So you saw the teachers' faces and understood what they were worried about. You must be worried about how the world will change next. Thinking of this, Yu shook her head. He has no interest in paying attention to the things these teachers care about. At this moment, several police cars drove in from the school gate. Seeing the arrival of the police car, the teachers were relieved. Then they hurried forward to greet the security guards who had just got out of the car, and at the same time told them the situation here. "Sir, you are here at the right time. I have something to report here." Yu's class teacher walked over directly. Then I was ready to explain the situation here. But the security guard who stepped out of the car interrupted him directly. "I know what you want to say. A mutated creature was discovered, right? This is just a minor issue, so don't panic. Look, haven't those students already done it?" After saying this, he pointed at the ant classmates on the playground who were attacking crazily. He had received a lot of news before coming. Knowing this, some large zoos have even dispatched troops. To be honest, it's really difficult for him to handle these things. He is just an ordinary member of the police force. Although he also awakened superpowers, his superpowers were auxiliary. It's still Hawkeye, well, which means it allows him to shoot more accurately and see further. Such a power might be of some use now. But what about the future? Maybe after a while, guns and other things will be eliminated, and they will probably only be able to deal with ordinary people and weak superpowers. As these superpowers become more and more powerful, the threat of thermal weapons will become smaller and smaller. Shaking his head, he didn't think much more. These were not things he should care about. If the sky falls, there will naturally be tall people holding it up. All he has to do now is do his job well. As for his superpowers, there is no need to think too much about it for the time being. All will be good. There's no point thinking about it now. So he spoke directly to Yu's class teacher. "Let's wait aside. If we go over and interrupt them now, we will probably be beaten by them too. It would be really bad luck if they treat us as monsters." When he said this, the relatively young security officer couldn't help but complain. Who hasn't come from a young age? Not to mention that he is not very old now, so he naturally understands what these students are thinking. There is such a good opportunity to upgrade, why don't you go all out to upgrade it? If anyone dares to stop them from gaining experience at this time, they will probably be beaten by the crowd. So he decided to wait until these people killed all the ants before going over to do his own thing. There is nothing we can do about this. Not to mention, if those ants are allowed to rush out, the impact on the surroundings will be even more terrifying. In this case, it's better to just let the students in front of you get rid of all the ants. This can also save a lot of effort. How could he hinder them? It's just an ant's nest, and I guess it won't last long. Look at the enthusiasm of those students and the endless attacks. He decided to wait. Yu's head teacher couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. That makes sense. After all, even if they wanted to go in now, they couldn't squeeze in. They would even be thrown out by those students. So just wait quietly. If he gets beaten up, does he, as a teacher, have no face? Seeing this scene, Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. He silently gave the guard a thumbs up. Because it really is the best way. His class teacher simply stopped thinking about how to separate the students. Instead, he began to tell the guard about the situation here again. Although the other party said that he understood, there were still some things that needed to be said. For example, who was the first to discover, and who was the first to discover that killing these ants can enhance superpowers. He told all these things and called Yu over at the same time. After hearing what the teacher said, the security guard nodded and recorded these things. Then he couldn't help but look at Yu. My classmates have pretty good observation skills. You can actually spot these ants right away. There was also a nest of ants like this at the fire brigade, but they were all killed. Originally, we thought that killing those mutated monsters could improve superpowers. It would take some time before anyone discovered it. But I didn't expect that you would discover it so quickly. He silently praised Yu's observation skills. These ants still lurking in the ground can be discovered by Yu immediately. For ordinary people, even if they awaken their superpowers, they probably won't find anything weird in the ground. You must know that according to information from the Academy of Sciences, these ants are still evolving. That is the incubation period. If they are not careful, ordinary people may be able to detect these things. The reason why the Academy of Sciences discovered the biological mutation immediately. It was also because some experimental subjects in the laboratory mutated, which directly alerted the Academy of Sciences. Then we conducted an investigation overnight, and it was only then that we discovered for the first time that the creatures in the wild began to change. Even if Yu goes out of the city now, she will definitely find that the city only allows people to enter, not give out. Because now the wild has begun to become dangerous. No one knows what those creatures in the wild will evolve into. So the above directly prohibits everyone from going out into the wild. Until it is thoroughly confirmed whether there will be any danger, it is estimated that strict control will be temporarily implemented during this period. Listening to what this person said, Yu was stunned, and then asked with some confusion. Have you discovered these things? So fast. It's only been one night. All I can say is that it is truly a state machine. The guard did not hide anything, but explained directly. In fact, ever since the meteor shower appeared, the Academy of Sciences discovered a special energy sweeping the world. And there are some people in the army who have awakened abilities. Those who are awakened will report this situation as soon as possible. In the end, this matter also attracted great attention from the country, and they held meetings overnight to formulate various countermeasures. The big bosses probably haven't slept yet. We are still discussing how to deal with the series of things that are going to happen next. Our ability to react immediately is all thanks to them. There is no such thing as quiet time, it's just that someone is carrying the burden for us and moving forward. Chapter 9. The security guard didn't want to say anything more on this topic. After saying these words, he looked at Yu. Speaking of this classmate, aren't you going? This is a good opportunity to improve your superpowers. He was very confused. Isn't it said that this guy was the first person to discover that killing ants can improve superpowers? Why are you running out now? Could it be that he has no interest in improving his superpowers? There was a curiosity in his heart. What is going on with this guy who is younger and more handsome than him? When Yu heard what he said, she didn't hide it, but complained directly. Do you think I can go in at this time? To be fair, these guys really risk their lives in order to improve their superpowers. It's just like the ant in the supermarket grabbing discounted products. Did you see that those fat guys were squeezed out? This kind of tonnage can be squeezed out. With my small body, I don't want to be molested if I rush in. And someone as handsome as me. If you rush into such a messy scene. What if someone plots something against me? Uncle Security Guard, you are as handsome as me, you should understand how I feel, right? Silyu said this and looked at the messy crowd with an expression like there's a BCH over there coveting his body. Hearing Silyu's words, the security guard nodded in sympathy. I do understand. After all, I'm handsome too. There's nothing wrong with that. Forget it. I guess they won't be able to kill all those ants in a while. How about this? Come and register first. Wait a minute. It's troublesome if there are too many people. Register your abilities first. As for those guys who are grabbing monsters, let them come over and register later. Student Silyu, please tell me your ID number and abilities. I'll register it for you first, and then save it to the computer. Register from here, and then your ability will be linked to your ID card. If nothing else happens, this file will accompany you throughout your life. After Xiao Xiao felt narcissistic for a while, he decided to deal with this guy first. At the same time, he also stated the decision above. People who have awakened their superpowers need to register next, and then register their superpower name and ability information into their personal database. This also prevents some people from using their superpowers to commit crimes. If there are some dangers or irregular abilities, they will also be listed as key targets of national surveillance. Especially those kinds of unorthodox superpowers can easily lead to crimes. Silyu heard his explanation. After thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. This doesn't seem to be a problem. It's just a normal procedure, registering the superpower on the ID card information. You can check it easily later. In an instant, Silyu understood the reason for doing this. If someone awakens some invisibility ability in the future, then because of someone discovered that he was being peeped at, secretly photographed, and so on, but no one could be found. Then you are right to find people with these invisibility abilities. There is indeed no problem, but Silyu has her own problem. His superpowers will only increase in the future. In other words, sooner or later, if he wants to use his superpowers, he will definitely be exposed. In the future everyone will know that he is multi-able. Unless he only uses one superpower. But just using one superpower or something is not good. And using multiple abilities at once will inevitably make people jealous. After all, why are you a person with multiple abilities and I am a person with only one ability? Maybe, based on the imagination of most people, they will feel that Silyu is the protagonist. And they become a sidekick or something. Then he came to trouble Silyu in various ways, and pretended to slap her in the face. No. Pretending to be slapping someone in the face is not what Silyu likes. In this case, let's make up a superpower that's cool and reasonable. You can also get the protection above. Just hide the superpower of seeing parallels. In addition to this absolute core ability, there seems to be no problem in using other superpowers. Of course, some superpowers that can be used to cause trouble must also be hidden. But that's all for the future. Make up a very awesome superpower to fool people, and it is well founded, and you will not be suspected of using other superpowers in the future. Thinking of this, Silyu's brain turned quickly, and in just a moment, he had it all figured out. Then I'll register first. You already know my name, it's Silyu. ID number is 4408XXXX. I live at No XX, XXX Road. I have no father or mother. I live alone. As for superpowers, they are a bit special. Silyu first told her basic identity information. These things can be easily checked by people from the security team. It was when talking about superpowers that Silyu let it slip. Not surprisingly, the security officer in front of him immediately retrieved his information through the information Silyu said. I looked at the information on the background and then at Silyu. After confirming that there was no problem, he asked Silyu curiously. What superpower is special? Is it 100% empty-handed? Or is it some awesome superpower? 100% victory over the dog. 100-fold increase, 10,000-fold increase. Really injured and anti-armored? Or are you talking about immunity to abilities? When he said this, he also became interested. Recently, he has also been watching a certain LU, and naturally saw various superpowers on it. Does the guy in front of me have the same superpower? Well, I suddenly became interested. In fact, when they are responsible for registering superpowers, they are also responsible for paying attention to some people who have awakened powerful superpowers. The country is also in great need of some incredible superpowers. Even strategic level talents. After all, according to the investigation reports from the army, there are all kinds of people who have awakened superpowers in the army, and there are many powerful superpowers. And of course, the more such people the better. If you can really encounter such superpowers, then the country will definitely cultivate them. Although many things are still in the exploratory stage, the power of the country lies here. If you join the country's special department, you can get any benefits or news in the future as soon as possible. This is unmatched by any force. It's just that these things are not stated openly. They are only responsible for collecting information. If Suryu's ability is special, then someone will naturally come to contact him. Before that, Suryu's ancestors would be investigated for 18 generations. Many people were also attracted by Suryu's words. These teachers all looked over. They wanted to hear what kind of abilities Suryu had awakened. Suryu is very famous in school, a super genius in the eyes of teachers. He is the top candidate for this year's college entrance examination. So now everyone wants to hear, what kind of ability has Suryu awakened? Chapter 10. Times are beginning to change, and a good superpower may be the most important thing in the future. Those of them who are teachers naturally have to take good care of it. I saw that everyone was looking over. Although Suryu wanted to complain about what the security guard said. However, he stopped delaying and directly revealed the superpower he had made up. My superpower can do so many things, I don't even know what to call it. It's like I can control a lot of things if I want to. Now I can control objects like telekinesis. You can also control ice. Well, yes, it's the ice in the air. Of course, that's all it can do for the time being. I don't know how far it will go in the future. So maybe one day I can control lightning, fire, etc. It won't be a problem. When Suryu said this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. It's scary, isn't it? But compared with his own parallel peak, it was still far behind. Parallel peeping is to absorb parallel lines' own abilities, fuse them and make oneself stronger. This is equivalent to Suryu having countless superpowers and countless people helping him practice. He doesn't even have to do anything to keep getting stronger. Just merge all the parallel selves together. Even the branches branching off from the turning point can help you learn. It's more of a plug-in than a plug-in. Suryu can just lie down and watch the clouds rise and fall. There is no need to worry about anything. Since the meteor shower last night, there have been some changes in the air. Just like those elements in magic, Suryu discovered this when she gained ice superpowers. It can control those ice elements in the air, then gather them together, and finally form an attack. This is also the reason why ice superpowers can create ice cubes out of thin air. Suryu's current superpower is manipulative. Is that okay? In the future, there may be fire control, water control, thunder control, and so on. Maybe Suryu can wave his hand and cause heavenly movement. He said this to make plans for the future. It's too tiring to brag every time you use a superpower. So Suryu told them directly that his superpower was manipulation, and he didn't know what to control. Anyway, everything can be controlled. It's just not developed yet. If there are electromagnetic guns with lightning capabilities in the future, don't think I'm cheating. Because that's my superpower. In other words, this wave of Suryu can be regarded as a vaccination for himself when he uses other abilities in the future. You should be shocked now. After the shock is over, you will be numb when you see me using other superpowers in the future. After hearing what Silyu said, everyone present was stunned. The security guard who had been talking to Silyu, who was in charge of registration, suddenly became excited. FK, are you kidding? Silyu's superpower scared him so much that he cursed. Because he knows how abnormal this superpower is. If according to what Silyu said, if his superpowers continue to be developed, will he be able to control anything? Just thinking about it can make people's scalp numb. Thinking of this, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He dropped the device in his hand and grabbed Silyu's arm. He wanted to find out if this was true. Click, click. The hand holding Silyu began to condense with ice. At the same time, Silyu directly used telekinesis to push this guy away. Uncle, I'm not gay. Thanks. Please don't come so close to me. Silyu looked at the guy approaching in front of her with disgust. Can you please stop using your hands and feet? Subconsciously, Silyu directly used his superpower. A light layer of frost gathered on his hands. Shivering from the cold, he hurriedly let go of Silyu. Silyu couldn't help but sigh. I know my abilities are awesome, but you don't have to be so excited. You see me. Am I excited? Am I proud? As a security officer, you should have the kind of psychological quality that is as clear as ice and that you will not be shocked when the sky falls. Otherwise, how can we deal with difficult things? Silyu said this and took half a step back. The action of taking half a step back is serious. After the guard reacted, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. But he calmed down. But now he looked at Silyu with eyes full of enthusiasm. And envy. Control, this ability is a bit scary. Can you show me? After calming down, he did not register immediately, but chose to let Silyu show it off. Because this ability is really a bit scary. If what Silyu said is true, then when Silyu's superpowers are developed, one person can be able to match all superpowers. Moreover, do such superpowers really exist? Silyu heard him say this. It's not hidden either. You have seen what ice is capable of. Silyu said this and looked at the ice in his hands. Hearing Silyu's words, the security guard nodded. Silyu then used his telekinesis. The next step is the most basic telekinesis. With that said, Silyu directly used his superpower. Then he controlled a notebook that these guys had dropped when they heard about Silyu's superpowers to fly up. When everyone saw Silyu displaying two superpowers. Not to mention how shocked I was. It's true. For a moment, everyone was shocked. The security guard took a deep breath and then said in shock. It's really awesome. Manipulation ability. Could this be a variation of telekinesis? After all, telekinesis can control some objects. Your ability is telekinesis that appears first. Then you realized you could control ice, right? If you can control objects through telekinesis, it can do many things. It's a universal ability. But yours can be more detailed. It's like you can manipulate the elements. The security guard said this with an excited expression on his face. Well, it's like discovering the nature of Silyu's superpower. Silyu's superpower is not that she can control everything. In fact, it is just a variation of telekinesis. Stronger telekinesis than others. Silyu fell silent listening to his thoughts. Then, Silyu nodded. Yes, that should be the case. Well, now that you've helped me figure it out, I don't need to make any more excuses. Thinking of this, Silyu looked more and more pleased with the uncle guard in front of her. As expected of you. Chapter 11. Seeing Silyu admit it, the security guard gave a silent thumbs up. Awesome. This kind of superpower should be developed well. Be a useful person to society in the future. I hope you won't do anything bad in the future. If you let me catch you, I won't show mercy, I tell you. After saying this, the security officer directly recorded Suryu's superpower. Superpowers are awesome. If it is developed seriously, Suryu can be an army alone. Of course, this has a premise, that is, Suryu has to grow up. Suryu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth a few times as she listened to what he said. Damn it, it sounds like he will definitely commit a crime. As a good citizen, Suryu said that he and gambling and drugs are inseparable. Just after the security officer recorded Suryu's superpower and added an SSS to it, Suryu suddenly felt that something big was coming out from the direction of those hanging hairs. This feeling made Suryu frown. He turned directly to look at the students who were attacking crazily. At this time, the hole had expanded several times. And there was a steady stream of ants running out of it. But in it, Suryu felt a dangerous atmosphere. Suryu's expression suddenly changed when he discovered this. Officer, are you armed? Suryu suddenly asked the security guard on the side. Hearing Suryu's words, the security guard was stunned. What? Before he could continue to speak, Suryu took action directly. If you have a gun, prepare to fight. There's something wrong here. As Suryu's voice fell, the security guard saw that Suryu made a handsome move and then reached out to the crowd in the distance. The next moment, an invisible force of thought was activated. The students who were squeezing in suddenly felt an irresistible force acting on them. They all flew out directly. And a big empty seat was immediately vacated at the scene. Suryu's voice also sounded at this time. Spread out. At first, everyone was confused. But suddenly hearing Suryu's voice, everyone was stunned. What happened? Before they could even curse, a huge black figure emerged from the cave below. The moment they saw this black shadow, everyone suddenly felt terrified. Damn it! Subconsciously, the essence of the country blurted out. And Suryu directly pushed the group of classmates aside. Then he activated his superpower again and directly forcibly pushed away all the guys standing at the entrance of the cave. In an instant, the area was cleared. Only the 2 to 3 meter cave and the giant ants that ran out of the cave were left behind. The security guard who had been standing behind Suryu was also startled. FK. After saying this, he took out his gun and loaded it without saying a word. The other security guards also reacted at this moment. They all took out their weapons, or started calling for support. Requesting military support. Unforeseen special circumstances occurred at the scene. Listening to the voice coming from behind, Suryu's face was serious at this time. Hizzy. The appearance of this voice immediately pulled everyone back. Then I saw this giant ant that was more than half a meter tall in front of me. Everyone was immediately shocked. FK. The boss has appeared. Quick, spread out. Move, move. Although they were shocked, these people were all in high spirits. If you kill such a big guy, you will gain a lot of experience. At the same time, some people were shocked by Suryu's superpowers. This guy is too strong. So many people were dragged out at once. And if it hadn't been for what Suryu did, many people would have suffered. I guess 1 or 2 will die, right? It can be said that Suryu saved many lives this time. Although he was dragged out simply and roughly, no one wanted to make trouble with Suryu now. Even the old man who was suppressed by a group of people was like this. Just a few seconds away from becoming the chief internal manager. Now he is lying on the ground rolling around. If it were normal times, many people would probably laugh at him. But now? No one paid attention to him anymore. Everyone looked at the giant ants in front of them with excitement. No one was frightened by the appearance of this giant ant. Perhaps because they have played too many games, these students now regard the monsters they encounter as monsters in the game. Beat him to level up. There's nothing wrong with that either. Even Suryu was very serious at this time. Looking at the ants in front of him, Suryu took the lead in taking action. The coldness in his body exploded. Ice picks appeared behind Silyu. Then without stopping at all, he blasted directly at the ant. As if feeling threatened, the ant also ran quickly. Seeing this, Silyu's classmates used their abilities without saying a word and began to restrict it. Cracks appeared on the ground, blocking his way. On the other side, groups of fireballs or wind blades appeared. In an instant, this newly evolved ant did not dare to step forward at all. Subconsciously, it is extremely afraid of things like water or fire. This fear is engraved in our DNA. Even if it has evolved, it will not be able to change this fear for a while. But it was precisely because it was timid that it gave Silyu a chance. With both ends restrained, it was unable to dodge Silyu's attack. The ice pick fired by Silyu fell directly on it. However, the imagined penetration did not appear. Instead, it was blocked by the armor on the ant. Seeing that his attack only made some dents, Silyu couldn't help but click his tongue. Others naturally saw this too. So hard. Hiss. It's so hard. Those students saw that Silyu's attack could not penetrate the opponent's armor. I couldn't help but be shocked. Judging from the superpowers displayed by Silyu, this is obviously more advanced than them. At this time, the security guard who had been standing behind Silyu also opened fire. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and everyone was startled. Even if he has awakened his superpower, the classmates around him are still flowers in the greenhouse. When you hear this gunshot, you will subconsciously feel scared. Just like this newly evolved ant. It will also be scared when it sees attacks such as fire. As gunfire rang out, the bullet flew straight out. Dang dang dang. The bullets were like hitting steel. It did not penetrate the ant in front of me. But it also brought a lot of pain to it. And those bullets were directly embedded in the ant's bodies. At the same time, such an attack directly angered it completely. Chapter 12. Hizzy. From the sound, you can hear how angry it is. After shouting a few times, it rushed directly towards Silyu. In addition to Silyu being the biggest threat to it, there are also those few security guards attacking it. So now it wants revenge. Silyu saw this guy rushing towards them, and he ran to the side without saying a word. As for those security guards? Well, Silyu doesn't need to worry about it. When Silyu fled, they also ran away. At this time, those classmates also came to their senses. Their attacks also hit the ant. All kinds of scraping injuries fell on this ant. This also limits its speed. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rang out again. Although the students who were shocked before still felt a little numb, they were not so scared now. Hurry up! Attack attack! That one over there, don't get so close. Go further away. Silyu, come to see, attack quickly, and we will assist you. In the panic, someone yelled at Silyu. After hearing his words, Silyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Damn it, he came to see, I really think highly of him. This ant's defense is strong, he can't even break it. Although he was puzzled, Silyu had no reason to do so and just activated his superpower. The icy cold air turned into ice cones and blasted past. At the same time, Silyu is also preparing secretly. Try to turn telekinesis into a sharp blade and change your attack form. My telekinesis is stronger than the people present. Now Silyu is equivalent to the superpower blessing of two people. The superpowers that can be unleashed and the moves that can be developed are naturally stronger than others. When Silyu's attack blasted out, he didn't know who it was and shouted directly. Psychic power, control. As the sound sounded, the ant that was about to avoid suddenly stopped. After a pause, Silyu's ice pick fell directly on him. Dang dang dang! The ice pick hit the ant's body and shattered on the spot. At the same time, the armor on the ant's body was also dented. Suryu's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the operations of those guys. It's pretty good. So. After saying this, Suryu's telekinesis exploded. There was a flash of blue in his eyes. The originally invisible power of telekinesis seemed to have turned into reality at this moment. Blue light appeared in front of Suryu. Then it turned into a sharp blade and cut directly towards the ant. This time, Suryu attacked the joints of the ants. Sounded. A blue light flashed, and the ant's legs began to break at the joints. Without one of its legs, the huge body seemed to have lost its balance. It fell directly to the side. When everyone saw this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Without saying a word, all kinds of attacks were thrown out. Quick, quick, last hit. First kill, get the first kill quickly. This experience should allow me to upgrade my superpowers. Get out of my way. FK, can you FG stop touching me? For a moment, the scene was in chaos again. When Suryu saw this scene, he couldn't help but stop even though he wanted to continue attacking. Looking at these guys, it's like they're going crazy. This is really amazing. No matter how thick the ant's skin is, it can't withstand everyone's indiscriminate bombardment. In fact, these guys seem to be afraid that they will not be beaten to death. Even if they are exhausted, they still stand up and give it a blow. This really left Suryu speechless. Awesome! Suryu took back his superpower, and he couldn't help shouting. He knew that the ant was finished. There was no need for him to take action again. Suryu can clearly feel that her superpower has become stronger. Others gradually reacted at this time. He also discovered that his superpower had become stronger, so he did not continue to attack. When everyone stopped attacking, the ant's carapace was in tatters. No matter how hard you are, you can't withstand such a violent bombardment. All I can say is that this thing is really unlucky. Suryu looked a little weird when she thought of this. And those who had lost their powers due to excessive use of their superpowers were sitting on the ground with faces full of ecstasy. Good guy. Do you feel it? The superpower has been greatly improved. It's terrible. Doesn't this superpower consume physical strength after being used too much? This is more tiring than when I generate electricity dozens of times. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Hiss. When they came back to their senses, these students suddenly felt that their bodies had been hollowed out. I didn't feel much at first. I just feel like it's great to use superpowers like crazy. But after finishing the work, I realized that my back was sore. This is simply more tiring than that. Not only physically tired, but also mentally exhausted. This situation also makes people understand that superpowers consume more than just mental energy and their physical strength. Anyway, everyone feels very tired now, especially some guys who don't exercise much in the first place. At this time, he looked even more exhausted and his body was completely hollowed out. Looking at the classmates sitting directly on the ground, Suryu also focused on herself. Well, the consumption is pretty normal. In other words, these people have awakened their superpowers. I guess no one in the army can fight. No matter how strong he is, his physical strength may not allow it. Shaking his head, Suryu didn't think too much. At this moment, several armored vehicles drove in from outside. Immediately afterwards, some heavily armed soldiers ran out of the car. However, when the person who took the lead saw the situation at the scene, he was stunned. Is the matter over? Well, they feel like they are in a movie. The last one to arrive? Looking at the ants that had been dealt with, they were suddenly stunned. When the security guards saw them coming, they hurried up. Then he explained to them what happened at the scene. After hearing what happened, the soldiers' eyes suddenly became strange when they looked at these students. It's really bold. He was so fierce, he just went up to beat such a monster. It can only be said that he does not understand today's young people. Immediately, he no longer thought about it. Instead, he asked the people behind him to detect the caves on the playground. Make sure there is no more danger. Chapter 13. After some careful exploration, I successfully killed some fish that slipped through the net. The matter on the playground was finally resolved. These soldiers come and go as quickly as they come. The giant ant that was beaten to death before was also taken away. In their words, this thing should be taken to a research institute and studied carefully. After they left, the teachers also began to organize the students to do what they were going to do next. All right. Calm down, everyone. Next, please line up according to your class. Come up one by one and start registering. Register all your superpowers. Remember to register truthfully and show it when registering. This is related to your future fate. Suryu's principal also came over. As his voice came out, these tired students couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. About their next fate? Everyone was immediately confused. What fate is involved? Although very confused. But since the principal has said so, these students will naturally listen. One by one, they began to line up according to class and began to report their superpowers one by one. These guards and teachers began to record everyone's superpowers. Suryu's superpower has been registered. So of course there is no need to participate. He just stayed quietly and watched with interest the various superpowers these guys displayed. But most of them are the kind of superpowers found on the street. Suryu has finally discovered it. Elemental superpowers such as wind, fire, water, ice, and thunder are basically general purpose. Well, there is also telekinesis. As for some special superpowers, they have never appeared. Perhaps the only special thing is Suryu's superpower. Thinking of this, Suryu couldn't help but murmured in her heart. Will he be targeted by everyone again? These thieves know the superpowers he boasted about, and they will die if they don't envy them. They are all VIP users of a certain LU, and they will only be evil if they can endure it. Do you want to escape first? With this idea of possible persecution, Suryu thought about it very seriously. At this moment, that guy Zhangqiu also ran over. Suryu. Feeling the slight shaking on the ground, Suryu came back to her senses and looked at the ball in front of her. What? What did this guy want to do with him? Are you too free to do anything? Zhangqiu stared at Suryu. You use two kinds of superpowers, right? Psychic power, Bing. What the hell, are you the legendary multi-ability user? He had wanted to ask about this for a long time. Suryu, this handsome guy, just displayed two superpowers. No matter how you look at it, it feels like the protagonist in a certain movie. The reason why he came to ask Suryu was to know what Suryu's superpower was. Could it be that he is preparing to hide his superpowers? Then only one will be exposed, right? If this is the case, then Zhangqiu has to wonder if Suryu has some kind of system. Suryu nodded after hearing his words. My superpower. It's manipulation. Can control anything I can understand. What you can do now is telekinesis, Bing. If I continue to develop it, I can use more superpowers. And I'm already registered. Damn it, don't look at me like that. I don't have the system you imagine. If there was a system, would I still be here having S*X with you? Damn it, what kind of look does this guy have? It looks like you are the only one who believes in ghosts. And his eyes were full of doubt. You don't need to think about it. This guy suspects that he has a system, right? But, sorry, I really don't have a system. Some are just superpowers that are more powerful than the system. Unfortunately, that cannot be known to others. Zhangqiu was stunned for a moment when he heard what Suryu said. Then he looked at Suryu with contempt. I see, if there is a system, why don't you stop having S*X with me? I've finally seen through you. Going to be rich and noble. Shut up. I said, my superpower is control, I don't have any system. What the hell? Yu is so angry. Why does this BCH think he has a system? When others heard Yu's voice, they also looked over. At this moment, many people finally remembered. Yu seems to use two kinds of superpowers. Hiss. As expected, we are just supporting roles. So Yu has a system. Pass it on, Yu has a system. Hurry up. Should he be taken away and sliced? FK, brother, what a great idea. For a moment, everyone started talking. The guards overheard the students' discussion. A security guard who was still a 14-star boss in Seoul also looked at Yu with suspicious eyes at this time. Could it be that there really is a system? Well, I need to remember this. At this time, Yu looked like MMP. He looked at this group of idiot classmates with a puzzled face. Damn it, it's so poisonous. Yu Sheng looked at all this helplessly. Fortunately, this farce ended quickly. No one took it to heart. Although the spiritual energy has been revived now, how can there be a system? Right. People in Yu school who have awakened their superpowers have registered here seriously. To be honest, even if superpowers are awakened, everyone will still do whatever they are supposed to do. After all, even if you awaken your superpowers, everyone still has to eat and go to school. So no big deal. Besides, there's nothing you can do with your current superpowers. Although this incident caused an uproar nationwide. Slowly, some people who originally hid their superpowers and thought that their fortunes were turning and might become the protagonists were also surprised to find that more and more people exposed their superpowers on the internet. The state also announced this matter immediately. Let those who have awakened their superpowers hurry up and register. It is precisely because of this that those who thought they were the protagonists suddenly discovered that their superpowers had begun to fail. It suddenly became boring. What's the use of having this superpower? At the same time, some creatures in the wild began to evolve and mutate. The state also made it public directly. It was also announced that the more you use your superpowers, the more your superpowers will gradually become stronger. Yu also saw the news. When Yu saw the news, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Don't you get experience by killing monsters? Is it because you use your superpowers more often that your superpowers become stronger? Chapter 14. What was reported on the news undoubtedly puzzled Yu. Is it misleading? Or rather, this is actually the real reason. It's actually an illusion that killing monsters can increase superpowers. The real reason is actually because of the frequent use of superpowers in the process of killing monsters. This is why everyone's superpowers can be improved quickly. Does this give people the illusion that killing monsters can increase superpowers? Yu was a little confused when she saw the news. It always feels a bit strange. Didn't the security guard admit at the beginning that killing monsters can enhance superpowers? Is there any new progress in research? This is very confusing. Yu scratched his head, his face full of confusion. In fact, there are many students who are as puzzled as Yu. After everyone registered their superpowers, they were bored on the sidelines. So many people have also seen such a message. At this time, everyone began to doubt the fact that killing monsters could improve superpowers. Yu looked around. After thinking for a while, he stood up and walked towards the security guard who had just chatted with him. He wanted to ask clearly what was going on. The security guard who was drinking wolfberry water from a thermos saw Yu running over. He was suddenly confused. Classmate Yu, what can I do for you? After hearing his words, Yu directly handed over his mobile phone. I saw the mobile phone handed over by Yu. The security guard immediately started teasing the teacher beside him. Today's students are not good enough. How dare you bring your mobile phone to play with during school? When the teacher heard what he said, he looked at Yu and started complaining. I can't control this student. I ranked first in grade every time I took the test. I felt like I had nothing left to teach. So it's up to him to bring his cell phone or whatever. After saying this, he roared directly at the students not far away who were gathered around and playing a certain sound. Hey, you guys! What are you doing? Who asked you to bring your mobile phones here? The security guard was stunned when he saw this scene. What the hell, a large-scale double-standard scene. Inexplicably, I want to complain. Do all teachers treat outstanding students like this? The sense of déjà vu is super strong. Shaking the tray, he stopped thinking about it. His eyes fell on Su-yu again. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Zhang, you can call me Officer Zhang. Student Su-yu, did you encounter something when you gave me your phone? Did you encounter a scam? If that's the case, you've really found the right person. To tell you the truth, I'm still an anti-fraud campaigner. Listening to what he said, Su-yu felt like she was about to burst. You'd better check your phone. You just told me that your Academy of Sciences discovered that killing monsters can enhance superpowers. But that's not what's said in the news now. Officer Zhang raised his eyebrows when he heard Su-yu say this. Let me see. After saying this, he turned his attention to Su-yu's mobile phone. Then I saw the official news. After seeing the things above, he couldn't help but touch his chin and said. This is very puzzling. Obviously the news we received is that killing monsters can improve superpowers. But why would something like this be announced now? After saying this, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He is also confused now. Why does it feel different from the message I received? Thinking of this, he also began to think about the reasons behind this. Could this be the latest research finding? Perhaps, the two are actually similar. As for not announcing that killing monsters can improve superpowers, I guess it's because I'm afraid it might cause some trouble. Think about it, if everyone knows what killing things can enhance superpowers. With the curiosity of our people in this country. Aren't the pets at home suffering? Maybe he will attack people who have a grudge against him or something. It's not impossible for this kind of thing to happen. When he thought of this, he felt as if he had discovered some truth. This is also the only possibility. Su-yu heard what he said, thought for a moment, and agreed with this statement. Indeed. That's probably it. After Officer Zhang said these words, he couldn't help but smile. After returning the phone to Su-yu, he continued. Anyway, let's wait for the notification. As long as you don't know the law and break the law, you don't need to worry about anything. Whatever has to be done is what it is, isn't it? Listening to what she said, Su-yu nodded. Indeed. As long as you don't use your superpowers to commit crimes, then nothing will happen. After chatting with him, Su-yu left here. He didn't bother to think about these things. What kind of treatment people with superpowers will receive next depends on the decision made by the above. Anyway, there should be a series of countermeasures above. This can be considered an emergency. Finding a new place to squat down, Su-yu continued to watch the video. On the internet, all kinds of monsters have appeared. Everyone is trying to attract attention. Seeing this, Su-yu couldn't help curling her lips. Sure enough, there are such fools all the time. I want to be read and want to go crazy. If you have time to tinker with these things, it's better to think about how the world will change next. After sighing, Su-yu didn't bother to pay attention to these monsters. Instead, he squatted here and waited quietly. Wait for the teacher's instructions next. After all the students' superpowers were registered, the security guards also evacuated. At this time, the principal also stood up and started his speech. Fellow students, I know you have awakened your superpowers now, and you are very excited. I even want to show off. But I have to say a few more words here to remind everyone. Even if you have awakened your superpowers now, those senior high school students, you still have to face the upcoming college entrance examination. Second and first grade students, you still have to do your homework. So, let's put aside the matter of superpowers for now. Please wake up, everyone. Do what you have to do. But now it seems that everyone is not in the mood to continue class today. In that case, let's get out of school. You guys go back and calm down. Perhaps there will be a new notification from above soon. Chapter 15. The principal of Silyu said a lot of things above. The main content is actually to prevent these students from using their abilities to break the law. There are also topics such as paying attention to safety when going home. Don't have any conflicts with others. These topics made Silyu feel sleepy. Fortunately, the principal didn't talk for long. Just over half an hour. Compared with the usual 1 hour or 2 hour speeches, this is already very short. After he finished speaking, everyone dispersed. The teachers were also directly dragged over by him for a meeting. The specific matter discussed is not something Silyu can know. After the disbandment, Silyu returned to his class, picked up his school bag, and was ready to leave. Just when Silyu was about to leave the class, Zhang Qiu, a fat guy, got in trouble again. Silyu, where are you going? Go home. Shall we form a team to fight monsters? As he said this, he was immediately eager to give it a try. After hearing his words, Silyu looked at him with confusion. Are you the disobedient student the principal mentioned? That's awesome. I just finished talking and you started to take the lead in causing trouble. Will you pay for the damage to public facilities? If you pay compensation, I will go with you. Damn it, this thief, dragging me over to fight monsters? I'm afraid I'm not prepared to make myself lose money. To be fair, what if we really damage some public facilities and have to pay for it? So now Silyu thinks it's better to stay at home honestly. Kill monsters and upgrade. Is it necessary? No need. He is someone who can level up even while lying down. So there is no need to accompany this guy to join in the fun. Zhang Qiu suddenly fainted when he heard what Silyu said. Not only him, but many people in the class also woke up instantly. Originally, they thought that what the principal just said was just alarmism. After all, no serious person would listen to him. But I was reminded by Silyu. Well, I have to pay for it. If you really break something, you'll probably have to eat 7 wolves when you get home. Even if they have awakened their superpowers, many people still feel a little scared when faced with their parents' mixed doubles. Therefore, most people simply gave up the idea of going out to fight monsters and upgrade. Just go home and be a good baby. Although they have awakened their superpowers, their pocket money limits their ability to show off. Hateful. If only I had money. This is everyone's only idea. Zhang Qiu was puzzled when Silyu said this for a while. But, in that abandoned park, there are a lot of rats, termites, and the like. It should have mutated now. Besides, even if the abandoned park is destroyed, nothing will happen. As he said something, some classmates who were secretly observing the two men once again became hopeful. When Silyu heard this, she looked at him with contempt. It's your turn to have such a good thing happen. Do you believe that if you go there now, people will already be surrounding you? Wake up! Cao Nian, don't daydream like this. If you have that idea, why not go back to your home and see if there is a mouse nest? Then see if they have mutated. If so, just attack them directly. Isn't this better than going to the park? Besides, if you say you don't need to compensate, then you don't need to compensate. Who said you don't have to pay compensation if something is damaged in an abandoned park? Are you thinking too much? After complaining like this, Silyu didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He took his things and walked out. Zhang Qiu suddenly felt that it made sense when he heard what Silyu said. It seems right. No, I have to go back quickly. The cockroaches in the house are probably mutated. Depend on. My father is in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang suddenly became anxious. He pictured his parents shivering in front of a giant cockroach holding a spatula. Suddenly, he couldn't sit still. And when he yelled like this, everyone in the class was stunned. This situation is really possible. Thinking of this, everyone became uneasy. One by one, they rushed out the door, and the most hurriedly ran towards their own homes. I want to go back and save my parents. Maybe he could run back to save his parents and get some pocket money. So you didn't know what these guys were thinking. If I knew it, I would definitely complain about it. You are the only one who has awakened your superpower. Maybe your father is stronger than you. All I can say is that after my classmates awakened their superpowers, they seemed to have some strange sequelae. So you looked at their hurried away figures and suddenly felt confused. But I didn't think too much about it. He left the school directly and walked towards his home. Walking on the street, so you could see people filling cups from time to time. Show off your superpowers openly. Officials have announced the awakening of superpowers. So everyone stopped hiding it. Instead, he started showing off everywhere. Fortunately, those people who don't have brains haven't appeared yet. Like using your superpowers to do bad things or something. There are many people who have superpower expansion. But when I think about how weak my superpower is, it's useless even if I want to do something. I guess some dangerous thoughts were extinguished as soon as they arose. Thinking about whether these are some or not. So you quickly crossed the road and headed towards the community where she lived. Just when he was about to arrive at his community, there was a sudden bang in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a manhole cover flew into the sky and smashed into the window of an unknown lucky person's home. At the same time, so you also heard bursts of shit coming from the front. FK. FK. What a big rat. Is this serious? Quick, quick, stop hiding, use your superpowers to kill it. Don't let it get away. I just heard from my uncle's friend's son's classmate. Killing these mutated creatures can improve your superpowers. This matter has not been officially announced yet. My uncle's friend's son's classmate's classmate killed a lot of ants in school, so his superpowers became much stronger. Hurry up, superpowers attack it. Don't let it get away. Quick, someone come and block the sewer. Listen to the messy sound coming from the front. So you felt a little melancholy. This world is starting to go bad. Chapter 16. Not far in front of Suyu, a huge rat rushed out of the sewer. And the sewer manhole cover flew to nowhere. Pedestrians around were startled when they saw the mouse rushing out. But some people quickly became excited. Because killing monsters can increase superpowers has spread unknowingly. In this internet age, there is no way to hide any news. That's why I was yelled at. Suddenly everyone present exploded. Then they gathered around and began to deal a heavy blow to the mouse. Even the 80-year-old man passing by couldn't help but use his superpowers to give the giant rat a try. And there was a triumphant expression on his face. Sure enough, a man remains a boy until he dies. Even though the uncle was already 80 years old, after he gained superpowers, his originally hot but extinguished heart started to burn again. So you originally wanted to go up and take a look, but when she saw more and more people around her, he gave up on the idea. Although I wanted to step forward to help, the people who wanted to eat melons were too stupid. Forget it, go back. After sighing, Suyu gave up the idea of going to help. Go home first and see if your home has been demolished. With this thought, Suyu directly chose a detour and headed towards his home. From time to time, Suyu could hear the sound of police cars. The workload of these people is getting bigger and bigger. It's really hard for them. Suyu didn't go there when she returned home. After checking whether there are mutated cockroaches or anything like that in my house, Suyu began to study his superpowers. Seriously feel what's going on in your body. I just used parallel snooping when I was at school. That power had completely silenced, so you discovered when she tried to drive it. It just moved for a moment and then there was no reaction. Just like the skills in the game, they require a long cooling time. So you scratched his head when he discovered this. There is a time limit. 1 day, 2 days? Or how often can I use it? So you is also full of curiosity about this ability. After some research, so you also found that he couldn't find anything. I simply gave up. So you was lying on the sofa and took out her mobile phone to surf the internet and watch videos. But just when he clicked on a certain tone, his phone rang. Looking at this series of phone numbers, so you hung up without even thinking about it. What the hell? It looks like a scam call at first glance. So you would never answer such a call. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. It was the same phone call just now. Seeing this scene, so you suddenly became angry. Without saying a word, he hung up again. Not long after hanging up, the phone rang again. So you looked at her phone with an unhappy face. After thinking about it, so you did not hang up this time. Instead, he chose to connect. Before the other party could say anything, so you immediately launched a set of 3 combos. I didn't overdo, and I didn't borrow any money. I'm going to die by defrauding you. After saying this, so you was about to hang up. At this moment, a nice Yuja voice came from the other side. Classmate So you. You misunderstood. I'm not a scammer. Hearing what So you said, the person on the other end of the phone was speechless. Is anti-fraud propaganda already that powerful? Today's young people are so vigilant. So you frowned when she heard the voice coming from the other side. Who are you? You actually know his name? Thinking of this, so you sat up straight. He wanted to see who this was. Could it be some high-end scam call? As long as you don't talk about money with me, it's easy to talk about anything. The other person did not hide anything, but directly introduced himself. Hello, classmate So you. I'm from the Superpower Management Bureau. If you have time now, can you come to No XX Road? It's the building opposite the police station. So you was stunned when she heard this. Superpower Management Bureau. A new department was established so quickly. When he said this, So you was really surprised. The speed is too fast. At the same time, So you also thought about it. The guy had told So you before that someone might contact him next. He just came back and someone contacted him? Tisk. That's right, we are a newly established department. If nothing else happens, all superpowers will be under our control in the future. And classmate So you, your superpowers are somewhat special. So there are some things that we can meet and talk about. So you listened to these words and agreed after thinking about it. I see. I'll be there right away. Hearing what So you said, the other person smiled. Good. We'll wait for you here. Well, see you later. After saying that, the other person directly hung up the phone. So you also got up directly, returned to the room, changed her clothes, and walked out. You can't just go there in your school uniform, right? And so you probably guessed why the other party was looking for him. Nothing more than his superpower. Such a powerful superpower must have attracted the attention of those above. So let yourself go over there and talk, can you join them? You don't need to think about it to know why. So you is not very resistant to these. Well, I finally got an iron rice bowl. Isn't that pretty good? After a sudden awakening of superpowers, it is estimated that all kinds of monsters and ghosts will come out next. If there was no backstage or something, there would probably be a bunch of people watching him. And who is the strongest backstage? That is undoubtedly the country. So you plan to go there and study it. Let's first take a look at the specific situation of this superpower management authority. Who's in charge? If there's no problem, just join in. With the superpower he reported, Silyu didn't believe it, and the people above him wouldn't take it seriously. While thinking wildly, Silyu left his home. Then he headed towards the security bureau. It took about 20 minutes, but Silyu finally arrived. As soon as he arrived opposite the police station, Silyu discovered a problem. It seems that there are a lot of people called over. The place in front of me is a similar building to the security station opposite. The layout is basically the same. Confirming that it was here, Silyu took a step forward and walked up. But at this moment, a figure caught Silyu's attention. Chapter 17. The only girls who can catch Silyu's attention are girls. And she's a real beauty. She's not like the so-called school beauties in Silyu's school. In Silyu's opinion, those so-called school beauties are just like that. After all, it's really hard to choose a tall one among short ones. You can only let the one you like the most be the so-called school beauty. Besides, in high school, there were so many beauties. None of us have grown up yet, and none of us know how to dress up yet. There are really too few beautiful women like that in novels. What I encountered in front of Silyu was like something out of a novel. Looking at the girl in front of him, Silyu frowned. Why do you feel a little inconsistent? Just when Silyu was confused, he saw a little brother coming up to him. Sister. Do you want a mail ticket? Hearing this, the beauty frowned slightly. Just when everyone thought she would make a pleasant sound like a royal sister, the voice of a big bearded man rang out. Big brother. You want to be my man? But, can I do some attacking? You can be my daughter-in-law. Day. FK. What the hell? As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone present immediately exploded. WDNM, everyone exploded instantly. I thought she was a beautiful woman, but I didn't expect that she was actually AHI. Damn it. Sure enough, after awakening, all kinds of monsters came out. The young man who struck up a conversation was also completely confused at this time. He had no idea that the woman in front of him who looked like the heroine of the novel was actually a man. Damn it. My mentality just exploded. The girl just smiled, hugged his shoulders and said, Do you think I look like a woman? Let me tell you, I'm actually a good person. Don't look at my voice like this. But in every aspect, I am a girl. This is my superpower, isn't it awesome? Originally, I planned to go to the country next door, but when I got up this morning, I found that I had skipped the matter. I literally became what I dreamed I would be. It saved me a lot of money. But because of this ability, when I went to find my girlfriend in the morning, I was stared at. So come here and file the record now. After saying this, the muscles on his body twisted, and then he turned into a handsome young man. How's it going? Brother, are you dating? Sorry to bother you. Without saying a word, the young man who struck up a conversation just broke free from the other party's shackles like a loach, and then quickly moved away from the other party. Silyu watched this scene the whole time and was stunned. Sure enough, there is fraud. Should I be careful when looking for a girlfriend in the future? God knows if the other party is fake. Sure enough, there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts. Thinking of this, Silyu's balls suddenly ached. Shaking his head, he simply didn't bother to pay attention to this. He thought he would meet a girl who would make his heart beat. But the result? People's hearts are not ancient. Tisk. Just when Silyu was thinking wildly, the guy who could turn into a girl also noticed him. Hey, handsome guy. Are you talking to me? When Silyu's voice sounded, several sharp ice picks were already pressed against his neck. Feel the chill on your neck. The old man who could become a girl was immediately frightened. No. I recognized the wrong person. Damn, this handsome guy is a ruthless person. He just wanted to say hello, but what was the point of threatening him directly? Could it be that he is that terrible? Yu glanced at him, and then removed her ability. Those ice cones turned into a burst of blue light and dissipated directly. My sexual interests are normal. Don't talk to me, understand? I don't want to have anything to do with you. With that said, Yu speeded up and walked in. The sweet dream is broken, I can only give you a good look. But I'll give you 2 slaps. Yu is not a pervert, maybe his brother will like this. After all, brothers become sisters or something. However, Yu said she didn't like it. At the same time, I don't want to have anything to do with such a guy. Afraid of making my interests weird. Yu walked directly into the building in front of her. No registration is required here, and there are no doormen here. Just walk in. This was discovered when I walked through a huge square and entered the building. It turns out there are so many people here. As soon as he arrived, a young lady who seemed to be a receptionist asked Yu directly. Are you a superpower who was invited here? Please tell me your name. Hearing what she said, Yu was stunned for a moment. But I didn't hide it either. Yu. When the young lady heard the name, she was stunned for a moment. She looked up at Yu. Are you Yu? Please go to the 2nd floor. There will be someone to entertain you over there. Just go up the stairs. She naturally knows this name. One of the few people listed as the focus. As soon as you come, call to the 2nd floor. So there is no need to check the information at all. At the same time, she was also very surprised. Those who can go up to the 2nd floor are all very special superpowers. If nothing else, they will all be the targets of the country's next focus on training. Yu nodded, thanked him and walked directly towards the stairs beside him. Walking up the stairs to the 2nd floor, you will see an empty hall. Compared with the lively scene on the 1st floor, it seemed extremely quiet here. Coming here, Yu felt a little confused. There's no one around, what are you doing here? Just when he was confused, Yu's familiar voice sounded. Isn't this the voice of the young lady who just called him? Classmate Yu, you are here. Looking around, Yu soon saw a beautiful young girl in uniform and high heels walking out. When she saw this girl, Yu silently gave her a thumbs up. This is right. Although she is not as stunning as the old man just now, she is a normal girl. What the hell, overwhelming the country. There are so many beautiful girls out there. You think this is ancient times? But the girl in front of me is much more attractive than the girls in the entertainment industry. I just don't know if she is married. Chapter 18. Yu looked at the beautiful girl in front of her. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes before he said, Hello. May I ask your name? After hearing what Yu said, this beautiful girl also introduced herself. Hello, classmate Yu. I am Wang Xiaomei. I was the one who called you before. With that said, she stretched out her hand and held it with Yu. After a simple shake of hands, Yu let go of her. At the same time, he looked at her with a strange expression. Wang Xiaomei, well, it sounds really nice. Wang Xiaomei blushed slightly when she heard Yu say this. I can't help it. My grandma gave me the name. I'm too embarrassed to change it, so I just keep using it. There is a character in a certain game now named Wang Xiaomei. I think it's pretty good. She quickly recovered from this incident. At the same time, he didn't forget to poke fun at himself. Hearing what she said, Yu couldn't help but smile. My heart is so sweet. I know. A new level 8 student is looking for guidance. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she burst into laughter. You're still a newbie at level 8. Let's go, classmate Yu. Please come with me and let's talk in the office. After saying this, she gestured to Yu and then walked towards the office nearby. Yu was not polite and followed him directly. After coming to the side room and sitting down, Wang Xiaomei went straight to the point and directly told Su Yu the purpose of calling him here. Su Yu, I'll tell you directly. Are you interested in joining our Superpower Management Bureau? We already have a formal establishment here. In other words, you can receive a fixed salary every month. Not only that, there's a lot of freedom here. You just have to do your thing. Listen to what Wang Xiaomei said. Su Yu's expression suddenly became strange. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Won't you tell me what the purpose is? Just talk about the benefits directly. Is it really okay if you don't mention the purpose? When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Actually, there's nothing you need to do now. All you have to do is study hard and then develop your own superpowers. The original intention of building this Superpower Management Bureau is to attract some superpowers with great potential. Then they will be trained by the country, and they will be able to participate in some things when they become stronger in the future. You see it now too. The world is getting weirder and weirder. There will definitely be crimes committed by people with superpowers in the future. Of course, these are small things. The most important thing is the beasts in the wild. As humans evolve, so do the beasts. Do you understand what I said? Listening to what she said, Su Yu nodded. This means that the country will train you now, but in the future, you will have to contribute. Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. No problem, I'll join. After figuring out these things, he had nothing to say. There's nothing wrong with joining in. Although his superpowers require few resources. After all, as long as you continue to integrate yourself in the parallel world, it will be fine. But it's nice to have a backer. Not to mention, Su Yu's fabricated superpowers have now been exposed. Control, this is a very special ability. I believe many people are already eyeing him. Su Yu does not believe that some capable people will not be ambitious. As mentioned before, with the advent of a new era, all kinds of monsters and ghosts have also come out. The superpowers he made up are a bit awesome, so people will inevitably catch him. Su Yu doesn't want her life to be disturbed. Every now and then, someone would come out and threaten him to join some organization or something. Su Yu expressed no interest in this. And there should be no such brainless people in real life. It's not in the novel. What's more, sometimes Su Yu doesn't even understand how the plot in the novel is written. Various threats are added to the protagonist and so on. Is it really possible to threaten people to join in? There are 25 boys every minute. Wang Xiaomei saw that Su Yu agreed. There was also a flash of joy on her face. Then, classmate Su Yu, we will be colleagues from now on. Hee. The mission is finally completed. As she said this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. The task she received was to persuade Su Yu to join the Superpower Administration. According to the information sent back below, Su Yu's ability is really powerful. If it grows up, it will be a nuclear bomb-level existence. So after learning about Su Yu's superpower, it only took a short hour. Su Yu's ancestors have been investigated for 18 generations. It is certain that he is a genuine Hongmiao and has no background in contact with any forces. The people above sent a task to Wang Xiaomei without saying a word. Let her be sure to invite Su Yu to join the Superpower Administration Bureau. Seeing Wang Xiaomei's relieved look, Su Yu suddenly felt a little funny. So I'm still your mission target. Then what kind of registration should be done next? Or maybe there is some notebook that you want to send to me or something like that. At any rate, I am now a member of the system. Shouldn't I be given some ID or something? Listening to what Su Yu said, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help laughing. It'll have to wait a while. Because many things here are not perfect yet. When the equipment here is complete, I will handle this for you as soon as possible. I will also inform my leaders. You have agreed to join us. It's just a verbal agreement for the time being. After a while, these procedures will be completed. Do not worry. The Superpower Management Bureau is a new department that has just been formed. I didn't have time to get a lot of things. So what Silyu said will take some time. About 2 days or so. The documents will be released by then. Listening to what she said, Silyu nodded. After thinking about it, Silyu asked curiously. Sister Xiaomei, I have a question to ask. Can you answer me? When Wang Xiaomei heard Silyu ask this, she immediately became interested. You ask. She was a little curious as to what Silyu wanted to ask. Seeing this, Silyu immediately stopped hesitating and said directly. I just discovered a problem when I was surfing the internet at home. Many things abroad seem to be blocked. So many people here have awakened their superpowers, so there should be others abroad. But I don't see any news on this one. Could it be? Speaking of the latter part, Silyu's expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 19. Free shooting. If it's those countries, ordinary people have gained superpowers. I guess everyone will be very happy. It's like opening Pandora's box. Perhaps, there is already chaos abroad. In Daxia, these things are not reported, mainly because they are worried about the negative impact. Wang Xiaomei listened to what Silyu asked. Seeing his appearance, I couldn't help but smile. Didn't you already guess this? The situation abroad is completely different from our domestic situation. So everyone who understands understands. Moreover, because of this sudden outbreak of superpower awakening, many places have actually been affected. It's probably very difficult to navigate the waterways on the sea now. Don't forget, there are many more creatures on the sea than on the ground. The coastal areas are now under full martial law. I'm just afraid that the creatures under the sea will come up and cause harm to our city. So the situation is not as optimistic as imagined. Although some changes have occurred in our city, it seems like a small incident. But actually, some places out there have become dangerous. You have to know that this is just the first day of the superpower awakening. Listening to what Wang Xiaomei said, Silyu nodded. Yes, this is just the first day. What happens next is probably going to get more serious. Thinking of this, Silyu also fell silent. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and then continued. Okay, don't think too much about these things. By the way, add AV. Wait a minute and I'll give you some information. These are all sorted out by the Institute. About how to improve your superpowers. Maybe it will help you. It's better to seize the time now and make yourself stronger. Maybe we will be needed then. Wang Xiaomei said this and took out her mobile phone. Then he showed his QR code. Seeing this, Silyu immediately took out her mobile phone. Click to scan and add her as your friend. After the friend added a note to Silyu, Wang Xiaomei continued. Classmate Silyu, I'm sorry to trouble you today. You can go back now. If you need help with anything, you can call me at any time, or contact me on V. If nothing else happens, I will be your boss for a long time. Hearing her say this, Silyu was stunned for a moment. Feel free to contact. Is it so good? Well, there is such a benefit. Thinking of this, Silyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Wang Xiaomei seemed to know what Silyu meant. Suddenly she rolled her eyes at him angrily. What are you thinking about? Don't get it wrong. I didn't explain clearly just now. If there is anything important, you can contact me at any time. This guy. Why do you always think about so many strange things when you are young? Today's young people. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaomei sighed. Today's young people. Silyu chuckled. I didn't think wrongly. You're thinking wrongly. Okay, since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first. See you later. He didn't continue to tease this young lady. After saying hello to her, Silyu stood up and prepared to leave. I send you. When Wang Xiaomei saw this, she quickly got up and sent Siyu out the door. After Siyu said goodbye to her, he went downstairs alone. When we came downstairs, there was still the lively scene below. The people I met at the door before also entered. Moreover, it seems to be registering. At the same time, there are people who are explaining things to them. It seems that the country is also attracting talents in certain fields. And these are the chosen ones. Only people with incredible abilities like Siyu can get special treatment. Thinking of this, Siyu couldn't help but smile and prepared to leave. Just when he walked out of the hall and was about to walk outside, suddenly, a figure caught his attention. White hair. Seeing this person, Siyu was stunned. Not far from him, there was a very attractive-looking girl. Moreover, he also has a special attack on the Huxia. Bai Mao. It's hard not to be attractive. Looking at the person in front of him, Siyu raised his eyebrows. After awakening the superpower, even the color of the hair changed. White hair overnight. This young lady is too pitiful. Could it be that someone with a strange ability awakened and caused her to age prematurely? After thinking wildly for a while, Siyu discovered that there was a strong spiritual power coming from this young lady. This mental power seems to be no worse than when he combines two superpowers. Siyu was surprised when he discovered this. And the other party seemed to notice Siyu. He also looked over. The two just stared at each other. At this moment, the air seemed to be still. The girl was also stunned for a moment when she saw Siyu. Then, he nodded towards Siyu. Immediately afterwards, she withdrew her gaze and walked towards the inside. He stepped directly onto the stairs to the second floor. When Siyu saw this scene, he understood instantly. Is it the same special move as him? In other words, her superpowers are also very powerful? Interesting. Well, should I come up and say something like that just now? Your name? Siyu murmured in her heart for a while, but didn't think much about it. Instead, he left here directly. As soon as he walked out of the building, Siyu saw several police cars beeping from the security station opposite. Then he rushed out in a certain direction. From time to time, Siyu could hear the sound of fire trucks coming from a distance. What a troubled day! This world is really getting weirder and weirder. Isn't it going to end? Siyu muttered and walked outside. After looking at the time and realizing that it was already time for dinner, he planned to eat before going back. While heading towards his home community, Siyu was browsing the internet. It is true that there is no news about foreign countries at all on the internet. Even if there is, it is all serious news. The power of the country is fully demonstrated at this moment. After playing with the phone for a while, Siyu put it away. He doesn't want to suddenly step on dog poop or something. After all, people with low heads are easy to find. Chapter 20. The day after a large-scale awakening of superpowers occurred. Sunny. Today I was awakened by my handsomeness again. Early in the morning, Siyu woke up from her dream and heard the sound of police sirens outside. The world is still peaceful. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Siyu went downstairs to have breakfast as usual. As soon as I walked out of the gate of the community, I came to the shop where I usually buy breakfast. Siyu was stunned when she saw the shop owner's son using telekinesis to knead the dough. And the sign has changed? The deep-fried dough sticks made by telekinesis plus 5 hairs. Grass. Did you actually raise the price? Moreover, this is too fast. Does this integrate superpowers with your own life? Damn. All I can say is, are you really worthy of being a Huxia? This creativity is really unrivaled. Although she was speechless, Siyu didn't say anything. An extra 5 cents is an extra 5 cents. Siyu walked up directly. Boss, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 lotus seed paste buns, and a cup of soy milk. After paying the money, Siyu tried it. Well, it feels no different. Still the same smell. After complaining, Yu didn't think too much and headed towards the school. Halfway through, Yu met a certain ball who was chewing on meat buns. When he saw Yu, he immediately ran up. Yu, have any cockroaches mutated in your house? FK me, let me tell you. It's a good thing we didn't go to that park yesterday. I heard that there are a lot of mutant rats appearing over there. Some unlucky guys from our school went over there to fight monsters and level up. Several people died as a result. Yu heard the news early in the morning. Yu couldn't help but be stunned when she heard what this guy said. Is there such an unlucky guy in our class? This is outrageous. Sure enough, it was still right not to go to that kind of place. Zhangqiu shook his head. Our class doesn't have one. Because of what you said before, many people in the class went home directly. So there is no past. The main thing is that those unlucky guys are really unlucky. Obviously, everyone is using their superpowers like crazy during the day. He even ran there after school to commit suicide. It was eaten directly by those mutated rats. I heard that when they were found, the bodies were incomplete. When he said this, Zhangqiu couldn't help but shudder. It's really scary. When Yu heard what Zhangqiu said, she didn't know how to evaluate it. All I can say is that they deserve it. Seek death. He couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and look at it. Well, it seems that a lot of people died. A lot of people have suffered. It is estimated that we may suspend classes in the next period of time. Will the college entrance examination be delayed? What the hell? Looking at the news on his mobile phone, Yu couldn't help but guess. Hearing what Yu said, Zhangqiu shook his head. Have no idea. Perhaps, the college entrance examination starting this year will be reformed. Perhaps there will be a special test for superpowers. Originally, I had no expectations for going to college. But it turns out that it can still be saved. When he said this, Zhangqiu was also very excited. He is just a scumbag. If it is really like the novel, there will suddenly be a superpower test or something. So isn't going to college a stable thing? Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. If that doesn't work, just find a place to move the bricks. Anyway, with this superpower, he is not worried about his future. Controlling the soil, well, it is also very good to help dig holes at construction sites or dig in mines. He has thought about his future. Yu didn't know that this guy had already planned his future. Listening to what he said, Yu shook her head. Maybe. But who knows? Let's go. Go to the school first and have a look. Let's see what Lao Ban has to say. Yu didn't think too much. After putting away the phone, he walked towards the school. How to arrange it specifically depends on the arrangement above. What's the use of guessing here? Yu also met many classmates on the road. Today, these guys are no longer as arrogant as yesterday, looking like I am the best in the world. Well, after a day of chilling out, everyone has returned to normal. However, Yu can still see guys showing off their superpowers from time to time. After all, this is a superpower. Things that only appeared in novels now appear in real life. Excitement is inevitable. When Yu came to school, the huge potholes on the playground were still there. There was no time to build the school. So it was kept there. Yu didn't pay much attention either. After looking at it for a few times, he and Zhangqiu walked towards his class. When I came to the class, many classmates were already there. Seeing Yu's arrival, these classmates also greeted him one after another. After Yu came to her seat and sat down, she quietly listened to the conversations of the classmates in the class. Not surprisingly, these guys were talking about what happened yesterday. Fortunately, I didn't go there. Otherwise, you won't see me today. What the hell, if something really happens over there? If someone discovers the mobile phone on me, it will really be the end of me. I guess when I die, I will be trending because of my cell phone. A very angry classmate couldn't help but complain like this. After hearing his words, many people suddenly took a breath of cold air. How many study materials do you have on your phone? What the hell, when I ask you to share, you always say that you are a serious person. You're saying something like this now. Hee hee. Come on, give me some resources. Are there any deep sweet ones? If it doesn't work, Ueharas will do. I love these two people. It's best to have high definition. We had a good chat. These guys suddenly started sharing resources. Suyu was also shocked after hearing what these people said. Inexplicably, I want to join in. Can I use some cards resources in exchange? Can you give me the address of the network disk? I want to be friends with you. Good brother, take me with you. Chapter 21. Suyu secretly listened to these students exchanging resources. Their old class also came over. With the arrival of Laoban, everyone returned to their positions very wisely. The person who was playing with his mobile phone also silently put away his mobile phone. Even if they have awakened their superpowers, in terms of universal theory, everyone still has a natural fear of creatures like the class teacher. After a day of swelling and then cooling down, everyone has returned to the previous state of mind. Everyone is still very timid towards the head teacher. If the class teacher launches a special attack on you and summons your parents, everyone will probably have to use their famous swords with their remaining health. So, it's better to listen carefully. Well-behaved.jpg. Ahem. They're all here. Looking at these well-behaved students below, Suyu's old classmate coughed a few times and started today's topic. He glanced around to make sure no one dared to act recklessly. Laoban was still very satisfied. This shows that these students are still in awe of him after a day of calmness. His reputation as a teacher was saved. In fact, he was quite worried before he came to the classroom today. Will a student suddenly give him a sentence while he is talking? Are you teaching me how to do things? If such a thing really happened, then he would really scold his mother. But fortunately, nothing like this happened. Congratulations! Immediately, he stopped talking nonsense and said directly. Okay, let me tell you what we are going to do. A notice has been issued from above. Classes will continue as usual. It's just that some things have been slightly changed. In addition to the normal classes, in future physical education classes, we will practice superpowers for everyone. Some useless foreign language classes have also been directly converted into superpower courses. Then there's the college entrance examination. Having said this, he couldn't help but pause. Then he looked at the classmates present. The smile on his face could not be concealed. Noticing the smile on his face, many people in the class immediately became energetic. Is there any bonus points policy? Just when everyone was looking forward to it, Laoban's voice continued to ring. The country has added superpower courses, and universities are no exception. Although most people in our class have awakened their superpowers. But in fact, there are still a large number of people who have not awakened. So this year's college entrance examination may start to be reformed. People with superpowers will receive bonus points based on the rarity of the superpower. In other words, it doesn't matter even if you can't get extra points for ordinary courses. As long as the strength or rarity of your superpowers can keep up, you can still go to college. The rating of superpowers will come down after a while. Based on this rating, we will give everyone a score. Oh, yes, everyone has seen that Lashizi electromagnetic gun, right? It's calculated based on the level inside. But of course it's not just level 5. There may be higher levels. I don't know the specific rating. I will understand it when the above standards come down. As soon as these words came out, the students present became excited. FK. In other words, it is possible for me, a scumbag, to go to a good university. Originally, I planned to find a pheasant university and forget about it, or go home and move bricks directly. But I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing. Marvelous. Some students who had given up treatment suddenly became excited. This is so cool. There is such a policy? Suyu was also very surprised. Does the country plan to vigorously develop superpowers and encourage superpowers to become stronger? Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but murmur in her heart. It seems that this society should slowly change towards the situation in the novel. The more powerful a person is, the higher his or her social status will be. All of this seems to be developing in a certain direction. In other words, my rabbit has discovered something, so I started to prepare in advance. It's like a superpower administration. Some powerful superpowers were absorbed and then given resources to start cultivating them. When you grow up, you can give back to the country. Now directly adding points in the college entrance examination will undoubtedly screen out more people with superpowers. This will stimulate everyone's motivation and allow these superpowers to exercise themselves and enhance their strength. Be a useful person to society in the future. The old class man looked at the excited students below and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Young people today are so lucky. Not only can you get extra points, but you also have this kind of superpower that only appears in fantasy. After shaking his head, he coughed a few times. He used his superpower to transmit the sound to the ears of every student. Ahem. Okay, let's discuss this matter after class. Next, let's start class. Although I'm giving you extra points. But, test scores are still important. Hearing what the head teacher said, the students in the class were immediately speechless. But he gradually calmed down. They all took out their textbooks and began to listen to the lectures seriously. Time came to noon unconsciously. After school was over at noon, Suyu got up directly to prepare to leave school. Go out and eat. Most of the people in this school are day students, and not everyone eats in the school canteen. After all, everyone knows about the school cafeteria. It fills you up, but it doesn't taste great. Suyu usually eats outside. Just when he was about to get up, Zhangqiu followed him directly. Suyu, wait for me. What to eat for lunch? This may be what Suyu has asked the most since he met this guy. Suyu usually eats with this guy. After all, it's nice to be able to carry a walking wallet with you sometimes. Hearing his inquiry, Suyu shook her head. Clay rice. What else could there be? Is it possible that you still want to eat steak? When saying this, Suyu was speechless. Is there any good food near the school? A fancy restaurant? Don't be ridiculous, it wouldn't be opened in a place like a high school. As a high school student, few people would go to that kind of restaurant. Even some rich second generations still like them, just find a small restaurant to have lunch. Like in novels, big fish and meat every day, it doesn't exist at all. Zhangqiu nodded immediately after hearing what Suyu said. While following him, he started chatting with Suyu about superpowers. In this way, the two of them, like many classmates, walked towards the outside of the school. Chapter 22. Suyu and Zhangqiu went to a fast food restaurant outside the school for a simple meal. Under Suyu's speechless gaze, Zhangqiu ate 2 portions. After eating and drinking, the two rested outside for a while. Then they walked towards the school, just when they left here and headed to the school. Suddenly a burst of restlessness came from a distance. FK! What a big rat! Quick, quick, surround him, don't let him escape. Hearing this voice, Suyu suddenly became numb. Zhangqiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Walk! Go fight monsters! Zhangqiu, who said this, ran out directly. He's already on fire. I didn't expect to have a meal and exercise after the meal. Really not bad. Suyu looked in the direction of the incident with a speechless face. I saw a half-meter tall mouse surrounded by many students. Various superpowers began to blast towards the mouse. Seeing this scene, Silyu raised her eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he also moved forward. Think of it as exercise after meals. When Silyu arrived at the scene, Zhangqiu had already squeezed in. At the same time, he launched his own mud shot at the rat. Seeing this scene, Silyu was speechless. Fireball, water ball, mud ball. These are all elementary skills. After muttering in his heart for a while, Silyu also joined the battlefield. It's freezing cold. Silyu's voice was very calm, shouting majesty. This caused many people to look over. Then everyone looked at the huge ice ball falling from the sky in confusion. The ice ball hit the mouse directly. FK. Boom. As everyone screamed, the basketball-sized ice ball hit the mouse directly. Then explode. The cold air brought by the ice ball immediately began to freeze the huge mouse. Hiss. Is this the legendary elemental reaction? MHY, sincerely don't deceive me. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. The mouse itself is wet. This is caused by being attacked by a person with water superpowers. Although they are just attacks like small water guns. However, this also succeeded in making the mouse wet. Silyu was speechless when she heard the shouts of the people around her. However, he doesn't pay too much attention to these now. Because he found that he actually killed the mouse directly by attacking with random attacks. Moreover, he can feel that his superpower is really getting stronger. In other words, killing monsters and leveling up is actually true. It is also true that frequent use of superpowers can make your own superpowers stronger. Just when he was thinking wildly, the security guard came. Seeing the arrival of the security guards, the people at the scene immediately dispersed. These security guards didn't find anyone to take any confessions or anything like that. Because of this kind of thing, they have dealt with it countless times since yesterday. I came here just to take away the rat's body. Just cleaning up the mess at the scene. As for finding someone to go back and record a confession? Don't be ridiculous. If you do this, you will always take it back to record a confession. How big does the police station need to be to accommodate it? Therefore, the people participating in the war around him had no trouble at all. Instead, he left here happily. Because the superpower has become stronger again. It's so comfortable. Silyu, you are so naughty. It's still freezing cold. Zhangqiu followed Silyu, and he couldn't help but complain. This guy is really good at playing. It's still freezing cold. Should I also say at this time that the weight of the rock is reassuring? Silyu spread her hands. Don't you think it's handsome? I've wanted to try it for a long time. Although I have no intention of killing monsters, I know the suffering of the common people. After saying this, Silyu sighed. Silyu said that she could not bear to see others get hurt. Seeing Silyu's compassionate look, Zhangqiu immediately turned pale with anger. I didn't expect that you actually have such a side. Are you crazy? Shut up, you fat guy. You know a ball. After glaring at this guy, Silyu didn't bother to talk to him. Instead, he quickened his pace and walked towards the school. After Zhangqiu complained a few words, he couldn't help but hurriedly moved his large tonnage to follow. Wait until it's time for class in the afternoon. The course schedule has been changed. Physical education class has become a super class. In other words, this afternoon, everyone is going to play with superpowers. The physical education teacher also came. During class, he came directly to the class. He looked at the eager classmates below. It's called a depression in my heart. Ahem. Classmates. After hearing what the physical education teacher said, everyone in the class looked at him eagerly. Notice the looks. The physical education teacher has never felt so stressed. These guys in front of me are all superpowers. And he, just didn't say anything. He is one of the many lucky people who has not been able to awaken his superpowers. But now, he is actually asked to attend physical education class? Isn't this difficult for him? Thinking of this, he felt very depressed. Damn it, let a person without superpowers teach a group of people with superpowers. Damn it, principal, you are such a genius. Although, he refused righteously. But the principal didn't listen at all. This made him want to resign. The pressure is so great, who can withstand it? After coughing a few times, he said very seriously. Dear classmates. Next, please gather on the playground. Physical education class is changed to superpower class. I have nothing to teach you. Just practice on your own. As long as you don't do anything dangerous. That's right, his idea is to just let it go. When everyone heard what he said, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon, everyone in the class became excited. Great! Hurry up! Let's go out! I just thought of a new move. Just wanted to test it out. As his voice fell, the people in the class suddenly became excited. Practice on your own? This feeling is good. Seeing these wild horses running wild, the physical education teacher also felt numb. Sure enough, he is a waste. As a physical education teacher, I don't have the superpower to teach my students. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it is better to resign. Well, let's find a construction site to move bricks. But, it seems that people without superpowers are not wanted in the construction site. I heard that many people on construction sites now use telekinesis to move bricks. Chapter 23. People in Suyu's class came directly to the playground and started free activities. The physical education teacher looked on. Even if he can't teach anything now, he still has to keep an eye on these guys. To prevent these students from playing around and suddenly using their superpowers to start a fight. This kind of thing may still happen. Now that they have just gained superpowers, God knows what these guys are thinking. Will they suddenly get into a fight over superpowers? Suyu, on the other hand, went directly to the flower bed next to the playground and sat down. Relying on the shade of the tree, he sat directly here and watched the show. Watching those students playing with the superpowers in their hands. Of course, he was not really idle. He also used his superpower to make a few small ice balls, and then continued to play with them using telekinesis in his hands. At the same time, I am also thinking about how to integrate the two superpowers. Telekinesis and ice? Forget it, let's not think about this kind of integration. Let's talk about it later. Suyu, who was thinking this way, turned his attention to his classmates. Just as it happened, a certain ball-like guy was showing off at this moment. Let me show you my new move. Get out of the way. Listening to what he said, the students in the class were very cooperative. They all made room for this guy. Everyone wants to see what strange moves this guy can use. Snort. The sky is moving, poof. No, try again. Heaven hinders the earthquake star. Zhang Qiu put on a very pretentious posture. At this time, he condensed a fist-sized mud ball in the sky. Then it hit the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, everyone in the class burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Are you FG kidding me? FKU, fat man, are you kidding me? Master Madara is probably going to hit someone after seeing it. Ha 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 ha. Do you dare to say that a small ball of mud is a sky-impeding earthquake star? Damn it! Suyu looked at all this and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He really knows how to play. And then, his classmates were already having fun. Look at me, look at me. Fire punch. The classmate who said this turned the fireball technique into a fist. Then he smashed it into the open space. It just flew out a few meters and completely dissipated in the air. That's it. Look at my super electromagnetic force, forget it, 100,000 volts. A flash of lightning left a scorch mark on the ground. Next, these teasers also had fun. All kinds of strange abilities were used. Holding a small water balloon in his hand, he shouted "Raise Nan" and threw it out. Some students even used ice powers to freeze a small area on the ground, which was about the size of a pea. Still swearing that this is the Ice Age. These classmates of Suyu are really hopeless. Inexplicably, Suyu felt that she should stay away from these guys. Don't get too close. To avoid being infected by them. Just when he was thinking this, Zhangqiu suddenly started to change the topic to Suyu. Anyway, did you discover something? Suyu's superpower is stronger than ours. After hearing what he said, everyone was stunned for a moment. Everyone also reacted this time. Yes, Suyu's superpower seems to be stronger than theirs. Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to Suyu, who was watching the show. Speaking of which, Suyu, why are your superpowers so powerful? It's wired. We obviously all woke up together. But your superpowers are stronger than ours. The one who said this was naturally Kong Fan. He thinks that he is the protagonist. After all, it is said in the novel that anyone with the name Fan is the son of destiny. But what about this guy Suyu? The superpower is actually stronger than him. This unscientific. Noticing the gazes of these guys, Suyu spread her hands. It's natural, there's nothing you can do about it. So, what are you struggling with? There are people better than me. Does he have superpowers? Not strong. It is estimated that there are already stronger superpowers in this world. This wave of awakening is strong and weak. Suyu is considered above average. According to what Wang Xiaomei said, people in the army who have awakened superpowers are more powerful. This may have something to do with one's physical fitness. When using superpowers, in addition to consuming physical energy, it also consumes mental energy. People with strong physical strength undoubtedly have stronger superpowers. After thinking about it, Suyu said these things. When we use our superpowers, we consume our own physical and mental strength. So, a person's physical fitness seems to be very important. Who is that guy in the class? Your superpowers should be stronger than others, right? Most people don't like to exercise, so they are in the initial stage from the beginning. And people with strong physical fitness have a greater advantage. As a general theory, this seems to be true. Suyu looked at the sports committee member in his class. This guy has already been admitted to the sports school in advance because of his physical fitness. He is considered to be the strongest person in the class. The tendons and flesh on his body were all exposed. Hearing what Suyu said, the sports committee member nodded. Indeed, better than them all. It seems that your guess is correct. There is a reason why these scumbags who don't usually exercise have such weak superpowers. Grass. Who do you think is a scumbag? Let's challenge each other. Damn it, I was tricked by this guy. No, I'm going to beat him. The sports committee member's remark about not exercising made the students in the class furious. This is so damn unbearable. After hearing their words, the sports committee member looked at them disdainfully. With your attacks, if you can hit me, I lose. His superpower is speed. It gives him great speed. Well, commonly known as running fast. When these guys launch an attack, he can rush in front of them in one fell swoop. One punch. There's no need to fight at all. Some people who know his superpowers will naturally not bother with him. Well, just be patient for now and deal with this guy later when you grow up. Too special to be able to pretend. The people in the class were just joking. It was impossible to start a fight. Chapter 24. After the people in the class learned that superpowers are related to physical strength, everyone very consciously started running circles on the playground. Exercise for your superpowers. Sao Nian. It is conceivable that many gyms will be full next time. The physical education teacher immediately became energetic when he saw the operations of these students. Is it finally time for him to make a difference? Thinking of this, he hurriedly stood up and shouted to many students. You can't run away like this. Come, follow me, I'll teach you how to save your energy. Breathe. While saying this, he joined in. Although he has no superpowers, when it comes to exercising, he's definitely good at it. After all, he is also a physical education teacher, isn't he? Zhang Qiu, who was standing next to Su Yu, was immediately confused when he saw all this. He looked at Su Yu, and then asked with some confusion. Aren't you going? Hearing his inquiry, Su Yu glanced at him. Do you think I need to do this? Ha! On the contrary, it's you who should exercise more. Why don't you go? Damn it, a scumbag actually came to ask someone who was better than him if he wanted to exercise? Dead fat people are poisonous. Zhang Qiu chuckled. Forget it. I'll probably have to lie down after running a few dozen meters. My tonnage. Having said this, he glanced at himself. So fat. Even he couldn't help it. It looks like I need to lose weight. But he doesn't like exercise, how should he reduce this? Thinking of this, Zhang Qiu felt melancholy. It would be great if there was a machine that automatically loses weight. Listening to what he said, Su Yu was speechless. Would you like a machine that automatically helps you eat? I'm thinking too much. If you don't want to exercise, just use your superpowers more. Don't use a mud shot and treat it like a sky-blocking earthquake star. Master Ben looked at it with a MMP look on his face. When using superpowers, you can also quickly consume your own physical strength. When you exert a lot of physical energy, the calories in your body will also be consumed. So this achieves the weight loss effect. It's almost like exercise. It's just that the mental energy consumed along with it is a little uncomfortable. Su Yu expressed his guess. Superpowers consume mental and physical energy. It is estimated that superpowers will be used more and more frequently in the future. Then maybe there will be no fat people in the future. After all, if you want to make your superpowers stronger, you have to keep exercising. Upon hearing Su Yu's suggestion, Zhang Qiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Good idea. As expected of you. Decided. Just do it. Speaking of this, he also became excited. Then he ran directly to the side and started to use his superpowers continuously. Of course, he would not dare to use his superpower to control the ground to destroy the school playground. That big hole over there hasn't been repaired yet. This has caused a lot of trouble in the school, and the principal is probably going to kill him next. Su Yu watched as Zhang Qiu ran aside and used his superpower to play in the mud. He couldn't bear it any longer. This guy is poisonous. Tianzi Zhenxing +1. Tianzi Zhenxing +2. Tianzi Zhenxing +3. Listening to what he said, the corners of Su Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are you crazy? Using mud shot, he shouted at Tianzin Zhengxing like crazy. This guy is toxic. Shaking his head, Su Yu didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. In the next few days, the entire world continues to change every day. Su Yu stares at the news online every day. You can always see cases where something mutated in something. There were even some tidbits. A certain star has awakened a superpower or something. Shocked, a certain little girl, you are so beautiful, you have the single ability to turn into a woman. According to our news, this little girl has developed a superpower that turns her into a woman, but she just can't change back. It's shocking, and scientists are intrigued. Day. What a terrifying superpower. Hiss. If I in the parallel world also have this kind of strange superpower, wouldn't it be doomed? It shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Su Yu shuddered when she saw the news. Turn yourself into a girl or something. He doesn't like it. Just when Yu was amazed, he suddenly received a call from Wang Xiaomei. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Xiaomei's voice came from the other end. Yu, please come over to the Superpower Management Bureau. Your ID is here. Hearing this, Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded. I know, I'll be there in a moment. After making an agreement with her, Yu hung up the phone. Then Yu sat down, but was in no hurry to move. Then, let me see what abilities I can get this time. As he spoke, Yu directly activated the energy that had already recovered a lot. Get a glimpse of the parallel and start. In just a moment, Yu felt a new memory and energy appear in his body. Faintly, a flash of lightning flashed on Yu's fingertips. After the ability was activated, Yu felt the changes in her body. He couldn't help but smacked his lips. Electromagnetic ability. Really not bad. Not only that, but also developed the ability to strengthen the body. Well, as expected of me. When saying this, Yu was very happy. The ability he gained this time was electromagnetic ability. In the parallel world, he did not specialize in releasing electricity like others. Instead, it developed a wave of strengthening itself. Use lightning to stimulate cells in the body, making one's speed or reaction force stronger. This is indeed the best thing to do when the power is weak. However, after the fusion, the superpower becomes even more powerful. Now, if I convert it into a calculation method, I'm probably already at level 4. After feeling his superpower, Yu couldn't help but say this. This wave is a wave of fatness. He was completely ahead of everyone. Others are not as powerful as him, he doesn't know. But it should be about the same. Level 4 should be similar to those so-called military kings, right? Well, that means you have become the king of soldiers now. 666, or the god of war. Crookedmouth.jpg. Beta muttered for a while, and then didn't think much about it. The specific level will be considered later. Now he is just making random guesses. After tidying up, Yu went out directly. Chapter 25. Today is Saturday, so Yu didn't go to school. The streets with people coming and going are also very lively now. You can even see some people exercising in the park from time to time. In the past few days since the emergence of superpowers, more and more people in life have begun to exercise. Some gyms are even full. Everyone wants to improve their physical fitness. People who don't have the means to go to the gym can only exercise in places like parks. Or jogging in the street or something like that. But without exception, no one is going to the suburbs now. The suburbs are now closed. It is said that many mutated monsters were found on his body. In order to prevent these mutated monsters from hurting people. Therefore, the people above directly prohibited ordinary people from going out. The specific situation will have to wait for notification from above. Of course, there are also some guys who are not afraid of death and will sneak out. However, after these guys go out and come back, they will inevitably have some injuries. After all, everyone's superpowers are still in scraping mode. If you go out into the wild, it's just like delivering food. Even in the suburbs close to the city, there are no large wild animals. But there are still some mice and the like. And after these creatures mutate, they are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Especially those mutated creatures like ants. Even if a huge one appears in a nest of ants, it is not something that people today can deal with. The military has even appeared in the suburbs. Yu had seen some helicopters sweeping the wild areas from time to time. Even in the city, Yu could hear explosions coming from outside the suburbs. Well, you don't need to think about it to know that the country has begun to use large weapons to clean up these monsters. A battle between humans and nature is expected to begin soon. Yu was walking on the road, looking at the people exercising around her, and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. It's so nice not to have to work hard. It feels really good to lie down and win. Watch these guys work out hard, and then look at yourself and get stronger without working out. This feeling is so exciting. Well, the happiness of melon-eating people is that simple. After a while, Soo-Yu came to the downtown area. Just when Soo-Yu was about to walk towards the Superpower Management Bureau, suddenly there was an explosion in the distance. Hearing this voice, Soo-Yu frowned. Looking over, he saw a group of people running around. The place where the explosion occurred was the door of a bank. FK. How dare someone rob a bank? Seeing the situation over there, Soo-Yu was shocked. Did crimes committed by people with superpowers appear so soon? Thinking of this, and wanting to watch the fun, Soo-Yu went up directly. At this moment, inside an ICBC branch, several guys wearing hoods were using superpowers to bombard the surroundings wildly. Soo-Yu, who came here, frowned when he saw this scene. I saw, in front of the bank, a guy who didn't know whether he was a man or a woman. At this time, keep throwing the marbles in your hand. The marbles he threw away turned into grenades one by one. Then it exploded. This guy even threw a lot of them into the crowd. Originally, some superpowers wanted to resist, but were hindered by a strange force. The superpowers they used had no effect at all. Those marbles passed through the marbles without any hindrance and then fell into the crowd. Finally there is an explosion. Soo-Yu frowned immediately when he saw this scene. Although he is not a holy mother, Soo-Yu really can't stand this kind of guy who cares so little about human life. This is crazy. You rob a bank, and you actually attack the crowd? Soo-Yu suddenly felt unhappy when she thought of this. Just when he wanted to do something, armored vehicles rushed over and immediately surrounded the scene. Immediately afterwards, security guards with thermal weapons rushed out of the car one by one and immediately launched an attack stance. The guys on the opposite side had obviously expected this. So when these armored vehicles appeared, they hid in the bank one after another. At the same time, an earth wall appeared out of thin air and directly blocked the bank's exit. This is crazy. A premeditated, planned crime. That's stupid. Could it be that lunatic created some kind of organization? Then prepare to do something big to declare your existence. Soo-Yu was shocked when she saw this scene. It's just, like it's been rehearsed. The security guard who was planning to attack also stopped. One of the captains frowned when he saw this scene. He picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and shouted directly. People inside, listen. Put down your weapons and surrender as soon as possible. Don't resist in vain, you are already surrounded. It's exactly like the plot on TV. However, Soo-Yu was speechless next. Do you think we are stupid? Surrender. Ha! A disdainful female voice came from inside. Hearing this voice, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Woman? Just when everyone was confused, the door that was originally blocked opened. Immediately afterwards, the man who had been throwing marbles before grabbed a hostage and his companion and walked out. Seeing this scene, the security officers present raised their guns and pointed them at the two robbers in front of them. It's just that the other party is not timid at all. Instead, he glanced at the soldiers provocatively. Don't move. Otherwise, the marbles on these hostages will explode directly. Also, sniper in the dark, don't think that everything will be fine if you kill me. I'm telling you, as long as I die, these marbles will also explode. So. After speaking, she couldn't help but sneer. The captain of the security team frowned when he heard this. It is indeed good to have a sniper in the dark, but it seems that I haven't crouched down enough yet. How about explaining it? Soo-Yu, who was standing in the distance watching the show with some melon eaters, was speechless. How did she know those marbles would explode if she died? Did she die? Soo-Yu said this unexpectedly. The melon eaters who were originally discussing could not help but be stunned for a moment. It seems, right. How did she know? For a time, the people present couldn't help but start discussing. It is human nature to watch the excitement. When the melon eaters heard Siryu's words, they were all surprised. How did she know? Curious.jpg. Chapter 26. There are many people around Siryu. Although there is a robbery happening around me now, it seems that not many people are afraid. It was also the first time that everyone saw a crime involving superpowers. Maybe it's because they all have awakened their superpowers. Not many people are afraid. Instead, they are enjoying being a crowd in the distance. Siryu's sudden words were naturally heard by the police officer in front. Yes, how did she know that even if she was killed, the marbles would explode? Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly became weird. The female robber's entire face turned green. This is crazy. Thinking of this, she looked in the direction of Siryu. The whole face suddenly became extremely distorted. Shut up. You want to try? When Siryu saw this scene, she was not afraid at all. Anxious. Tisk, did you see it? She's anxious. Siryu was immediately happy when she saw this reaction. When people around him heard what Siryu said, they couldn't help but feel happy. Yes, you are in a hurry? In other words, this guy is actually bragging? Hey. We're at a robbery scene now. Why do you have to laugh so happily? Can you be more serious? The hostages are still in their hands. Some people were speechless when they saw everyone laughing so happily. Brother! People are robbing. Can't you be more serious? The guards also reacted at this time. They all started to move forward to disperse the crowd. Please cooperate with our work. Let's break up. Don't join in the fun here. Siryu sighed immediately when he saw this scene. All right. Nothing to do. Just when Siryu was about to leave and stop watching the show, the robber's voice came again. Etc. Leave the boy here. Otherwise, I will kill her. At this time, Siryu was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the woman with a twisted face. What is this operation? Are you angry? Siryu is not afraid. He only felt a little funny when he heard what she said. Are you not a fool? Hearing what Siryu said, the female robber snorted coldly. Boy, you are crazy. Since you have said so much, you can take the place of these hostages. When she said this, a cruel expression suddenly appeared on her face. The companion standing next to her couldn't help but have a look of gloating on her face. Sure enough, they are all idiots. Originally, I didn't want to take care of this matter. However, these female watches seem to be hopeless. Siryu turned around and looked at the two robbers in front of her. He suddenly felt unhappy. Looking over, Siryu suddenly saw a white figure in the bank. When he saw her, Siryu was stunned for a moment. And the other party seemed to notice him. This is the girl I met in front of the Superpower Management Bureau before. From a distance, the two just looked at each other. It seems that there is a tacit understanding. They looked at each other like this before at the entrance of the Superpower Management Bureau. When Siryu saw this girl, she immediately smiled. Although I don't know what her superpower is. But it should be very strong. Otherwise, Wang Xiaomei would not have called her upstairs alone. So, come over. The female robber started urging me again. Obviously, he doesn't intend to let Siryu go. At this time, the surrounding audience also frowned. Is this woman crazy? The security guards also aimed their guns at these two people. At the same time, the captain was also ready to speak to stop all this. However, Siryu's voice sounded first. Let me get through. Can you bear it? Just as Siryu's voice fell, the people around him felt their scalps go numb. His hair stood up instantly as if he was electrocuted. A flash of blue lightning suddenly erupted from Siryu's feet. The next moment, his figure had disappeared from the place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the woman named Xiao. The sudden change suddenly shocked the woman. Seeing Siryu who came to her in the blink of an eye, her expression suddenly changed. Just when she wanted to do something, Siryu's hand directly pressed down on her head, and then she hit the wall behind her hard. Boom! An extremely powerful force burst out from Siryu's hand. Then she smashed directly into the solid wall. The marble inlaid on the wall was shattered on the spot. Also heard was the sound of bones cracking on the back of her head. After doing all this, Siryu did not stop. Turn around, then raise your legs high. He swept directly over the head of the hostage, and finally whipped the other female robber directly on the face. Boom! Huge force mixed with lightning bursts. The female robber was also kicked out. Then it hit the mud wall behind him that was built by the superpowers inside. In the blink of an eye, the two robbers were directly dealt with by Siryu. The people present had no time to react and had no idea what was happening. The two women were already lying down. But the next moment, there was another change within the bank. Everyone only heard a buzz. A loud noise came from inside the bank. Immediately afterwards, two people flew out of the bank. These were the two robbers who rushed in to steal the money. The people present were immediately dumbfounded. This FK is the superpower already that powerful? Siryu's burst of superpowers is too strong. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were eliminated. At this time when everyone is still scraping, suddenly, an extremely powerful person appeared, which shocked everyone. And there seems to be a person with powerful superpowers in the bank? The people in the security team finally reacted at this moment. Seeing the four robbers who had lost their fighting ability, without saying a word, he rushed up and surrounded them. However, one person has lost the breath of life. That person was the guy who clamored for Siryu to pass before. Siryu pushed her against the wall so hard that the back of her head shattered and she died on the spot. As for the other one who was kicked away, his face became bloody. It's not far from death. The other two who flew out of the bank were equally miserable. All the internal organs in the body were damaged to varying degrees. It seemed to be directly shattered by some powerful force. The people from the security team checked the injuries of these people, and they couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Their eyes fell on Siryu and the girl who came out of the bank. Chapter 27. The two robbers flying out of the bank were naturally the work of this white-haired woman. At this moment, many people and the security team had their eyes on Siryu and her. These two are really fierce. And that stupid woman is also unlucky. You said you were fine, why did you mess with him? Everyone was ready to leave, but they still had to be called back. The result was okay, he was directly pushed to the ground and hammered. It's finished now. In fact, everyone vaguely knew what happened to these female robbers. Maybe this is the guy who always makes weird remarks in a certain garbage dump. Only those NTS can do such a thing. Siryu looked at the person coming out of it, and he nodded towards him. Hello. Meet again. The young lady in front of me is also very decisive. When Siryu took action, she also took action directly. Siryu also noticed her superpowers accidentally. A burst of white light flashed, and the other party seemed to be hit by something. Then the whole person flew out. This makes Siryu very curious. What is her superpower? Some kind of frequency? Thinking of this, Siryu was very curious. Could it be that it is the same as a certain zhen fruit? Could it be that you are the white-haired grandma? Hearing Siryu's greeting, she nodded. However, her brows soon wrinkled. It always feels like you're thinking about something weird. She had a feeling that this guy seemed to be thinking about something strange about her. This feeling is very accurate. Ever since she awakened her superpower, she has been very sure about how she feels. Hearing what she said, Silyu shook her head decisively. No, not really. Although it was embarrassing to be caught on the spot. However, Silyu would not admit this. At the same time, I was very speechless. Does this guy have any mind-reading skills? Or is this guy the legendary multi-ability user? Have real multi-abilities emerged? Gan. It turns out that she is the protagonist. No one cares about Silyu's random thoughts. The security personnel quickly took control of the scene. It was determined that there were no casualties and that the marbles would not explode again. In other words, what that guy said about the marbles exploding even if she died was a lie. After confirming these things, the captain walked towards Silyu. Hello. Both of you, could you please cooperate with us next? After all, what happened at the scene? Speaking of this, he was also a little helpless. Someone was killed, and the procedures that Silyu and the girl had to go through were a bit troublesome. Of course, I can assure you here. Nothing will happen to you. After all, you have done us a great favor. It's just that there are some procedures and processes that you two need to go through. He also told the reason in advance. To be honest, he was quite afraid that these two people would misunderstand something. After all, judging from the abilities shown by the two of them just now, these two people seemed to be a little confused. When Silyu heard what he said, she immediately raised her eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of something. Then he couldn't help but said. Correct. We are from the Superpower Administration. Can I contact our supervisor now? Let her talk to you. Well, she should have some authority. Silyu, who said this, was a little unsure. As a person from the Superpower Management Bureau, it shouldn't be too much to ask Wang Xiaomei to help handle this matter, right? The captain of the security team heard what Silyu said. He was stunned. Superpower Management Bureau. That newly formed department. What is your boss's name? Hearing these words from Silyu, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that he is one of our own. Oh, no, he is about to be one of his own. After all, these people have not been classified under the Superpower Management Bureau yet. But there is already such an idea above. Allocate part of the force to the people at the Superpower Management Bureau. Even some people who have been transferred from the army are preparing to be assigned to the Superpower Management Bureau, allowing them to become a part of the Superpower Management Bureau. Silyu said this now, which means it should be true. After all, it has only been a few days since the establishment of the Superpower Management Bureau. The Superpower Management Bureau has absorbed many civilian superpower users. He knew this. Judging from the strength shown by Silyu and this white-haired girl, they should not be telling lies. Silyu heard his inquiry and immediately took out her mobile phone without hesitation, opened WeChat and sent a video call to Wang Xiaomei. Wait until the video call connects. Wang Xiaomei's delicate face appeared on the other end of the phone. Silyu. Is there a problem? Are you coming now? Hearing her question, Silyu shook his head. Then he said directly to her. Something happened. Just encountered a superpowered crime scene. Then I accidentally killed him. There is also a white-haired girl with me. The one who came up to find you before. This seems to be a bit troublesome. Can you handle it? By the way, let the police officer talk to you. My legs are still shaking now. It's so scary. Although Silyu said this, there was no look of fear on his face. After saying this, he handed his cell phone to the captain of the security team. Wang Xiaomei at the other end of the video heard what Silyu said. His eyelids suddenly twitched. Killed the other party? Wang Xiaomei really didn't know what to say at this moment. Also, are you scared? Damn it! Silyu, how can he run a train with his mouth? Just when she was about to complain, another figure appeared on the phone. When she saw this person, Wang Xiaomei's eyes flashed with surprise. Elder brother. Su Yu was stunned when she heard this voice. Brother-in-law. As soon as Su Yu's voice fell, the white-haired girl on the side looked at Su Yu with contempt. Hearing Su Yu's words, the captain also became numb. What the hell? Brother-in-law? Wang Xiaomei at the other end of the video naturally heard what Su Yu said. Chapter 28. It turns out that the captain in front of me is Wang Xiaomei's Unai-chan. Su Yu subconsciously called out her uncle, which naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of Wang Xiaomei opposite. But she ignored Su Yu now. Instead, she spoke to her brother. Su Yu is from our side. As for the procedures, just follow the internal staff to handle them. His ID is with me now. When he heard Wang Xiaomei say this, he understood instantly. I see. I'll take care of it. Since he is one of ours, it will be fine. Let's do this for now, I'm busy first. Captain Wang nodded and hung up the video. Then he returned the phone to Su Yu with a weird expression. After patting Su Yu on the shoulder, he said with a strange expression. You want to be my brother-in-law, Come on. After saying that, he turned around and dealt with the scene. Su Yu took back her mobile phone, looking a little embarrassed. Seeing him leaving, Su Yu coughed a few times and said. Ahem. Old Wang. Can we go? Since Wang Xiaomei's surname is Wang, it should be right to call him Lao Wang, right? Hearing Su Yu's words, Lao Wang rolled his eyes at him. Just call me Team King. Old Wang, let's forget it. You go, you have nothing to do here. We'll take care of it next. After saying this, he stopped paying attention. Su Yu nodded and didn't think much about it immediately. This was his first time killing someone, and he was still a little uneasy. Just now I told Wang Xiaomei that my legs were shaking. I was not bragging. If you don't believe it, Su Yu can take off his pants and show you. Under the loose clothes, my legs were shaking. Su Yu, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something. His eyes looked at the white hair behind him. Your name? Hearing Su Yu's question, the white-haired girl tilted her head and looked at him. The speed at which cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters. When Su Yu heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes at her. I'm Su Yu. What should I call you? When the white-haired girl heard this, she couldn't help laughing. I know you. Sister Xiaomei has already told me. I'm Li Manman. Su Yu's eyelids jumped when she heard the name. Unintentionally, he remembered the cartoons he watched when he was a child. Do you know a man named Ma Xiaodiao? Su Yu couldn't help but asked her directly. Li Manman looked at him directly with contempt. No, I'm not Lu Manman, I'm Li Manman. Don't think I haven't seen it. After saying this, she turned around and left. I don't want to talk to Su Yu. Well, the main reason is that she doesn't want Su Yu to know. In fact, she is a nerd, and she also likes to cosplay nerds for herself. If only this guy knew. She had a feeling something bad was going to happen. Based on the SP attributes of these people now. Maybe I will be targeted by him? But Su Yu doesn't know this. I saw this guy was leaving. Su Yu didn't think much about it, just knowing her name was enough. He didn't have many ideas either. Su Yu, who thought of this, also followed. The Superpower Management Bureau is in this direction. After catching up with Li Manman, Su Yu couldn't help but asked her. Are you going to the Superpower Management Bureau? By the way, why are you in the bank? I also met a guy who was robbing someone. You are really unlucky. Hearing Su Yu say this, Li Manman raised his eyebrows. Why don't you let me know what's going to happen inside in advance and then come inside? There's no such thing as bad luck. I didn't suffer any losses. It's you who is unlucky, right? I heard everything. Just because of one sentence, I was targeted. Li Manman said this and glanced at Silyu. The guy in front of me, who was only slightly less handsome than the reader, was targeted by that crazy woman just because of what he said. Although the result was that the guy was killed on the spot. However, this guy Silyu is also unlucky enough. His hands were stained with blood. When Silyu heard what she said, she immediately shrugged. Unlucky? I don't think so. In one sentence, I made the 4 women disarm on the spot. That's awesome. When Li Manman heard Silyu say this, he didn't know how to answer. This guy is a little bit narcissistic. Suddenly, Li Manman also fell silent. She just walked quietly towards the Superpower Management Bureau. Silyu just followed, standing half a meter away from her. However, she was a little uncomfortable with Silyu's gaze along the way. Silyu has been staring at her. This made Li Manman very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Li Manman stopped. She glared directly at Silyu. Why are you staring at me? After hearing her words, Silyu withdrew her gaze. Then he said seriously. I'm just curious why your hair is white. Did you change when you awakened your superpower? Speaking of which, what is your superpower? I'm curious. This is why Silyu kept staring at others just now. Silyu promised that he was not attracted to the other party. It's just that Li Manman didn't believe a word Silyu said. However, she didn't care. After hearing Silyu's inquiry, Li Manman did not hide anything. Because if nothing else happens, this guy will probably be his colleague. Maybe they'll even form a team to perform some mission together. It doesn't matter if he tells her his abilities now. Thinking of this, Li Manman opened his mouth to explain. My superpower. Sonic control. Do you understand what I said? You should have studied physics. I can control sound waves, vibrations. There are other things that can be controlled, but they have to be developed slowly. Her superpowers are very general. The biggest attack method is actually to control sound waves and create vibrations. Hearing her say this, Silyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Strong ability. It's pretty awesome. This ability is indeed quite strong. Can this guy even become a loud voice? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Not only that, this guy is also a very strong scout. Sound waves in the air can be used to detect long distances. When Li Manman heard Silyu's compliment, he immediately raised his head. She is still very satisfied with her abilities. She looked at this guy. And you? What are your abilities? She is also very curious about Silyu's abilities. Lightning control? Or is it a speed or power awakener? Chapter 29. No matter what kind of superpower Silyu is, Li Manman is curious. Because this guy is very strong. Although she was in the bank just now, she also saw the explosive strength of Silyu. To be honest, it shocked her. It's only right now that superpowers appear, but there are already people who can be that powerful. The figure that seemed to move instantaneously stunned her. Faced with Li Manman's inquiry, Silyu did not hide anything. Instead, he replied seriously. My power is manipulation. Control everything. No matter what, that manipulation can be manipulated. Li Manman stopped immediately when he heard Silyu's ability. She looked at Silyu with astonishment. You're not kidding. Have such perverted abilities? Silyu nodded. Yes, why not? Look. Silyu said this and spread his hands. Immediately afterwards, a seal of solid ice appeared in Silyu's hand. This is ice. You have already seen the thunder and lightning I used just now. The most basic thing is telekinesis. So, it's manipulation, being able to manipulate various elements. Listening to what Silyu said, Li Manman frowned. She didn't quite believe it. You can't be a person with multiple abilities, and you just said that to hide your superpowers, right? That's what the novels say. When Yu heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes at her. This is not a novel. What I tell you is the truth. Why don't you believe it? After saying this, Yu directly dispersed the ice in his hands. Then continue walking forward. Unknowingly, the two of them were almost at the red light opposite the Superpower Management Bureau. When Li Manman saw this, he hurriedly caught up with Yu. The shock on her face had not dissipated yet. In addition to shock, there was more doubt. As an otaku who was poisoned by novels, she wondered if Yu was hiding something. I have to say that today's young people are really difficult to lead. Why be so suspicious? Really? When Li Manman started to doubt, Yu didn't know how to complain. This is really too difficult. Noticing this guy's gaze, Yu's mouth twitched a few times. Really, I'm not bragging. There's nothing hidden. You don't have to look at me like that. Yu was helpless. Can you have some trust? But it doesn't matter. No matter how she looks at it, Yu's ability to bite herself to death is manipulation. It's useless what you say. Yu plans to hide this superpower of parallel peeping for the rest of her life. It's useless for anyone to ask. When Li Manman heard what Yu said, he temporarily withdrew his gaze. Yeah. Then I'll believe you for now. I always feel like there's something fishy. Although she said so, she still didn't believe it in her heart. Yu was really speechless about this. This girl is a bit suspicious. When the light turned green, Yu walked directly towards the Superpower Administration Bureau opposite. When he came here, Yu walked in directly. Then went directly to the second floor. Li Manman followed him slowly. The second floor of the Superpower Management Bureau has undergone earth-shaking changes at this time. The originally empty hall now had various equipment. Wang Xiaomei happened to be outside at this time. Seeing Yu and Li Manman coming, she put down her work and said to them. Here he comes. Follow me. After saying that, she called her assistant and asked her to help deliver some drinks, and then walked into her office. Yu and Li Manman followed her to her office. After Wang Xiaomei sat down, she took out Yu's ID cards from her drawer. Here are the IDs for you too. Speaking of which, you haven't officially joined the company yet. I've already started helping with the case. When she said this, she looked at Yu and Li Manman with a strange expression. Especially this guy Yu. This guy was so cruel that he killed someone on the spot. It's like squeezing an ant to death. It's growing too fast. It grew to such a powerful point so quickly. This is too scary, and so is Li Manman. Is this how fast rare abilities grow? This is awesome. Yu sat down directly in front of Wang Xiaomei. After looking at the certificate in his hand, Yu nodded. With this, even if we accidentally kill those super criminals in the future, we will be fine. Yet, the document in your hand should be equivalent to the gun license mentioned in the novel, right? It should be about the same, right? If Yu encounters such a criminal again, can Yu push him to the ground and rub him, then take out his ID and tell him, don't move, I have the ID. Hearing what Yu said, Wang Xiaomei and Li Manman were speechless. Although the certificate is given to you, but it's not for you to act recklessly. If you encounter something like this in the future, please be gentle. Although it's your first time, you used a little force. But I hope you won't be so cruel in the future, and you won't attack lightly or harshly. His brother had just sent her the video of the scene. She also saw how tough Yu was. Moreover, after not seeing each other for a few days, this guy's superpower has been stolen again. Have new abilities been developed? It's really scary. Now she has no doubt that Yu has the ability to control. Otherwise, even if you have multiple abilities, you won't be able to possess so many at once. Yu nodded immediately when she heard what she said. After putting away the certificate, Su Yu asked with some confusion. Then what else do I need to do next? Like, upholding justice and so on. Becoming a partner of justice or something. Speaking of this, Su Yu was immediately eager to give it a try. Is there such a task? Li Manman listened to what Su Yu said and immediately looked at this guy with strange eyes. Do you really think that after getting the certificate, you will have any tasks? What is this guy thinking? Wang Xiaomei glanced at Su Yu, and then explained. There is no such thing. Of course, this is only temporary. For now, your main thing is to go to school. Finish your studies first and then talk. You are about to take the college entrance examination. And from what I understand, your grades are very good. If possible, I'd like you to go to the same college together. If there are any tasks for you to do in the future, this will also make it easier to contact us. Although it doesn't happen now, it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Chapter 30. There are more and more crimes involving superpowers nowadays. Sooner or later, Su Yu and Li Manman will need help. However, maintaining order does not require the use of Su Yu and Li Manman. It is estimated that the mission Su Yu and the others are going to perform is to explore the wild. For some things in the city, Su Yu and others are not needed for the time being. Wang Xiaomei also opened her mouth and told the two of them some of the current situation. Many retired soldiers in the army will also join the superpower administration. And they will be the main force responsible for superpower crimes. It's my brother and the others you met today. Although they haven't been merged into the Superpower Management Bureau yet, they will soon. Just waiting for orders from above. This matter has also been determined. You are the specially recruited people. The missions that may be carried out in the future may be to go to the wild. When she said this, Wang Xiaomei's expression instantly became solemn. According to satellite detection, many things have changed in some of our country's primeval forests. Not just living things, but even some plants are starting to change. Also, the sea routes have also been cut off. Except for some warships, the cargo ships currently on board are simply unable to sail. This is not good news for the whole world. In particular, the supply of some things that our country needs to rely on imports has been cut off at this time. Don't be surprised if you see something go up in price. This is all inevitable. Although there is no chance of a food crisis happening on our side. But you also have to prepare for the future. So I might let you go out into the wild to find some useful things. And your mission can only be like this. Su Yu and Li Manman listened to Wang Xiaomei's words very seriously. Hearing her say that Su Yu and the others' future mission might be to go to the wild, the two of them couldn't help but nodded. Go to the wild to look for mutated plants or something. The purpose should be for some wild food or fruits and vegetables, right? For scientific research? No need to guess, it's probably like this. Some mutated wild fruits and vegetables are of great research value. Maybe you can also learn from it whether there are any special substances or the like inside. Mutation is a crisis but also an opportunity. I believe that the higher UPS will never let this opportunity go. Maybe there will be new species appearing, or the reversion of some species. If these things really exist, then the research value will be even higher. Wang Xiaomei told everything she knew. Su Yu and Li Manman listened with great interest. After talking about these things, Wang Xiaomei continued to talk to Su Yu and Li Manman. All in all, I won't have anything to do with you right now. If anything happens, I will notify you. Also, there is a question about your team. I will also look for a new team member for you at that time. Do you have any requirements? Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Su Yu and Li Manman were stunned. Request. Can I ask for a beauty? It's best to be like the heroine of a novel. This opening is LSP. Wang Xiaomei and Li Manman suddenly had black lines on their faces. They looked at Su Yu and were speechless. Li Manman glared at Su Yu, and then said with disgust. Can I not team up with him? I always feel that this guy's thoughts are very irregular. After getting in touch with him, she had a general understanding of Suryu's personality. He is an irregular person. She felt that she needed to mention to Wang Xiaomei about changing teammates or something. After hearing Li Manman's words, Wang Xiaomei spread her hands. We can't change, everyone else has already formed a team. Among the officially established superpowers, there are only a few people with special superpowers. Most people's superpowers are just bad ones. Or they just don't have any fighting ability. Or are you willing to let others join in? If that's the case, I don't care. I can make arrangements for you at any time. There is a reason why Wang Xiaomei arranged for Suryu and Li Manman to team up. Except that these two people are of the same age and easy to talk to. The main reason is that their superpowers are relatively powerful and special. That's why they were put together. Li Manman suddenly fell silent when he heard this. At the same time, there was still a little bit of joy in my heart. Well, it turns out that I am special. Suryu was stunned for a moment. There are millions of people in the city, but only a few have special abilities. Nothing else. What surprised him now was that so many people in this city had terrible superpowers. The chance of awakening this special ability seems a bit low. Wang Xiaomei nodded. That's really the result. Of course, that doesn't mean that the bad street is any less capable. It's just that there are only a few who are really strong. So, do you understand? We have not been idle these past few days. Most of the superpowers are already registered. After screening, there are only a few dozen people with strong superpower potential. Although there are still many people who have not registered. But this data also shows how rare strategic level superpowers like you are. Looking at the whole country, it is estimated that it is less than 1%. Most people's awakened superpowers are of various elements or telekinesis or something like that. Even the so-called superpowers such as space movement in the movie have not yet appeared. She browsed the database as the head of the city's superpower administration. Wang Xiaomei has this permission to browse the database. She also checked and found that such a powerful ability as space did not appear. It may have appeared, but it is not in the database. Suryu and Li Manman suddenly fell into deep thought after hearing what Wang Xiaomei said. Wang Xiaomei's words continued. She looked at Suryu, a strange look flashed in her eyes, and then continued. There are now hundreds of millions of registered superpowers. But Suryu, your superpower is currently considered to have the most potential for development. The control ability is very strong. Maybe you can even control space or something in the future. What's the specific situation? Let's test it when we have the opportunity in the future. A lot of things are just beginning now. So there's no rush for things like this. Chapter 31. Wang Xiaomei suddenly told Suryu that he is actually the most awesome person in the country now and has the most potential in superpowers. This made Suryu very puzzled. Are other people so hot-tempered? I didn't expect that I could also rank first. This is really unexpected. At this time, shouldn't there be some proud man born? A shocking ability appears in the world. Wang Xiaomei and Li Manman were numb when they heard what Suryu said. I always feel offended. Li Manman couldn't help but mutter a few words. The spicy chicken in Suryu's mouth also includes her. I'm really sorry that her superpower has no potential. Wang Xiaomei, whose mouth twitched a few times, looked at the guy in front of her. If not. Based on what you call superpowers, if your abilities can grow. Develop more abilities, and you will be able to do anything by then. I guess many people's superpowers are easy to come by in front of you. So, you alone are worth 1,000 troops. Well, of course, it's temporary now. Maybe someone even more powerful will appear in the future. The awakening of superpowers continues. Those who failed to awaken on the first day are gradually beginning to awaken. According to experts' predictions, maybe all people will be able to awaken their own superpowers. It just depends on the strength. Also look at the potential. And your ability is undoubtedly the one with the most potential right now. When Suyu heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. He knows about this. After all, Suyu was very aware of how outrageous the ability he boasted of concealing his main ability was. But that doesn't matter. He is not afraid of anyone coming to trouble him. If someone really comes to cause trouble, Suyu believes that the people from the Superpower Management Bureau will never give up. Even the people above are not going to sit idly by. The stronger Suyu's ability is, the more benefits he will get. There will be less trouble. Anyway, this is the reason. After all, a strong backer can allow you to do whatever you want. And the strongest backer in this country is Suyu's current backer. There's nothing wrong with that. Next, Suyu and Wang Xiaomei chatted a lot. The three of them sat in the office and chatted about all sorts of random things. After spending the whole morning bragging with two beauties, Suyu had a work meal here before leaving at noon. Wang Xiaomei even wondered if Suyu had been chatting with her in the office for so long just for this meal. When Suyu left, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but confess. Then you go to school well. After the exam is over, you can start performing the mission. I will arrange new teammates for you. Hearing her words, Suyu nodded. Remember, I want a girl. After saying this, Suyu ignored Li Manman's disdainful gaze. After waving to Wang Xiaomei, he left here. Sure enough, he still wants the cute girl as a teammate. It's better to get a softer one. It's not like Li Manman, who doesn't give him a good look at all. He is obviously so handsome, but this guy doesn't give him any face. Bad review. Fortunately, she still has the special attack against the Hyuxia. That white hair was blinded in vain. Although it's a pity, this guy is still very good as a teammate. Especially used as a scout. Regardless, Suyu is quite satisfied. As for Li Manman, even if she didn't say it, Suyu could tell that this guy was also very satisfied with him. After all, with such a strong teammate, safety is still guaranteed. For the next period of time, Suyu developed her superpowers every day. Suyu also figured out the cooling time of the parallel peeping power in his body. Can be used about once a week. This is already pretty good. And Suyu naturally used it again. It's just that this time my luck seems to be a bit bad. The superpower was repeated, and the popular telekinesis only made his telekinesis stronger. Moreover, most of the memories overlap, and there is nothing that can be predicted in advance. So this makes Suyu feel very sorry. After this wave of superpowers was activated, Suyu's college entrance examination also came directly. The policy has also been formalized. Bonus points based on the strength of the superpower. If you have a favorite university but your scores are not enough, then you can choose to apply for the superpower major. In terms of college, you will get a few extra points. Of course, if you are a very rare superpower, then the university will directly admit you. You don't even need to take the college entrance examination. Nowadays, universities are starting to rush for students like crazy. Some powerful universities, of course, have research institutes in them. This kind of power related to the fate of all mankind naturally became the focus directly. In addition to researching superpowers, they also need to respond to the country's call and start cultivating some powerful superpowers. If we used to focus on scores, now we are starting to pay more and more attention to the strength of superpowers. The rating of superpowers has also dropped. Level 1 to 10, a simple and crude way of judging. Suyu's current level is at level 4. This is also what we learned from testing at the Superpower Management Bureau. As for Suyu's teammate Li Manman, his superpower level is probably around level 3. However, her attack method is very strange. Even if it is rated as level 4, it is not too much. According to the information Suyu received from Wang Xiaomei, The country also already has a large number of level 4 superpowers. Most of these people come from the military. I even heard that there are some level 5 superpowers. As soon as they wake up, they possess very powerful abilities. What the specific situation is not something so you can know. According to the habits of my rabbit, it is necessary to keep one hand habitually. Although some countries across the sea have now cut off shipping routes. However, there are still many countries on land that are in line with our rabbit. If you should save one hand, you should save one hand. Otherwise, how can we surprise the enemy? But these things have nothing to do with Suryu. Now Suryu's focus is entirely on the college entrance examination. Although, he does not need to participate, and he can enter the university directly. However, in order to experience the feeling of the college entrance examination, Suryu still participated. After all, no matter what, this is a rare experience in life, isn't it? Wouldn't it be nice to be named number 1 on the gold medal list? If he were directly admitted through special recruitment, he would lose a piece of bragging rights. Suryu still sees this kind of thing very clearly. Therefore, he must take the exam. And you have to do your best to take the exam. If you come back with a top scorer, you can pretend for a long time. Chapter 32. This year's college entrance examination is very special. When entering the examination room, Suryu received a watch. And it is mandatory to carry it in your hand. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to take the exam. Suryu was a little confused when she saw this watch. He couldn't help asking the teacher. What is this for? Does it do anything? This shouldn't be a toy, right? Upon hearing Suryu's question, the teacher subconsciously explained. It seems that he has become accustomed to it. This is to keep an eye on everyone. This watch will sound an alarm if someone uses superpowers to cheat. When Suryu heard it, he immediately understood. I see. Are you afraid that some people will use their superpowers to cheat? After muttering like this, Suryu put the watch on his hand. Suryu understands this very well. After all, everyone has superpowers now. And his mental power has become stronger. If you want to cheat, many people can still do it. But after wearing this watch, if you use superpowers, it will sound an alarm. So this works great. As long as you dare to use your superpowers to cheat, I will catch you. Suryu even felt that there should be some tricks on Honest's side. If the watch is broken or fails to make any sound, he will also be able to know it. After looking at the watch in her hand, Suryu tried to use her superpower. Diddy. Well, that's strong. Hearing this sound like an alarm clock, Suryu was very impressed. As expected of me, I developed equipment related to superpowers so quickly. Not only Suryu tried this, but other people who got the watch also tried it. Just as he was about to enter the examination room, Suryu heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Suryu. Well, this sound is undoubtedly a ball. Suryu turned around and saw Zhangqiu, who seemed to be getting heavier, walking over with a watch. Which examination room are you in? Zhangqiu asked where Suryu was in the examination room and took the watch into his hand. The watch in his hand didn't fit in with his arm. Only after forcibly closing the last hole can I put the watch on my hand. Seeing this scene, Suryu couldn't help but complained. Seriously, fat guy. If you don't lose weight. From now on, I won't have anything to do with watches or anything like that. Tisk, tisk. Maybe I won't even be able to find a girlfriend in the future. And I've heard that fat people don't lose their weight very easily. I just don't know if this is true. And it's easy. Listening to what Suryu said, Zhangqiu's expression suddenly became exaggerated. Lose weight? Well, just use your superpowers a little more. I've been using my powers lately. My superpowers have become stronger, and I've also lost a pound. But I'm also eating more. Suryu listened to what he said carelessly. I felt numb all of a sudden. So you really feel less lonely? This is crazy. For a moment, Yu didn't know how to complain. After taking one look at this guy, Yu felt that this guy was hopeless. Never mind. I'm too lazy to tell you more. It seems that you have no chance with women in this life. What a pity. Yu sighed as he said this. It seems that Zhangqiu can only be a DT for the rest of his life. Listening to what Yu said, Zhangqiu didn't care. Forget about women and all that. She only competes with me for food and affects my ability to use my superpowers. If you don't tell me this, you haven't answered my question yet. Which examination room are you in? Zhangqiu didn't want to say more on this issue. Instead, he brought back the previous topic. Hearing his question, Yu curled her lips. What does being in that examination room have to do with you? Do you still want me to copy it for you? Don't think about this kind of thing. Gone. After saying this, Yu walked directly towards one of the buildings. Seeing this scene, Zhangqiu chuckled. Then he also moved his powerful tonnage to keep up with Yu. See where Yu is going. He probably guessed it. They were probably in the same examination room. And he was right. The two of them were indeed in the same examination room. When Yu arrived at the examination room, she was about to find her place. Suddenly, he saw a white figure. Seeing this guy, Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, we were in the same examination room. This person is none other than Li Manman. Li Manman naturally noticed Yu. Seeing Yu, she nodded towards Yu. Then he lowered his head and packed his things. No intention of talking at all. Seeing this, Yu muttered a few words in her heart and did not bother anyone else. Since she didn't want to talk to him, why was he still licking her face? Just when Yu was looking for a place to sit down, Zhangqiu suddenly came over. Then he looked at Yu with a smile, and then at Li Manman. Yu, who is that? Your female vote. It's really amazing, it's actually white hair. Damn. This makes me jealous. As I said before, Bai Mao is a special attack on the Huxia. Now in this classroom, many people have their eyes on Li Manman. That white hair is really eye-catching. Hearing what Zhangqiu said, Yu suddenly became numb. You can tell from that she is my girlfriend. Besides, why are you such a gossip? Didn't you say you're not interested in women? Women only steal your food. How long have you been paying attention to this? Zhangqiu suddenly laughed when he heard this. Just a bit of gossip. I just saw you flirting with her. So I'm curious. You seem to know each other. When did we meet? Seeing this gossiping fat man, Yu's backhand was completely shattered. Go aside. Sit down and prepare for the exam. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Or I'll beat you up. I'll make you lose some oil. Was severely threatened by Yu. Zhangqiu finally gave up on asking any more questions. He came to his seat and sat down with regret on his face. However, his eyes were going back and forth between Yu and Li Manman from time to time. He felt like there was something fishy between the two of them. Is that girl Yu's girlfriend? This seems possible. After all, Yu is really handsome, so it's only natural that he can find such a good-looking girlfriend. So he is really curious now. If Yu knew what he was thinking, she would definitely slap him in the face. It's so damn handsome that he can have such a good-looking girlfriend. Isn't this nonsense? Chapter 33. A damn fat man knows a lot about women. He only knows the ball. The college entrance examination began, and when the test papers were handed out, Yu began to answer the questions seriously. The test paper in his hand was not at all difficult in his eyes. Very easily, Yu finished the questions. When it was time to hand in the paper, Yu handed it in as soon as possible. In the next 3 days, Su has been taking exams. During this period, Su also encountered people who used superpowers to cheat. The cheaters were undoubtedly the exception, and they were all kindly asked out by the teacher. After the college entrance examination, Su will be completely free. After finishing the exam, Su suddenly received a message from Wang Xiaomei while staying at home. Let him go to the Superpower Management Bureau. Su immediately became energetic after receiving the message. Is it a mission? Thinking of this, Su got up and ran out. There is no reward for completing tasks, but there is a small amount of money. Su is still looking forward to this. Anyway, he has nothing to do before school starts, so it's best to have something to do. Su came to the Superpower Management Bureau. There were people coming and going here at this time. After the college entrance examination, most people came here. Even among them, Su saw many acquaintances. I don't know what these guys are here for. Do they still want to come here to get a certificate? He glanced at the hall on the first floor. Su didn't pay much attention either. Instead, he walked directly towards the stairs on the side and came directly to the second floor. Su came to Wang Xiaomei's office with ease. Then he opened the door directly and walked in. As soon as he opened the door, Su saw the weird scene inside. At this time, Wang Xiaomei was hugging a girl with short hair and talking about something. Seeing this scene, Su was stunned for a moment. Excuse me. After saying this, Su closed the door with a snap. I'll wipe it. I didn't expect Wang Xiaomei to be such a person. Su was shocked. I thought you were a normal person. But I didn't expect you to be Liulai and Lily. However, why did Su feel so excited when seeing such a scene? Su suddenly took a breath when she thought of this. Well, I need to find a place to calm down. Just when Su was about to leave here and find a place to quiet down, the office door was opened. Wang Xiaomei looked at Su standing at the door with a speechless face. Did you misunderstand something? Come in. Your new teammate has been found. Su entered Wang Xiaomei's office. His eyes fell on the girl who looked a little shy. She looks quite cute, and she has a bob haircut. This girl was also looking at Su, her eyes full of curiosity about Su. After Wang Xiaomei sat down, she introduced Su. She is your new teammate Lin Shanshan. My uncle's daughter. Superpowers are simply physical enhancements. Don't underestimate this superpower. This ability gives her super physical fitness, coupled with the various martial arts she has learned since childhood. The strength she exerts with this ability is no weaker than that of a level 4 person. Hearing her introduction, Su's eyes flashed with surprise. Relationship household. Subconsciously, Su blurted out. When Lin Shanshan heard Su say this, she immediately stared at him with displeasure. It's not a related party. Why is this person so annoying? As soon as she opened her mouth, she said she was a related person. I really want to beat this guy. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she immediately felt dumbfounded. Don't say that. I'm telling you, you may not be able to beat her. If you let her get close to you, you will probably be beaten to the ground in an instant. When she said this, there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. Lin Shanshan is not a related household. Don't look at her like this, she looks like she's easy to bully. Relying on the various bonuses brought by her physical strengthening, the martial arts she performed could easily knock down several superpowers. This superpower may be the most suitable for her. The bonus is really terrifying. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Su asked with some confusion. Learning martial arts since childhood. The kind of martial arts that only kills people but doesn't perform. Still that kind of showy thing. Practicing martial arts, real martial arts or fake martial arts. When Lin Shanshan heard Su ask this, she immediately said proudly. Of course it's real martial arts. I won't learn any fake martial arts. Our family's martial arts are all real. Before I awakened my superpower, I could fight 10. Now I can hit more. She is still very proud of the martial arts she has learned. It's not the showy stuff on the internet. The martial arts she has learned are all real skills. The kind that can be used in actual combat. Even her father is the chief martial arts instructor in the army. Suyu was also surprised when she heard what she said. That's it. Then if the superpower you awakened is just physical enhancement, then it's really suitable for you. The close combat must be fierce. She knows martial arts, and now she has awakened the superpower of strengthening her body. In other words, her melee combat ability is really amazing. Wang Xiaomei nodded on the side. Yes. For example, in the military, there are many people who have awakened to physical enhancement. This has also led to a qualitative leap in the strength of many people. It's become more lethal in every way. There is a reason why I brought Shan Shan to you. You and Li Manman, one is good at long-range attacks, and the other can do reconnaissance. If you add Shan Shan, then the melee combat aspect will make up for it. The team has been completed. If there is a chance in the future, I will find you a team doctor or something. Listening to what she said, Suyu nodded. I am fighting in the lane, and Li Manman can play in the bottom lane. Lin Shanshan plays jungle. Another auxiliary nurse. Then we're just missing a middle position. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Shanshan were speechless when they heard what Suyu said. Why don't you put aside playing king? Why are you fighting Lu? Why aren't you ADC or mid? I heard that your attacks are all long range. Lin Shanshan was a little confused. Why did Suyu say that he was against Lu? Hearing what he said, Suyu said confidently. Because I'm strong. Not only can I do long-range combat, I can also do close combat. Father is the one who fights against the road, okay? Understand? When Lin Shanshan heard this, she was immediately dissatisfied. Do you want to be my dad? No, absolutely not. So why is this girl's brain circuit so strange? Listening to what she suddenly said, Suyu's expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 34. Wang Xiaomei held her forehead and looked at the two people speechlessly. Okay, stop arguing. In short, Shan Shan is your teammate now. Manman should be arriving soon. I have a task for you to do next. When Suyu heard her words, she immediately nodded. That's not a problem. Anyway, I will be very free next time. Just enough to make some money smoking walnuts. After saying that, Suyu took out his mobile phone and started playing. When Lin Shanshan saw this, she couldn't help but come closer. You also play Genshin Impact. What level is it? Is he in official uniform? I'm telling you, I'm level 45. Hehe, I'm about to use resin to paint the holy relics. If you have a task that you can't pass, I can help you with it. Suyu suddenly became happy when she heard what she said. Okay. Come on, add me as a friend. I'm only level 8. Take me. When Lin Shanshan, a soft girl, added Suyu ID, she was immediately speechless. Goddamn level 8. You are obviously 58, okay? But Suyu confidently told him that his world level was only level 8. This left Lin Shanshan completely speechless. Then, the roles were reversed. It wasn't Lin Shanshan who took Suyu, but Suyu who took this guy to swipe the holy relics. Just as the two of them kept catching butterflies and making condensations to brush the holy relics. This guy Li Manman also came over. When she entered the office, she saw Suyu sitting there playing games with a girl. Li Manman suddenly raised his eyebrows. You came. Before she could speak, Wang Xiaomei greeted her. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Li Manman nodded. Little beautiful lady. After saying that, she also found a place to sit down. Wang Xiaomei poured her a cup of tea and then introduced. This is Lin Shanshan, your teammate. Shanshan, this is Li Manman. Get acquainted. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Lin Shanshan nodded. Wait a moment. I will receive a holy relic. After saying this, she clicked on her phone. Then he curled his lips, and finally closed the background program directly. No need to think about it, I pulled it again. Seeing this, Su Yu was very speechless. But he didn't say anything. He also turned off his cell phone, and then looked at Li Manman. Hello, I'm Lin Shanshan. Lin Shanshan ran directly to Li Manman and sat down. Then the two girls started chatting. After a while, the two became familiar with each other. This scene left Su Yu stunned. Friendship between women is too simple. No wonder there is such a thing as plastic sisters. Became friends so easily. It's better to be a man. If we don't carry a gun together, we'll, Forget it, Su Yu is too lazy to pay attention to this. His eyes looked at Wang Xiaomei. Yang, can you tell us what our mission is next? Wang Xiaomei was immediately puzzled when she heard the name Su Yu called out. Can you remove the skin? I'm not Gan Yu. As she said this, she took out several documents and handed them to the three of them. See for yourselves. It's all written on it. Hearing her words, Su Yu suddenly became curious. Su Yu picked up one of the reports and browsed it quickly. Like him, Li Manman and Lin Shanshan also stopped talking and began to look at the documents in their hands. Here is a list. Wang Xiaomei's explanation also came out. The task you have to do this time is actually to go to the wild to collect some things. And everything to collect is up there. This time, your destination is to go to Passerby mountain. Listening to what she said, Su Yu and others immediately looked at each other. Written on it are the names of various medicinal materials. There are even quite a few Su Yu and others they know. For example, ginseng and the like. Collecting medicine. Is there no one at Passerby mountain anymore? Aren't there many villages over there? Su Yu was confused. Traveling all the way there just to collect medicine? After hearing Su Yu's inquiry, Wang Xiaomei didn't hide anything. Instead, he explained. Let me tell you this. When I learned that mutations had begun to occur in the wild, some villages close to the mountains have been relocated directly. Especially in some deep mountains and old forests. These are places where large creatures tend to appear. For the safety of the people, all villages close to the forest were relocated. It's just that none of this has been reported on the internet. Just to avoid causing unnecessary panic. The situation now has gradually come under control. The country was also correct when it made this decision before. Some places that had no time to move were attacked. Fortunately, he acted quickly, otherwise, more people would be attacked. Listening to what Wang Xiaomei said, Su Yu and others nodded. Understood. In other words, those places have been sealed off now, right? If you want to get in, do you have to apply or something? According to convention, this should be the case, right? After all, they have become the hardest hit areas. Wang Xiaomei shook her head. No. It should be said that you are not allowed to go in. It doesn't mean you can get in just by applying. Although martial law has been lifted in many cities now, places like the suburbs have established that there isn't much danger. But those primeval forests are very dangerous. Like in novels, you can get in just by applying? Don't be ridiculous. If you don't have the strength, you will only die if you go in. The country will not allow such a thing to happen. Now those places close to the wild have become battlefields. There is a 24-hour military guard there. If a large-scale creature wants to break into human life, the army will attack without hesitation. It doesn't matter what kind of protected animal you are now. At this time, who cares about protecting animals? The three of them suddenly fell silent while listening to Wang Xiaomei's explanation. This situation is worse than imagined. Looking at the list in his hand, Su Yu touched his chin and continued. These medicinal materials should be mutated, right? It's not mutated, you should be useless. That said, a lot of things in the wild have changed dramatically. Compared with what we have now, there are probably 2 different species. Is that so? Su Yu knows the names of most medicines. In other words, what is actually needed is just mutated medicine. And at this time, Wang Xiaomei also found new teammates for Su Yu and the others. Lin Shanshan. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have not been separated. In other words, Lin Shanshan is not only a cute girl with incredible martial arts. In fact, I also know a lot of medicinal materials. Chapter 35. Lin Shanshan noticed Su Yu's gaze. She looked at Su Yu with some confusion. Why are you looking at me? Upon hearing her question, Su Yu directly asked her doubts. Do you know about medicinal materials? Lin Shanshan suddenly became confused when she heard this. Why does Su Yu ask this? Noticing her doubtful gaze, Su Yu expressed her suspicion. Give us this mission. Although we know the names of these medicinal materials, we don't know how to pick them. Many of the medicinal materials above require special techniques to pick. You can't just dig out the soil, right? And I suspect that Wang Xiaomei asked you to join us not just because of your strong melee combat ability. There must be other reasons. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have not been separated. You should understand this, right? Hearing Su Yu say this, Wang Xiaomei's face suddenly filled with smiles. You're right. Shanshan does understand this. After all, it is normal for people who practice martial arts to have some bruises and injuries. And Shanshan has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and she also knows some Huxia medicine. That's why I got her involved. When you get there, Shanshan will be the main one when it comes to finding medicine. She will keep all the medicinal materials well. You don't need to do these things, she will do them. What you have to do is to be on guard against attacks by those mutant creatures. Bring these things out safely when the time comes. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't find them all. Just find the part. The time is also very long. There is no time limit. You can take your time. Su Yu really hit the mark. She really had this idea. Lin Shanshan blinked, and after listening to the conversation between the two, she finally reacted. This made her a little dissatisfied. What? I thought you let me join this team because of my ability. Emotions are just a tool. Sister Mei, bad. Su Yu suddenly shuddered. Disgusting. Can you please stop speaking in this tone? He's really a genius. When Li Manman heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. She looked at Su Yu with a strange look in her eyes. Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, was depressed. You're so annoying. I really want to hit you. Saying this, Lin Shanshan clenched her fists. She really wanted to punch this guy Su Yu. He actually said she was disgusting. Hateful. The good impression I had just being shown the holy relics was gone in an instant. The stinky boss is so annoying. When Wang Xiaomei saw this scene, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, stop arguing. Let's discuss when to set off. I'll arrange transportation for you. Everything you spend on this trip can be reimbursed. So decide quickly and I will make arrangements for you. Hearing her say this, Su Yu also became serious. He glanced at Li Manman and Lin Shanshan. I'm always available. You can start setting off at any time. Ask these two guys. He really doesn't care, it doesn't matter when he leaves. Although Lin Shanshan was very angry, she also became serious. She also nodded and said. That's okay with me too. I have nothing to do anyway, so I just play games at home. Asked Manman. Have you gone straight to Manman? When Li Manman heard this, she smiled at Lin Shanshan and nodded. That's okay with me too. You can send it anytime. Seeing all three of them saying this, Wang Xiaomei nodded. Okay, let's set off tomorrow. I'll arrange air tickets for you. You guys come here to meet at noon tomorrow. Fly directly over there on the plane you're on. When you get there, go to the outer reaches of Chunbei Mountain and rest for one night before going in. If that was the case, she would make arrangements directly. Listening to Wang Xiaomei's arrangement, Su Yu and others nodded. Wang Xiaomei, seeing that no one had any objections, continued to speak. When you come here tomorrow, just bring 2 changes of clothes. When the rest of the things get there, someone will prepare them for you. I guess you can also get to know people from other branches by then. Not only your team will perform this task, but people from other branches will also perform it with you. We're looking for a little bit more this time. What you have here is just a part. When Su Yu heard this, he immediately touched his chin and said, Is this a summer job? Everyone is on vacation, so they all come to work here. This seems to be a summer job, right? After the college entrance examination, everyone started to look for jobs. It's just that the job now is the same. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she looked at him with a half-smile. That's right. Summer job indeed. If something happens, we will not hesitate to break up with you. So you have to be careful. Don't mess around. Is this a warning? Let them not act recklessly just because they have joined the Superpower Management Bureau. When Wang Xiaomei said this, Su Yu understood what it meant. After all, what does my summer job have to do with me? Well, got it. That's not who I am. As a good young man who abides by the law, how could he do something strange? If he was given up, he must have done something outrageous, right? How could Su Yu do that kind of thing? He is a good young man. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes at him. Of course she knows. They have investigated everything about Su Yu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Su Yu to join here and come up to the 2nd floor. The life backgrounds of Su Yu, Li Manman and Lin Shanshan have all been revealed clearly. Although she was relieved, she still had to say what needed to be said. She was worried that Su Yu would become unscrupulous because of her status as a superpower authority. After all, many people have become bloated due to changes in status. She was still quite worried about this. I just hope that this kind of thing will not happen to Su Yu and the others. No one talked much about this topic. Lin Shanshan directly pulled the 3 of them into a group. There are only 4 people in the group, these 4 people present. Seeing this group, Su Yu asked with some confusion. Let's talk. I've always wondered. Are we the 4 real core members of our branch? Is there no one else? How come I didn't see anyone else coming here? I came several times, but there were only a few people there. Chapter 36. Wang Xiaomei didn't hide anything when faced with Su Yu's questions. Instead, he explained it directly. There are really only a few core members. My brother and I are the leaders of this branch. You've seen my brother too. He's going through the formalities now. Their entire team will be here by then. I'm usually mainly responsible for superpower crimes. And the entire Superpower Management Bureau is actually just getting started. No one is normal. More people will join in over time, and you will know in the future. Not everyone can join the Superpower Management Bureau. The core members of this superpower administration are all powerful superpowers. Some people who want to join are not qualified. At most, it can only be regarded as a registered non-staff member. Then accept tasks issued by some countries. The Superpower Management Bureau will also develop into something similar to a labor union in the future. When the time comes when more manpower is needed for wild exploration, private power will be used. As for the military, now they basically go to the seaside or some places on the border to guard. Issues such as maintaining public order are left to the security system to handle. Things that they can't handle will be handed over here. If something cannot be handled by the Superpower Management Bureau, the army will be used in the end. This is how things work now. It can be said that the status of Suyu and other core members is actually quite high. If he grows up, he may become a powerful figure in the future. In the future, only people with powerful superpowers can guard one side. Although they are now said to be core members, are they better said to be seed members? Anyway, that's the truth. Suyu and others chatted with Wang Xiaomei here for a while. Then we had another meal before leaving. When leaving, Lin Shanshan waved to Suyu. When you get back, remember to come on board and take me to get the holy relics. I want to graduate today. There's still a lot of resin. Hearing her words, Suyu waved towards her. No. Goodbye. After saying this, Suyu stopped paying attention to her. Just bring it. There's nothing to do anyway. Li Manman thought for a while before making a decision. Wait until Suyu returns home and logs into her own game and enters the world of that guy Li Manman. Only then did he realize that there was already a god here. Then when playing the holy relic, Suyu found that the opponent's two skills directly killed the monster in seconds. This time, Suyu was speechless. That big guy? But when he saw the chat sent by Lin Shanshan, he suddenly felt numb. Manman 666, Jujuezi. Awesome. Is this Nima Li Manman? Damn, how much did it cost? After learning the identity of the other party, Suyu started to complain crazily in the game. When Li Manman saw the chat sent by Suyu, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. There are times when this guy is surprised. That's pretty good. This money is not in vain. The three of them spent an afternoon playing games online. After helping Lin Shanshan finish all the resin and graduating from the holy relic, Suyu quit the game. For these two teammates of his, Suyu also has some understanding. White-haired Li Manman is a bit arrogant, or should I say coquettish? Well, this word shouldn't be used on girls, but it's close to that. As for Lin Shanshan, this guy is a bit stupid. He's a very lovely person. But her personality is just incompatible with her strength. Who would have thought that a fool could actually be a martial arts practitioner? After turning off her phone and ordering a takeaway, Suyu ran to take a shower. After taking a shower and eating takeout, Suyu continued to play games at home. This is life for modern high school students. He had no intention of going outside to play. Who knows if a big black mouse will suddenly appear when I run out. Still stay safe online at home. There was nothing to say all night, and at noon the next day, Suyu came directly to the Superpower Management Bureau carrying a backpack. Li Manman and Lin Shanshan had arrived long ago. After Suyu arrived, Wang Xiaomei said to the three of them. I've asked the driver to wait below. You just go outside and get in that SUV. He will take you to the airport. And here's the ticket. After you get off the plane, someone will greet you. As for other things, someone will prepare them for you when you get to Chenbai Mountain. So just go there. Listening to Wang Xiaomei's explanation, the three of them nodded. We know, Miss Mei. Then let's set off first. Lin Shanshan waved to Wang Xiaomei, and then pulled Li Manman out. Seeing this scene, Suyu also planned to follow. Just when Suyu was about to leave, Li Manman couldn't help but said to him. Suyu, they will ask you to take more care of them. If you encounter any danger, don't worry about the mission. Just take them and run away. Suyu nodded immediately after hearing this. No. I cherish my life very much. Gone. After saying that, Suyu followed directly. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaomei also smiled. She shook her head and said nothing more. Now we can only trust them. The three of them came downstairs and found the SUV outside. After confirming that it was this car, the three of them got directly in it. So Yu sat in the front, and the two girls sat in the back. After seeing that the three of them were ready, the driver started the car and took So Yu and the others towards the airport. Along the way, So Yu had a bragging match with the driver. Time passed quickly. When they arrived at the airport and said goodbye to the driver, the three of them waited in the terminal. There's still a little time until boarding. The three of them were sitting in the waiting room, looking at the few passengers around. So Yu couldn't help but muttered. It feels like traffic has also been greatly affected. No one flies now. Hearing what So Yu said, the two people on the side felt the same way. If it were normal times, this place would probably be overcrowded. It is absolutely impossible to be like now, with so few people. No one travels far now. So there are a lot fewer passengers on the plane. I heard from my dad that the number of people traveling to other cities has dropped by 80% compared to before. This is simply a horrific statistic. Li Manman also told what he knew. Some famous tourist attractions. It might have become a dangerous place now. So there are still very few people going out. Even if they go out, they probably just go to the suburbs to find some ants or go to the park to find some large mice to beat. Is it possible that we won't be able to defeat all the monsters in the family alone? Then you have time to travel outside. Flying is also dangerous. Chapter 37. Only after So Yu and others got on the plane did they realize how depressed this was. A plane is probably only half full of people. Perhaps, this is already considered a lot. The three of them took a plane for nearly 3 hours before landing in Passerby A mountain. As soon as they got off the plane and walked out of the airport, someone came towards them. This guy wearing the uniform of the Superpower Management Bureau came to So Yu and the others and asked directly to the three of them. Are you So Yu, Li Manman, and Lin Shanshan? I'm from the Qinbei branch of the Superpower Management Bureau. Miss Wang Xiaomei asked me to come and pick you up. Although I was asking So Yu and their names, they had already confirmed them. There were only a few people in the entire airport, and So Yu was the only one in the trio. So they are quite conspicuous. Hearing his words, So Yu nodded. Hello. Sorry to bother you. So Yu shook hands with him. That's enough to say hello. The young man nodded, then introduced himself with a smile. I'm Suji. From now on, I will be your guide. Please come with me. The cars outside are ready. Hearing his words, So Yu and others nodded. Then I'll trouble you, brother Suji. After getting familiar with each other for a while, everyone walked towards the outside of the airport. Then Suji led the three of them to the superpower branch in Passerby A mountain. Things are much stricter here than in their city. On the streets, you can see some heavily armed police patrols from time to time. Even many ordinary people have joined in. The whole city feels very serious. It's like being on a battlefield. You know, this is a famous tourist attraction. But now it has become like this. So Yu was sitting in the car looking at the situation on the street. He asked Suji curiously. Are there people patrolling here every day? It feels so serious here. Hearing what So Yu said, Suji nodded. Yes. It's been like this here since superpowers started showing up. When I first woke up, there were some mutated creatures in the suburbs attacking the city. It caused quite a few casualties. Since then, the situation here has become increasingly dangerous. So we immediately entered into martial law throughout the city. But now the situation is basically under control. As long as you don't run into the wild, there will be no danger in the city. I believe it won't be long before this place will return to its previous appearance. Maybe there will be more people. After all, the mutated creatures in Passerby A mountain are very attractive. When So Yu heard it, he immediately felt that it made sense. This is indeed true. In terms of universal theory, everyone's superpowers have not yet developed. If you wait until they grow up. So, these monsters in the wild are probably just walking experience babies in the eyes of the public. Even if these wild monsters have health bars. It is estimated that a bunch of people will rush out to give him a set of guashan now. Unfortunately, monsters in the real world are not like this. Su was previously invited by her classmates to go to the countryside to kill monsters. But he has not passed. Some places close to the city where no houses have been built are probably already occupied by people. Especially in some rural areas, there are no large animals. It's simply a perfect place to spawn monsters. According to what Su knows, many of his classmates began to move to the countryside. Well, in every sense of the word. I believe it won't be long before those guys' superpower levels rise, and they will probably launch an attack on those primeval forests. The Passerby A mountain and the 100,000 mountains are just for fun in front of so many rabbits. After chatting with Suji for a while in the car, he quickly said that he would bring the three of them to the hotel. The three of them will stay here for one night before heading out into the wild tomorrow. After Suji settled the three people down, he left. He will not come until tomorrow to take everyone to the outskirts of Passerby A mountain. After a silent night, the next morning, after the three of them got up and had breakfast, Suji came again. He didn't talk nonsense, but greeted the three of them directly. Let's go. Let's go. Hearing his words, Su and others nodded. He took his clothes with him and got into the car with him. Let him lead him towards the suburbs. While in the car, Suji also explained some precautions to Su and others. There are many protected animals here in Passerby A mountain. But now, they can no longer be regarded as protected animals. If you encounter danger, please don't worry about anything. Just do it. Any creature that has mutated and is offensive to humans will be classified as an enemy. It's okay even if you kill me. If you kill the mutated creature, it's best to give me a location. We will send a helicopter to transport them back when the time comes. Mutated organisms are also of great research value. Listening to what he said, the three of them nodded. I kept these things in mind silently. After thinking for a while, Su suddenly asked. What is that? Can mutated creatures be eaten? Is it tasty? Suji was stunned for a moment by Su's sudden question. He swallowed subconsciously. Delicious. Ba, why do you ask this? Suji, who was almost led astray, was a little puzzled. Why is this guy asking if he can eat it? And Su didn't care at all about what he said next. After receiving the reply that it was delicious, Su couldn't help but touch her chin. It's delicious. Then you have to try it. Mutated wild game, it should be great, right? Will it make myself stronger or something? Have you studied it? Su only focuses on this. They are delicious, but what effect do they have? This category still needs to be clarified. Suji didn't hide it either. Instead, he explained. I have studied it. But I haven't been able to research anything yet. The taste is several times better than the non-mutated ones. For more details, you will know when you try it when you get the chance. I was lucky enough to eat it once before, and it tasted really good. Maybe it's just evolved now, and we haven't seen their specific effects yet. But I believe there will be breakthrough research over time. Many of the tasks issued by the headquarters are to hunt mutant creatures. But the tasks you received are different. Suji also told another thing. The tasks Su and the others receive now are all sent directly from the headquarters. Chapter 38. Su and the others were stunned when they heard Suji said that the mission was issued from the headquarters. And Suji's voice continued. In addition to looking for mutated creatures, there are also various mutated plant medicines and the like. What you received should only be one of them. If you encounter other mutated things or new species, if you bring it back, you will also be rewarded. So it doesn't matter if I tell you here. Research institutes across the country are now studying mutated things in the world. Even some of our country's troops have been sent overseas to perform such tasks. Some domestic explorations are left to people in the Superpower Management Bureau to complete. Along the way, Su and the others heard a lot of news. I understand this kind of operation of the country. Not long after, Suji took the three of them to a camp in the suburbs. When they came here, Su and others also saw the situation clearly. Many places in front of us are surrounded by barbed wire fences. There were even roadblocks set up. And these barbed wire fences seem to be electrified, completely isolated from the intrusion of creatures in the forest. Seeing this scene, Su couldn't help but smacked her lips. This big project must have been busy for a long time. And it's a direct investment. Just think about how much forest there is across the country to see how much this costs. The four people got out of the car, and then, led by Suji, Su and others walked towards the board house not far away. There are no houses here. Some are just suggested prefabricated houses that are the same as containers. Arriving here, Su glanced around. He found that there were police patrols everywhere. From time to time, you can see some vehicles leaving here and starting to patrol along the barbed wire fence. This camp is just part of it. In fact, there are many such camps throughout Passerby A mountain. Each camp will have members of the security team patrolling 24 hours a day. Make sure there won't be any large creatures rushing out of Passerby A mountain. There's a buffer zone here from the city. If something uncontrollable does happen, then this place will be hit by fire coverage. Along the way, Suji also explained the situation here to Su and others. Listen to his explanation. Su and the others couldn't help but marvel. It's really awesome. Suji took Su and three others to an office. After greeting the people inside, he handed the three of them a form. Fill it in. You can only enter if you fill out this form. After looking at this form, the main thing is the reason for writing it in and their identity. Thinking of this, the three of them did not hesitate, picked up the form and quickly filled it out. After filling out the form, Suji handed it over directly to others. Then he continued to say to Su and the others, "Follow me, I'll take you to get your equipment." With that said, he walked out directly. The three of them saw this and hurried to follow. When he came to one of the rooms, Suji said something to the people inside. Then he took out 3 backpacks and gave them to him. Suji, who got the backpack, waved to Su and the others. "Everything you want is in there. There are water bottles, some emergency food, emergency watches, emergency medicine, maps, sleeping bags and other things in here. In addition, flashlights are also included. There are also some tools you can use to preserve medicinal materials." Listening to his introduction, the three of them nodded. These things are all complete. Seeing that the three of them had no objections, Suji continued with a smile. "Okay, that's all. Go through this fence and enter the Passerby A mountain area. Remember to be careful when you go in. If you encounter a mutated creature that you can't defeat, just run away. Take inventory of your things. If you're sure there's nothing wrong, let's go." When Su heard this, he didn't hesitate, just picked up one of the backpacks and started checking it. After taking a look at the things inside, I found that the equipment inside was the same as Suji said. He directly stuffed all his clothes into it. "I have no problem here. What about you?" After zipping up her backpack, Su looked at Li Manman and Lin Shanshan. When the two heard Su's words, they also nodded. "I am here too. It's time to go." The speaker was Lin Shanshan. She stuffed the small bag she brought directly into it, and then put the backpack on her back. When Su saw this, her eyes fell on Li Manman. Li Manman nodded, and then performed the same operation. Put away your own things. Neither of his two teammates had any objections. Suyu stood up and said. Then let's go. Brother Suji, I'm sorry to bother you. Let's go finish our mission first. Suyu put the backpack on her body and said to Suji like this. Hearing Suyu's words, Suji nodded. Be careful. Come back when you feel ready. Although I have given you a task, it does not stipulate that you must complete it. Suyu smiled immediately after hearing this. He didn't say anything. Since you have received the task, you must complete it. After waving to him, Suyu led his two teammates and walked outside. When I came to the entrance I saw before, I showed my ID. Suyu and the other three passed through this area without any hindrance. In front of them was a concrete road leading into the mountain. Holding the map in his hand, Suyu glanced at their current location. Go forward along this cement road. Then you meet a village. But there is no one in this village anymore. And there are a lot of medicinal materials in the mountains behind this village. I guess some people who received the mission also went here like us. So we're going to keep digging in. These places have probably been explored and have little value. What do you think? Suyu expressed her thoughts. As he walked, he turned to look at Li Manman and Lin Shanshan. Hearing what Suyu said, Lin Shanshan nodded. I have no opinion. There's really nothing to find in a place like this. And some of the medicinal materials in our list can only be found in deeper places. So we just give up here and go deeper. Although we may encounter some mutated wild animals, it shouldn't be a big problem. When she said this, there was a hint of eagerness in her tone. It seems that I really want to encounter that kind of mutated wild animal. Well, she quite wanted to fight a creature like that. It would be nice to meet a bear. When the time comes, she and Lin Shanshan can also pin down the bear. From now on, I will be a person who has fought with bears. It would be best to take some photos. Chapter 39. Suyu didn't know what Lin Shanshan was thinking. If only I knew that this guy was thinking about meeting a bear and then going up to take pictures with it. She would definitely be given a slap in the face. Why is this girl's brain circuit so strange? Damn it, did this guy expand after awakening his superpower? If you really encounter a bear or something, 9 times out of 10, they have also mutated. Suyu didn't believe that he could still live well in the wild without mutating. You know, the food chain is very clear in nature. If other creatures evolve and become more powerful, then those creatures that have not evolved are out of luck. It will just become a meal for other prey. It is estimated that Suyu and the others will encounter more mutated creatures than non-mutated creatures during this trip. Want to take photos with a bear? It is estimated that it will be beaten to pieces by then. After the 3 people discussed for a while, they decided to go directly to the depths of Passerby A mountain. There will be more medicinal materials inside. Although you may encounter large mutated beasts. But it's not a big problem. As Suyu walked, she chatted with Li Manman. Your superpower is sonic control. Then you should be able to receive the sound waves from the surrounding plants, right? In other words, your investigative abilities are excellent. So, how far can you detect with the humanoid radar? Li Manman heard this title given to her by Suyu. She immediately felt unhappy. He glared at this guy. Then he said very unhappily. You are the humanoid radar. Don't give me such a weird nickname. My sound wave control can currently only receive sound waves within a radius of about 800 meters. If any large creature appears, I can detect it immediately. I know what you want to say, and I'll pay attention next. If a mutated creature appears, I will tell you. When Suyu asked this, she naturally understood what it meant. Let her be on guard. Seeing how knowledgeable she was, Suyu silently gave her a thumbs up. Very well, then our safety is entrusted to you. It would be great if you had the ability like Byakugan. Observe the surroundings in all directions without blind spots. Mutationed medicinal materials can be found directly. Hearing Suyu's words, Li Manman rolled his eyes at him. She doesn't have cataracts. Lin Shanshan asked very puzzledly. Why can't it be the Sharingan? Can you please stop making excuses? I suddenly feel that you like to argue with me. Suyu looked at Lin Shanshan, a little dwarf, and immediately felt unhappy. Why does this guy follow up when he says something poisonous? Lin Shanshan curled her lips. I'm not making any excuses. Just asking. You think too much. The two of them started walking towards the depths of Passerby A mountain while bickering. According to the map, just go straight along the current cement road and then you can see the village. When you get to that village, you can directly follow the road in the mountain behind their village and go straight into the depths of Passerby A mountain. There are paths left by villagers inside. That's what they used to do when collecting herbs. After walking for more than an hour, Suyu and the others finally saw the small mountain village located at the foot of Passerby A mountain. It seems quite quiet here. At the same time, it's not some shabby little mountain village. There are bungalows and everything. It's just that no one lives here anymore. Seeing this quiet mountain village, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful village, but no one lives in it anymore. Let's go. It's still early, so we'll go straight to the mountains to look for the medicinal materials we need. There's quite a lot on the list. And we have to find the mutated ones. This is probably a bit difficult. Start searching around. Suyu has no intention of staying here longer. Instead, they plan to go straight into the mountains and start looking for what they needed. When Suyu said this, the two girls had no objections. After discussing it, the three of them walked directly towards the village. They had to pass through the village to get to the back mountain. The three of them entered the village and felt the peaceful atmosphere. This gives people a creepy feeling. It's like a mountain village or something. Anyway, it's a bit permeable. The main reason was that except for them, there was no one around and there was no sound. It's like a ghost village. Li Manman and Lin Shanshan both subconsciously moved closer to Suyu. It seems that he is afraid of something. Suyu noticed this and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Are you scared? Are you afraid of ghosts? Now it's just the awakening of superpowers, not some kind of terror resurgence. Don't be afraid, there's no ghost. When Suyu said this, the two of them did not speak, but just followed him quietly. In this way, the three of them continued walking along the main road of the village. When they were about to reach the end of the village, suddenly there was a noise from the house nearby. The two women immediately became alert when they heard the noise. Li Manman even launched an attack directly towards the house on the side. The air shook for a while, and then Suyu and Li Manman saw that the double-sided iron door on the side shook and then twisted. Boom! There was a sound of something breaking from behind the iron door. Then the entire iron door was rushed open. Suyu and Li Manman were stunned when they saw this scene. The next moment, a huge leopard ran out from inside. Meow meow. Leopard. But why does it meow? Hearing this cry, Suyu was a little confused. But seeing its ferocious appearance, Suyu also entered a fighting state. After muttering something, he launched the attack. Sharp ice picks rose from under the leopard. When it was so huge that it was in danger, it jumped up high and tried to hide away. Seeing this, Li Manman snorted coldly and launched another sonic attack. Buzz! A ripple rushed to the leopard in the blink of an eye, causing severe damage to it instantly. The leopard jumped into the air as if it had been hit by something heavy, and hit the house behind it hard. Suyu saw it being knocked away, and without saying a word, he activated the ice pick again and stabbed it. Pfft! Meow meow! A sound penetrated the body. Accompanied by this is the leopard's meow. Slowly, the leopard also died. Looking at the leopard with an ice pick piercing its body and blood flowing all over the ground, Suyu and the others were relieved. After confirming that it was completely dead, Yu approached it. Chapter 40. The three came to the completely dead leopard. Yu knelt down, grabbed its head, and looked at it carefully. Is this a leopard or a mutated cat? The leopard in front of me is very strange. A bit like a cat, a bit like a leopard. After hearing Yu's words, Li Manman took a serious look at it. Then he took out his mobile phone and searched for it before speaking. It seems like an ocelot. A cat that resembles a leopard. The body is slender and the legs are longer. But it's not that big. It looks like it's a mutated creature. Li Manman quickly found the information about this creature. The ocelot in front of me looks more like a leopard, but not very similar. Maybe it's just evolution. If a newly awakened superpower faced this guy, his throat would probably be bitten open in one encounter. High speed. When she got closer, she didn't pay much attention to what was going on in the room at first. But when it started to move, Li Manman discovered through sound waves that it was behind the iron gate. When Yu heard what Li Manman said, she immediately reacted. It's an ocelot. I see. No wonder it looks so familiar. Never mind. Since it has mutated, let's talk to Suji. This is close to the security area, so it won't be difficult to get him to come and take him out. But let's keep it fresh first. After saying this, Yu activated his superpower and froze the ocelot in front of him. Then he took out his cell phone, took a photo, and sent it to Suji. Also tell him the location. After Suji replied to the message, Yu put away her mobile phone. Let's go. We move on. This is just a small episode. The three of them had a near miss. So Yu also decided to continue on the road. Continue towards the back mountains. Stepping into formation again, Yu couldn't help but said to Li Manman. Your superpower, sonic control. Can't you hear its heartbeat? How come I didn't notice it until I got closer? Yu was puzzled. Logically speaking, this radar should detect the ocelot in the house immediately, right? How come I didn't realize it until I got closer? After hearing Yu's words, Li Manman said expressionlessly. The CPU cannot respond. It's just too much information to process. Yu was stunned by this answer. Lin Shanshan on the side said with shining eyes. I know what Manman means. What she means is that her brain failed to react. There's just too much information. Well, the main reason is that I'm still not very skilled. Hearing her words, Yu rolled her eyes. You don't need to translate, I understand. It seems you are not yet proficient in superpowers. But think about it, if you use your detective skills, you'll have to deal with a lot. Various sound waves and stuff. Well, it'll be fine once you get used to it. Yu didn't care either. They have just awakened their superpowers, and it is normal for them to be unskilled in controlling their superpowers. Unconsciously, the three of them quickly entered the forest. After arriving here, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere here is finally not as depressing as that in the village. At least you can hear some sounds like insects here. On the other side of the village, there was really no sound at all. It felt dead silent. When they came here, the three of them started to pay attention to their surroundings as they moved forward again and again. Yu also took out the list given by Wang Xiaomei before and read it. I'll look for those. Prunella vulgaris, plum blossom trough, Pulsatilla vulgaris, lily of the valley, stone pine, Aralia, motherwort, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum. That's a bit much. Looks like there's something to be found. Shan, pay attention to your surroundings and see if there are any herbs you recognize. If so, let's see if it's on the list first. After confirming that they are mutated, let's get hold of them first whether they are or not. After glancing at the medicinal materials on the list, Yu decided not to read them. There are so many medicinal materials needed. It would be too troublesome to write everything down. When Lin Shanshan heard what Su Yu said, she immediately replied angrily. I see. Really? Even if you don't say it, I will do it, okay? Hey? Wait, there's something we're looking for here. Motherwort. The flower should be pink, but now it's dark blue. Even the leaves are mutating, changing from green to yellow. Yes, this is the mutated motherwort. Quick, quick, dig it out. As she was talking, Lin Shanshan suddenly noticed an herb beside her. Then he said this to Su Yu and Su Yu with excitement on their faces. After hearing her words, Su Yu also noticed the motherwort among the weeds. This. I remember they are everywhere in the countryside. Why added to the list? Is it different in each area? After Su Yu saw the appearance of motherwort, he suddenly understood. A feeling that this is so came over me. Isn't this the kind of plant that is abundant in the countryside? You can see it even if you go to the suburbs. When Lin Shanshan heard what Su Yu said, she immediately said dissatisfied. Why do you care so much? Hurry, take out the plastic bag and put it away. I'm telling you, I've already helped identify the medicinal materials. You can't ask me to do anything else. I'd better leave this kind of thing to you. Anyway, if you have telekinesis, you can just use telekinesis to dig it out by the roots. Listening to what Lin Shanshan said, Su Yu suddenly felt a little puzzled. But he didn't bother to say anything more. Instead, he took out a fresh keeping bag directly from his bag. Then he used his superpower to dig out the motherwort. Motherwort has many functions. In addition to being a diuretic and reducing swelling, it is also a commonly used medicinal material used by ancient doctors to treat gynecology. It is said to have the effect of contracting the uterus. Anyway, Su Yu doesn't understand it very well. He didn't think too much, but dug out the mutated motherwort with its roots and soil. Then put it into a Ziploc bag and put it away. Finally stuff it into your backpack. After Su Yu finished it, the three of them got back on the road. Along the way, Lin Shanshan's voice kept ringing. She read out the names of medicines that Su Yu had never heard of. The large leaf Nashan grass has the effects of activating blood circulation, calming the liver, diuresis, and detoxification. Well, there is no mutation. Motherwort is used to clear away heat and detoxify. It doesn't mutate either. Izadi's root is used to clear away heat and detoxify. It doesn't mutate either. Listening to her chattering, Su Yu really couldn't stand it. Chapter 41. Lin Shanshan saw a lot of medicinal materials along the way. Has been beeping non-stop. This was just like chanting sutras, and Su Yu couldn't stand it. Su Yu was speechless and looked at Lin Shanshan. Please stop reading. Are you a monk? I kept reading here all the way. Li Manman on the side heard this and immediately gave Su Yu a thumbs up. She was right, she said what was in her heart. She was embarrassed to talk about Lin Shanshan, but Su Yu said there was nothing wrong with her. Lin Shanshan was furious when she heard this. Who do you think is the monk? Damn it! I'm just reciting the names of the medicines to see if there are any mutations. You can do it, come on. Hearing what she said, Su Yu suddenly became unhappy. If I can do it, what else do you want me to do? If you're looking for medicine, just look for medicine. Can you stop thinking about these irrelevant medicinal materials all the time? He also explained all the effects. Are you holding back your endorsement? Or should we read it according to a certain degree? Lin Shanshan became even more angry when she heard this. I want it. Snort. I'm annoying you. She really deliberately set things up for Su Yu. He glanced around and then continued to FK. White ox gallbladder, the whole plant can be used as medicine. It tastes pungent and slightly bitter. It can be used to dispel wind and reduce swelling, treat colds, coughs, nervous headaches, stomachaches, rheumatism and low back pain, swelling and pain from bruises. Well, there is no mutation. Hey? These are hemp seeds, used to moisturize the intestines and relieve constipation. And this one is a castor bean. Listening to her non-stop chatter, Su went up to her and covered her mouth. Please, stop talking. Sister. Can you speak when you see the mutated one? Damn it, my ears are about to get calluses. Shut up, please stop chanting. Lin Shanshan struggled immediately as Su covered her mouth. You. Pull Su's claws apart. What are you doing? Don't move your hands or feet. Go away, go away. She pushed Su away. Hateful. Why is it salty? Did he go to the toilet without washing his hands? Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan was disgusted. After making a vomiting gesture, he took out the water bottle and rinsed his mouth. Li Manman looked at the two people with a strange face. Is this what you are doing? Hitui. Did you go to the toilet without washing your hands? Oh, it's so disgusting. Ugh. Hearing Lin Shanshan's words, Su was speechless. Don't slander others casually. I washed my hands when I got up in the morning and went to the toilet, okay. And I haven't even been to the toilet until now. What are you talking nonsense about? Does this guy smell something? Thinking of this, Su smelled her paws. There is no strange smell. Lin Shanshan blushed when she saw Su's actions. Abnormal. You actually. So, what are you thinking about? When Su heard her words, she looked at this guy in confusion. Well, what is she talking about? Why can't I understand it? Just as the two continued to prepare to quarrel, Li Manman spoke. All right. Don't make any noise. Let's go quickly. It's almost noon, let's find a place to sit down, rest and have something to eat. She looked at the two enemies helplessly. Why do these two people quarrel directly from time to time? Who owed whom in the previous life? This is a topic worth pondering. Lin Shanshan snorted coldly. Immediately, he stopped arguing too much with Su. Instead, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, she stopped reading out loud the names of the medicinal materials she saw. She was afraid that Su would come to her again. Isn't this troublesome? After walking for about 10 minutes, Li Manman suddenly stopped the two of them. Wait a moment. After hearing her words, the two of them stopped immediately. Li Manman looked ahead with vigilance. There's something ahead. And it's big, long, and thick. Judging from the sound wave, there is a big guy ahead. At the same time, it also gave off an aura that made her feel uncomfortable. When Su heard her say this, her face couldn't help but look a little strange. Girl, your description is very wrong. Li Manman blushed, then rolled her eyes at him and said seriously. I was serious. There's something really blocking our way ahead. If nothing else, it should be a giant python. She was very serious when she said this. Su scratched his head. He immediately became serious. Approximately, how far is it? He didn't doubt this. Instead, he asked how far this guy was. How many 100 meters? Or the ultimate distance? When Su asked her, Li Manman didn't hide anything. About 800 meters. Want to take a detour? Wait, it noticed us. When he said this, Li Manman's expression suddenly changed. Su and Lin Shanshan threw aside the backpacks behind them at the same time. Then he looked at the path in front of him with vigilance. It is impossible to hide. Since we are going into the mountains, we will definitely meet each other. And Su was also secretly prepared. As soon as the opponent shows up, he will launch an attack. After about tens of seconds, a snake more than 10 meters long appeared in front of everyone. The moment they saw the snake, the three of them stood on their backs with chills. A feeling of disgust filled their hearts. Snakes are very annoying to humans. It's not like a snake turned into a girl. Otherwise, ordinary people will get goosebumps the first moment they see a snake. Even just thinking about it makes me feel a little scared. It's like the genes imprinted on the DNA have been touched. The moment he saw the snake, Soo-Yu cursed. WCNM. As Soo-Yu cursed, ice cones appeared out of thin air instantly, and then shot out at the snake. Like him, there is Lee Manman. At this time, she suppressed the fear in her heart and subconsciously controlled the sound Soo-Yu just made. Then, there was a loud bang and it exploded on the spot. CIAO ouch! Hiss! Listening to the sudden explosion, Soo-Yu was stunned. The explosion of this sound was heard by the entire Passerby mountain. Lee Manman used the sound waves sent by Soo-Yu to explode directly on the snake. The scales on this snake seemed to have been lifted off in reverse. Just watching this scene hurts. Soo-Yu glanced at Lee Manman. Mad, this guy is so cruel. This woman is untouchable. Chapter 42. The giant python that ran in front of Soo-Yu and the others was quite unlucky. Originally, one of them could add a meal, but in the end, Soo-Yu and Lee Manman were confused. At this time, it only felt that its head was buzzing. It roared at the pain of falling scales. Soo-Yu doesn't care about that much. Now Soo-Yu wants to kill this guy quickly. Because just looking at it makes me feel oozing. Soo-Yu glanced at Lee Manman, and then launched an attack directly. The ice pick stabbed directly into the snake's open mouth. The roaring stopped instantly. After doing all this, it's not over yet. Soo-Yu opened his palm and shook the giant python in front of him in the air. In an instant, powerful telekinesis was activated, and blue light appeared out of thin air, turning into a pair of big hands and grabbing the snake's head directly. Then twist hard. There was a click, and the snake's head was twisted off on the spot by the big blue hand transformed from the thought. After doing all this, Soo-Yu directly dissipated his superpower. The snake in front of him began to twist wildly. Even though it is dead, its body muscles are still moving. Seeing the snake that was twisting and swishing its tail wildly, Soo-Yu quickly pulled Lee Manman and Lin Shanshan back to the side. Lin Shanshan was dumbfounded when she saw Soo-Yu and Lee Manman together. The two of them just solved this giant python? The superpowers these two guys unleashed are a bit scary. I feel completely different from others. Soo-Yu was far away from the giant python and felt relieved. How disgusting! Wipe! This snake has also mutated. And it's a venomous snake. When saying this, Soo-Yu was inevitably a little frightened. This snake makes me feel terrified just looking at it. What happened to your ability just now? Thrown my voice as a weapon. After arriving at a safe place, Soo-Yu looked at Lee Manman with some confusion. This guy just made that insulting attack. Simply outrageous. Hearing Soo-Yu's inquiry, Lee Manman turned away. She didn't want to, so she did it subconsciously. But the power is good. Seeing her like this, Soo-Yu felt even more speechless. Your ability is indeed a bit lacking. Tisk. Can you control any sound wave and then amplify it? It seems that I have to develop some reflexes. Otherwise I will fight with you one day. If I were to give you this ability, you wouldn't be deaf. Soo-Yu is quite afraid of Lee Manman's superpower. After all, just snapping your fingers can make you deaf on the spot. That's awesome. If there is no sound insulation ability, if it is really a fake match with this guy. This ability of hers can make people ecstasy in various ways. Didn't you see that this guy had just controlled his own cursive word and made the snake confused? When Lee Manman heard Soo-Yu say this, she couldn't help curling her lips. Then come on. I wish you success. She never worried about this. Because when she knew about Soo-Yu's ability, she had thought about it. This guy probably had a way to restrain her superpower. Control. There is no specific control. That's awesome. Maybe it won't be a problem for Soo-Yu to perform vector control one day. However, the two are not enemies. What are you afraid of? Now it is a society ruled by law. Is it possible that Silyu can do something really bad? In that case, the two of them might be hostile. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be hostile in this life. Lin Shanshan looked at the two of them, with a flash of envy in her eyes. Your superpowers are amazing. If I fight with you, it seems like I can't beat you. Only after seeing Silyu and Li Manman's superpowers did she understand how terrifying they were. Although her body strengthening combined with the martial arts she has practiced since she was a child, she is very powerful. But compared with Silyu and others, it feels far behind. If a fight really breaks out, Silyu will probably fly a kite. Not to mention Li Manman, he will directly attack you with waves of indiscriminate attacks. You will have to kneel when the time comes. Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan suddenly shuddered. Well, these two guys have superpowers. Can't afford to offend. The three of them waited here for a while, and the giant python finally lost its life completely. The muscles in the body no longer twist. Look at the giant python in front of you. Silyu smacked her lips. How about we eat snake meat later? Hearing what Silyu said, the two of them refused without thinking. No. Never. Wow, you're so disgusting. You actually want to eat snake meat? Go away, don't come near me. When Li Manman and Lin Shanshan heard this, they immediately looked like cats with angry hair. Lin Shanshan subconsciously stayed away from this guy. This guy actually wants to eat snake meat? Seeing their fierce reactions, Silyu's face was full of pity. Pity. Salt and pepper fried snake, crispy snake segments, stone pot snake, etc. are all delicious. Although Silyu is afraid of living snakes, he is not afraid of dead ones. Even Silyu wanted to eat it. It's old and fragrant. Shaking his head, Silyu didn't think much. Like the previous leopard, Silyu activated his superpower to freeze it in place. Then I took a photo and positioned Suji. I left him a message by the way. Old man, I want to eat snake soup. When I come back, leave some for me. Don't send everything to the Academy of Sciences. After sending these messages, Silyu put away her phone. Then he said to the two women. Gone. Let's go on. After saying this, Silyu continued walking towards the forest. The two quickly followed Silyu. When they walked around the snake, the two girls were quite scared. Although he was already dead and was frozen by Silyu. But just looking at it made them feel butterflies in their hearts. Very uncomfortable. So they also want to leave here quickly. After walking for a while, Lin Shanshan suddenly shouted. Etc. Look here. Hearing her words, Silyu and Li Manman looked over with some confusion. Lin Shanshan continued to say to the two of them with excitement on her face. Look. This is the mutant ginseng we are looking for. Although it is small, it is definitely mutated. Lin Shanshan pointed to a few purple ginseng leaves. His face was full of excitement. The leaves of ginseng are mostly green, and may turn yellow in autumn. But definitely not purple. Where she pointed, there was a plant growing there. If she recognized it correctly, this should be mutated ginseng. Silyu glanced around, and then suddenly realized. Li Manman, that snake just stayed here, right? In other words, it was just here guarding this ginseng. Then again, why does this thing feel like it has just grown and is not very big? Chapter 43. There were obvious traces of something pressing around the purple ginseng leaves. Moreover, there are some drag marks on the ground. Plus that giant snake. It should have stayed here just now. In other words, the snake that Silyu and the others just killed ran from here. In other words, he is guarding this little ginseng. Li Manman nodded. Really? It does go through here. It seems that this ginseng plant should be the medicine it protects. Do these mutated creatures also understand this? Just like those guardian beasts mentioned in novels. In other words, this mutated medicinal material is very precious. After saying this, Li Manman took out his mobile phone and wrote down the incident. At the same time, send it to Wang Xiaomei. Tell Wang Xiaomei about this discovery. When Lin Shanshan heard this, she touched her smooth chin, and then analyzed it seriously. Based on the theory of universality, it is impossible for creatures in the wild to have such habits. In other words, in their instinct, this mutant ginseng is useful to itself. And it's a big supplement. Otherwise, I wouldn't be staying here. It's just because the ginseng hasn't grown yet. So when it detects our arrival, it is ready to go over and have a meal. Then come back here and continue to guard. Is there nothing wrong with my analysis? Lin Shanshan became more and more excited as she talked. I feel like I have discovered some truth. Hearing her words, Su Yu and Li Manman immediately rolled their eyes at her. Yes, yes, yes. You make a lot of sense. But that guy is done. Let's dig this thing up first. I don't know how to dig any ginseng. If that's the case, then just install the whole thing with nothing but soil. After saying this, Su Yu squatted down directly. Then take out a plastic bag. What followed was putting his hands on the ground. His telekinesis began to spread downward from the ginseng root in a very gentle form. It feels almost the same later. Su Yu directly controlled her telekinesis, wrapped the ginseng in soil and dug it out of the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanshan hurriedly stepped forward to help. He took the fresh keeping bag from Su Yu's hand and opened it. Let Su Yu put in this mutated ginseng. Su Yu put the soil and ginseng in directly. Then Lin Shanshan sealed it directly. Then happily put it in your bag. It seemed to be saying that this was already hers. Su Yu has nothing to say about this. Come on, let's keep going. Manman, please pay attention next. If a mutated creature appears within your range of perception, just tell me. Next, we'll look for those motionless creatures over there. Maybe you can find a lot of plants from it. According to what this guy just said. If nothing else, these mutated creatures will probably be guarding some medicinal materials. If this is confirmed, then it means that these mutated medicinal materials should be very valuable. When saying this, Su Yu's eyes were also shining. Su Yu was very curious about the functions of these medicinal materials. Maybe if we leave it to the research institute, we can develop something epic-making. Thinking of this, Su Yu was also looking forward to it. If something is really researched, then these potential seeds of the Superpower Management Bureau are definitely the first batch to be used. Isn't this why Su Yu joined? Su Yu can think of it, and Lin Shanshan can naturally think of it too. There was also a flash of expectation in her eyes. Obviously she is also looking forward to what effect these things can have. The world is undergoing tremendous changes. Now people from other countries can't come in, and they can't get out. The only thing that can be done is to quickly strengthen itself. Maybe, the next time there is movement between countries again, there will be a war. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing. They don't know the specific situation in other countries. But the only thing that is clear is to make yourself stronger now. The three of them didn't stay here too long, but continue on the road. The next section of the road seemed very peaceful. No one encountered mutated creatures, nor any mutated medicinal materials. When they came to a river, everyone stopped to rest. Su Yu found a stone and sat down, and then he planned to take out the dry food and start chewing it. However, Su Yu suddenly noticed that there seemed to be fish in the clear river. He looked at the cookie in his hand. Suddenly, Su Yu felt that the biscuit was not delicious. Forget it, let's eat grilled fish. After saying this, a flash of electricity flashed in Su Yu's hand. Then he put his hand directly into the river. Zzz. A burst of electricity passed through, and the clear river rolled. Next moment, there was a crashing sound. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two women suddenly became strange. This guy is actually electrofishing here? Doesn't he know that electrofishing is illegal? But when I saw the fish in the river, I looked at the biscuits I was about to eat. Suddenly they also felt that it didn't smell good. Mutant fish? Oh, it's not illegal. Seeing a big fish electrocuted by Silyu, the two suddenly realized. Then they all came forward and started to help. When Silyu saw the big fish running out of the mud, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There are actually big guys. Already mutated. Looking at this fish whose head was obviously several times bigger, Silyu's eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't expect that he was just going to electrocute some fish to eat, but in the end, such a big guy came up. This works really well. Look at the struggling fish. A nasty smile suddenly appeared on Silyu's face. Although the fish in front of me has mutated, but obviously not strong. Thinking of this, Silyu decisively increased the discharge speed. In an instant, the entire dough was wrapped in golden light. The fish that was about to escape lost consciousness under Silyu's intense electric light. Silyu stopped when he saw this. Then use your telekinesis to fish out the fish in the river. But Silyu's eyes always fell on this mutated fish. Really big. Can this kind of freshwater fish grow that big? Did it mutate after eating 3 ways? After making such a complaint, Silyu didn't hesitate and was ready to bake it. It would be a waste not to eat such a big fish. Suji said that the meat of mutated creatures is very delicious. And now Silyu caught a mutated fish. So of course you have to give it a try to see if it really tastes that good. Thinking of this, Silyu immediately started handling the fish. As a single homebody, he naturally knows how to cook. Killing fish or something like that is just trivial. Chapter 44. Li Manman and Lin Shanshan saw Silyu's skillful fish-killing movements. There was also a surprised expression on his face. But he didn't think much about it. They also started to help Silyu deal with other fish. After a while, a fire was lit here, and Silyu and others began to grill fish by the river. In order to make the fish more delicious, Lin Shanshan volunteered to run out to find seasonings. Some medicinal materials can remove the smell, she still understands. Here in Passerby mountain, there is not much of anything except medicinal materials. So she ran out directly and started looking for useful things in the forest. Silyu and Li Manman stayed where they were and grilled fish. He looked at the mutated fish that showed no reaction after being grilled under the flames for a while. Silyu was a little puzzled. Did the meat quality also change after the mutation? Why is this fish still unchanged when other fish are starting to change? He was speechless. Why hasn't this thing changed at all? Silyu reached out and poked the flesh of the fish. It's very elastic and doesn't look like fish at all. Instead, it gives Silyu a feeling like elastic beads. Is this mutating to some strange place? Lin Shanshan on the side also felt very strange. Indeed, this fish is too difficult to cook, right? Just when the two were wondering, a roar of a giant bear suddenly came from the direction Li Manman left. Roar! Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the two people suddenly changed. They didn't care whether the fish was grilled or not. He ran directly in the direction of the roar. Too slow. Pay close attention. Silyu glanced at Li Manman, who was about to be left behind in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but turned around and hugged her. Then, thunder and lightning flashed across his feet, and his whole body accelerated directly. Li Manman was stunned by Silyu, who was carrying him like a piece of cargo. What the hell? What the hell is this man doing? Looking at Silyu's claws, Li Manman's face suddenly started to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. But before she could say anything, Silyu brought her to Lin Shanshan's pillow. At this time, Lin Shanshan was putting on a martial arts stance to confront a brown bear in front of her. When he came here, Yu was relieved to see that Lin Shanshan was fine. After putting Li Manman down, Yu was about to help, but Lin Shanshan stopped him directly. Don't come here, I want to fight it alone. At this time, Lin Shanshan was very excited. Her face changed from its usual naive expression. Instead, he became full of fighting spirit. Yu, who was about to take action, was stunned for a moment. Li Manman, who was put down by Yu, adjusted her clothes and expression, and then frowned at Lin Shanshan. The bear stood almost 3 meters tall. You don't have to think twice to know that this must be a mutated bear. Ordinary brown bears don't have such height. And this guy's hair has also undergone earth-shaking changes. It becomes dark and shiny. Duel with this guy? Is Lin Shanshan crazy? Li Manman was just about to speak. But the mutated bear roared again. Then he got down on all fours and rushed towards Lin Shanshan. Facing the attack of the mutated brown bear, Lin Shanshan shouted excitedly. Good. The next moment, she advanced instead of retreating. He slid sideways and rushed in front of the brown bear. Lin Shanshan, who was wearing tight pants, whipped her leg directly towards the mutant bear's head. An air burst came from Lin Shanshan's feet. Next moment, there was a bang sound. Lin Shanshan whipped her right leg directly onto the mutant bear's head. He even kicked the bear's head off. But Lin Shanshan's attack was not over yet. Take advantage of the force of this kick. With a twist of her waist, she jumped into the air, then her left leg instantly flew into the air, and then she kicked the bear hard on the head. Boom! Sounded. Lin Shanshan took advantage of this force to do a backflip in the air, and then landed firmly on the ground. The moment she landed, she rushed forward. The strength in his waist instantly gathered on his shoulders, and he hit the bear with an iron mountain support. Look at Lin Shanshan's set of combos. Yu suddenly became numb. This girl is really having a duel with this bear. Moreover, he still had the upper hand. If a series of attacks continue, the bear will not be able to take any advantage. He was also beaten directly by Lin Shanshan. Therefore, it became completely angry. Roaring sounds continued to come from its mouth. Then he kept waving his bear claws in an attempt to kill the ant that was constantly attacking it. But its attack had no effect on Lin Shanshan. He easily dodged its incoming attack. Then it can always cause a lot of harm to it. Even though it had rough skin and thick flesh, it was still unable to withstand such continuous attacks from Lin Shanshan. Seeing this, Li Manman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu, on the other hand, watched with interest. This guy has so many martial arts routines. And it seems to be very powerful. If her attack hits someone, it can cripple them in minutes. This mutant bear has rough skin and thick flesh that can withstand beatings. If it were an ordinary brown bear, we would probably have eaten bear paws by now. This guy is a bit awesome. Seeing Lin Shanshan's battle, Yu couldn't help but marvel. Isn't this better than watching a movie? Real person versus brown bear. And it's a live version. So cool. And this guy is too violent. Whoever marries her in the future will be beaten badly if he can't beat her. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but start to gloat. I don't know which brother is so unlucky. Yu. Yu frowned. After rubbing his nose, he was a little confused. What happened? Do you feel cold when you come to the mountains? He murmured in his heart for a while, but then he didn't think much about it. But continue watching the show. As for eating and other things, how about watching a show? Yu thought that she might be able to go back and bring the fish here to grill. It's quite nice to grill fish while watching a show. Just when he was thinking this, Li Manman couldn't help but speak. Shanshan, hurry up. I'm hungry. If you don't solve it, I will take action. Although Yu was very interested, Li Manman was different. She felt that it would be better to resolve the situation here quickly. In the sound waves she received, she discovered that the movement here had attracted the attention of other creatures. If it's not resolved soon, they might be in trouble next. When Suyu heard her say this, she suddenly felt a little strange. But when Suyu saw Li Manman's frown, she immediately stopped watching the show. Chapter 45. Did this guy discover something? Noticing Li Manman's expression, Suyu couldn't help but guess. Did the nearby sound waves transmit something to this guy? Thinking of this, Suyu was also ready to take action. Lin Shanshan was stunned when she heard Li Manman's words. Although he was puzzled, he still hurriedly said, "I see. Get it done now." After saying this, she directly activated her own power. A palm struck the bear. "You force me to rob you, and let me know about the direct armor-piercing attack?" The powerful force was directly blasted into the bear's heart by Lin Shanshan. Next moment, roar! With a roar, the mutated bear was severely injured and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. The blood spurted out was also mixed with some internal organs. Obviously, Lin Shanshan's blow directly shattered its internal organs. Looking at the mutated bear that slowly fell down and stared with big eyes, it was obvious that he was unwilling to die. Suyu said with some confusion. "You said you could solve it in one go, why are you playing here? Is this a joke?" Hearing what Suyu said, Lin Shanshan snorted. "What do you know? A rare punching bag, how can you do it if you don't practice hard? No matter, hurry up and take a picture for me." Lin Shanshan said this and ran directly to her baby, then took out her mobile phone and handed it to Suyu. Immediately afterwards, the guy started running to the bear that had lost all vitality and struck a pose. Seeing this scene, Suyu was speechless. But this guy's wish was still fulfilled. After all, when we first entered the forest, this guy was talking non-stop. Find a bear to challenge. Then take pictures or something. Now that her wish has come true, she is satisfied. At the same time, Suyu also saw this guy's ability. In terms of close combat, this guy is really strong. Although he likes to fight this bear in a flashy way, his combat ability is nothing to say. Especially the last blow, which drove the power into the bear's body. This gave her the air of a martial arts master. Crack! Click! Click! Suyu quickly helped this guy take a few photos. Then he returned her mobile phone to her. "Alright. Let's go. We're going back. Our fish is still being grilled over there." After saying this, Suyu winked at Li Manman. When Li Manman saw this, he immediately understood. She followed Suyu in the direction where they were grilling fish just now. When Lin Shanshan saw that the two of them were leaving, she hurriedly picked up her things and ran up. "Wait for me." "Really? Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to take off a bear paw or something? What great ingredients!" Before she finished speaking, Li Manman interrupted her. "Stop talking about it yet. Let's get out of here. The noise caused by your fight just now has attracted the attention of other creatures. The sound waves around me tell me that there are already several big guys coming towards this direction. Let's get out of here first." When Lin Shanshan heard this, she frowned and then shut up. Xian even speeded up a bit and quickly followed up. The three people left this place, leaving only the body of the mutated bear. After the three of them left, a huge tiger appeared here not long after. It lurked cautiously. After making sure there was no danger, it walked out boldly. Then he saw the mutated bear lying in a pool of blood. Seeing this guy, a trace of human surprise flashed across its pupils. It tried to step forward, circled around the corpse a few times, and then let out a roar. The next moment, it didn't hesitate, pounced on it, and started biting the bear's body. In its view, this is a free lunch. If you don't eat, you won't eat. While it was eating, other uninvited guests began to arrive. Ouch! Another howl came from the trees. I saw a leopard with stripes all over its body lurking in the tree. After it made a sound, there was also a sputtering sound coming from the bushes nearby. Not long after, several huge mutant wolves with snow-white fur walked out. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. However, what is regrettable is that these creatures did not just fight. The three parties looked at each other. The tiger let out a low growl. The next moment, the mutated wolf's hair also made a strange sound. Not only it, but also the leopard in the tree. They seemed to be communicating something. Lee Manman, who was walking back, suddenly stopped while walking. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Then he turned to look in the direction they left just now. Noting her strange behavior, both Suyu and Lin Shanshan were a little strange. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Shanshan was a little confused. Why did she stop suddenly? Didn't you say you are still grilling fish? If you don't go back, you'll be burnt. Lee Manman's expression was serious. She said in a deep voice. I discovered something horrific. Those mutated creatures seem to have given birth to intelligence. Based on the information returned by the sound waves, several mutated creatures came from the direction we just left. And, still talking. When she said this, her tone was full of heaviness. This is not very good news. If those mutated creatures have gradually begun to become intelligent, so this shows that mankind is about to face the greatest challenge. Human beings are in danger. The fittest survive and the weak are eliminated. They couldn't do this before, but now they have wisdom. After learning to think and unite, the consequences are unimaginable. Thinking of this, Suyu's brows also frowned tightly. He glanced at Lin Shanshan and Li Manman and said, Walk. Go back first. Let's talk to Wang Xiaomei about this later. This is no small matter. You have to tell the people above and let them prepare in time. After saying this, Suyu sped up and headed towards the place where they had just grilled the fish. The two looked at each other and then nodded. Immediately afterwards, they also increased their speed and quickly caught up with Suyu. Now, although they have discovered that those mutated creatures have begun to evolve minds, there are many things that they cannot decide. Let's tell the Superpower Management Bureau about this first. What will happen specifically is not something Suyu and the others can worry about. Suyu didn't bother to think too much. If this world is hopeless, then change it to another world. In other words, if you encounter something unpleasant, just change to a parallel world and continue. What a big deal! Chapter 46. Suyu is still very confident in her superpowers. Especially parallel peeps. It's just the beginning stage now, if it continues to get stronger in the future. Suyu feels that she should be able to adjust the world line. Well, it's the so-called regret medicine. If this world is unhappy, just adjust to a world that has never experienced this. Everything is still under control, there is no panic at all. Parallel Peep's main ability now is to devour. Devour yourself in another world. Maybe in the future, superpowers can be used to replace or travel through time. At the moment when the meteor shower appeared, he was the center. Countless parallel worlds were directly born. There are so many parallel worlds, there is always one that suits you. The three of them returned to the place where they were grilling fish. Li Manman took out his cell phone and started sending Wang Xiaomei what he saw here. Suyu and Lin Shanshan came to the fish. Seeing the half-cooked fish, Suyu's eyes flashed with surprise. It's been so long, but you've only become a little familiar. Fire immunity. But forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. Here, give me those things you found. Suyu didn't think too much. Since it can be cooked, things will be easier to handle. Let's start preparing food directly. After hearing Suyu's words, Lin Shanshan took out some edible wild vegetables she found. Here, this is jiajin, wild onion. and the fruit of this salt bark tree. It just so happens that this is the time for the results. It has salt on it. Well, there are also seasonings for instant noodles. Looking at what Lin Shanshan handed him, the corners of Siryu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Seasoning for instant noodles. Do you still have instant noodles? Siryu was shocked. This guy actually brought instant noodles? Hearing Siryu say this, Lin Shanshan hummed. Then he said very proudly. This is what I left over from eating instant noodles in the hotel yesterday. I stuffed it directly into my bag in the morning. Then I brought it here. This is what I thought of when I went out just now. With this, it should taste better. Siryu felt numb immediately when she heard what she said. Did this guy eat the instant noodles in the hotel raw? Then I left the seasonings behind. He glanced at the package of sauerkraut. You don't have to think about it. This guy must have only eaten bread. And I didn't want to lose the seasoning, so I brought it over. Forget it, with this, the grilled fish tastes better. Thinking of this, Siryu started to sprinkle these seasonings on the fish. Not much though. But it still has a taste, right? In addition, Siryu asked this guy to remove the salt from the salt-skinned wood. Salt-skinned wood, during the summer vacation, this thing will bear a strange fruit. There will also be a layer of salt on top. The salt is not very salty and even has a little sour taste. Now Siryu and the others don't have any seasoning. It's not bad to use this thing to make seasoning. I just hope that the taste I added won't be too unpleasant, right? Thinking of this, Siryu's expression suddenly became strange. Seasoning packets for instant noodles, fruits of salt bark, and some medicinal materials. Any weird stuff has been added. Is this thing edible? Wait, let these two guys experiment first. With this thought, Siryu continued to grill the fish. Flip the fish so that the other side begins to heat as well. To be honest, this fish is really difficult to grill. I just went out for a while, but when I came back, it was only half cooked. The other fish were all burnt. But this thing is only half baked. Even Siryu was already thinking about it. It would be nice if I had the fire ability. Give you an instant heat. Thinking of these things, Siryu suddenly remembered. The cooldown time for my superpower is almost up. After feeling it for a while, Siryu realized that it could be used again immediately. Well, I'll use it later. Let's see if this wave will give any new superpowers. Siryu is still very interested in this new wave of superpowers. But now is not the time to think about this. Siryu and Lin Shanshan have been staring at the grilled fish in their hands. Li Manman, on the other hand, was reporting what he had discovered to Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei on the other side of the video heard what Li Manman said. Her brows also frowned deeply. Really? I understand, I will report it. We also have speculation about this matter. There's just no evidence. All living things around the world are evolving, and it is only a matter of time before intelligent creatures appear. The moment an animal changes, scientists have something to guess. What you found certainly confirms that. You shouldn't go wrong with your superpowers. I will report this matter, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Be careful over there in Passerby Mountain. If you encounter danger, remember to run away as soon as possible and don't show off. If you can't run away, hold on and ask for support. Got it? When Li Manman heard Wang Xiaomei's instructions, she couldn't help but nodded. No. We'll be careful. So be it. Finished talking to Wang Xiaomei about these things. She also hung up the phone. Li Manman put away her mobile phone, and then came to Lin Shanshan and Siryu. Look at those charred fish. She felt a little pity. But when her eyes fell on the biggest fish, there was also a flash of expectation in his eyes. Mutated fish. It should taste pretty good. And it's been baked for so long and it's still not cooked yet. This makes people look forward to it even more. Everything shows that this fish is extraordinary. It should be delicious. After baking for nearly an hour, Yu complained with an unhappy face. I'm telling you, I've never seen a fish like this in my life. This is crazy, it takes such a long time to cook even a roasted lamb. But this thing is not cooked yet. Now Yu just wants to scold her. Damn it! What kind of bullshit mutant fish? So cheating? After hearing Yu's words, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman's expressions were also very strange. Otherwise, let's just eat dry food. This fish, let's forget about it, right? Although now it exudes an attractive fragrance. However, it seems that it is not yet cooked. Yu frowned when she heard what she said. After thinking for a while, he said. So, we'll just eat it cooked. Get a Ziploc bag out. I used my superpowers to remove the cooked meat. After saying this, Yu directly used her superpower and started to move her hands. If it takes that long to be fully cooked, then don't wait. Eat first. Exist? A squeak? Chapter 47. Yu directly used her superpower to remove the cooked fish meat. Looking at the fish meat that he had removed, Yu couldn't be more satisfied. If the inside of you is not cooked, then is it okay for me to eat the outside of you? And there are no thorns yet. See the fish meat that Yu got. Lin Shanshan and Li Manman didn't want to eat immediately. These fish meats are all lumpy. It feels so strange. It's like dark cuisine. Yu wasn't that particular. She just used her superpower to control a bit of fish and put it in her mouth. I started to taste the fish that had been grilled for so long and was not yet cooked. Although there are a lot of strange seasonings added. Even though he could cook, he was made unable to cook. But Yu still wanted to try it. Seeing Yu's operation, the two girls looked directly at Yu. I want to see how he will react after eating these fish. Someone tried poison. It's so good. When the fish meat reached Yu's mouth, Yu found a strong fish fragrance spreading in her mouth. The smell is not fishy, and Yu even thinks that even without those strange seasonings, the fish is delicious just grilled. There is also a sweet taste. With those weird seasonings, how do you describe the taste? Well, some are delicious and some are terrible. It is these condiments that ruin the taste of the fish itself. It's like a yellow-flowered girl being bullied by Maisie. Too bad it's not me. Thinking of this, Yu frowned. When Lin Shanshan saw Yu frowning, she immediately lost interest. Forget it, I'll just eat solid food. It doesn't taste good at first glance. He actually frowned. She's not stupid. After saying this, Lin Shanshan took out the chocolate and compressed biscuits from her bag and started eating. Like her, there is Li Manman. Well, it definitely doesn't taste good. They should just eat solid food. Yu was stunned for a moment when she heard Lin Shanshan's words. I looked at these two guys, and then looked at the fish that although I had taken off a lot of fish meat, there was still a lot of fish. Yu suddenly stopped talking. Just throw the fish aside. Then he sat quietly on the ground and waited. When the two saw Yu throw away the fish meat, this was immediately confirmed. However, Yu's next actions confused them. You don't want to eat? Lin Shanshan looked at Yu curiously while eating the biscuits in her hands. Hearing her words, Yu shook his head. I'm not hungry yet, you can eat. Do not bother me. After saying this, Yu stopped talking. Then stared at the fish. When Lin Shanshan saw this, she suddenly realized. It must be that the fish just tasted too bad, so it made you lose your appetite, right? You must really want to vomit now, right? Hey, luckily I didn't listen to you and eat that thing. She said this with a bit of gloating. Then he ate the biscuits happily. She didn't bother to care about Yu, and even understood it. Because when she eats something she doesn't like, she will also feel loss of appetite and not want to eat. This should be the case with Silyu now, right? Just when they came and the two of them were eating, Silyu stared at the fish next to the fire. After thinking for a while, I came up with an idea. Then started trying it out. Pick up the branch stuck in the ground. Just put the whole fish into the fire and grill it. When this fish encountered fire, it suddenly reacted again. The rate of cooking begins to accelerate. Silyu's eyes suddenly lit up when he discovered this. So that's it, is it meant to be like this? Seeing Silyu's operation, Lin Shanshan was a little puzzled. What are you doing? Aren't you saying you have no appetite? What else are you doing with it? Just throw it away. Hearing her words, Silyu shook his head. No, I want to try and see if I can eat it. It doesn't taste good because of all the weird seasonings added. Maybe this would be delicious. After saying this, Silyu turned over directly. Lin Shanshan was speechless when she heard Silyu say this. Waste time. We have to continue setting off later. You should hurry up and eat something. Lin Shanshan was speechless about Silyu's strange behavior. It obviously doesn't taste good, so why do you use it? Is this the legendary kind of man's happiness? Sure enough, they women can't understand it. Lin Shanshan thought this while muttering. And Silyu didn't bother to explain. After cooking the fish for a while, it cooked faster than just a fraction of a second. In just a moment, he realized that the fish was completely cooked. So, is this the correct way to cook mutated fish? Got it, got it. After taking the thoroughly cooked fish out of the flame, a strange smell wafted out. The two women who were eating cookies looked directly over at. The two of them were stunned when they smelled the fragrance. What happened? This scent? But Silyu ignored them and directly used her superpower to get some fish meat and put it in her mouth. Then, the strange fragrance surprised Silyu. Really not bad. Is this how it was meant to be burned? It smells so good. After saying this, Silyu was not polite. Started eating directly. Before continuing to eat, Silyu glanced at the two people and said with a smile. You guys have eaten so many cookies, you shouldn't be hungry anymore. Then I'll eat it myself. After saying this, Silyu happily used her superpower to cut out the fish meat piece by piece and started eating it. Even if there is no salt, the smell of this fish is still addictive. Suji really didn't lie to him. These mutated creatures are delicious. Seeing Silyu eating with gusto, why don't Lin Shanshan and the others understand? This guy Silyu had clearly lied to him just now. Throw away the unpalatable ones and discover the delicious ones. The reason why this guy is sitting here meditating is to eat alone. Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan exploded immediately. Silyu, UBD. Eating alone. Hateful. Lin Shanshan who said this put down the biscuits and ran over. I don't care, I want to eat too. After saying this, she started to do it directly, without fear of burning it. She directly pinched a piece of fish meat from the roasted fish in Silyu's hand and put it into her mouth. Then the strange fragrance conquered her immediately. At this moment, her resentment against Silyu for eating alone became even deeper. Really? You guy? Lin Shanshan, who was so filled with hatred, started to fight with Silyu. This fish meat is so delicious. Although there is no seasoning, the taste is addictive. The seasoning they just added was superfluous. When Li Manman saw this scene, he felt a little strange in his heart. However, out of dignity, she didn't try to grab it. Well, she wants to save face. Gotta keep up the image. So she watched eagerly as Silyu and Lin Shanshan were fighting over each other to eat the fish. Chapter 48. Silyu was really forced by Lin Shanshan and had no choice but to speak out. Okay. Stop crawling over here. It's peaceful. I'll give you points. When Silyu said this, he felt a little disgusted. As for what leveling is, everyone knows it. But Lin Shanshan doesn't understand. But when she heard Su Yu say that she would be given a share, she became excited. Hurry up! Everyone who sees it has a share. I'm telling you, it's not right to eat alone. You guys have obviously discovered something delicious. But you have to eat it yourself. Absolutely disgusting. Lin Shanshan strongly condemned Su Yu's behavior. This is inhumane behavior. Su Yu rolled her eyes at this guy, and then used her superpower to divide the fish into 3 parts. Of course, my share must be the most. In the end, only 1 fish bone was left, and Su Yu simply put it aside. Well, take some bones back to Wang Xiaomei for research. With this thought, Su Yu started to eat fish. This fish is really delicious. And Li Manman also got his wish and ate this kind of meat. It smells so good. After eating and drinking, Su Yu and others were ready to continue on their way. Put out the fire and put away some bones. Seeing Su Yu's operation, Lin Shanshan blinked. Are you taking the bones back? What kind of operation is this? This is outrageous. Why bring the bones back? Hearing what she said, Su Yu said seriously. This bone is very hard. We just ran out of meat. It's still of great research value. When the time comes, give it to Wang Xiaomei and have it studied. After all, they are mutated fish bones. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes at Su Yu, and then started complaining. Sister Xiaomei will kill you. Take the bones back to her. Su Yu just laughed when he heard this. He doesn't care, okay. Does Wang Xiaomei still dare to say that this thing has no research value? I'll kill you, believe it or not. Seeing that Su Yu didn't listen, Lin Shanshan stopped saying anything. Anyway, she won't be the one being talked about then. I don't care. After the 3 of them packed up, they continued on their way. I began to search for other medicinal materials in Passerby mountain. As the 3 of them went deeper, they found more medicinal materials. There are also more and more mutated medicinal materials. In just one day, Su Yu and the others found 1/3 of the medicinal materials on the list. At night, Su Yu and the others used their abilities to create a cave between the cliffs. Prepare to stay there for 1 night tonight. Lin Shanshan was stunned when she saw the cave created by Su Yu and Li Manman using their superpowers. No wonder those people didn't prepare tents for us. Did you consider that you could use your superpowers to dig holes? Hearing her words, Su Yu shrugged. Maybe. We'll just make do with it here tonight. There's a river over there. If you want to take a shower, go ahead and take a shower. I went to study my superpowers. I feel like I can control a new element right away. After saying that, Su Yu directly found a corner and sat down. He took out his sleeping bag as a cushion, took out the lighting tools, and closed his eyes. Seeing Su Yu like this, Li Manman and Lin Shanshan looked at each other. Is this guy going to get stronger again? Li Manman is now slowly beginning to believe that Su Yu's superpower is manipulation. The 2 looked at each other and left directly. Start going outside to wash up. No one came to the deserted mountains and forests, so they were not afraid. And Li Manman also has superpowers and can sense his surroundings. If Su Yu dares to peek, then Li Manman guarantees that this guy is deaf. As Li Manman said, no one can stop her. After the 2 of them left, Su Yu opened her eyes and looked at the entrance of the cave. Then the parallel peeping that became more and more powerful began to activate itself. This time, when Su Yu activated her ability, it was different from before. It seemed that he had a choice. At this moment, he felt like he was standing at a fork in the road. In front of him were countless branches. He had experienced this feeling several times. However, the first few times, he didn't feel anything. I can't feel what the other roads are like. But now, there is such a hazy feeling. You can clearly feel what kind of ability he has in this part of the road under his feet. Catching this hazy feeling, Su directly chose one of them and walked out. As he walked out, the line in front of him disappeared. And he opened his eyes directly. A strange energy emanated from him. Then, he directly gained his own abilities in another parallel world. Su opened her hand, and the flames rose into the sky. The fire ability is available. But this ability is not very useful in the forest. Set the mountain on fire, it will end. With a chuckle, Su put away the flame. When he had just activated parallel peeping, he found that many of the abilities in the timelines he sensed were repeated. In the end, Su chose the ability of fire. Although the ability to integrate repetition makes myself a lot stronger. But Su feels that it is better to have more means. You can also become stronger at the same time. As for the others, there is no choice, just choose again. Let's enrich our own methods first. At the same time, using that superpower this time, Su also confirmed one thing. Sure enough, this ability is also evolving. In other words, you can have your own regret medicine later. Su also became excited when he said this. Ouch, if you don't want to play around anymore, just change to a parallel world. Just thinking about it makes me happy. You can change it if you make the wrong choice. I'm not afraid of that. You are the absolute center, aren't you? Thinking of this, Su couldn't help laughing. This wave is very comfortable. The mood suddenly became more wonderful. Su, who had gained new superpowers, couldn't help but play with it. The flame burned in his hands, and he couldn't feel the slightest warmth. This is very kind. Now even if he is asked to rush into the fire, he is not afraid. While Su was playing here, Li Manman and Lin Shanshan, who ran out to take a shower, also came back. Although it is summer vacation now, the weather is hot. But the water in the mountains is very cold. The first time the two of them ran back was to get into their sleeping bags. But when they saw the flame in Su's hand, they were stunned. You can control fire now. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanshan was shocked. After they took a shower and came back, this guy became even more awesome. Chapter 49. When the two saw the flame in Su's hand, they naturally understood. What Su said at the beginning about developing new usage methods has been successful. After thinking about power, ice, and thunder, now there is fire. When Su heard Lin Shanshan's inquiry, he immediately cut off the flame in his hand. As you can see, it must have been a success. But it makes me so awesome. When Su said this, he felt proud. Lin Shanshan and Li Manman just stared at Su for a long time. Li Manman spat out two words directly. Abnormal. Are you scolding me? Su suddenly felt unhappy. What the hell did you say? Staring at this guy, Su had the urge to cry. After Li Manman withdrew his gaze, he said. Is not it? Perverted abilities. Now you can control several elements. Next, do you plan to continue developing control elements? In other words, start to control something. In her opinion, Su should be developed around control abilities. Superpower after superpower was developed around the ability to manipulate this abnormality. What Su has developed now is basically to control various elements, right? Only when you become stronger in the future can you control the others. Li Manman was curious, what direction would Su's next superpower development take? After hearing her question, Su thought for a while and then replied. The next aspect is to develop investigation. Your sound waves are quite good. Maybe, I could develop an airflow or something. In this aspect, it's quite easy. When saying this, the corners of Su's mouth raised slightly. He already has an idea. When Su first obtained this fire ability, he already had a goal. There was airflow control in the hazy feeling before. So there is no problem at all in saying that. Updraft. You are indeed a bad guy. Looks like we can't wear skirts in front of you anymore. When Su mentioned Chief Lo, Lin Shanshan started complaining. The first thing that comes to mind is updrafts. The moves of a certain tearful master. Hearing what she said, Li Manman also reacted. The way she looked at Su suddenly became strange. Etc. Why do you think of this when I say airflow? Besides, I have telekinesis, why do I need to use airflow? Su said this and used telekinesis directly. Lift up this guy's hair. Is there a need for updrafts there? Not feeling good about reading? Both of them glared at Su. Stop! Don't do this! Rest! Li Manman glared at Su, and then warned him. Hearing her words, Su shrugged. After taking back his superpower, he said. So, only people with unhealthy minds can think of those things in the first place, right? You two really have a problem. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I went to take a shower. After saying this, Su stood up and walked out. After Su left, the two got into the sleeping bags directly. Then the chat started. Although we are in the forest now, our mobile phone still has signal. So I can access the internet. The two chatted while watching the news on the internet. Hey! Look at the news. We really have to be wary of that guy. Maybe he will really attack us. It's better not to wear skirts in front of him in the future. Lin Shanshan pointed to her mobile phone and said to Li Manman with excitement on her face. Hearing her words, Li Manman approached her. Then she also saw the message above. A man used his superpowers to do such a thing on the subway. Superpower crimes have begun to surge. Zhongjing Bei is here to remind everyone to be careful when going out. Girls should wear less skirts and more tights when going out. The first news was about a man who had awakened to airflow control and attacked a girl in the subway. Then he was arrested by the police. He was even almost beaten to death by that girl's boyfriend. Seeing this news, the two looked at each other. You have to guard against that guy. Although that guy doesn't know if he would do such a thing. However, that guy is very unruly. Who knows if he will come suddenly? Li Manman also said this seriously. Although she said so, she actually didn't care. Because she doesn't wear a skirt. Not to mention Lin Shanshan. Since she was little, she has never worn skirts at all. When practicing martial arts, wear whatever is convenient for you. Wearing a skirt will make her unable to do anything. While watching the news, the two of them would chat here and there from time to time. The probability of superpower crimes is also rising. The state has issued a series of regulations. But it is inevitable that some people with brain problems want to test the bottom line in this aspect. It was an eye-opener for them in the news. At the same time, I have to lament the deterioration of the world. There really is everyone for everyone these days. Just when the two of them were huddled in their sleeping bags and looking at their phones, Su came to the river to wash up. After taking out the disposable toiletries, Su squatted by the river and started washing her hair. While he was doing this, suddenly, there was a sound of something coming from the other side of the river. Su, whose head was full of bubbles, looked up. Then I saw a few pairs of green eyes appearing on the other side of the river. When seeing this scene, Su was stunned. FK. Seeing these green eyes, Su was immediately startled. He jumped up hastily. He couldn't care less about the bubbles on his head. This is crazy. The moment Su jumped up, those eyes also launched a direct attack on Su. He jumped directly towards Su. Through the darkness of the night, Su could see clearly what the creature that suddenly appeared in front of him was. It's a few wolves. However, it doesn't seem to be mutated. Seeing these wolves reduced to skin and bones, surprise flashed in Su's eyes. These wolves seem to be having a rough time? Although he was very confused, Su would not show mercy. Directly activated his superpower. Several ice picks directly penetrated the wolves that rushed towards them. There was no pressure at all in front of Silyu to deal with this kind of beast. Ouch! Several screams came from their mouths. Blood spurted out immediately. And they also lost their vitality directly, and then fell into the river. Chapter 50. Silyu looked at the wolves that fell on the river, and he suddenly became numb. Damn it! I have to change places and continue washing. Li Manman and Lin Shanshan, who were in the cave, ran out when they heard the noise. When the two ran out and came to the river, they also saw the wolf on the river. Seeing these wolves killed by Silyu, the two of them were stunned for a moment. I thought you encountered a mutant creature. Lin Shanshan came to Silyu's side, but when she saw Silyu's appearance, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. It felt so interesting that I even wanted to take a photo. The bubbles on Silyu's head now fell on her face. When Li Manman saw this, he couldn't help laughing. Silyu was really funny like this. Silyu noticed the two people's expressions of wanting to laugh but holding back. Immediately I knew what was going on. After wiping the bubbles running down her face, Silyu said, "Okay, laugh if you want. I'll move to another place and continue washing. We are going to find someone to keep watch tonight. Something is not very peaceful in the forest at night." After saying that, Silyu walked up along the river. Ignore these two guys. Li Manman and Lin Shanshan couldn't help but laugh after Silyu left. Hey. I just wanted to take a photo of him like that. Hehe, but this is interesting to you. Lin Shanshan and Li Manman couldn't help laughing at this time. After they had laughed enough, they did not stay here any longer, but turned around and walked back to the cave. As for the wolves on the river, they didn't care. Just leave it here. It will probably be washed away by water or something. Silyu quickly washed herself in the river. While washing, Silyu could hear strange sounds coming from the mountains from time to time. When hearing these voices, Silyu frowned slightly. Get up from the river and put on your clothes. After using the superpower of fire to dry the moisture on your body, Silyu returned to the cave. As soon as he returned here, Silyu said to Li Manman, "Li Manman, use your superpower. Quietly listen to the sounds of the mountains. Let's see if we can find any problems. I feel like something is wrong in this mountain." Hearing Silyu's words, Li Manman, who was playing with his mobile phone, was stunned for a moment. Then she also sat up straight. During her break, she did not turn on her superpowers. This was her rare quiet moment, and she didn't want to be disturbed by the strange sounds from the outside world. Now that Silyu said this, she began to activate her abilities. After carefully receiving the information coming from all around, her brows suddenly furrowed deeply. Has a problem. Very noisy. There seemed to be a lot of creatures gathered together. Li Manman felt the information coming back. Her brows were also tightly knitted together. What on earth is it? Creature party? She doesn't understand anymore. Lin Shanshan also felt a little strange at this time and said, "All living creatures gathered together. Isn't this preparing to attack our defense line? Or is this a meeting?" Hearing what she said, Silyu suddenly felt dumbfounded. That's a moment. Halfway through her words, she froze. Silyu hurriedly looked at Li Manman and said, "Do you know in which direction it is roughly?" When Li Manman heard this, he nodded immediately. "No. Although it's far away. But these sound waves are coming from one direction. It's in the south." When Silyu heard this, he quickly took out the map and said, "This is where we are. South, it should be here, this direction, this side of the Grand Canyon." Looking at the map in his hand, Silyu pointed to a place in the south of the map and said, "This should be it, right?" When the two heard this, they couldn't help but get closer. Seeing where Silyu was pointing, Li Manman closed his eyes and felt it for a moment before nodding. That's right. It's indeed over there. After receiving confirmation, Su took out her mobile phone and sent a video to Wang Xiaomei. Seeing Su's operation, Lin Shanshan was a little confused. How is this going? What do you want to do? She didn't understand what Su was doing. While the video was connected, Su also explained it. Ask Wang Xiaomei to use a reconnaissance satellite to take a look. Let's see what's going on. So many mutated creatures gathering together is not a good sign. Maybe it's what you just said. After Su finished saying these words, the video was connected. Wang Xiaomei appeared at the other end of the video. Her hair was wet now, and she was only wearing a bath towel. What? She is still taking a shower. Suddenly I received a video from this guy Su. There is simply no one left. Seeing her like this, Su had no intention of teasing her. Instead, he explained directly. I found something here. Can the satellites in the sky be used now? Let someone detect the Passerby A mountain Grand Canyon. Li Manman found something abnormal here. It seems that there are many mutated creatures gathered together. Su quickly explained her problem. Wang Xiaomei frowned after hearing Su's words. I understand. I will report the news to my superiors right now. You wait a moment. After saying this, she hung up the phone. This news about Su is serious. Mutated creatures actually gathered together? This is not good information. After the video hung up, Lin Shanshan asked Su. Satellite. It's midnight, can the satellite see the ground? If it's not daytime, can satellites in the sky still see the ground? Hearing her question, Su nodded. Able. There are thermal imaging detectors on the satellite. It is used to detect infrared rays emitted by objects. Different materials emit different infrared radiation, so different materials can be detected. If there really were that many creatures gathered together, then, when the satellite detects this side, it should be able to find it. Su was very sure about whether he could see it or not. At the same time, Su is also very curious. With so many creatures gathered together, what kind of trouble are they preparing to cause? Preparing to attack the city? Or what? No one can say for sure about this kind of thing. So let's talk to them in advance. You know, there are still many people living under the surrounding Passerby A mountain. If something goes wrong, the disaster will undoubtedly be huge. There are mutated creatures everywhere, and if they are washed into the city, the consequences can be imagined. Chapter 51. Su spent half an hour checking her cell phone in the cave. When her phone was almost out of battery, Wang Xiaomei finally sent a video to Su. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman also hurriedly came forward. The video was connected, and Wang Xiaomei, who had changed her clothes, appeared in front of the three of them. Why is there something wrong with Su's focus? Wang Xiaomei got straight to the point and said directly to the three of them. Already detected. It's exactly what you said. There are a lot of mutant creatures over there. And according to satellite detection, it seems that there are more mutant creatures heading that way. Something seems very wrong. Su, you will start coming out tomorrow morning. Don't go any further. We will continue to go there after confirming the situation inside. She was very serious when she said this. Su had just finished telling her the news, and she reported it immediately. People above also attach great importance to this issue. Many people know about Li Manman's superpowers. Since she detected a lot of mutated creatures gathering inside based on the sound waves, it must be true. So they immediately transferred the detection satellite. This confirms the news. When the satellite detected that there were indeed a large number of biological reactions and a huge energy source over the Grand Canyon, they were also stunned. At the first opportunity, they issued orders to all parties. The troops stationed in Passerby A mountain immediately stepped up patrols. At the same time, various equipment was also transported. The people above are preparing to carry out a blanket exploration of Passerby A mountain. Want to figure out what's going on? Especially that huge energy source. Experts from various fields were summoned for a meeting at the first opportunity to prepare to discuss what might happen next. When Suyu and the others heard the news, they couldn't help but were speechless. Those creatures, are they really planning to attack the city with a wave of monsters? Aren't they afraid of us humans? Some animals will run away when they see humans. Lin Shanshan was also frightened. She couldn't help but say this. Yes, some creatures are very afraid of humans. There should be no such thing as monsters attacking the city, right? Li Manman also had the same idea as Lin Shanshan. Suyu heard what Lin Shanshan said. He immediately rolled his eyes at her. Do not be silly. Silly boy, times have changed. Those mutated creatures have evolved. And there's a certain amount of thinking. Now it looks like there should be some powerful mutant creature inside. So now they're all coming together. This is preparing to cause trouble. Even if it's not causing trouble, this is not good news. They all know how to fight in groups. We must be vigilant. Lin Shanshan pouted after hearing Suyu's words. You are already thinking, but are you still afraid of you humans? Some animals that have been harmed by humans are not kidding you. Maybe there is hatred of human beings in it, and then that guy has gained a good mind. So we are preparing to cause trouble. Wang Xiaomei nodded. Indeed, it is very possible. So, we have to be prepared. You can come back tomorrow. It's getting late now. Let's spend the night inside. Then come back as soon as you wake up tomorrow morning. Alternatively, I can call a helicopter to pick you up now. That would be no problem. She gave Suyu and the others a choice. Come back now or go back tomorrow. After hearing her words, Suyu thought for a while and then said. Tomorrow. Everyone comes here and goes back tomorrow. We just have to be careful. According to this situation, although there may be some disturbances, it is not a big problem. Suyu is not in a hurry. I don't want to be too troublesome. Hearing what Suyu said, Wang Xiaomei nodded. Number 3 Number B. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have received some news. So I turned around and picked up another phone to look at it. Suyu was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. After waiting for a while, Wang Xiaomei appeared again. She said to Suyu with a serious face. Not only in our country, but also in some places abroad, similar situations seem to have occurred. Suyu, remember, come out immediately tomorrow morning. Stop talking, I'm busy. That's all. After saying this, she hung up the video. Suyu and the others looked at their phones blankly. This, seems like something big happened. Lin Shanshan was a little confused. It feels like big trouble is about to happen. Hearing Lin Shanshan's words, Suyu nodded. Indeed one. It looks like we're in big trouble. However, it's none of our concern. Rest. Leave here tomorrow. After saying this, Suyu put the phone away directly. After plugging in the power bank, he got into the sleeping bag. Seeing his appearance, the two looked at each other. Lin Shanshan poked him, and then couldn't help but ask. Suyu, won't you keep vigil? Hearing her say this, Suyu suddenly felt puzzled. What kind of night are you keeping? Are you still afraid that something will break in? In that case. With that said, Suyu directly activated his ability, and then made a thick layer of ice at the entrance of the cave, blocking the entrance directly. There are only a few places left to vent your anger. Well, I feel comfortable. After saying this, Suyu closed her eyes. Seeing Suyu's operation, the two of them were speechless. However, feeling the temperature around them, which was the same as if the air conditioner was on, the two of them looked at each other and stopped thinking about it. Then they all got into their sleeping bags, ready to rest. This is quite good. The ice block in front of me is blocking the entrance of the cave. Even if it wants to melt, it will probably not melt until the morning. This is enough for everyone to have a good rest. It didn't take long for the three of them to fall into a deep sleep. After walking for a day, everyone was tired. So when the three of them went to bed, they quickly fell asleep. While the three of them were resting, the roars of some wild beasts could be heard from time to time outside. Some seemed to be fighting, and some seemed to be talking. If Lee Manman was still awake, he might understand the meaning of these sound waves. It's a pity that this guy turned off his superpowers while sleeping. She won't be able to sleep if I don't shut her down. Various sound waves are like various noises swirling in my mind. It's impossible for people to sleep well at all, okay? Not only did she turn off the sound waves, she also directly muted it. That's why I fell asleep so quickly, falling asleep in the blink of an eye. It's like falling asleep instantly. After a restful sleep, the three of them were awakened by the chirping of birds outside the next morning. Goo goo goo, asterisk. A bit like a pigeon, but louder than a pigeon. I don't know what kind of bird this is. I don't know if it is a good bird or not. Anyway, the three of them are already awake. After waking up, Yu glanced at the two girls over there. The first thing the two girls did when they got up was to check their surroundings. Let's see if Yu did anything strange to them last night. Hey! Lin Shanshan looked relieved. Seeing their reactions, Yu's eyelids jumped. I always feel like I've been offended unintentionally, what's going on? Although the two didn't speak, Yu felt offended. I said it, but it seems like I didn't say it. Feeling a little boring, Yu stood up and put away her things. Gone. Brush your teeth and wash your face, and then we'll go back. Take another route. Collect more medicine when you go back. Since you're all here, let's complete the task by the way. Although it may not be possible to complete it, we can do as much as we can. After saying this, Yu put on her backpack and walked out. When the two women saw this, they also hurriedly followed. The three of them left the cave together. Maybe I will never come here again. In this cave, some destined person may come here in the future. When they came to the river, Yu found that the wolf corpses had disappeared. Was this washed away by water? Or was it dragged away by some creature? Yu didn't think much about it. He used the water he brought with him and washed his face in the river. Then the three of them started walking towards another road away from here. Planning to leave here. On the way back, the three of them discovered something serious. It was very quiet along the way. Except for a few birdsong, the three of them heard no more sounds. Lee Manman. Are there fewer creatures around? Yu looked directly at Lee Manman. This guy has been using his superpowers to scout around since he came down the mountain. So it was right to ask her. Lin Shanshan also withdrew her gaze from a herb on the side and looked at Lee Manman. Hearing Yu's inquiry, Lee Manman nodded solemnly. Yes. Judging from the surrounding sound wave reactions, there are many fewer creatures nearby than yesterday. Except for a few small creatures without any command. The surrounding wildlife is basically gone. Lee Manman told everything he detected. Yu felt numb now. Let's go back first. Hurry up. Lin Shanshan, don't read it. Take the mutated medicinal materials you see, and ignore the ones you don't see. There's no need to go look for it. After saying this, Yu speeded up. I can't stay here any longer. God knows what might happen next. The situation is getting worse and worse, and it always feels like something terrible is about to happen. After hearing what Yu said, the three of them had no objections. Instead, he speeded up and left here quickly. Along the way, Lin Shanshan also found a lot of important medicinal materials. Upon discovering the mutation, Yu immediately dug it out using her superpowers. Then the three of them continued on their way. Although I may have missed a lot. But the three of them finally left Passerby A mountain at noon. When she returned here, Yu found that there were a lot of people here. Most of them were people carrying the same backpacks as Yu and others. You don't need to think about it to know that this should be coming back from the mountains. At this time, they were also talking about things in the mountains. Seeing the appearance of Yu and the others, several people came over directly. Hey, man! You also received the message and came back. This old man struck up a conversation with Yu very familiarly as soon as he came up. Yu glanced at him. Judging from his appearance, he should be a student. Yu nodded. Yes, so do we. Something must have happened inside, so we were called back. Hearing Yu's words, he nodded. Then he changed the topic directly. That's right, buddy. What is your mission? Sell phone medicinal materials or collect mutated creatures. Have you collected any other mutated items that you don't need? Would you like to swap? 0. Yu looked at this guy in confusion. So, you didn't come to chat with me. Is this your real purpose? Damn it, Yu thought this guy was here to brag and beat him up. But unexpectedly, this guy changed the topic and asked this question directly. Yu glanced around, and then discovered that many people were gathering together to exchange resources. Replace the items on your to-do list that you don't need with others that do. Seeing this scene, I was speechless. But after thinking about it, Yu looked at Lin Shanshan and said, Lin Shanshan, do we also have a lot of unnecessary herbs on the list? Just change it if necessary. Hearing what Yu said, Lin Shanshan nodded. Then he couldn't help but say, there are a few. But I don't know if that's what you need. Lin Shanshan said this and took out all the herbs she found. Seeing the herbs Lin Shanshan found, this young man suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but come closer and look at the herbs Lin Shanshan took out. But when he saw the small ginseng plant, he was stunned. Have you found the mutated parameter? His voice was a little loud, which also attracted the attention of others. What? Mutation parameter. Real or fake? Let me see, let me see. Not long after, a group of people gathered around him. Ginseng itself is a very rare thing. Not to mention the mutated ones. Basically everyone who received the task of finding medicinal materials. There will be some medicinal materials such as ginseng on the list. And it's still top priority. But so far, no one has been able to find it. Now I hear someone saying that they have found a mutated ginseng? This time, everyone became interested. They all came together and started to watch. They still knew what ginseng looked like, so they all saw the ginseng with purple leaves. Although it is small, it is indeed ginseng. This time, everyone was surprised. You must be very lucky. Although everyone was envious, they didn't say anything. Those who can be here, or those who join the Superpower Management Bureau. Most of them are of good character. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to join the Superpower Administration Bureau. Noticing the gazes of these people, Yu asked in surprise. Didn't you find it? Is this thing hard to find? We just saw it on the roadside. You look a bit like Versailles. To be fair, I've been here since the beginning of superpowers. But I have never seen a mutated ginseng. This should be the first one you find. The guy who came up to chat with Yu couldn't help but explain. He is a local. Ever since we learned that creatures in the wild began to mutate. The tasks are there. Find some variant herbs to research. However, no one has found the mutated ginseng. The small one in Yu's hand should be the first one. A bonus can never be lost. Chapter 52. Many people are envious of Yu's mutant ginseng. After all, this is money. Although I was envious, no one said anything. There was no NPC rich second generation coming out and arrogantly telling Suyu and others that they wanted this medicine. Everyone watched for a while and then dispersed quickly. Suyu and the others then began to select the medicinal materials they did not need. Then start making deals with the people around you. Exchange them with each other. Get the herbs on your list so you can teach the mission. This can be regarded as a happy result, and everyone is very happy. After doing all this, Suyu also saw Suji coming from a distance. Seeing him coming, Suyu, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman rushed to greet him. It looks like your harvest is pretty good. How far has the mission been completed? He was a little curious about how many medicinal materials this person found. He was just watching from the sidelines. The gains of these three people are not much worse than those who have been in for a long time. And a very precious mutated ginseng was also found. Hearing his inquiry, Suyu couldn't help but smile. You're lucky. I gained a lot. By the way, what's going on now? Did it say that above? Or can we leave here? Suyu is not concerned about her mission now. But what exactly is going on here? Calling them all back suddenly, is this a big move? When Suji heard Suyu's inquiry, he didn't hide it. Instead, he explained directly. You can leave if you want. But I don't want you to leave now. Something serious could happen here next. And I hope you can stay and help. Not only that, the higher authorities are also preparing to start involving the private sector. In addition to Chenbei's 320 mountain, large-scale biological gatherings have also occurred in some other places. Just like a desert area. A large number of ants and other mutated creatures gathered together. This is causing us a lot of distress. In addition, in some coastal cities, a large amount of ocean water began to come ashore in the morning, causing considerable damage to the coastline. So the higher authorities are preparing to start a round of collection of these wild animals. Even, when necessary, missiles can be used for indiscriminate bombing. Listen to what Suji said. Suyu and the three of them were immediately stunned. This? Already going to this level? Directly eliminate some threats? Thinking of this, Suyu and the others thought for a while and then replied. It's okay if you stay. Then we won't go back. By the way, who should give these medicinal materials to? Suyu suddenly asked about this. Although it was a mission received from Wang Xiaomei. But it's okay to submit it here, right? Hearing this, Suji shook his head. Wang Xiaomei is here this afternoon, just hand it over to her. I'm not responsible for this. She is your boss after all. When everyone heard that Wang Xiaomei was coming, they became even more confused. Is she coming? Real or fake? Why are you running here? Lin Shanshan was very confused. Can she still take care of things here? When Suji heard this, he couldn't help laughing. She is also a fighter. And there is no danger around your city, so she was dispatched here. When she comes, just give these things to her. After hearing the reason, the three people nodded immediately. I see. But then again, that guy is actually a combatant. Interesting. There is no trace of Suyu that this guy is a combatant. Nothing like it. On the contrary, he is more like a civilian. Suji spread his hands. Don't underestimate her. Despite his polite appearance, he is still very fierce when fighting. Especially after awakening your superpowers. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something bad. When Suyu heard this, she immediately made a question mark slowly. Why does it feel different from what she imagined? And this guy seems to be afraid of Wang Xiaomei? Thinking of this, Suyu looked at Lin Shanshan suspiciously. Is Wang Xiaomei very strong? This guy is related to Wang Xiaomei, you should know that, right? Lin Shanshan blinked when she heard Suyu say this. It's very strong. I couldn't beat her before I awakened my superpower. You won't know after you awaken your superpowers. But the superpower she awakened is the ability to control ice. The kind that becomes very strong as soon as you wake up. It is precisely because of this that she became the head of the Superpower Management Bureau branch in our city. Can it not be strong? How can you be a minister if you are not strong? Listening to what Lin Shanshan said, Su Yu was really speechless. Well, people should not be judged by their appearance. Su Yu couldn't help but muttered. When Su Ji heard this, he looked at Su Yu with a strange expression and said, "It's scarier than you think. You'll know later. By the way, it's best not to make her angry. Otherwise..." Tisk tisk. Thinking of what happened to other students in school. Faintly, he felt some pain in his ribs. When Su Yu heard this, he looked at Su Ji strangely. "Are you familiar with Wang Xiaomei?" Su Ji rolled his eyes and nodded. "We are classmates. What do you think? How can I not be familiar with it? I am already familiar with it. I almost got beaten up and sent to the hospital, what do you think?" Noticing this guy's appearance, Su Yu couldn't help but touched his chin and said, "Looking at you, you seem to have had some wonderful experiences." When this guy talked about Wang Xiaomei, he seemed very scared. What exactly happened? Curious.jpg. To be honest, Wang Xiaomei fits Su Yu's various XP very well. Logically speaking, such girls should be very welcome. But why does Su Ji look so disrespectful? Curiosity was suddenly aroused. When Su Ji heard Su Yu say this, his face suddenly became filled with sorrow. "It's just that I was ignorant when I was young. Blame me for being blind. Okay, let's not talk about this. You guys go and rest first. I won't greet you anymore, I still have something to do." He didn't want to say more on the matter. Instead, he was busy with his own affairs. Su Yu didn't care either. After he left, Su Yu and the other three found a place to sit down. Then start surfing the internet. After turning on her mobile phone and logging onto the internet, Su Yu saw all kinds of strange news. According to reports, there are a large number of mutant creatures in the mountains that can enhance superpowers by killing them. Have you killed any monsters today? The Ministry of Military Affairs stated that it supports the people's behavior of fighting monsters. Major airports are full of people at this time. Is the era of universal monster fighting coming soon? Our country has completely disconnected from foreign networks. The latest news, the Earth's magnetic field has changed, where should humans go? On the internet, a lot of news appeared in front of Su Yu. Su Yu was a little surprised when she saw the news. Have you started mobilizing the public to fight monsters? Moreover, have we completely lost contact with foreign countries? Even the Earth's magnetic field is changing. Why do you feel like the world has changed since we went to the mountains? Looking at the information on the phone, Su Yu was stunned. How is this going? They just didn't have access to the internet all morning and were in a hurry. But the result is that there is more information like this? It felt like centuries had passed. Hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman were also very confused. Indeed, it felt like a dream. This is too strange. Looking at the news pushed on her phone, Su Yu couldn't help but smack her lips. At this moment, a sound that was very familiar to him rang. Grass. Su Yu, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I'll wipe it. I thought we were fast enough, but you're already here. Hearing this voice, Su Yu looked around. Then I saw Zhang Chu and several classmates from Su Yu's class running over from outside. Seeing them, Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Lin Shanshan moved a little closer to Su Yu at this time, and then asked in a low voice. Is this Ball your classmate? When Li Manman heard Lin Shanshan's words, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Do you want it to be that direct? This is very rude. Su Yu didn't think anything of it, but nodded in agreement. You think it's a Ball too, right? He is indeed my classmate. I heard. Wipe. As soon as Zhang Qiu walked in, he heard what Yu and Lin Shanshan said. Lin Shanshan looked slightly embarrassed. This is very embarrassing. But Yu doesn't care. You're a ball in your own right. What, do you have any objections? By the way, why did you all come here together? Yu glanced at these guys. His eyes were full of doubts. After hearing Yu's words, Zhang Qiu said proudly. Unexpectedly, I am now a member of the Superpower Management Bureau. We received a notice last night and asked us to come over here to provide support if we have the ability. As good young people today, we naturally have to come over. So we carried the plane over overnight. Originally I wanted to find you, but you kept talking on the phone, and then we got on the plane. 0. Hearing his words, Yu suddenly became numb. So. Understood. Well, there is no fluctuation at all, and I even want to laugh a little bit. Is this guy planning to show off in front of him? Someone who shows off his identity as a superpower authority? Just an ordinary peripheral member, right? Thinking of this, Yu felt a little strange. Did you come here early? Have you also joined the Superpower Management Bureau? Zhang Qiu was very curious about this. Could it be that Yu and him are also colleagues? My colleague was also very speechless and said that you and that girl have nothing to do with each other. Now we are all here together. You actually said it was nothing? Zhang Qiu glanced at Yu, then at Li Manman, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Shanshan. Lin Shanshan gives people the feeling of Zijiabiu, she should be Yu's cousin, right? Looks very cute. He didn't know yet that Yu actually had an old cousin. Yu glanced at these guys and didn't hide anything. Instead, he couldn't help but explain aloud. I'm here to do a mission. These are my teammates, and we are also members of the Superpower Management Bureau. It's just that I was called back before the task was completed. This is nothing to hide. Yu simply said it directly. Hearing what Yu said, Zhang Qiu suddenly realized. At the same time, a glance flashed in his eyes. Then he couldn't help but said. Let me tell you, you have joined the Superpower Management Bureau a long time ago. I won't tell you anymore, let's go register for the next day first. I'll come find you later. After knowing the reason why Yu was here, he didn't stay here any longer. I left here directly with several classmates around me. Yu was also a little confused after seeing this scene. Are these guys teaming up? Kong Fan and Wang Wei's superpowers are telekinesis. Then the ball's ability is an earth-based superpower, and the pill is a water-based superpower. Have these four guys formed a team? It seems that team formation has been implemented now. 5 people in a team, or how many? This guy obviously wanted to invite him just now, but when he heard Yu say that Lin Shanshan and Li Manman were teammates, he obviously gave up. Yu still saw the regret in her eyes. In addition, he said that he had called Yu before, but Yu was always on the phone. So it was not found. Yu shook his head, he didn't think too much. Instead, he sat here and continued to browse his phone. It didn't take long for Zhang Qiu to come back again. Yu, when did you start forming a team with others? Why didn't I know about this? He moved his huge tonnage and came to Yu's side. As soon as he got here, he asked about it. Hearing his question, Yu glanced at him. I formed a team from the beginning. But this was not arranged by me, but by the Superpower Management Bureau. Why do you ask this? 3.1. Zhang Qiu looked at Yu with regret on his face. I also said I planned to form a team with you. I didn't expect you to already have a team. And it was arranged by the administration. Hateful. When Yu said this, he understood. This guy is completely a core member. But when he thought about this guy's superpower, he felt relieved. It is estimated that he was recruited as soon as the registration for superpowers ended. Then he joined in naturally and was assigned to the team. And there are 2 cute girls in the team. Seeing this scene, he was so envious. Although he Zhongqiu is not close to women. But having girls is also very nice. At least it's eye-catching, right? There is also a girl in his team, but she has been a classmate for 3 years. If you watch too much, you will feel bored. They look like Siyu, 2 cute girls. And there is also a white hair. Several people sat together and chatted. Although they have come, they still have to wait for notification from here. As time goes by, more and more people come here. Most of them looked like students. Siyu also learned from other people's conversations. It's not just a camp on their side. Many people also passed by other camps in Passerby mountain. It's just that they choose the one that's closer. If nothing else happens, maybe the people who come here will surround this mountain range from all directions. Well, except for the other side of course. As for what to do next, you have to wait for notification. At noon, everyone had a meal in the camp. Although it's not very delicious food, it can at least fill your stomach. It's not unpalatable. At this time, Wang Xiaomei finally arrived. Chapter 53. Siyu and others noticed Wang Xiaomei's arrival immediately. Siyu and the others were sitting not far from the entrance. There were people coming and going around, but this did not affect the 3 of Siyu and others watching the show. Those sitting here are also waiting for Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei, who had just walked in from outside, was about to take out her mobile phone and send a message to Siyu and the others. As a result, I heard that familiar voice. Wang Xiaomei, I'm here. Wang Xiaomei didn't even look up when she heard Siyu's voice. Some people around were suddenly surprised. Wang Xiaomei. Over there. Is that you? Gan Yu. Coconut sheep. Damn it, someone can turn into a coconut sheep. When Siyu opened his mouth, people immediately misunderstood something. Hearing those noisy sounds, Siyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. These guys are really hopeless. He just called out names, and everyone was excited. Do you really think someone has awakened the superpower to become Gan Yu? You have to look for the old man who turned into a girl before. Maybe there are quite a few such abilities. I wonder if they will make money from this? Meow meow meow. I always feel like something is wrong with my own thinking. Don't think too much about this kind of thing. Why did I suddenly become so unruly? Wang Xiaomei raised her head and looked over, ignoring the shouts of those around her. After coming to Siyu and the others, Wang Xiaomei gave Siyu a white look. Then he spoke out. Follow me. With that said, she walked towards inside. Hearing what she said, Siyu and the others hurriedly followed. Wang Xiaomei went directly into the camp, signed in, and asked for a room. With her status, this kind of thing can be done easily. After asking for a room, she walked in with Siyu and the others. After sitting down, she couldn't help but wonder. You guy, can you please stop calling me by my name in public? Ever since that game came out, my name has become the subject of ridicule by many people. Every time someone calls me, it attracts a lot of looks. Very annoying, okay. Listening to Wang Xiaomei's words, Ten Siyu felt inexplicably that this guy seemed to have a hint of Fan Hainer in it. Is it an illusion? Thinking of this, Siyu looked at her strangely. Okay, Wang Xiaomei. I won't bark anymore. Here's what we found. I was suddenly called back, so I only found half of it. But I did find a mutated ginseng. From what people around me said, this thing seems to be very precious. It may also be the first mutated ginseng. Siyu directly took out all the medicinal materials he found. Hearing Siyu's words, Wang Xiaomei nodded. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she didn't care. But he talked about other things. Put this aside for now. Let's talk about another thing first. Next I will join your team and team up with you temporarily. It has been decided from above. Start clearing the mutated creatures in the mountains. So many mutated creatures gather together, which has affected human safety. So, we have to start eliminating a group of them. But it's because we can't use large-scale weapons. So we can only rely on us to take action. Wang Xiaomei didn't hide it, but told the matter. Hearing her words, Su Yu was stunned. Aren't we here to prevent them from attacking? Why, do you want to go in directly? Su Yu was really puzzled. What happened? Different from what you imagined? When Wang Xiaomei heard what Su Yu said, she immediately shrugged. Compared to passive defense, we prefer to be proactive. After all, you should know the current situation. The whole world is not peaceful. Our current connections with the outside world are except for a few countries on land. We have completely cut off contact with some countries across the sea. Even the Earth's magnetic field is changing. Some things are no longer usable. In this case, since there is a potential crisis, then what we have to do is destroy them. Nip the danger in the bud directly. She said it very seriously. At this time, if you don't take the initiative to attack and wait for the other party to attack, then something will really go wrong. When Su Yu heard this, she immediately nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I don't have any objections. Speaking of which, is there any NC saint who has come out to stop this? If so, let them rush to the front to negotiate. At this time, why don't you recycle the waste? It always feels like you are full of malice towards those people. After hearing what Su Yu said, Lin Shanshan complained directly. Why does it feel like this guy is so malicious towards things like the Holy Mother? What the hell, go negotiate. It was clearly meant to be delivered. And mutant creatures won't negotiate with you. I'll probably eat you as a snack. Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Although there are such people. But it's not a big problem. If they really dare to show up, let them be the first. I completely agree with your statement. In special times, if such NCS really appear, let them go. Su Yu chuckled, of course this was just a joke. He didn't say much on this matter, but asked other questions. By the way, you said the Earth's magnetic field has changed. Does this have a big impact on us? The Earth's magnetic field itself changes. Changes occur every few 100,000 years. The magnetic field itself is very huge and can cover thousands of miles in space. It can be said that humans are able to survive on the Earth because they are protected by the magnetic field. The various functions of the magnetic field will not be discussed one by one here. But now the magnetic field is starting to change. What kind of change is it? Does it have a big impact on mankind? The specific situation was not mentioned in the news. Now that Wang Xiaomei talked about this, Su Yu couldn't help but ask. After hearing what Su Yu said, Wang Xiaomei didn't hide anything. After thinking for a while, he said. It doesn't have much impact on us. The impact is that some instruments malfunctioned, and there were also some communication problems. Well, some high-tech weapons can't be used. Do you understand what I said? When she said this, the corners of Wang Xiaomei's mouth raised slightly. Su Yu was stunned and then asked with surprise on his face. Is this so? I probably understand. In other words, some thermal weapons can no longer be used? This wave seems to be serious. Seeing this, Wang Xiaomei nodded and continued. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Next, you might as well think about how to improve your superpowers. It's a good opportunity to clear the mountains. Isn't it? Seize this opportunity and improve your superpowers. She said this very clearly. After this wave, it is estimated that the mutated creatures may be severely damaged. Maybe it will become less and less in the future. So you have to seize the opportunity at this time. Opportunities like this are rare. A few people chatted here for a while. Wang Xiaomei will next join Silyu's team and go into the mountains with them. But before that, we have to wait for Wang Xiaomei to settle the matter before we can set off. Silyu and others just waited slowly. When the sun began to set in the afternoon, Wang Xiaomei took care of her own affairs. Silyu and the others didn't know where Wang Xiaomei had taken the medicinal materials they had found before. And when I saw her again, it was obvious that she had just returned from a meeting. At this time, Silyu and the others were fighting against the landlord with Zhang Qiu and others. Wang Xiaomei walked over directly. When they saw Wang Xiaomei, Silyu's classmates suddenly looked confused. Because they all know Wang Xiaomei. Isn't this the branch director of their superpower management bureau? Silyu, let's go. We're going to leave next. You guys should hurry up and get ready. Go get some equipment. We'll go up the mountain overnight. Wang Xiaoling, Zhang Qiu, and others, the woman couldn't help but remind them. After saying these words, Wang Xiaomei turned around and walked towards the place where she received the equipment. When Silyu and the others saw this, they also hurriedly followed. After saying hello to Zhang Qiu, So led Ji Manman and Lin Shanshan to catch up with Wang Xiaomei. Just as the three people left, the sound of gathering also sounded. Although Zhang Qiu is full of doubts, now is not the time to think about these things. I'll ask Silyu again when I have a chance in the future. I always feel like this guy seems to be doing well. Hateful. We obviously agreed to go together, but in the end, you took off first. Silyu didn't know what Zhang Qiu was talking about. They followed Wang Xiaomei to the place where they received the equipment. After Wang Xiaomei received a backpack, she waved to Silyu and the others. Then he took them directly towards Passerby mountain. There are several teams like them. When passing through the fence, Silyu turned her head and glanced at the people gathering. Are we the vanguard? Hearing Silyu's question, Xiaomei nodded. That's right. We are the vanguard team. In addition to us, the ministers of other branches will also lead 1 or 2 teams to set off first. Why? What we have to do is open the way. Remove obstacles. So, let's just push it across. When Silyu heard this, her expression was a little strange. Open circuit. Shouldn't we let others go up at this time? What road do we drive? Silyu was puzzled. Should we let them directly transform into bulldozers? When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking about? I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just leading the way and clearing out some mutated creatures. Let's go. Let's go first. Advance inside as quickly as possible. We have to spend tonight in the mountains. After saying this, Wang Xiaomei immediately accelerated her pace. Start walking towards inside. Seeing this, Silyu and the others were somewhat helpless. It feels like this is very troublesome. The 3 of them followed Wang Xiaomei and quickly pushed inside. In fact, there are no mutant creatures at all. Along the way, there was no living thing moving outside at all. So the few people moved forward very fast. When the sun completely set, Silyu and the people behind them also started to take action. On the way, they also learned the reason why they acted now. The plan is to reach the Grand Canyon before dawn. Satellites in the sky are always staring at the Grand Canyon. The situation is getting worse and worse, and the energy radiation emitted over there is getting stronger and stronger. During the day, satellites cannot see clearly what is going on inside. It is precisely because of this that the people above decided to run over there overnight and surround the place first. It's not just Silyu who is moving forward. Some equipment such as helicopters also arrived one after another. Start flying towards the Grand Canyon. 150. After entering the mountains, Silyu and others rested for a few hours. Then he was pulled up by Wang Xiaomei early and continued on the road. Fortunately, everyone is a person with superpowers. After awakening superpowers, both mental and physical strength have become much stronger. Otherwise, I would probably be very sleepy now. That's so spirited. At dawn, Su and the others finally arrived at their destination. At this moment, there are already many people here. These people are all members of the super team from the army. They just hid here and did not continue to move forward rashly. It's only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the Grand Canyon. People from the army chose to start setting up defense lines here. Even some mutant creatures that came from behind were killed. The bodies are being dumped over there. When they came here, Su and the others also saw an acquaintance. It was Suji. This guy is different now than when I saw him before. At this time, he changed into a combat uniform and held an automatic rifle in his hand. Seeing him like this, Su and others were stunned for a moment. Suji! Before Su and the others could say anything, Wang Xiaomei's voice rang out. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's voice, Suji suddenly became excited. His face, which was still serious at first, suddenly changed. Became extremely flattering. Like ABCH. This huge contrast made Su and others confused. What's the situation now? Seeing this guy's appearance, Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes immediately. She didn't bother to pay attention to this guy, but asked him what was going on. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's inquiry, Suji did not dare to hide it. Instead, he hurriedly said. Currently, most of the mutated creatures are gathered in that valley. They seem to be waiting for something. I don't know exactly what the situation is. Although we have tried using drones to fly in. But, there seems to be something wrong inside. 27. The magnetic field is very strange. As soon as the drone flew in, it crashed. When he said this, he was very helpless. This also caused them to lose a lot of drones. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she frowned immediately. This is really a troublesome thing. What about the satellite? Did the satellite capture anything? Suji shook his head. Not at all. Satellites can't capture what's going on inside. Starting this morning, some functions of the satellite are no longer working. Changes in the magnetic field also affected satellites. Some other countries' satellites have even crashed. Our side has also been somewhat affected. The functions of satellites are not as powerful as before. When he said this, he was very helpless. Chapter 54. Changes in the Earth's magnetic field will have the greatest impact on these precision instruments. Even if Su opens the map, he will find it. The map above can no longer be located. Many companies that rely on this aspect to make a living are in a mess. Some are even directly paralyzed. Suji also said all these things directly. This also made Su and others understand the seriousness of the matter. No wonder the people above decided to send people over directly to take the initiative. If we continue to wait, something big might really happen by then. After Wang Xiaomei listened to Suji's explanation, she frowned tightly. This is really bad news. Thinking of this, she also felt a little melancholy. In other words, we wait until everyone is here and then start taking the initiative. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but ask Suji. Are you now waiting for other superpowers to arrive before launching an attack? Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Suji nodded. That's right. Actually, I would prefer to use missiles directly for carpet bombing. But this is in the forest. If we really do that, we really don't want this mountain anymore. When he said this, his face was filled with regret. Unless they are forced to do so, who would want to mobilize the power of the people? Wouldn't it be nice to just do a carpet bombing? When Su and others heard what he said, they couldn't help but smacked their lips. This guy is a wolf killer. However, it is great. If possible, he would really like to see how the cultivator is used. Just plow this place. But the consequence of that is that you can't even put out the fire. Several surrounding cities may be greatly affected. This is not what the people above want to see. Therefore, we can only rely on manpower to clear out these mutated creatures. The military still has to guard the coastline, and in the end this matter has to fall to the Superpower Management Bureau. In the end, the people from the Superpower Administration Bureau were able to mobilize only private power. It's the people who are currently called and registered. After Wang Xiaomei learned about the situation here, she said nothing more. Instead, he found a place to rest. You still need to wait for others to come before you can launch an attack. Without a full position, all they have to do is recharge their batteries. I believe it won't be long before the people behind me will catch up. Not long after Su Yu and others arrived, other members of the vanguard also arrived at their destinations one after another. To put it bluntly, the people in the vanguard are the ones opening the way. But nothing happened this time. Opening a road also opens a lonely road. There was no fighting at all, and everyone arrived at their destination safely. Then he waited quietly. They are also in constant contact with each other via radio. Wang Xiaomei, who was sitting under her subordinates to rest, suddenly thought of something. She couldn't help but asked Li Manman. Manman, can you hear the sound inside now? Did your sound waves receive any useful information? At times like this, Li Manman's superpower is very useful, isn't it? Li Manman heard Wang Xiaomei's question and nodded. However, I didn't hear any useful information. There were just heavy breathing and roaring sounds. Although we were communicating, I didn't understand what they meant. When she said this, she also frowned. Her superpowers are still too weak. Even though the distance was so far, the information she could receive was still too little. I have no idea what those mutated creatures are talking about. Wang Xiaomei felt a little regretful and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after the four people stayed here and waited, other people arrived one after another. Wang Xiaomei was also called over for a meeting. A certain fat man almost died from exhaustion. When he came to Su Yu, he complained immediately. This time is the longest road I have traveled in my life. I'm exhausted. Hearing his words, Su Yu immediately looked at him with contempt. It's better to lose weight. With your size, I really don't know what to say about you. I'm even beginning to doubt your motives for coming here. Are you planning to come here to feed the beasts with your body? Are you going to imitate a certain guru Gyalo and choke the other party to death? When this guy comes here, he is clearly a fattener. In the eyes of strange beasts, the meat of this fat guy must be the most delicious. When Zhang Qiu heard Su Yu say this, he suddenly felt like he was about to burst. I don't want to either. I can't lose this weight. He was also very desperate when he said this. Do you really think he doesn't want to lose weight? But when you lose weight, you really lose more and more weight. If you exercise a lot every day, you will feel hungry. When you're hungry, you can't help but keep craving for food. You eat and gain weight, and the cycle continues. So, what fat? For a person who can gain weight even by drinking boiled water, it is really difficult for him to lose weight. He simply didn't bother to lose weight. Su Yu did not continue to talk about this matter, but waited here quietly. Waiting for Wang Xiaomei's next plan. Just waiting here, more and more people are coming here. Su Yu even felt that many people gathered on the other side. It seems that they are planning to use encirclement tactics directly. A large number of superpowers gathered together, and then continued to clean up the surroundings of the canyon. Finally, everyone gathered in the central area. After waiting quietly for more than half an hour, Tian Xiaomei finally came out. She directly found Su Yu and others, and when she saw Zhang Qiu and others were there, she simply said directly. You also come with me. Let's fight together next. You can start taking action at any time. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Zhang Qiu and others were stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he agreed without saying a word. No problem. Does he have any objections? With Xiu and his team, safety is absolutely guaranteed. How could he refuse such a thing? So must follow. At this time, some responsible people also began to organize manpower. Form a team of these superpowers on the scene. Then these leaders started to set off. Wang Xiaomei also has her own starting route. Not with other people. She directly took the two teams of Xiu and Zhang Qiu and set off towards the other side. As the group of people continued to deepen, the number of mutated creatures gradually began to increase. From other places, the sound of fighting could also be heard at this moment. From time to time, Xiu and the others could hear explosions, or the shouting of a certain Chiyunibu. Ready to fight. Xiu. Li Manman suddenly shouted to Xiu while walking. From the beginning to the present, Li Manman has been using his superpowers to detect the surroundings. So far so normal. But as they went deeper, they finally encountered the first batch of strange beasts. You read that right, it's a batch. As Li Manman's voice fell, Xiu also saw the group of strange beasts attacking them. Everything is frozen. Xiu didn't hesitate at all. It directly activated the ice ability. A huge ball of ice energy fell from the sky. As this ball of energy fell to the ground, the icy breath froze everything around it for more than 10 meters. The mutated creatures that were rushing towards Xiu and others were instantly frozen in place by Xiu's attack. Everyone saw Xiu's attack. There was a strange flash in his eyes. Especially Lin Shanshan, she looked at Xiu with bright eyes. Master Su, give me a shield. Xiu's backhand gave her a headache. What are you doing in the cold? Attack. Although they are frozen, it does not mean they are dead. God, give me a shield. The current Xiu has never developed such skills, right? Hearing Xiu's shout, everyone also reacted. Fatty, this guy, directly used his superpower to condense stones one by one and shot them out. Well, how to put it? This guy's body type seems a bit incompatible with the superpowers he claims to use. It might be great if it could be used by girls wearing cheongsam. But it's very annoying for a fat guy like you to use such skills. What the hell, I can't even show off. You'd better leave the group. In addition to him, others also used their superpowers to smash the frozen mutated creatures in front of them. The battle comes quickly, and the victory comes quickly. If mutant creatures had levels, then these mutant creatures in front of us should be the lowest level. Wang Xiaomei looked at Xiu and asked with some confusion. Are you simply controlling the ice energy and preventing it from freezing? Wait until you land and freeze everything around you for an instant. She also saw what Xiu had done just now. So Ninja Master asked. Xiu nodded. That's right. Indeed it is. I've tried to control a lump of ice before. Although you can also freeze the surrounding area, the effect is not as good as this. If you want to freeze people, pure energy is better. When Wang Xiaomei heard what Xiu said, she nodded immediately. I see. Well, I can try too. Hearing her say this, Xiu was stunned for a moment. Is your superpower ice control? When he said this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Wang Xiaomei nodded. Yes. But I haven't developed it much. And you said you're not Gan Yu. Tisk tisk. Xiu couldn't help but complain. Ah Ching, I'm sorry, I met Wang Xiaomei first. Wang Xiaomei curled her lips. It's just a coincidence. My grandma gave me the name. It's just a coincidence. The awakening of superpowers is beyond my control. It's made, isn't it? Just a coincidence really. But if all the coincidences come together, it would be outrageous. Anyway, Wang Xiaomei felt the same way. You must be Wang Xiaomei's beauty. No need to explain too much. I understand everything. You know a hammer. Wang Xiaomei glanced at this guy directly. If she hadn't restrained her temper in recent years, she would have beaten people long ago. The team moved on. There are many mutant creatures encountered along the way. But they were all solved easily by everyone. It didn't cause any trouble to anyone. However, as they went deeper, Suyu and others discovered that the mutated creatures here became more powerful. Some even seemed to have awakened superpowers. In front of Suyu and others, is a fire-breathing fox. Mutated creatures also have superpowers. And, this guy can also breathe fire. Hey, are you going to turn into a Pokemon? Suyu looked at the one in front of her, looking at them with vigilance. A fox with fire coming out of his mouth. This is outrageous. Wang Xiaomei frowned. Has it mutated to this extent? This is going to be difficult. Catch him alive. Send it back to the research institute for study. Soon, she made a decision. If you can catch it alive, then catch it alive. Hearing her say this, the others nodded. Everyone understood instantly. If you go back and study this thing, it is indeed quite good. Thinking of this, everyone did not hesitate and launched an attack directly. Since he had to be captured alive, it was naturally impossible to kill him like before. It was Li Manman who was the first to attack. A sound wave exploded around the giant fox. Without any warning, Li Manman launched an attack directly. She's like an old silver coin. He launched a sneak attack without saying a word. The fire-breathing fox had no time to react. The whole beast was immediately stunned. But the next moment, something even more extreme happened. The severe cold froze its body directly. Don't give it a chance to react at all. 2 gusts of cold air directly froze it into a huge ice block. It could only stare at the situation outside with wide eyes. Suyu clapped her hands. Done. Isn't this great? Let someone come and transport it back. Is this solved? Zhang Qiu froze the fox immediately when he saw Suyu and Li Manman cooperating with each other. He was also speechless. I thought there would be a tough battle, to defeat the king. But the result is this? Thinking of this, he suddenly became numb. I always feel that Suyu is getting stronger and stronger. Do you really know that, Suyu? The power that burst out was completely two-dimensional compared to them. We obviously woke up together, but now you are running to become a big boss? Thinking of this, Zhang Qiu looked at Suyu with eyes full of resentment. I won't take him with me either. Hateful. This guy Suyu must have gone somewhere to secretly upgrade. After Suyu froze the fox, he couldn't help but walked up and stared at the big ice sculpture. You guys say it. If this thing continues to evolve, can it become a girl? By the way, is this a male or a female? If it's a man, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Looking at the fox in front of him, Suyu couldn't help muttering. Hear what Suyu said. Lin Shanshan and others immediately looked at Suyu with strange eyes. How good you are! Tisk. As expected, you men are all raised by the same family. They're all big pig's hooves. Despise. Lin Shanshan looked at this guy with contempt at this moment. Suyu didn't care at all when he heard this. Instead, he spoke confidently. You know a ball. You don't understand a man's happiness. People say that long hair means short knowledge, but this guy obviously has a bob haircut. Does he have such short knowledge? How can a woman understand a man's happiness? Thinking of this, Suyu was too lazy to argue with her. Women are unreasonable creatures. If you have S*X with her, she will get more and more aggressive. So when necessary, just ignore her. Or just give her a punch and make her shut her mouth completely. When Lin Shanshan heard what Suyu said, she was immediately furious. She is now really fighting those bastards who go up to Suyu. Chapter 55. Li Manman looked at Suyu and Lin Shanshan who were about to quarrel again. She was also very helpless. These two guys are really toxic. Sometimes, the two of them are as good as each other. play games together and download books together. Lin Shanshan would also call the boss 666 from the sidelines. But sometimes, they want to strangle each other to death. Damn it, they are obviously a pair of enemies, okay? Wang Xiaomei also couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, you two, stop arguing. Let's go, keep going. It doesn't matter here. I've already informed the people behind me. They will come and transport this strange beast away later. Let's move on. She directly stopped Lin Shanshan, who wanted to continue arguing with Su Yu. Lin Shanshan snorted after hearing Wang Xiaomei's words. After making a face at Su Yu, she quickly walked forward. Seeing this scene, Su Yu uttered 2 words expressionlessly. Childish. Zhang Qiu poked Su Yu, then looked at him with surprise and said. Su Yu, your teacher told me, is there something going on between you and Lin Shanshan? Is it Li Manman or Lin Shanshan? Or do you want to be a scumbag? Take 2 boats. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Qiu suddenly found that his world had completely lost its sound. For a moment, he panicked. But suddenly, he also noticed Li Manman's murderous gaze. Upon discovering this, Zhang Qiu wisely closed his mouth and stopped making any sound. Of course, he can't make a sound now. Because, Li Manman directly banned him. Even if he wants to speak, no one else can hear the sound he makes. Even he himself couldn't hear the sounds around him now. Fortunately, this is only temporary. After a while, Li Jingzhi released his superpower. But the meaning of the warning is self-evident. Although she didn't say anything, Zhang Qiu said that she understood. I don't dare to continue BB anymore. Su Yu also discovered this, looking at Zhang Qiu with eyes filled with gloating. You're stupid, you should be punished. Calling you nonsense. Su Yu gave him a gloating look, but didn't say anything. As everyone continued to move forward, more and more mutant creatures appeared in front of them. However, there are very few people who can use superpowers, Bachi, like the fox I met before. Or rather, we haven't encountered it at all. Along the way, Su Yu and the others encountered these mutant creatures. They are all killed directly, leaving no one alive. As they go deeper, the mutated creatures here become more and more powerful. At the same time, the number is getting denser and denser. This also made Su Yu's battle more difficult. At this moment, Su Yu and others are facing a group of mutated giant wild boars. These wild boars are very large. Just standing there gives people a full sense of oppression. This is still a group. Seeing these guys, Su Yu felt a little numb. Could it be that in the future, all living things will mutate? It's like we humans are all awakening. The same goes for the ants I first met on the playground. The same is true for the group of wild boars we encountered now. Could it be that the whole is evolving? After hearing Su Yu's words, everyone felt a little numb. If this is the case, then creatures that have not mutated may really be similar to national treasures. Even some people who have pets may be affected. Let's not talk about this yet. Kill these guys first. Wang Xiaomei directly interrupted everyone's speculation. What they have to do now is to quickly kill these mutated creatures. Continue to push inside. At the same time, this time, Wang Xiaomei also took action directly. Cold air that was even colder than the cold air used by Su Yu broke out from her body. As soon as they met, the cold breath began to freeze the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Yu didn't hesitate, and directly unleashed her superpower. Everything is frozen. A huge ball of ice energy fell from the sky. He fell directly into the group of mutated wild boars. Ouch! These wild boars made squealing sounds and immediately began to flee in all directions. Of course, more of them were still rushing towards Su Yu and the others. But they haven't even taken a few steps yet. Their bodies began to slowly freeze. The ice superpowers used by Su Yu and Wang Xiaomei immediately froze the group of wild boars in front of them. No one else needs to take action. The surrounding area of 100 meters directly turned into a world of ice and snow. Most of the reasons are actually the superpowers displayed by Wang Xiaomei. Yu uses such superpowers with her. But it can be clearly discovered that Wang Xiaomei's superpower is stronger than Yu's. In terms of temperature alone, the superpower she displayed was inferior to Yu's. Yu was really envious when she discovered this. In terms of levels, this guy's superpower is already considered level 5. If it breaks out seriously, God knows how powerful it will be. It has only been a while since I awakened, and I already have such power. If you tell me, no one will believe it. Maybe creatures like the proud son of heaven really exist. If Yu hadn't had the power to merge with himself in the parallel world, he would probably be just an ordinary handsome boy now. This is Wang Xiaomei's first time taking action. Her move immediately shocked Yu's classmates. How awesome is this minister? Anyone with a discerning eye can see the difference after the two cold currents attack. Gone. What are you doing standing still? After getting rid of these mutated creatures, Wang Xiaomei reminded everyone directly. After saying this, she continued to walk forward like a normal person. When everyone saw this, they immediately followed him. After passing through this frozen area, Lin Shanshan rubbed her shoulders. It's a bit cold. Sister Mei, why are you so enthusiastic, but you have awakened such superpowers? It's wired. Logically speaking, Wang Xiaomei's awakened superpower should be something else. But she awakened a superpower that was incompatible with her personality. When Yu heard this, she couldn't help but complained. Then why did you awaken to strengthen your body again? Why not awaken the halo of wisdom? Can I still control my awakened superpower? You are so awesome. Isn't this nonsense? Can you control superpowers? It's just a joke. Hearing Yu's words, Lin Shanshan was immediately angry. Hateful. Can you please stop talking? Shut up, you. Yu's rebuttal made Lin Shanshan so angry that she immediately spoke nonsense. The two immediately started to quarrel over this incident. Catching this guy is a slap in the face. Chapter 56. Yu and Lin Shanshan quarreled again. When the people in the team saw this scene, they simply chose to ignore it. The main thing is getting used to it. It's really a terrible thing to get used to this kind of thing. Just as the two were quarreling, they encountered mutant creatures again. This time, when those guys discovered Yu and others, they launched an attack directly. Moreover, this wave seems a bit big. I won't argue with you anymore. Let the fight begin. After Yu said this, lightning flashed across his body, and then he rushed out. Use thunder and lightning to strengthen your physical fitness. This time, Yu chose to fight hand to hand. Seeing this, other people also launched attacks one after another. At first, he launched an attack directly like Yu. Also rushing out with Yu was Lin Shanshan. When she finally had time to fight, she would naturally not be idle. She never had a chance to take action just now. Now that there are so many mutated creatures, she can finally take action. Yu's classmates also launched attacks. That classmate Dandan stretched out his hand, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air. Then it turned into a high-pressure water jet and blasted out. Kong Fan and Wang Wei, two guys with telekinesis, also worked together and directly controlled the rocks made by Zhang Qiu to smash them out. These stones were like cannonballs, hitting the incoming beasts. These strange beasts that attack come from all kinds of situations. Venomous tongue, fox, tiger. Perhaps, even those who often study biology have not thought of it. There are so many wild animals in Chenbai Mountain at this time. And these wild animals have mutated. There are also creatures in the sky attacking Yu and others. These creatures were stopped by Li Manman and Wang Xiaomei. The special sonic explosion directly suppressed the mutated creatures on the spot. The mutated creature flying in the sky staggered and fell down. Then Wang Xiaomei directly activated her superpower. Ice picks directly penetrated the mutated creatures. This wave of Li Manman can be regarded as controlling the field. Su Yu and Lin Shanshan seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the mutated creatures. Every time, it was a direct killing blow. The two of them kept shuttling between these mutated creatures. Then every time he takes action, a mutated creature will be killed on the spot. There are at least hundreds of mutated creatures here. However, under the joint attack of Su Yu and others, these mutated creatures soon lay on the ground. When dealing with these mutated creatures, Su Yu and others were able to clearly discover that their superpowers had become much stronger. As for Zhang Qiu and this group of guys, it is even more obvious. Their superpowers may not be as strong as Su Yu's, so they can feel it very clearly after these mutant creatures are killed. Just how powerful they became. Hiss! So awesome! I became so much stronger all of a sudden. Zhang Qiu suddenly became excited. He felt that his superpowers were getting stronger. Even faintly, you find that your weight has dropped? In other words, my body feels lighter. After saying this, he couldn't help but jump. Seeing his appearance, Su Yu was a little puzzled. What are you doing? You're stupid. When Su Yu returned here, she saw Zhang Qiu jumping up and down. He was a little confused. Is this a joke? Hearing what Su Yu said, Zhang Qiu said excitedly. Su Yu, did you see it? My superpowers are getting stronger and I'm losing weight. If I continue like this, my weight may become normal. He was so excited when he said this. When Su Yu heard this, she was immediately speechless. He couldn't help but pour cold water on him directly. That's your illusion. This is purely because your physical strength has become stronger. Then it makes you feel like you've lost weight. Don't be stupid, you can't lose weight at all. Is this guy out of his mind? I actually feel like I've lost weight. It's a complete illusion. How can you lose weight? Brother, don't even think about it. This kind of thing is completely impossible. When Su Yu said this, Zhang Qiu became depressed. Wipe. When the others saw this, they couldn't help laughing. Yes, how could I lose weight just because I was fighting monsters? This kind of thing is impossible no matter how you think about it, right? Seeing his depressed look, Su Yu couldn't hide the smile on her face. Everyone made a joke and moved on. Start heading deeper. Fighting was happening everywhere in the entire valley. Such movement has naturally alerted other mutated creatures. For a moment, all the strange beasts began to panic. Even if there is something in your valley that attracts them. At this moment, everyone was panicking. They all started running around. He kept running in all directions. They now possess considerable intelligence. Naturally, I understand that it will be very dangerous here next. So, they all decided to leave here. Let's get out of here first. It is precisely because of this that Su Yu will encounter more and more monsters and become more and more fierce. This also made everyone go inside slower. Su Yu and others also discovered this. After once again dealing with a group of mutated creatures, Su Yu frowned deeply. He looked at the forest in front of him. What's going on with the other teams? 0. Are you sure it's okay? There are more and more monsters now. Can the others bear it? This is what Su Yu is most worried about now. Hearing Su Yu's question, Wang Xiaomei shook her head. Not sure. But there's no need to worry too much. There are others coming behind us. Several lines of defense have already been deployed. We don't need to worry too much about this kind of thing. All we have to do is keep moving forward. When Su Yu heard this, she couldn't help but nodded. If this is the case, then Su has nothing to say. Looking at the monster that continued to charge towards him, Su Yu said nothing and directly launched an attack. Huge ice energy balls fell from the sky. Then it directly froze the surrounding strange beasts. Wang Xiaomei and others also launched attacks. No one continued to speak. The purpose of their coming here is to get rid of the strange beasts gathered here. There is no time to continue bragging now. In an instant, the surrounding area froze directly. The next moment, Su Yu took out a handful of game coins from his pocket. A game coin was thrown in by Su Yu. Then the fingertips flashed with lightning. The moment the coin falls, the light flashed in Su Yu's hand, and the next moment, she flicked her finger. The coin turned into an orange beam of light and was blasted out of Su Yu's hand. Boom! This sudden electromagnetic gun made several people nearby confused. Chapter 57. The flashing light at your fingertips is my unchanging faith in this life. Zhang Qiu looked at Su Yu's pretentious actions with envy on his face. What a show! You can actually use the electromagnetic gun. Damn, so sour. Why don't I have superpowers like this? He admitted that he was tricked by Su Yu. Why is he an earth type? Su Yu also heard what Zhang Qiu said, and he suddenly said with a proud face. Are you envious? It's okay to be envious. The earth element is also very strong, okay. It's said to be earth type, why not say it's rock type? The weight of the rock brings peace of mind. So, just be content. God is so restless. Hearing what Su Yu said, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but complained crazily. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but interject. The weight of the rock brings peace of mind. 130 Burial. Like Hall Master Hu, I prefer cremation. Okay, Lin Shanshan, you can shut up. Why do you talk so much? As soon as she opened her mouth, Su Yu was not very happy. Who told you about burial and cremation? Hey guys, people are talking about superpowers. You guys suddenly want to be cremated? Su Yu was too lazy to continue arguing with this guy. After scolding her, he continued to fight. The power of the electromagnetic gun is still very good. One shot can take away several frozen mutated creatures. The kind that goes right through. Although only a few hundred meters away. But that's enough. And Su Yu discovered something interesting while fighting. Logically speaking, fighting should continuously consume one's physical and mental energy. But every time he takes away a mutated creature, his mental and physical strength are replenished. In other words, Su Yu now has his own blood-sucking power. This wave is very comfortable. I felt my own superpower, and it seemed that I was about to break through. Su Yu, who discovered this, started to grab people's heads constantly. Let's improve our superpowers first. As for whether they will be beaten to death, I won't consider it for now. After breaking through, Su Yu's ability to explode will be even stronger. These mutated creatures in front of us are just babies of experience. Lin Shanshan was beaten half to death, and she was about to harvest the mutated creature. Suddenly he will be penetrated by an ice pick, and then take away the last bit of life. Although she was unhappy, she didn't say anything. But slowly she discovered the problem. Why do I get more and more tired as I fight? Good guy? I didn't feel tired before, but now I feel tired? Not only her, but other people whose heads were robbed by Su Yu also discovered this. Especially a certain fat guy. Originally he felt that he could hold on for a while, but now he was as tired as a dog. Wait a minute. What happened? Why are you so tired? Does it consume so much? The fat man was immediately confused when he discovered this. What on earth is going on? For a time, these people were really confused. Li Manman frowned, and she also felt a little strange. After a while, she suddenly reacted and looked directly at Su Yu. Su Yu! Don't take my head! In an instant, she figured everything out. No wonder, this guy keeps grabbing people. Hearing Li Manman's cry, everyone also reacted. By the way, it's this guy. This guy kept grabbing their heads and then taking away all their experience. Kill mutant creatures and gain them experience while also restoring them. However, this guy Silyu directly stole their monsters. Then they only gained a little experience to make their superpowers stronger, but their physical strength did not recover much. The main reason is that supplies cannot keep up with consumption. Suddenly discovered, Silyu spread her hands. I was discovered by you. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll fight next, and you'll harvest. My superpower has reached another level. When he said this, a powerful thunder and lightning burst out from Silyu's body. If it wasn't for the upgrade just now, how could he be so crazy about grabbing heads? Although he has been discovered now, his superpower has also broken through. Everyone was shocked when they felt the thunder and lightning burst out by Silyu. Ova! Silyu's hair stood up on its own. It's like a transformed so-and-so. There is also blue lightning emanating from the body. Silyu flicked her hair. So handsome. Then, let's start clearing the place. 0. Naturally, it is impossible to make a real thunder or unicorn. After all, the weather is so good now. It is impossible for Silyu to attract thunder clouds out of thin air. In the future, the abilities in awakening can be used together. But now, I can only rely on myself to generate electricity. You guys stand back. Otherwise you can't blame me if you get electrocuted. Hearing what Silyu said, Tian Xiaomei and others immediately retreated. Silyu now feels very dangerous to Wang Xiaomei. It's simply full of electricity. Zhang Chu and others looked at the slow-moving Silyu in confusion. After all these guys ran behind him, Silyu released all the electricity in his body. Zilla! Thunder and lightning burst out from Silyu's body, and then swept forward. Wherever these thunder and lightning passed, everything turned into charred black. Huge scars were left on some trees. Some even broke them on the spot. As for those mutated creatures, it's even worse. When Silyu's wave went down, they became numb on the spot. Really numb. The kind of numbness you get after being shocked. Roar! Shouts came from the mouths of these mutated creatures. Seeing this scene, Silyu quickly said to the guys behind him. What are you doing standing still? Harvest! Such a great opportunity! After hearing Silyu's words, several people also recovered from their daze. Then they all used their superpowers. 5.4 began to continuously harvest these mutated creatures that were in a state of paralysis. Everyone unleashed their strongest attack. It's like they're afraid of someone trying to rob them. Mutated creatures were harvested by Wang Xiaomei and the others. After Silyu's superpowers advanced, he could also feel the changes in the surrounding magnetic field. In Silyu's electromagnetic field induction, more and more mutated creatures are coming here. Silyu, who discovered this, was not only not scared, but also became excited. Coming! More mutated creatures are coming. Brothers, sisters. Let's go. The day has come for superpower upgrades. Hurry up and speed up. Silyu, who shouted like this, didn't care about the others. He picked up a few coins in his hand and shot them out as cannonballs. Chapter 58. Orange beams of light kept blasting out from Silyu's side. With every attack, Silyu will take away a mutated creature. After others harvested for a while, they also recovered a little. Then he accelerated his attack speed. In this way, Silyu and others directly blocked the passage. The mutated creatures that kept rushing out from inside were all stopped here by Silyu and others. It didn't take long for the living creatures here to pile up like a mountain. What about mutant bears, mutant foxes, and mutant tigers? All can be found here. Everyone was very tired. This time, it's not that who stole the experience, the main reason is that the consumption is too great. As they kill more and more mutant creatures, they have already felt it. The physical strength that I can recover has become very little. In other words, the further you go to the back from killing these things, the less benefits you will get. But their gains were also huge. Whether it's Lin Shanshan or Li Manman, these two guys' superpower level 10 has become even more powerful. Li Manman's sound wave control can already hear the sound several kilometers away. As for whether there are other abilities, that is unknown. After cleaning up a wave of mutated creatures, everyone stopped. Looking at the piles of mutated creatures, Su Yu took a long breath. Then he said with some confusion, "How many mutant creatures are there here? What on earth happened to this place? Why do so many mutant creatures gather here?" Su Yu still can't figure out this problem. So far, Su Yu and the others have encountered an overwhelming amount of mutant creatures. But what kind of artifact brought them together, Su Yu and others have not been able to figure out so far. Hearing Su Yu's words, Wang Xiaomei also frowned. She took out a communicator and directly started contacting people in other places. After the communicator was connected, gunshots or explosions kept coming from the other side. Needless to say, they are all at war. "Excuse me, 05, what are you doing for me? If nothing happens, don't disturb me, I'm busy now." The mutated creatures inside were just like crazy and kept attacking me. "Hey, is there something strange here?" He actually stared at me. "No more talking, that's it, hang up now." Grass. Attention to all units. I'm 08, I'm not free at the moment, I'll talk about it later if I have something to do. 03 I heard that I am not free at the moment and am fighting. We'll talk about it later, I don't have time now. Wang Xiaomei kept sending messages to other people. But without exception, they all had no time to answer. Hearing the news, Yu Xiaomei sighed. It looks like there are not just mutant creatures here like us. There are so many other places. If nothing else happens, all mutant creatures in Chenbei Mountain will gather here. We have to continue to delve deeper into the specific reasons. After saying this, Wang Xiaomei put away the communicator. It's really not very good news. Most of the mutated creatures began to flee. The movement they surrounded here has attracted the attention of the mutated creatures inside. When everyone heard this, they immediately sighed. "I'm so tired. I've never been so lucky." Su Yu's classmates couldn't help but complain at this time. This is simply painful and joyful. The pleasure of enhanced superpowers and the physical exhaustion. This also made these students really feel numb. Su Yu couldn't help but complain after hearing this. "Just be content. I don't know how many people want to come here but don't have the chance. Okay, let's take a break and then move on. Li Manman, your superpowers should also be upgraded. Can you hear what's going on inside now?" After Su Yu said something, he thought of something. Then he couldn't help but ask Li Manman. Hearing Su Yu's question, Li Manman closed her eyes directly. But his brows quickly wrinkled. Under the curious eyes of everyone, Li Manman couldn't help but said. "The mutated creatures inside seem to have started fighting. There are more mutated creatures that are starting to escape. It seems like you have given up something." After saying this, she opened her eyes. She did hear the messages. The sound waves coming from inside are such feedback. Hearing her words, Su Yu and others couldn't help but look at each other. Is this a fight over something? Lin Shanshan was very puzzled. What were the mutated creatures inside fighting for? This time, he was confused. Li Manman nodded. Should be. But we have to go inside to know the details. I can't tell, did this happen? Although she heard the information, the details were not very clear. The sound waves inside are really messy. Hearing her say this, everyone nodded. Wang Xiaomei thought for a while and then said. In that case, let's move on. I want to see what happened inside. She also became serious as she said this. What exactly is inside? It was actually able to attract so many mutated creatures. After hearing her words, everyone cheered up quickly. After regrouping, 740 started to set off again. Stepping over the attempts of those mutated creatures, smelling the smell of blood around them. Su and others felt somewhat uncomfortable. That classmate Dandan even vomited it out directly. Then it directly attracted the constant attentiveness of a certain Kong Li Go. Su had to sigh, it's great to be young. Except for him, everyone else's expressions were not very good. Even Wang Xiaomei is the same. Su is much calmer. He even killed a boxer some time ago. Looking at the corpses of these mutant creatures in front of him, although he felt a little uncomfortable, he soon calmed down. You have to get used to this kind of thing slowly. After all, you might have to go through it again in the future. Lin Shanshan pulled Su at this time. Give me a little help. When Su heard this, he looked at her strangely. What did you say? Hearing Su's words, Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes at him. Then he grabbed his arm directly. Give me a hand. My legs are weak. Looking at her eyes, Su felt as strange as possible. He thought this guy had it. But seeing her pale face, he no longer thought about it. Chapter 59. Lin Shanshan was pulled by Su, and just like that, everyone passed through the area full of corpses. When they left there, everyone was completely relieved. I didn't think anything happened during the fight, but after the fight, I saw the corpses of the strange beasts in that area. Everyone present could not bear it. 1 or 2 is fine, but if there are more than 1, it will be fine if they are put together. Just looking at it makes people feel creepy. After walking for a while, Su finally shook Lin Shanshan away. That's right, just throw it away. Lin Shanshan, who was thrown away by Su, glared at Su. Is there something on her hand? This guy actually did this to her. Too much. After walking for a while, Wang Xiaomei suddenly opened her mouth and said to everyone. Everyone, please stop and take a rest. Eat something before we move on. It's noon now. After working for so long, everyone is tired. After you're full, let's continue on the road. After hearing her words, everyone didn't hesitate and directly found a place to sit down. Then he picked up the compressed biscuits and started eating them. After eating the food quickly and drinking some water, the meal was resolved. After filling their stomachs, everyone continued on their way. As everyone went deeper, Lin Shanshan suddenly discovered something shocking. Wait a minute, Miss May. Something's wrong here. After hearing Lin Shanshan's words, everyone couldn't help but stop. Wang Xiaomei looked at Lin Shanshan with some confusion. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Su and Li Manman also gradually discovered something was wrong here. Before Lin Shanshan could speak, she spoke out. There seem to be a lot of mutated medicinal materials here. Not only the medicinal materials have mutated, but even some plants have mutated. You can see mutated things everywhere. Glancing around, Su found that mutated medicinal materials and the like were everywhere. Lin Shanshan nodded. That's right. It seems like there are all the mutated medicinal materials we need here. Look, there are several mutant ginseng we found here. She pointed to a dark place and said this involuntarily. Hearing what she said, Tian Xiaomei's eyes also focused on it. Then she also discovered this. The many medicinal materials that Lin Shanshan gave her before can be found here. Wang Xiaomei was very shocked when she discovered this. A large-scale mutation. Is there something affecting this place? That's why so many mutant creatures were attracted. It is not difficult to guess whether there is something here that is attracting these mutated creatures. If this is the case, then there must be something wrong here. Glancing around and looking at the valley in front of him, Su suddenly remembered something. He asked Wang Xiaomei curiously. By the way, when the meteor shower appears, did meteorites fall here? Have you paid attention to this matter? Su's words undoubtedly stunned Wang Xiaomei. You mean? She really hadn't thought about it. Su Yu nodded. Our superpowers only appeared after the meteor shower appeared. So, did those meteorites bring any changes to the Earth? Isn't there no research at the Institute? Or are we not recovering those meteorites? Although those meteor showers passed by the Earth. But there should be quite a few that landed on Earth, right? If there is, then does it mean that there is a meteorite inside that is attracting these mutated creatures? Then it also changed the landscape and environment here, which will lead to the emergence of large-scale mutations. If the Research Institute has recovered some meteorites, they should know about it. He stated all his guesses. Logically speaking, there should be a source of variation in such a strange place. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but fell into deep thought after hearing this speculation. I want to ask about this. Wait. With that said, Wang Xiaomei started to make a phone call directly. And Su Yu and others are not in a hurry. Started wandering around here. Mutated medicinal materials. It's everywhere here. Basically, the medicinal materials that can be seen are mutated. There were no strange beasts rushing over at this time, so it was considered safe for everyone to arrive. On Wang Xiaomei's side, the phone call was quickly completed. She got some very important news. A meteorite did fall here. The Research Institute didn't even have time to recycle it, and the plan was directly disrupted by the subsequent awakening of superpowers. Creatures everywhere began to mutate. Then the matter was shelved directly. Now that Wang Xiaomei called to report the matter here, this undoubtedly made the Research Institute also react. The reason for the large-scale variation may be caused by the meteorite that fell in Passerby A mountain. If you can get that meteorite, then it will undoubtedly be of great help to their superpower research. So now Wang Xiaomei got a new order. At all costs, bring out the meteorite that may have become a source of mutation. At the same time, the Research Institute was also the first to report the matter to higher UPS. The upper management had the same idea when they got the news. That is to let the people here bring out the meteorite at all costs. We can even use large area weapons of destruction when necessary. The meteorite that caused the mutation was really important. Not only the meteorites here in Passerby A mountain, but also other meteorites that fell in the territory, the people above are also ready to recover them. Even, some fell in neighboring countries. If possible, go get it directly. Before others react, get these meteorites first. After all, this may be an important item that caused the evolution of the Earth. Regardless of whether it's harmful or not, whoever gets it first will tell, right? After Wang Xiaomei hung up the phone, she hurriedly shouted to Su Yu and others. Su Yu, Manman, Shan Shan. Liao Niu Hao. You all come here together, we are on a mission. After hearing this, everyone immediately came together. Wang Xiaomei didn't talk nonsense, but directly told her the task she had received. There is indeed a meteorite in here. The cause of the mutation here may also be caused by the meteorite. So we have a mission now. Then go in and bring out the meteorite inside. At all costs. When everyone heard this, they immediately became serious. Everybody knows. The next battle may become more difficult. As you go deeper, the mutated creatures you encounter will become more powerful. In other words, everyone may be in danger next time. Wang Xiaomei glanced at the people present. She couldn't help but continue to speak. If you want to quit, you can leave now. This task is not mandatory. Chapter 60. Although Wang Xiaomei received the task, but she didn't force everyone to participate. But he told everything beforehand. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, everyone shook their heads hastily. No one will launch it. Kong Fan, a guy who likes to show off, said very seriously. Minister Wang, we will not withdraw until we do so. Please don't say this. The fact that we can come here to participate in this event shows that we are aware of it. And if I flinch, my grandpa might break my legs if I go back. He was very serious when he said this. This is also true. You know, when he came here, he asked for permission from his family. His grandfather learned that this was a request from above and threw him out without saying a word. Let him come over and get involved in what's going on here. He even made harsh words, saying that if he dared to desert her or something, he would break his legs when he returned. Like him is Wang Wei. None of them had any intention of backing down. Not to mention Zhang Qiu and that girl. Neither of them plans to quit. If I wanted to quit, I wouldn't be here. Seeing this scene, the corners of Wang Xiaomei's mouth raised slightly. I am still very satisfied. She looked at Su Yu and others. What about you? Upon hearing her question, Yin Ben rolled his eyes at her. Aren't you talking nonsense? How is it possible to quit? 043 Okay, stop talking, no one will quit. Hurry in and get your things, and then let's go back. Ask this? No one will quit at all, okay? Hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Shanshan also nodded hurriedly. Su Yu is right, no one will quit. When Wang Xiaomei saw this, she smiled and then continued. Good. Then let's keep going. Walk. Go all out this time. If you encounter a mutated creature, kill it if you can. If you can't kill them, let them go. Our target is the meteorite inside. Su Yu nodded after hearing this. No problem with that. After discussing for a while, everyone set off directly and rushed into the canyon. At the same time, other people leading the team also received the sudden news of this picture. Everyone who received this news was very surprised. Then without any hesitation, they all said the same words as Wang Xiaomei. Ask if anyone wants to quit. If no one wants to quit, then go all in. Naturally, basically no one who can come here is a coward. It is precisely because of this that everyone began to accelerate forward in unison, continuously advancing towards the interior of the canyon. Su Yu and the others are undoubtedly the fastest. They are already at the forefront. Now with an acceleration, the speed becomes faster. They also encountered many mutant creatures along the way. But no one paid much attention to it. Unless they pounced directly on Su Yu and others. Otherwise, they will not attack now. As you go deeper, there are more mutated plants and animals around you. In fact, it has reached the point where mutated plants are everywhere. Even a single weed has mutated. It's completely unrecognizable that this is the kind of plant you usually see. The originally green weeds now look even weirder. It even fluoresces. It feels like entering another world. Just as everyone continued to move forward, a huge alien beast rushed out from the side. Roar! Everyone looked around. I saw a huge monkey rushing towards everyone. Its mouth was covered in blood. The eyes are even scarlet. Obviously, this guy seems to have fallen into a state of madness. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned deeply. What happened? Along the way, none of the mutated creatures that everyone encountered were as bad as this guy's situation. Obviously, something is wrong. Although everyone was confused, the movements in their hands were not slow. He immediately launched an attack. However, this wave is completely different from what we encountered before. The attacks launched by Zhang Qiu and others, whether they were telekinesis or high-pressure water, fell on this mutated creature. It's almost like scratching an itch. The high-pressure water flow that Dan Dan Tung, bad, learned only cut off some of the hair on its body. In the end, it just made the monkey wet. It didn't cause much actual harm. And Wang Wei and Kong Fan tried to control it with their telekinesis. However, the other party broke free in an instant. When they saw this scene, Wang Xiaomei and Su Yu's expressions suddenly changed. Attack with full force. Don't hold back. After saying this, she created an iceberg in the void in an instant, and then smashed it towards the monkey. Seeing the 2-meter-high iceberg crashing down, the monkey let out a roar. He raised his fist and smashed it. Boom! One punch. With just one punch, the iceberg created by Wang Xiaomei was shattered on the spot. When Su Yu saw this, he didn't sit idle either. Instead, he and Li Manman showed off their superpowers. The electric current stimulated the body, and Su Yu started running, rushing to the other side in the blink of an eye. Then powerful thunder and lightning broke out from Su Yu. A bolt of golden lightning struck directly at the mutated monkey. At this time, Su Yu no longer cares about those fancy moves. Direct and pure discharge. Electrocute this girl to death. As for getting close, it is impossible to get close, and it is impossible to fight this monkey in close combat in this life. Didn't you see that Lin Qinshan's female dinosaur was already a little too timid to step forward? She obviously discovered the gap between herself and this big monkey. So now I can only stare from the sidelines. There is no other way, who makes her unable to attack from a distance. And this guy Li Manman even controlled the sound waves to carry out indiscriminate attacks. Even everyone was affected. However, Li Manman's attack is indeed powerful. Huge sound waves exploded from the monkey's ears. The terrifying volume directly shattered its eardrums on the spot. Then, the monkey was engulfed by the thunder and lightning erupted by Su Yu on the spot. In just a short moment, Su Yu and Li Manman both used their strongest attacks to hit it. Boom! The sound of thunder and lightning was mixed with the sound of sonic explosions. This directly caused several friends in the team to cover their ears. The sound is really too loud. After finishing the attack, Li Manman saw this and quickly controlled the surrounding sound waves to dissipate. Directly restricted to an area. This made everyone feel a little better. Otherwise, if this wave of indiscriminate attacks continues, his teammates may be taken away. Wait until that harsh sound goes away. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Their eyes turned to the huge monkey again. Su Yu and Li Manman's attacks were very effective. If Wang Xiaomei's iceberg was directly crushed, it was a physical attack. Then Su Yu and Li Manman's thunder and sound waves are magic attacks. Chapter 61. Su Yu and Li Manman's attacks directly caused huge damage to the big monkey. This monkey's eardrum was shattered by Li Manman's sonic attack. In addition, it was completely paralyzed by the electric shock, and it was completely unable to move at this time. Seeing this, Wang Xiaomei directly launched another attack. Aiming at the weak parts of the monkey's body, launched an attack. This monkey's physical strength is a bit scary. Even the high-pressure water cannon failed to cut it open. You must know that classmate Dandan's high-pressure water gun can easily cut even a tree. But I couldn't open its skin. One can imagine how thick this guy's skin is. You can only find the weak points on its body to attack. Then here comes the problem. What is the monkey's weakness? The answer is of course the red dot over there. Everyone who understands understands. Although it was very wretched, Tian Xiaomei was also a little reluctant. But in order to kill the monkey, she had to attack the monkey's red bullseye very frantically. A huge ice cone rose from the ground. I directly punched it through the intestines. Squeak roar. A painful roar came from the monkey's mouth. It was so heartbreaking to scream. When the people present saw this scene, they subconsciously. The blooming words suddenly turned into buds. It's so scary. No one could have imagined it. Wang Xiaomei, who was so quiet, turned out to be so frightening when she got sunspots. It's simply scary to death. Listening to the sound made by the monkey, everyone felt inexplicably sad. Even a saint couldn't help crying when he heard such screams. Li Manman, who had always been expressionless, now had his whole face distorted. He seemed to be under some huge pressure. Zhang Chu's plump face was also trembling at this time. Not to mention everyone else. Afraid. Jpg. After a painful roar, the monkey finally fell to the ground. His eardrums were shattered, and his body smelled of being burned. At the same time, there is a huge ice pick directly penetrating the red bullseye. If someone were to pull out the ice pick now, it would probably be a bright red. It was simply terrifying. After the battle, Wang Xiaomei said expressionlessly, "Let's go. We move on. For our next mission, we must do whatever it takes. Isn't it? So, there is no need for us to waste time in this kind of place." When she said this, she spoke with righteousness. It seems to be explaining that everything he does is to complete the task. He looks like a good member at first glance. But it moved the people around me so much. No one dared to refute her words. Wang Xiaomei, who was originally gentle and easy to talk to, was shocked when she used this move. That image collapsed in an instant, and she evolved from a gentle big sister to a big devil in an instant. At this moment, Su Yu finally understood. Why is that guy Su Ji so afraid of Wang Xiaomei? Perhaps, from this move, we can see what kind of person Wang Xiaomei actually is. Anyway, it's just one sentence. Can't afford to offend. Really untouchable. God knows, if you make her angry, she will do the same to you just now. In that case, it would really feel chilling and exhilarating. Everyone began to move forward in silence. As for the huge monkey that died tragically on the spot, no one cares about it anymore. Maybe after the curiosity here is over, someone will come to collect it for her? By the way, we can also study what kind of creature can cause such horrific damage to it. Everyone followed Wang Xiaomei silently and continued to move forward. Even Lin Shanshan, who had always been at odds with Su Yu, did not dare to speak loudly at this time. She knows best how terrifying Wang Xiaomei is with her expressionless face. What if he is a BB or something and gets targeted by her? But it's over. Fortunately, the atmosphere was only silent for a while. Not long after, Yin and others encountered a giant mutated creature again. With the cooperation of everyone, after getting rid of the mutated giant bear, Su Yu couldn't help but said, "It seems that the deeper we go, the bigger the monsters we encounter. Did you find out? When I first came in, although I encountered a lot of mutated creatures, they were still huge. But it won't be as bad as the days we are experiencing right now. It's just like when we fight monsters, we fight the small monsters first, and then the boss. Is there some scary guy waiting for us inside? Well, according to the script, it should be like this." Hearing Su Yu say this, Xiao Maishi rolled her eyes at him. She put away her expressionless look, and then said with some confusion, "Do you think this is a raid dungeon? Or are you doing some large-scale mission? You'll have to see what's going on inside to find out. Okay, don't think too much. Let's go quickly." After saying this, she felt a little better. Don't think too much about that thing just now. Seeing that she was back to normal, everyone was relieved. To be honest, Xiaomei, who just exuded an aura of "I'm very unhappy," was really scary. 0. Now it's finally back to normal. When everyone heard what she said, they immediately beamed with joy. Then I couldn't help but participate in the discussion on this topic. When these obstacles were cleared, everyone continued to move forward. The sky gradually darkened. But everyone could still hear the sounds of fighting nearby. It seems that other teams are also constantly advancing here. I just haven't met them. It probably took more than half an hour of walking. Everyone seemed to have arrived at their destination. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge basin. There are many craters underneath the basin. This seems to be a place where meteorites like to fall. The sun sets, making the light here look very dim. In the forest, it often gets dark faster than outside. Looking at the dim place in front of her, Su Yu couldn't help but take out her mobile phone to illuminate it. But when Su Yu took out her mobile phone, she was speechless. I don't know when it started, but his mobile phone has been scrapped. Grass. Looking at the phone with a broken screen and a burning smell. Yu was suddenly puzzled. Damn it, did you destroy your phone when you used your superpower? The thunder and lightning radiated from his body, although he didn't feel it. But the mobile phone carried in the pocket is undoubtedly scrapped. The people on TV who use electrical superpowers and can take out their mobile phones to look at them are definitely bragging. How could you forget this? Chapter 62. Lin Shanshan noticed Yu's scrapped mobile phone and couldn't help laughing. You're stupid. Haha. Deserved it. Hearing her gloating voice, he immediately rolled his eyes at her angrily. You are so happy when my phone is broken. I can't take you to write books anymore. As soon as Lin Shanshan heard the words, she immediately hummed. You can't bring it with you, but Manman can. She has more money than you. Well, Yu couldn't refute it. Thinking of all the characters in this guy's account who are full of life and energy, Yu expressed her envy. It's great to have money. Shaking his head, Yu didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he took out a military flashlight 180 from his bag, and then shined it in front of him. Li Manman, who originally took out his mobile phone, was stunned. Originally, she planned to use the flashlight of her mobile phone to take a look. But now this guy actually took out a military flashlight? He looked at the bright flashlight in his hand, and then at his phone. If I turn on the flashlight now, will I look stupid? Thinking of this, Li Manman couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she saw something, and then she couldn't help but said. There's no cell phone signal here. Is this the case for you too? Directly forcefully change the topic. She's so smart. After hearing Li Manman's words, everyone immediately looked at each other, and then they all took out their mobile phones and started reading. However, he complained angrily. Isn't there no signal here to begin with? It was because there was no signal that we had to rush in personally. If there had been a signal, the drone would have flown in long ago, and we would have been needed here. When Yu said this, everyone also reacted. Yes. That seems to be the case. Yu's eyes suddenly became strange when she looked at Li Manman. He found that this white-haired girl seemed a bit dull. She usually looks serious, but in fact, she is a bit boring. Well, maybe this word should not appear on girls. But there seems to be no problem in saying so. Li Manman scratched his eyes at Yu and silently wrote down this grudge. Then he also took out the flashlight from his bag. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but say at this time. Let's go down. Find a safe place to rest for the night. Then continue the action tomorrow. It's dark now, and it's impossible to move. We can only wait until tomorrow. Just coming here took everyone a whole day. Although it's only around 5 o'clock now, it's already starting to get dark in the forest. It is estimated that it will be completely dark here before long. So find a place to rest first. Hearing what she said, Yu couldn't help but suggested. No, just rest where you are. Fat man, use your superpower to open a hole in the mountain wall. Then we go in and stay for one night. That's what we've done before. Forget it about finding a place to camp or something. There is no safety in a cave. Looking for a place to rest? You need to find it. Just let the fat guy cut a hole and come out. When Wang Xiaomei heard Yu say this, she was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, she had no objection. This is indeed a good idea. Then leave it to you. Let's find a safe place first. Settling down and getting something to eat first. Then I'll contact others to see what the situation is now. She quickly made a decision. The only thing that can contact the outside world now is the communicator in her hand. So next she will have to conduct a series of work reports. Yu heard this, nodded, and then directly dragged the fat man Zhang Chu and walked aside. It didn't take long for him to find a good place. Then have the guy use his superpowers to start digging a hole. About 3 meters above the ground, with the help of Yu. Zhangqiu floated directly up. Then he used his superpower to directly open a cave here and come out. After it was done, everyone got into the bottle. There are 3 telekinesis holders here. So it doesn't take much effort for everyone to come up. Su Yu directly used her superpower to pull Wang Xiaomei and the others up. Get into the cave. 0. Everyone began to take out sleeping bags and other things. Su Yu also took out the self-heating rice she brought over. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said to classmate Dandan. Classmate Dandan, spray some water. Everyone was silent for a moment. Is he serious about this? Classmate Dandan glared at Su Yu angrily. But he also used his superpower to make a ball of pure water for Su Yu. Seeing this, Su Yu happily put it into the self-heating rice. At the same time, he didn't forget to take out his own water bottle. Here, fill this one up too. Keep spraying some more. Su Yu, I didn't expect your sister to be such a person. Su Yu's classmates really couldn't stand it anymore. A certain classmate who had the Huxia character fan and felt that he was the protagonist looked at this guy with a speechless face. He always feels that Su Yu is very naughty. Why didn't you notice it when you were at school before? When he was in school, this guy was obviously a good student. Zhangqiu, who was taking out 2 portions of self-heating rice, didn't find anything strange when he heard him say this. Instead, he said with a matter-of-fact expression. That's the kind of person he is in private. Nothing to fuss about. Classmate Dandan, let me spray some here too. All right. At this time, everyone really had nothing to say. This classmate Dandan filled these guys with water with a depressed look on his face. Now she is beginning to hate her superpower. Especially when Su Yu yelled at her like that, her whole body felt bad. I feel like I'm going to burst. The corners of Li Manman's mouth twitched slightly. She looked at the guys in front of her and didn't know how to complain for a while. Are they teaming up to bully girls? Hateful. Classmate Dandan, squirt for me too. Bah, give me some water. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but say this at this time. Li Manman was really numb this time. It feels like Lin Shanshan has learned bad things when she is with Su Yu. But never mind, she couldn't be bothered. Thinking of this, she handed over her self-heating rice. She was also out of water. I also need a little bit from Dandan. Chapter 63. Inside the cave, the aroma of self-heating rice soon came. Wang Xiaomei was squatting in front of a piece of self-heating rice, holding a communicator in her hand and talking to the person above. Su Yu and the others were squatting next to a flashlight and eating rice. No one spoke loudly to avoid disturbing Wang Xiaomei's work report. After she ended the call, Su Yu asked her. What's going on now? How far have the other teams progressed? While saying this, Su Yu took a bite of rice. After a day of fighting, now I can eat this self-heating rice, which is simply beautiful. By the way, why weren't they there when they entered the mountain before? Compressed biscuits instead? Damn it, this is clearly differential treatment. It must be that Guy Suji didn't arrange it for them. He remembered this grudge. When Wang Xiaomei heard Su Yu's inquiry, she didn't hide it. While opening the lid of the self-heating rice, Su Yu answered this question. The other teams are still behind. We were the first to get to this side of the basin. They have now stopped at 10 and are not moving forward. The situation is terrible right now. Many mutated creatures are constantly escaping outside. Except for us, they are still fighting over there. I guess I won't be able to stop tonight. Hearing what she said, Su Yu couldn't help but said happily. Fortunately we ran fast and got here. Otherwise, we might still be fighting with other mutated creatures now. Tisk, it smells so good. After saying this, Su Yu took a mouthful of rice. It's useless to say anything, the most important thing is to work now. Hearing what Su Yu said, everyone nodded. Indeed. Fortunately, he can run fast. Otherwise, we would still be fighting mutant creatures. How about eating here like now? Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Not bothering to argue too much with this guy, she also began to destroy the self-heating rice in her hands. She ate some compressed biscuits at noon, but she was starving. While eating, Su Yu suddenly remembered something again. He couldn't help but ask Dandan, who was spraying water. Speaking of which, I still don't know your last name, Dandan. I never knew your last name until now. This is outrageous. Dandan, who was eating, was choked when he heard what Su Yu said. Ahem. Su Yu. Damn it, my mentality just exploded. Fortunately, I have considered you as my classmate for 3 years, but you don't remember my last name at all? GDX. Now I really want to put the self-heating rice in my hand on your head. An angry classmate Dandan glared at Su Yu. Su Yu was also a little embarrassed. He really didn't pay attention to this. But Wang Wei couldn't help but complain at this time. You are so awesome. What the hell, are you trying to piss people off? We have been classmates for 3 years. You just asked someone to squirt, but you can't remember their last name? I really don't know what to say to you. Awesome. My last name is Xiet. Remember it for me. Dandan said her last name very unhappily. When the other party asked her what her last name was, her defense was instantly broken. Although she was very unhappy, she still said her name. Then she didn't want to talk to Su Yu. Su Yu expressed helplessness about this, saying that there was nothing that could be done about it. He usually had little interaction with this classmate Dandan in class. It's normal not to remember the name. In school, the only people Su Yu interacted with the most were Zhang Qiu, a fat man, and a few people sitting next to him. No way, the social circle is so big. It's not like I have a good relationship with anyone. Su Yu doesn't live on campus, so such a situation is impossible. After everyone had eaten, they collected all the garbage. Take it out later when you get out. Everyone discussed it, and after leaving a few boys to keep vigil, the girls went to rest first. Wait until midnight, then let the boys rest, and the girls will keep vigil. Although it looks very safe here. But who knows the specific situation? Anyway, you are right to arrange for people to stay up late. She started to rest early, and at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Yu woke up Lin Shanshan and the others. Lin Shanshan was very unhappy after being woken up. She was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. When Dan thought that she would have to keep vigil next, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. Obediently, Wang Xiaomei and the others got up to keep vigil. Su Yu and others went directly to sleep and began to rest. Had a night's rest. After Su Yu got up in the morning, she was ready to continue setting off. I asked Dandan, who could spray water, to get some water for everyone to brush their teeth and wash their faces, and then after simply eating a few pieces of bread, everyone continued on their way. Start heading towards the huge basin below. The sky was completely bright. But the surrounding plants make people feel like they are no longer on Earth at this time. Looking around, everyone here doesn't recognize the mutated plants at all. It doesn't look like a species at all. Either it glows, or it changes color or looks weird. This is outrageous. Fortunately, it's not a scary place. It would be terrifying if there were a tree that was secretly crooked and had a strange head. Not to mention medicinal materials. Everything here is completely mutated. It felt like I was being affected by radiation. By the way, it won't be affected by us 543 coming here, right? It's a bit scary here. Lin Shanshan looked at the environment around her that didn't look like the Earth at all. She couldn't help but muttered. At the same time, I started to worry about whether there would be radiation or something like that here. What if our bodies are affected too? A change in body shape. Using the second growth. After thinking about it, Lin Shanshan expressed her inner thoughts. Hearing her words, Su Yu glanced at her. Then he complained mercilessly. It's quite a beautiful thought. Even if you are exposed to radiation, it's just you who changed the field. Just turn into an old woman or something. You haven't become bald yet, and you haven't lost your teeth yet. That means it's not affected. So, those things you are worried about don't exist at all. Still want to welcome the second growth? This guy thinks too much. Isn't it nice to be able to hold it with one hand? Su Yu exposed her fantasy without mercy. But she was furious. You guys are so annoying. I really want to beat you up. Angry.jpg. Doesn't this guy know that interrupting a beautiful girl's fantasy is actually a terrible thing? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? But Su Yu doesn't care about this. A beautiful girl's fantasy? He obviously wants to eat farts. Chapter 64. Wang Xiaomei looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh deeply. She also didn't expect that Su Yu and Lin Shanshan getting together would cause such a reaction. Inexplicably, they became enemies. Is this really good? Shaking her head, she immediately stopped thinking about these strange things and spoke to the two of them. Let's go. Let's go inside first. It's hard to say what we'll encounter next. Try to find what we want within today's time. If we find the meteorite, our real test will be next. When I leave here, I guess there will be a lot of mutated creatures staring at me. Since a meteorite landed here, it also attracted so many mutant creatures. So this shows that the meteorite's attraction to mutant creatures is extremely huge. Even if they get the mutated meteorite next, it is estimated that when they leave next, there will be many mutant creatures attacking them. This is no simple task. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, everyone nodded. Lin Shanshan stopped arguing with Su Yu. I started on my way in earnest. A group of people continued to go deeper, and not long after they left, they heard roars and collision sounds from the distance. Hearing these sounds, everyone was stunned. What's fighting in there? Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief before speeding up and rushing inside. When everyone arrived at the scene of the fight, what they saw in front of them was a group of giant alien beasts constantly fighting. Judging from the auras emanating from their bodies, their strength is no weaker than Su Yu's. And all of these guys have superpowers. A tiger that uses ice superpowers, a python that controls shadows, etc. Everyone was shocked when they saw the big fight here. Hidden. Wang Xiaomei whispered directly and then prepared to walk towards the tree on the side. But the next moment, he grabbed her directly. I think we don't have to hide anymore. There are more hidden beasts here than us. After saying this, Su Yu directly threw a bolt of lightning towards the tree that Wang Xiaomei wanted to pass just now. Boom! Before Su Yu's attack landed on the tree, a black shadow jumped out from the tree. As it left, Su Yu's attack directly enveloped the tree, leaving a black mark on it. At this time, everyone also saw clearly what the black shadow was. Ku. A leopard whose fur blended in with the surrounding environment stared at Su Yu and others. To be honest, if its hair hadn't touched Su Yu's electrode circle and exploded, causing a burst of static electricity. Otherwise Su Yu wouldn't have noticed this guy. The leopard in front of me was lying on the ground, already in an attack posture. Just like this, it is 1 meter tall. If he stood up, he would probably be about the same height as Su Yu and others. It's a very huge guy. And he is also very good at disguise. If Su Yu hadn't grabbed Wang Xiaomei, she would have been torn to pieces by this guy on the spot. Not even a chance to react. Seeing this leopard, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but feel scared. Aang was almost killed. Roar! The leopard launched an attack on Su Yu and others without saying a word. It attacked everyone at a very terrifying speed. When Lin Shanshan saw this, she snorted coldly and rushed out. On the only path that the mutated creature must pass, Lin Shanshan has already taken a stance. A whip leg was directly whipped towards the mutant creature that was running rapidly. One kick pulled it away. The moment it was kicked out, a sound wave suddenly exploded on it. This is Li Manman's sonic bomb. With the cooperation of the two, they directly used their skills to take away the leopard, which was good at hiding, on the spot. Suyu's voice also sounded at this time. Stop being stunned, and don't even think about hiding. Next, let's attack directly. There are a lot of guys hiding around here. After saying this, the thunder and lightning on Suyu's body began to surge. It started to spread in all directions. Bolts of golden lightning began to attack forward indiscriminately. Wherever the thunder and lightning passed, a mutated creature emerged. Even mutated creatures such as pangolins hiding in the ground were forced out by Suyu's lightning at this moment. As Suyu said, there are many mutant creatures hidden here. Seeing this scene, everyone also saw clearly the mutated creatures hidden in the ground. This is more than imagined. It does make people feel a little numb. Immediately, everyone no longer hesitated and directly joined the battle. After fighting along the way, everyone's superpowers have improved a lot. Although so many powerful mutated creatures suddenly appeared, no one gave in at all. The battle started immediately. Suyu also started thinking. Is there any way to unleash powerful superpowers? His mind was racing, and Suyu suddenly reacted. Classmate Dandan, squirt with all your strength. Suyu suddenly shouted this, and Dandan suddenly screamed angrily. You are the one who sprays water, can you please stop talking like this? TMD, this BCH man will die for me. She ignored Suyu at all. So infuriating. Seeing this, Suyu quickly explained. You release the water. Wait for me to evaporate directly, and then Wang Xiaomei will help control the temperature drop and create some clouds. With clouds, it will be easy for me to make thunder clouds. When the time comes, a thunderstorm will come down and a wave of nuclear explosions will cleanse the area. Hurry up and cooperate with me to deal damage. First I hang the water, then I evaporate. Suyu quickly explained her thoughts. The squirting classmate Dandan was naturally not stupid. When Suyu explained this, she understood instantly. Although he was very angry, he quickly cooperated. No. If this is the case, then I, Wang Zhao, will not attack. As her voice fell, countless water molecules in the air began to gather crazily, and then formed streams of water with her as the center and began to flow in all directions. Seeing this scene, Suyu chuckled. He stepped back and distanced himself, leaving the monsters to Li Manman and the others to deal with. When he stepped back a little, the thunder and lightning on Suyu's body disappeared and turned directly into high-temperature flames. Flames erupted from Suyu's feet. Directly ignite the surrounding dead leaves, and then evaporate directly after encountering the water sprayed out by the elixir. Dandan kept releasing water, while Suyu began to evaporate. The water vapor directly enveloped the surrounding area. Everyone's vision was also affected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone quickly retreated. I won't fight those mutated creatures for the time being. Wang Xiaomei asked Li Manman to be wary of her surroundings, and she began to help. Chapter 65. The water vapor directly blurred the surrounding vision. Those mutated creatures were also affected. Suyu and the others started to leave this place with a tacit understanding and distanced themselves from those guys. In fact, Suyu should have taken his time when he first came in. If we start now, it is estimated that many mutated creatures will come to cause trouble. But it doesn't matter. The water sprayed out by Dandan was evaporated by Suyu. Everything turned into water vapor and began to float. Wang Xiaomei also helped at this time. Directly using his superpower, he only looked at a layer of cold air in the sky. After the water vapor passed through the layer of cold air, it slowly formed the Japanese version. Looking at the clouds appearing in the sky, everyone suddenly didn't know what to say. Sure enough, it is very important to learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well. Siyu was very excited. Classmate Dandan, spray more. Let's just get a big one. Lin Shanshan, Li Manman, you continue to fight. Don't worry about us. Those mutated creatures can't hurt us yet. Just go attack them. There are too many variations here. Let's talk about it later due to work. Besides, the meteorite should be near here. Otherwise, there shouldn't be so many mutant creatures here. When 373 heard Siyu say this, everyone immediately rolled their eyes at him, but everyone had no objection. Immediately, he stopped paying attention to Siyu and Dandan, and continued to work on them. Those mutated creatures became violent because of the appearance of water vapor. I'm angry now. And they were already fighting with each other. Although those mutant creatures wanted to tear these humans into pieces, the mutant creatures around them were even more hateful. They didn't stare at Siyu and the others. Otherwise, they will be in trouble with Hung Duo. The clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, until Siyu made classmate Dandan collapse. She really couldn't squirt out a drop anymore. Only then did they stop. Look at the thick clouds in the sky. Several of Suyu's classmates were shocked. They couldn't believe it at all. Siyu and classmate Dandan did this. A few kilometers in radius were shrouded in clouds. Other superpowers who were coming here also noticed the sudden appearance of the clouds. After all, it's broad daylight. And it was still early in the morning. As a result, there is such a big dark cloud here now. And it's still in one place. It's like it was formed slowly. Why is this, Batty, not confusing? Some people even thought it was caused by some mutant creature. Wang Xiaomei's communicator was already ringing. Greetings came in from others. Faced with the inquiries from these guys, Wang Xiaomei simply opened the full channel and told everything. My teammates did it. It's nothing unusual. Just keep coming here. Don't be surprised by what you see next. Because that guy said he was going to test the waters with Kailan or Lei Ying. Wang Xiaomei's voice fell, and the public channel suddenly fell into silence. But the next moment, the communication channel exploded. What the hell? Are you serious? There are actually such arrogant people in your team. Oh, I'm jealous. Are there already people with lightning-type superpowers of this level? It's so sour. This is crazy. We were all young people, so we all instantly understood what Xiaomei was talking about. At this moment, the people at the scene suddenly exploded. Most people are still playing with discharge. But now someone can play Lei Ying and Kailan? And even the clouds have been created. It was simply impossible to slip away. Some people even thought about it for a while, then turned around and shouted to some superpowers behind them. Who is that? A superpower of the wind system. Do me a favor. Make that cloud bigger. Yes, yes, I also have 10 guys with wind superpowers here. But this bee is of no use. So far we are still taking care of him. Quick, come and help me as an assistant. Help blow away all the clouds in the sky. Those with wind superpowers suddenly became numb when they heard this. CNM, if I could blow the clouds in the sky, would I fight monsters here with you? The old paper simply brushed this copy. So when those wind superpowers heard what their boss said, they directly chose to ignore it. And said that I can't do it. This kind of joke cannot be made casually. They're not that awesome, okay? Listening to the chaotic sounds on the public channel, Wang Xiaomei was also speechless. Even if these guys become officials, they are still teenagers. Yes, a man will remain a boy until he dies. She shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. At this time, the water vapor has basically turned into clouds in the sky. After killing some mutant creatures, everyone retreated to a distant place. Looking at the mutated creatures that were constantly fighting below, Wang Xiaomei looked at the clouds in the sky that covered most of the basin. This should be no problem, right? She glanced at Yu who was resting, and then couldn't help but ask. What are you going to do? How will Yu perform next? Thinking of this, she also became curious. Yu had just been standing using her fire superpower, and now she was very tired. Dandan, who was spraying water on the side, even collapsed. She said she had never been so tired. Now that she heard Wang Xiaomei ask this, she became equally curious. The cloud has been completed, so what about writing it down? Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Yu opened her eyes. He looked at the white clouds floating in the sky, and then smiled. The next step is, of course, to process the shipment in the sky. Such a white cloud cannot meet my needs. Yu stood up directly after saying so. I looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Leave it to me next. You guys leave a little bit. After saying this, Yu directly used telekinesis to control herself to fly. Seeing Yu's operation, Kong Fan and Wang Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there still such an operation? I wonder, how could I have forgotten this? You can control yourself to fly. Why didn't they think of this? Sure enough, the concept that humans cannot fly is deeply rooted. Seeing Yu flying up, the two classmates who also had telekinesis were immediately eager to try. Wang Xiaomei hurriedly said to everyone. All right. Let's get out of here now. You also heard what Yu said just now. The rest is up to him. Leave this area first. Since Yu asked them to leave, he must be doing something terrible. Chapter 66. Wang Xiaomei and others quickly left the place and returned directly to the place where they stayed last night. Here you can clearly see the movement in the distance. At this time, Yu was already floating high in the sky. However, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he stared down. Look at the many mutated creatures killing each other in the basin below. A flash of contempt flashed in Yu's eyes. Even if wisdom evolves, it's still no different from a wild beast. Is it your nature to kill and plunder? Before wisdom evolved, although it was a protective animal. But when they evolve wisdom, this protection of animals has nothing to do with them. Now they are just enemies. Thinking of this, Yu did not hesitate any longer. Although I don't know what kind of noise my next attack will cause. However, he still wanted to try it. It should be pretty good. With that said, Yu directly activated his superpower. Added some texture to the clouds in the sky. Thunderclouds begin to form when the electric field intensity in the cloud reaches a certain critical value. Clouds with a large amount of charge produce electrostatic induction on the Earth, and the Earth induces a large amount of opposite charges. As Yu began to use his electric superpowers to help speed up, the newly formed clouds in the sky began to change. The white clouds slowly turned into black, and lightning flashed in the clouds. Boom! As a certain 0 point was reached, a thunder sounded from the sky. It's like it's going to rain. The mutated creatures below did not pay attention to the loud noise in the sky. Instead, they are still fighting. Yu saw all this. Logically speaking, these creatures should take shelter from the rain when nature is about to rain. But now, after evolution, did it also expand? Yu didn't think too much. Just don't be affected by your own attacks. If this is the case, then these guys can go peacefully. Yu looked up at the thunderclouds that had formed in the sky. The energy accumulated inside made Yu feel a little numb. Well, the main reason is because of the pressure caused by being too close. Even though he was immune to lightning attacks, he still felt a little stressed. I just don't know if my superpower can control these thunder and lightning. However, I still want to try it. Because it's so exciting. Then, let me let you experience what real thunder is. Thunder welcome. Thunder release, Kylan. The secret of dragon slaying, Ming Yu Lei. Shut up and do it now. No one can hear your pretense. Just when Silyu was about to continue chanting, Li Manman's voice suddenly rang in Silyu's ears. When she shouted like this, he was immediately choked. Everyone watching from a distance was speechless at this time. Through Li Manman's superpower, everyone also heard the series of skills shouted by Silyu. Good guy, why don't you put down the name of your order? No one expected that this guy Silyu would be so good. As for Silyu, although she was very puzzled, but he stopped pretending. Raising his hand, a touch of electricity emanated from his hand. The electric current sank directly into the clouds in the sky. As this current submerged, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly became violent. At this moment, Silyu felt that the thunderclouds in the sky were even more out of control. Feeling this, Silyu felt a little numb. He didn't care to continue dilly-dallying. While starting to fly towards the outside covered by clouds, he began to prepare to launch the traction. A bolt of lightning flashed out of his hand. It hit the ground directly as if it had been positioned. After doing all this, Silyu started to speed up and escape without saying a word. Be reasonable. Even if he is immune to thunder and lightning, something will happen in the face of such uncontrollable thunder and lightning. So, slipped away. Just as Silyu fled the area at a terrifying speed. On the back foot, the thunder in the sky seemed to be stimulated by something. A boom sounded. Silyu turned around subconsciously. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. The thunder and lightning in the sky exploded directly. In an instant, it poured towards the ground. The lightning that Silyu had just blasted towards the ground was actually like an electric charge and could change the surrounding environment in an instant. The thunder and lightning that are constantly brewing in the sky are attracted by this momentary change in the environment. Then it poured straight down. If Silyu hadn't run fast and left the range of the clouds, I guess he will have to suffer now too. Regarding direct current and alternating current, Silyu acted completely according to instinct. He also didn't expect that he could cause such horrific damage in an instant. Although I had imagined it, this power is far more terrifying than imagined. The energy in the clouds exploded in an instant. The whole world turned into light at this moment. It was originally daytime, but now it is even whiter. Wang Xiaomei and others who were standing in the distance and watching this scene couldn't help but swallowed. Is this really caused by that guy? It seems a little bit scary. This time, he really succeeded. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but mutter. The picture in front of me is really shocking. 0. In their field of vision, the basin had already turned into a sea of thunderstorms. It's really a bit scary. Others couldn't help but nodded. No wonder that Guy Silyu told them to run away. Otherwise, after this wave, they will all be doomed. Too dangerous. The teams that were still outside and advancing inside also heard the loud noise. Wang Xiaomei has made an explanation before. Now hearing this sound, everyone was shocked. Really successful? Those responsible for leading the team wanted to take out their communicators and contact Wang Xiaomei. However, all the electronic equipment in this area was actually scrapped in an instant. Even their specially made communicator is the same. At this time, all teams were completely disconnected. Upon discovering this, everyone was helpless. As a last resort, they had to speed up. Outside Passerby mountain, the movement coming from inside was naturally captured. Although some functions of the satellite have expired, but the lightning that burst out at this moment was still detected. Coupled with what Wang Xiaomei said on the public channel before, many people know who caused this wave. It's just that the movement is a bit scary. Even some people on the border heard the violent noise. Those who didn't know thought it was the Dragon Kingdom using some terrifying weapons to deal with some mutated creatures. The sound came as quickly as it was caused. Only those on this side of the canyon could continue to hear the subsequent sounds. Chapter 67. Silyu landed next to Wang Xiaomei and the others. He looked at the big formation he had created and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. If this technique is used at the beach, it will probably kill all the fish. No, you have to be careful when using this trick in the future. Develop space capabilities. Otherwise, if you use this trick, you will get yourself involved sooner or later. When saying this, Silyu was very serious. If he hadn't felt like he couldn't run fast just now, he would probably have finished his job. Whether it is involving or detonating, it needs to be done in the middle of the thundercloud. Fortunately, the thundercloud was relatively small. It's just the size of a basin, and I can run fast enough. If it were the kind of thunder formed by nature that enveloped the entire city, anyone who uses this move is simply committing suicide. The thunder and lightning of nature are really too violent. Silyu said that only those who have actually manipulated the 837 lightning will know how terrifying it is. The wrath of heaven is the sharp sword hanging over the heads of the world. This sentence is indeed correct. As powerful as I am, there are things that cannot be defeated. One day, I will conquer the thunder in the sky. Just wait, this day won't be long. As a king who can control everything in the world, I will never allow anything I can't control. Silyu said this in a very pretentious manner. When Lin Shanshan heard this, she immediately took out her mobile phone. Wait a minute, let me see whose orange you copied again. FK. What a shame, why did my mobile phone explode? What a beautiful artistic conception, but in an instant, it was ruined by this damn woman. Silyu glared at her very unhappy. Lin Shanshan felt Silyu's gaze, and she also moved from her broken mobile phone to Silyu's face. You pay. It must be you. All this electricity you made destroyed my phone. I'm telling you, you're finished, Silyu. A bunch of photos on my phone are gone. Whoa. Watch her pretend. Silyu suddenly felt unhappy. Is it Shizuto? It's not Shitu, you're just crying. And even if you have a mobile phone, can you access the internet? Are you stupid? Silyu poked the guy's head hard. Poke with a sense of revenge. This also hurt Lin Shanshan directly. Ah! Silyu, you are looking for death. Looking at the two people who started fighting in an instant, Wang Xiaomei was suddenly speechless. You too. Stop. Damn it, I won't team up with these two guys Silyu anymore. She even began to wonder if she was right to arrange these two guys together. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, the two stopped. Lin Shanshan glared at Silyu, and then said with great disdain. Don't think that I don't know where those words you just said came from. Is that what Sikong Zhen said? Shameless guy. You actually use other people's lines to show off. Hitui. Sure enough, this woman is his lifelong enemy. Silyu remembered this grudge. Thinking of this, Silyu gave her an extremely indifferent look. Snort. Woman. Vomit. Before Silyu could finish her words, Lin Shanshan immediately acted like she was about to vomit on her clothes. You're so disgusting. Forget it, I feel so tired. Talk to this guy. Silyu was too lazy to show off. Talk to this guy and you will be done in 1 second. He was afraid that he really couldn't help but give this guy a hard blow. His eyes returned to the huge thunderstorm field in front of him. At this time, the basin in front of me was flashing with electric light everywhere. The thunder and lightning falling from the sky did not dissipate immediately with the explosion. Instead, it started to spread everywhere. It even caused a big explosion on the ground. After waiting for about a few minutes, the thunder and lightning slowly disappeared. And many mutant creatures in this basin have lost their lives. He was taken away directly by Silyu's wave. Faintly, Silyu discovered that her superpowers had become much stronger. He had already reached level 5 when he took it, but killing so many mutated creatures at once still made him a lot stronger. It's really just killing monsters and leveling up. Silyu couldn't help but complain. It's almost the same as online games, isn't it? Just a system is missing. I wonder if I can pull up a game interface by swiping my hand in the void? I wonder if there are any of these. 0. Su looked at Wang Xiaomei. Let's go look for the meteorite that caused the mutation here. It should be where those mutated creatures gathered to fight. Hearing what Su said, Tian Xiaomei nodded. Good. Let's go. Of course she had no objection. Now all the equipment is out of order. After Su's attack fell, the only communicator that could contact the outside world was successfully disabled. Now Wang Xiaomei plans to find the things quickly and leave here. With this in mind, Wang Xiaomei directly led the three of them into the basin again. Everyone set foot on this land that had been struck by lightning again. Looking at the horrible scenes around me, I couldn't help but gasp in my heart. Especially Zhang Qiu, who looked at Su like a monster. Su, how did you do it? Why can you become so strong? Obviously we all woke up together, but you have become so scary. Are you really Su? Are you sure someone didn't snatch your body? He was very doubtful whether Su had been snatched away. That's why it became so powerful. Several of Su's classmates also looked over. After hearing his words, Su rolled her eyes at him angrily. I will seize your sister's body. It's not like there aren't people with superpowers stronger than me. I wasn't that strong before 0.1, okay. It's just because I killed a lot of mutated creatures when I entered here. There are many people in the army who are better than me. And look at this guy. She will be stronger than us when she wakes up, right? Not everyone who awakens superpowers starts from scratch. Some have great power as soon as they wake up. We're just generally starting from scratch. As for me, I just killed a lot of monsters and developed various superpowers. God was so taken away from him. You must have read too many novels. You are crazy. Wang Xiaomei on the side couldn't help but nodded. I totally agree with what Su said. It is true that some people are born with very strong awakening. This is something that cannot be envied. Chapter 68. Awakening of superpowers, some are strong and some are weak. Some people have rare superpowers, and some people have popular superpowers. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing. Even some people's superpowers cannot continue to improve after they reach a certain level. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing. Although it is true that everyone has awakened their superpowers, some people have stronger superpowers than you. Wang Xiaomei knows more. She also fully agreed with Su's statement. His superpowers themselves are rare. Moreover, Su is still developing continuously, coupled with the constant fighting after coming here. It's not unacceptable that superpowers can improve so quickly. Didn't Li Manman and Lin Qinshan's superpowers also improve crazily? Wang Xiaomei told some things she knew. For example, a powerful superpower possesses level 5 power upon awakening. He also talked about the fact that people with superpowers may fall into a bottleneck in the future and cannot upgrade even if they fight monsters. Perhaps, this has something to do with certain qualifications. But for the specific details, we have to wait for the research from the Research Institute. 10. I believe that sooner or later, the Research Institute will figure out the various situations of superpowers. After everyone chatted about this matter for a while, everyone started to take action. Find the meteorite that landed here. Su headed directly towards the place with the most corpses of the alien beasts. When he came here and looked at the corpses of mutated creatures, Su began to search here. It must be around here. Use telekinesis to move these mutated creatures away. Su began to search here seriously. Although the terrain here has changed, Su can guarantee that the meteorite has not been affected. And it's not difficult to find the meteorite. Just look at that place where the degree of mutation is even more severe. Su's eyes fell on the ground. The color of the land has also changed. In addition to the darkness after being struck by lightning, the biggest reason is mutation. Observed carefully, Su soon discovered something was fishy. The map on the ground seems to be constantly changing from the outside to the inside. The color starts from light and darkens. The further inside, the darker the color becomes. Even this place has not been affected by lightning. Yu suddenly became energetic after discovering this. He hurriedly shouted to Wang Xiaomei and the others. This way. After hearing Yu's words, everyone came up. What have you found? When Wang Xiaomei came here, she asked Yu directly. Hearing her words, Yu nodded. Look at the ground. This place must have been struck by lightning. But the further you go in that direction, the more wrong the color of the land becomes. It's like being affected. I think we can't go wrong if we search in this direction. After hearing what Yu said, Wang Xiaomei also observed it carefully. After finding out that it was indeed what Yu said, she nodded hurriedly. That's right. Just search this way. Go to the other side and see if the same situation exists there. Just go in this direction. When Wang Xiaomei saw this, she immediately started making arrangements. Everyone immediately dispersed and began to search here seriously. Soon, everyone locked in a position. It should be down here. But the soil just buried it. Yu looked at the place in front of her. The soil here had obviously been turned over. And the soil here has also changed. It turned dark purple. It's like something is constantly contaminating these things. Hearing what Yu said, everyone nodded. Then, dig. Lin Shanshan was a little unsure. Do you want to dig directly? When Yu heard her question, she immediately rolled her eyes. Dig some wool. Zhang Qiu, use your superpower. Are you stupid? There is a person here with superpowers who can control the soil. Still need to dig it yourself? What a fool! Lin Shanshan also reacted after hearing Yu's words. Yes, there is an earth-type superpower here. But, Yu, what do you look like? Is this looking at mental retardation? Noticing Yu's gaze, Lin Shanshan expressed that she wanted to hit someone. Zhang Qiu heard Yu's shout and hurriedly stepped forward. Coming! Immediately. After saying this, he started to separate the surrounding soil directly. When he touched the ground, he felt a basketball-sized stone underneath. So he hurriedly used his superpower, and the mud pressure quickly separated. Not long after, a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone. Below is a purple meteorite the size of a basketball. With the appearance of this meteorite, Yu and others clearly felt that their superpowers seemed to be boiling. It's like being stimulated by something. When everyone discovered this, they couldn't help it for a while. What to do? Just carry him out. Will there be any problem? Lin Shanshan looked at the basketball-sized meteorite in front of her. She didn't really want to touch it with her hands. It always feels like it's poisonous. Well, there is radiation. Not only did she think of it, but others also thought of it. After Yu was silent for a while, he suddenly said. If there really is a problem, then we should have started losing our hair now, right? 590. After all, we are so close. After saying this, Yu scratched his hair. After discovering that it had not fallen, he continued to speak. Since your hair hasn't fallen out, it means everything is fine. But right now, it's better not to have any contact. When we go outside, we will also go to the hospital for a checkup. Now, just use your superpowers to carry it. After saying this, Yu directly used telekinesis to control the meteorite. When Yu's telekinesis touched the meteorite, something strange happened. Yu found that her superpower of parallel peeping seemed to be strengthening. Cooldown time has been shortened. Upon discovering this, Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Everyone found that Yu was stunned, and they couldn't help but ask. Yu, what's wrong? What is the problem? Wang Xiaomei looked at Yu worriedly. Could it be that something happened? Kong Fan and others subconsciously took half a step back. It seems that this guy was affected. I feel like this meteorite is terrifying. Su Yu also came back to her senses after hearing their words. He directly took the stone into his arms. I felt the parallel peeping that was cooling down continuously and getting stronger. Su Yu said expressionlessly. Fine. Chapter 69. Everyone saw Su Yu hugging the meteorite directly in her arms. Suddenly fell into silence. You still said you were fine? Now they are starting to get sick. Ming Ming just said that this thing might have radiation, and he was going to use superpowers to remove it. But now, you actually hugged me directly? Su Yu. What are you doing? Why did you hug me suddenly? Wang Xiaomei was immediately shocked. What is this guy doing? Su Yu shook her head. It's not a big problem. This thing has no radiation. When my superpower comes into contact, it gives me a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, the superpower has become faintly stronger. This is also true. In addition to the ability of parallel peeping, other superpowers are also slowly becoming stronger. Although very slowly. It's like a crazy +1. But it is indeed getting stronger. In addition, he also discovered that his superpowers were constantly being refined and becoming more powerful. Perhaps, after holding on for a while, Su Yu can make it easier and more convenient to use superpowers. Lower energy consumption. Hearing what Su Yu said, everyone present immediately looked over. Are you serious? Wang Xiaomei was a little unsure. Does this meteorite have such a function? Su Yu nodded. Seriously. If you don't believe it, come and try. With that said, Su Yu directly stuffed the meteorite into Wang Xiaomei's arms. Before Wang Xiaomei could refuse, Su Yu pushed the meteorite over. The subconscious thing is to hug the meteorite. Then she also discovered that her superpower boiled over. Then, my own superpower is getting stronger little by little. Even though it's tiny, it's nothing compared to beating a monster. But it is indeed getting stronger. Upon discovering this, Wang Xiaomei's eyes suddenly widened. This. When other people saw this scene, they couldn't help but become dubious. Lin Shanshan stretched out her finger and poked the meteorite. As soon as she touched it, she was shocked. Wow, a magic weapon to hang up. The first time she touched this meteorite, two cheats popped into her mind. This is simply a magic tool for hanging up. Hearing her say this, Su Yu nodded. That's right. It is indeed a magic tool for hanging up. However, if we study it at the research institute, we might be able to find something. So let's take it back first. Although holding this thing can continuously improve your superpowers. But, it's still too slow. I guess the further you go, the less useful it will be. And it can also cause large-scale mutations. Perhaps, if this thing is brought back, the research institute can study ways to control mutation. If it is really possible, then many of our things will be able to mutate naturally in the future. There's no need to look for it in the wild. This meteorite has more uses than imagined. When Su Yu said this, everyone became excited. But it's just like what Su Yu said. If this thing is studied by the research institute, there may be surprising results. Immediately, Wang Xiaomei no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the meteorite into Su Yu's arms. Let's go out. After saying this, she strode towards the outside. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly followed. Others were also looking at the stone in Su Yu's arms with curiosity. Noticing their gazes, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. Just put the stone into the fat man's hand. I'll give you a hug. When it's almost done, let others take it with them. This period of time can make your superpowers stronger. Well, if you're tired, you can give it to others. Otherwise, if we leave here, this stone will no longer belong to us. If you want to cheat, do it quickly. Hearing Su Yu say this, the fat man Zhangchu's eyes suddenly lit up. Good. Although holding this stone made him feel very tired. But in order to make myself stronger, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, he was also very excited. It feels really good to have someone cheating on you. Wang Xiaomei glanced at Siyu, but she didn't say anything. Rather, she was happy to see such a scene. These classmates of Siyu performed very well this time and may be included as official members. While thinking about these things, Wang Xiaomei speeded up and walked outside. The fat man only hugged him for half an hour, and he was almost exhausted. So he just threw it to others to hold. In this way, everyone took turns becoming porters. He didn't use telekinesis to move it, he just hugged the meteorite and started walking out. When Siyu and others met, Wang Wei directly returned the meteorite to Siyu. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was self-evident. He didn't think he could hold on to the meteorite if he held it. If someone discovers the function of this meteorite, there may be some trouble. So let's hold Siyu. Siyu also understood it instantly, and the others didn't say anything. Wang Xiaomei glanced at the operations of Siyu and others, and then went directly up to say hello to the others. You can go back. We have found the source of the mutation. But it's best not to get too close now. Because there is unknown radiation, we are letting people hug us now. But it's still necessary to go out and check carefully to see what kind of damage it might cause. She said this very seriously. The words were naturally half-truths and half-falsehoods. She doesn't want too many people to come into contact with the meteorite now. It would be nice if people here knew about it. No one else needs to know. Li Manman is even ready to silence himself. If any of these guys around me dares to speak out, then they should be banned directly. Banned? She is professional. Hearing what Wang Xiaomei said, the team that met Siyu and the others, the good ones, all looked at the purple meteorite Siyu was holding. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. Radiation. I'll wipe it. Brother, are you okay? Has the hair on your body fallen out? Starting to grow something weird? Is there any problem? When he mentioned this, everyone present was shocked, and everyone looked at Siyu with admiration. This guy is a wolf killer. Even though he knew there was radiation, he still dared to hold her in his arms. Of course, not everyone doubts whether there is really radiation. But when they think of the changes around them, everyone no longer doubts this matter. This meteorite changed the magnetic field here. And it also created so many mutated things. There would be no ghosts without radiation. Therefore, everyone in the Yin family believed Wang Xiaomei's words. Because, it's true. Chapter 70. Siyu glanced at the guys present, and immediately made up his mind when he saw them. He looked at him with a look of admiration. For a moment, Siyu also felt a little baffled. These guys are really easy to fool. Wang Xiaomei briefly explained what happened inside, and everyone was relieved after learning about the situation inside. It seems that some of the strange beasts have been dealt with. Finally, there is no need to worry anymore. Are you going back with us? Or do you want to continue to stay here? After Wang Xiaomei finished talking about what was going on inside, she couldn't help but ask the person in charge of leading the team. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, the captain thought for a while and then made a decision. Go ahead and pay it off. And there are so many herbs here. Even if we go back now, we may have to come here again to conduct surveys in the future. In that case, let's attack some of the things first. At the same time, we will also continue to clean up some mutant creatures. I think everyone doesn't want to leave so quickly. After all, this is a good place to upgrade. When he said this, he also glanced at the people 097 behind him. After hearing his words, the team members nodded. Indeed, no one wants to leave yet. But I plan to continue to settle here. No, fight monsters and upgrade. Wang Xiaomei nodded. Since the other party had made a decision, Wang Xiaomei didn't need to say anything more. In that case, I'll see you later. Let's send this meteorite back for testing first. When I get out, I'll have someone bring you the communicator. My communicator is scrapped, so yours must be scrapped too, right? When saying this, Wang Xiaomei was a little gloating. Siuyu's strange move had a greater impact than imagined. It can be said that he destroyed all electronic devices such as mobile phones and communicators of everyone in the entire mountainous area in an instant. The electronic components inside were directly burned out. After all, that one attack will last. The movement caused directly affected the entire mountain range. Hearing what Wang Xiaomei said, the captain also nodded. He also glanced at Siuyu with an unhappy look. I remember, this is this guy, right? Has the power of lightning. Tell me, how do you plan to use your mobile phone to accompany me? There are also my treasures inside. Forget it, no matter how cheap you are. As he was talking, he suddenly remembered something. He noticed the way the girls around him looked at him. He just shut up. Then continue moving forward inside. Almost died in society. If it's broken, it's broken. I can only consider myself unlucky. You know, men, if you are hit by a car, you have to take a breath and format your mobile phone or computer. How could such a thing be said casually? Right. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help laughing as she looked at their leaving figures. She was not stupid and naturally understood what he just wanted to say. Sure enough, men are all big pig hooves. She shook her head and didn't stay too long. Instead, he took Siuyu and others directly and left here. The outside world should be anxious at this time. A sudden wave of EMP attacks. Everyone's communication equipment was affected, and they were completely disconnected from the inside. They really don't know what the specific situation is now. Siuyu and others did not stop at all. When I eat at noon, I eat while walking. Fortunately, no one had to go outside, and everyone met people coming in from outside. When meeting these people, Zhu Xiaomei also hurriedly reported the meteorite to them. At the same time, he took a communicator and regained contact with the outside world. The people above also paid great attention to it after learning that the meteorite had been obtained. The research team was immediately organized to wait outside. When Siuyu and others walked out of this chaotic magnetic field and came to the military camp outside, people wearing protective clothing immediately came forward, to take over Siuyu's work. He carefully placed the meteorite in Siuyu's hand into the box. No one in the camp came close. After the meteorite was packed up, someone said to Siuyu and the group from a distance. Please cooperate. Put on your protective clothing. Next, we will take you out to the research institute for a comprehensive examination. Make sure nothing goes wrong with your body. Wang Xiaomei naturally had no objection after hearing this. She just put the protective clothing on her body. Siuyu and others are no exception. After putting on protective clothing, a special helicopter came and took everyone away from here. The meteorite was sent there, so it was none of their business. It is estimated that Siuyu and the others will have nothing to do next. The state will take over the follow-up matters. What Siuyu and the others have to do now is to do a full body examination to ensure that their bodies will not be affected by the radiation from the meteorite. Everyone was taken directly to a research institute on the Passerby mountainside by helicopter. Then the three of them were taken by different doctors for full body examinations. Blood draws, tests, MRI. Anyway, all the inspections by name have been done by Siuyu and others. It can be regarded as free of charge for them to check what is going on with their bodies. Before the inspection report comes out, Siuyu and the others have to stay in a special isolation room to rest and wait. Fortunately, the inspection report came out quickly. After just one night, Siuyu and the others got the results of their full body examination. In general, there's nothing wrong with it. Not only that, my body is also very healthy. And it's several times stronger than some professional athletes. Yu looked at her inspection report and couldn't be more satisfied. It turns out that my body is so healthy. As expected of me. Others also nodded. Yes, I have no problem either. Me too. It's the same. Everyone also gave their own test results one after another. In fact, the meteorite did not bring any radiation impact to everyone. Everyone is very healthy. Suddenly, Kong Fan's voice attracted everyone's attention. Wang Wei, let me see yours. Hey! Prostate problem. And kidneys. Depend on. Shut up, you. Wang Wei heard Kong Fan read out his test report. Suddenly he became angry and started fighting with him. CNM. Can this be read casually? Let me tell you, you are looking for death. Seeing them wrestling together, Yu had a strange look in his eyes. Classmate Wang Wei, you must exercise restraint. Look at me, even though there is a pink little software, I don't really use it. Chapter 71. What's going on with Wang Wei? When Kong Fan read out the questions, Yu said that he understood them clearly. I understand everything. I didn't expect this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes to be such a person. Damn it, young people don't know how to love and cherish their bodies? For a moment, he thought of a piece of news that a certain online friend had sent him. A certain high school sweetheart looks like a female monkey. This made a certain male classmate become a saint. Wang Wei would probably be very envious after seeing it. After all, he only had 5 mushrooms. Others are afraid of being punished personally. Wang Xiaomei coughed a few times, and then she couldn't help but said. Okay, stop making trouble. Since there's nothing wrong, we can go out. Let's take a rest first. I'll go see if there's anything else. If nothing happens, we can go back without any accidents. In other words, they may be transferred to other places to continue to help fight. Hearing her say this, everyone nodded. This is indeed the case. Now that they have been tested and everything is fine, they can leave here. Thinking of this, everyone also stood up and prepared to leave here. Suddenly, Yu thought of something, and he couldn't help asking Wang Xiaomei. Coconut sheep. Are our mobile phones reimbursed? I'm telling you, I don't have any money to buy a mobile phone anymore. Should you reimburse me? Although it was the attack he used that destroyed his cell phone. However, my mobile phone was also killed in the line of duty. So, is it reimbursed? Hearing Yu's inquiry, Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him. Okay, I know everything without you having to tell me. Don't rush out. I'll go and apply for this reward for you. Wait for me. After saying this, Wang Xiaomei ran out. Prepare to do this all at once. Yu and the others have made meritorious deeds this time. She had already reported everything that happened inside last night. The people above expressed high praise for Yu's strength. At the same time, a big credit was given to Yu. Even rewards and other things have been given out. Wang Xiaomei planned to take all the rewards from these people and give them to them. Cell phones and other things are also trivial matters. The research institute just happened to have renovated a batch of them, so let them be used by Yu and the others. Whatever you buy, just use it. So there is no need to bother at all. Yu and others looked at Wang Xiaomei leaving and immediately looked at each other. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Wang Xiaomei came back. He also held a huge box in his hand. After she returned here, she shouted to Yu and the others. Come on, everyone. After hearing her words, the others immediately came over. Wang Xiaomei opened the box without any ink. Then everyone saw several mobile phones that seemed to have been modified lying inside. And several bank cards. Ahem. Come, let's reward you based on your merits. First, Kong Fan, Wang Vaden, Dan and Zhang Qiu. Your performance this time is very outstanding, so the higher UPS have decided to award each of you 500,000. At the same time, you have also been successfully promoted to official members of the Superpower Administration. I hope you will work hard next time. The money is all in these cards. Wait a minute, you can log into the above website, enter the above account number, and fill in the information. Then there's this phone. This mobile phone is specially made. Please take one. I'll reimburse you for your old cell phone. Although most of the reasons are caused by Yu. At the end of the sentence, she couldn't help but complain. After hearing her words, Yu was speechless. But he still couldn't help but say something. Classmate Dandan is an accomplice. I cannot bear all the blame. When classmate Dandan heard Yu say this, she suddenly felt a little pain in her breasts. UTM. She really wanted to swear. Dog man. Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at this guy. I'm too lazy to be skinny with this guy. He put a mobile phone into Yu's hand, and then continued. Here you go, there's a card inside. If you want to activate it, just log into the website above and enter your original number. Keep everything simple. Hearing her say this, Yu understood everything. He didn't refuse either. After getting it, Yu immediately started to test it with electricity to confirm whether it would really not break. Seeing Yu's saucy operation, Wang Xiaomei was really numb. Damn it! She didn't even know how to complain about this BD. Staring at Yu, she continued. You can do it. This card is for you, as well as Manman and Shan Shan. 17. There's 500W in it. The rewards for finding medicinal materials are also included. Another reward is that now you have become a member of the special team of the Superpower Administration. You have the right to deploy part of the power and resources of the Superpower Administration. Another point is that you can choose your teammates to join you next. In addition to the above, there are many allowances every month. You can find out for yourself when the time comes. Hearing her say this, Yu nodded. He didn't care about these. But now he is finally rich. The current pool seems to be walnut, right? Very good, just wait and you will be full of life and essence. Seeing Yu's absent-minded look, Tian Xiaomei suddenly became angry. Can't UFG get excited? Yu glanced at Wang Xiaomei. Is there anything else? If nothing happens, I'll go back and rest. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she became even more speechless. Fine. I'll see you later. You go and rest first. She was too lazy to think about it. He simply turned around and left here. Anyway, the rewards have been distributed, so there's nothing left for her to do. She'd better go to the meeting. With this in mind, Wang Xiaomei walked out directly. After she left, Lin Shanshan followed solely with excitement on her face. Yu, do you want to smoke walnuts? I plan to be full of life and energy, what about you? Hearing her words, Yu nodded. Me too. Then let's go together and see who wins. Saying this, the two of them ran to the side to connect to the Wi-Fi very excitedly. Then the draw begins. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly became numb. But they looked at the bank cards in their hands. Inexplicably, I am also a little eager to move. Now that you have money, what should you do? Of course it is to play games, this is what most young people think about. After all, this is their first pot of gold. Chapter 72. After getting the full life walnut that he wanted, Yu started to poke copies like crazy with Lin Shanshan, a newbie. But this guy is very unruly when playing games. After charging thousands of dollars, he still couldn't get enough life, so he simply gave up. She could only ask Yu to take her to write the book with a look of displeasure on her face. I hope I can graduate today. Use up all the resin in one go. Li Manman naturally joined in. While a few people were staying here playing games, Wang Xiaomei also ran over to have a meeting with her superiors. At this time, Wang Xiaomei was listening to an old man talking non-stop on the other end of the video. First, he highly praised Wang Xiaomei's work this time. Then he praised Su Yu and other young superpowers. The various verbal praises just couldn't stop. Regarding these, Wang Xiaomei didn't care much about 827. After he had almost finished speaking, Wang Xiaomei finally spoke. Are there any other tasks next? If there are no other tasks, I will go back. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, the old man immediately blew his beard and stared. Are you so unwilling to see me? Good granddaughter. That's right, this person is Wang Xiaohei's grandfather. The biological kind. After hearing his words, Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him. I just don't think it's necessary to listen to you talk non-stop here. If you have any tasks, please tell me quickly. You've been busy lately, and Grandma Pig called me to scold you. When she said this, she was gloating about her misfortune. I heard Wang Xiaomei say this. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Ahem. Forget it, I won't do this with you. Next, take your teammates to Nanxi. There are more and more mutated organisms on the coastline. There seems to be an idea of impacting the coast. You guys go over and provide support. If something goes wrong, you just ask that person, Hungba. Just let him hit hard. The fleet from Yingzhong has also been hanging out in front of our house recently, and we are not afraid of being overturned by strange beasts in the sea. You guys go over there and support that side. If that young man has any other big moves that he can use, feel free to use them. Well, of course, I mean closer to the high seas. Understand? After hearing this crazy suggestion, Wang Xiaomei didn't understand why she was a ghost. That means, if Su Yu still has any terrifying moves that he can use, the best thing is to drop one near those fleets, right? What kind of accident happened at this time? It doesn't matter if she sinks the opponent's fleet. At this time, you are still hanging out in front of other people's houses. Isn't there something wrong with your brain? Why don't you go home to support your hometown? It seems that the old man is planning to let them pack their bags and go home. If something unexpected happens, it is natural to return it to the factory for repairs, right? Well, their team is trying to fake these materials. Got it, Wang Xiaomei said, let Su Yu hit that side hard. Anyway, there are problems with satellites all over the world, and everyone is in a state of blindness. Just do it, you have no evidence anyway. Wang Xiaomei, who was thinking this way, suddenly understood. I see. I'll pay attention when the time comes. That's all. After saying that, Wang Xiaomei hung up the phone directly. Is the next mission to go to Nanxi? Understood. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaomei also left here directly. Returned to Su Yu and others. At this time, Su Yu and others were playing with their mobile phones. After seeing this group of people, Wang Xiaomei said directly. Our mission is here again. This time I'm going to Nanxi. Go over there and support the coastline. You can also have a seafood dinner. After hearing this, everyone suddenly became energetic. Nanxi. What a great place. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. The mutated creatures in the ocean should be more delicious. Su Yu expressed her excitement about going here. The mutated crab should be very big and delicious. The same is true for other people, especially Zhang Qiu, who is drooling. Seeing how interested everyone was, Wang Xiaomei nodded. There was no hesitation immediately. He said directly to everyone. Then you just clean up. I'm going to book the nearest air ticket and arrange a car now. After saying this, Wang Xiaomei turned around and walked out. She needs to arrange a car to the airport and book the nearest air ticket. 0. Seeing this, Su Yu and others hurriedly took back their clothes. After getting everything ready, everyone packed up their luggage and left directly to the outside of the research institute. The place where Silyu and the others are now is a medical research institute. The things currently being studied here are all those medicinal materials that have mutated. From time to time, Silyu and others can see some people sending mutated medicinal materials here for research. People coming in and out, it's very lively here. It is precisely because this is a medical research institute that Silyu and the others come here to check up on their health. Not long after everyone went downstairs, the Reliang commercial vehicle drove over. Wang Xiaomei, who was sitting in front, opened the car window and waved to everyone. Boarding. Hearing this, Silyu opened the car door without saying a word. Then he sat on it. After everyone was seated firmly, the driver stepped on the accelerator and took everyone directly towards the airport. While in the car, Silyu couldn't help but ask Wang Xiaomei. How are things going here now? Don't we need to take care of it anymore? When Wang Xiaomei heard Silyu's inquiry, she didn't hide it. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain. We have killed most of the mutated creatures. Now that area may become a planting base. The land inside is very special and very suitable for growing medicinal materials. The specific matter still depends on how they discuss it. But it's true that we have nothing to do. 0.5. Now we just need to support other places. The current situation does not require anyone to take care of it at all. Things here come to an end. Next, this area is expected to become a medicinal material planting base. It is estimated that more than 70% of the mutated creatures in Passerby Mountain died after this wave. So there is no threat anymore. Those who stay here will take care of things inside. When Silyu and others heard her explanation, they immediately nodded. It seems that there is really nothing wrong with them. And now what Silyu and the others have to do is go to the beach to eat seafood. The car soon arrived at the airport, and everyone waited here for a while. After the plane arrived, their team set off on the journey to Nanshi. Chapter 73. When everyone came to Nanshi, what they encountered after getting off the plane was the unique hot wind here. This is an island, and it's tropical. Plus it's summer vacation right now. So the temperature here is very high. But not long after leaving, everyone felt very hot. Well, except Silyu and Wang Xiaomei. When she got off the plane, she found that the temperature here was not right, so Silyu used her superpower to create a layer of cold air around herself. It's so comfortable. It's like bringing your own air conditioner. It's so hot. Where are we going next? Go directly to the hotel. Or do you want to go there? Lin Shanshan really couldn't stand it anymore. She felt that if she stayed here, she would get tan sooner or later. You know, it took a long time to support yourself. I don't want to continue to be a black girl. When I was a child, I often practiced martial arts in the sun and rain. But when I grew up, I realized that my skin had become so bad. In the end, I spent a lot of time to keep my skin white and tender. Now you want her to tan again? A little disgusted. Hearing Lin Shanshan's words, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but said. Go directly to the Superpower Management Bureau to report. Let's go and understand the situation here first. But then again, there are so many people here. Wang Xiaomei, who said this, looked at the people coming and going outside and couldn't help but mutter a few words. Hearing her words, Silyu also noticed. There was a little too much foot traffic on the streets. And the plane just now was full of people. Thinking of this, I looked at the passengers coming with large and small bags outside. Are you here to fight monsters and upgrade? You can also have a seafood meal at the same time. As Silyu said this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Damn it, are you sure you need their help here? Just as Silyu's voice fell, everyone also heard the voices of the passengers around them. Hurry up! Rush! Go to the beach! Let me tell you, whether you can eat mutated giant crab today depends on this wave. Damn, the videos those idiots posted online are so enviable. Today I must upgrade my superpowers and have a seafood dinner. Old man, hurry up. Listening to these sounds, Yu couldn't help but turn her head and look. A young man was pulling a few old men towards the outside. He seemed to be in a hurry to go somewhere. Yu suddenly fell silent when she saw this scene. So good. The whole family came. Neatly. If something happens, it will be tidy. Moreover, the old man is really getting stronger with age. After awakening your superpowers, are you also on fire? Awesome! Glancing at the people in the airport, Yu fell into deep thought for a moment. The others also looked at each other at this time. This is too crazy. They all came here to fight monsters. Wang Xiaomei shook her head, and then said, "Okay, let's go. First go to the branch here to find out what's going on. It's just outside the airport. Just walk over there." After saying this, Wang Xiaomei walked out directly. When Yu and others saw this, they didn't hesitate and followed her directly, and they all walked towards the Superpower Management Bureau branch in Nan City. After walking for about 10 minutes, everyone arrived at the Superpower Management Bureau branch in Nan City. At this time, there were people everywhere, coming in and out, and it looked very busy. Wang Xiaomei walked in directly with Yu and others. After entering, Wang Xiaomei showed her identity directly at the front desk and was invited upstairs. And everyone also saw the director of this branch. Regarding Wang Xiaomei's arrival, the director first expressed his welcome, and then started talking to Wang Xiaomei about business. "You should have seen it too. We are really busy here and can't find the north. Even during the peak tourist season, there weren't so many people there now. Most people are attracted by the mutated creatures here." When he talked about this, his face was full of wuchen. To be fair, there were not as many people in the previous peak tourist seasons as there are now. Everyone came running for a bite to eat. It's also my fault that those internet celebrities slaughtered a few mutated creatures and started eating and broadcasting directly on the internet. The crab legs coming out of the arms make people's hearts flutter just by looking at them, okay? You know, people in their country are all foodies. Who wouldn't be tempted to see that there is food here and you can defeat monsters and level up? So people with some qualifications came directly. When Wang Xiaomei heard this, she understood. "I see. I was sent here to help." After all, in addition to these mutated creatures, a certain Yang Zhang who always likes to jump up and down has also appeared outside our waters recently, hasn't he? So I am here this time, in addition to helping you deal with the invasion of mutant creatures here. The other thing is to deal with that guy and let him go back to his home to repair the ship. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's words, Yu and others immediately looked over. Actually, there is such a mission? Damn, it's so exciting. Are you actually planning to do such a thing? Not only was Yu excited, Lin Qinshan's eyes were also shining. This is good. She had long been unhappy with those clowns who were always jumping up and down. At this time, he is still wandering around. Pretending to be crazy? Hearing what Wang Xiaomei said, the director's eyes jumped. I see. Thinking of this, he did not continue to ask any more questions. If you need any help, please ask. We will help you keep an eye on the situation over there. At the same time, there are also some expectations. What will happen next? Now the connection between countries has been severed. Even if you want to do something, the other person has nothing to say. As for a fight? No one is worried about this at all, they have too much time to take care of themselves now. Although it is not clear what is going on inside them. But now humans around the world are awakening to superpowers. Maybe those people over there who have awakened their superpowers are shouting freedom. Tisk tisk. Just thinking about that image makes me feel excited. That group of guys hanging around in front of your home is also a very unpleasant thing. If it can be solved, it will be easier for them here. It is completely possible to draw the people on the alert back to deal with internal matters. Wang Xiaomei chatted with the branch director for a while and then settled in the house arranged by the other party. If we go outside now, there is no hotel for everyone to stay. So many people came here that the hotel here was already full. How could there be an empty room for you? After settling down, no one was in a hurry to leave. Wang Xiaomei gathered everyone together and prepared to hold a small meeting. Chapter 74. Wang Xiaomei looked at everyone present here. Then it was time to get straight to the point and start arranging things. Let me arrange a task for you next. Zhang Qiu, you guys go to the coast to help clean up the mutated creatures that have landed. With your current superpower level, it is enough to face most situations. Now that they have passed the previous wave, they are even ahead of many others. So far, most superpowers average around level 1 to 2. Although there are quite a few level 3 ones. But that's very little. The superpowers of people like Zhang Qiu have reached level 4. Although I don't know if there is any chance to continue to improve. But this is already considered very powerful. Walked in front of everyone. At this moment, there are many people on the coast brushing monsters. If a few of them go there to help, if anything goes wrong, they can handle it. It can be considered as adding a few masters there. When Zhang Qiu and others heard this arrangement, they immediately nodded and agreed. Good. We have no problem. Leave it to us. My superpowers can be stronger when I'm at the beach. The 4 people responded hurriedly. The last sentence was undoubtedly said by Dandan, who was spraying water. When he came to the beach, his superpowers were greatly enhanced. The beach is her home court, okay? Wang Xiaomei nodded. Then he looked at Su Yu, Li Manman, and Lin Shanshan. Our mission is more intense. Next, let's go to other islands to have a look. If anyone needs saving, save him. If not, you can also clean up those mutated creatures. Well, there are other things that are not convenient for you to talk about. The impact will not be good. At the end of the sentence, her face looked very calm. But everyone understood it instantly. That eagle sauce that jumps up and down in Shanghai? Understood. When you see it, look for an opportunity to do something dirty. Understand? Understood in seconds. Suddenly, everyone present could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Wang Xiaomei coughed a few times, then continued. It seems that you all know it well. Stop talking nonsense, got it? It will be fine if everyone keeps this matter in mind. Although I don't know if there is such a chance. She wasn't sure whether she would have such an opportunity. Suddenly, she thought of something again, and she couldn't help but look at Su Yu. Su Yu, have you developed the ability to control airflow that you mentioned before? If it is developed, our operation should be very useful. With your level of superpower, the airflow released should be very strong. Isn't it great to see a sea tornado or something like that? Hearing her say this, Su Yu's expression suddenly became strange. Although he was speechless, Su Yu still answered his question. I can do it tonight. If nothing else, this operation may be of use. When he said this, he calmly sensed his parallel prying eyes. The cooldown time is almost up. This is all thanks to that meteorite. It directly speeds up the cooling down of this ability. And it has become a lot stronger. From using it once a week to using it once every 5 days. There may be more opportunities to choose. The current Su Yu can be used, but it is not suitable now. Use it when you are alone for a while, and study its changes at the same time. Hearing Su Yu say this, Wang Xiaomei's eyes suddenly lit up. That's really good. In that case, let's set off tomorrow morning. You guys have a good rest this afternoon. Su Yu, you should study your superpowers seriously. Strive to develop it as soon as possible. Wang Xiaomei was very satisfied with this reply from Su Yu. If Su Yu can really be developed, this wave of actions will be more certain. Others looked at Silyu with envy. This guy's superpowers are really awesome. One superpower is used as countless superpowers. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but complain. If you keep developing your superpower, will you be able to control everything? But why can't you control everything from the beginning? You still need to develop it yourself. Hearing her say this, Silyu rolled her eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? It's just because it's so special that I need to develop it. If I didn't have to develop it, I would be invincible by now. Hitting you is like pinching a chicken. Understand? Why do you ask so many questions? You talk a lot, this girl. Find a fight. Wang Xiaomei also fully agreed with Silyu's words. Really? Some powerful superpowers also need to be developed by yourself. There is also a guy who controls elements over there in the capital. Every element needs to be controlled by yourself. Although that superpower is also very powerful, it's not as strong as Silyu's. Wang Xiaomei still knows something. Hearing her say this, he was stunned for a moment. Elemental manipulation. That's awesome. Male or female? Well, Silyu cares about this issue very much. Wang Xiaomei raised her eyebrows. Then he looked at Silyu speechlessly. Female. And she's a little beauty. Well, I'll just let you get to know each other some other time. Female? It's okay for women. If he were a man, he would definitely be ugly. But it's okay if you're a woman. In fact, Wang Xiaomei still had nothing to say. If she hadn't been too young, she would have planned to bring her over to be Silyu's teammate. Moreover, her superpowers are similar to Silyu's. If you let Silyu teach you, you should be able to become stronger quickly. Let's talk about this later. Next, after Wang Xiaomei arranged everything, she asked everyone to rest first. Of course, except Fatty and the others, if they want to go out, they can go out and fight monsters now. Silyu is expressly prohibited from developing her own superpowers. Okay Zhao, tell him to stop playing games and try to develop his superpowers as soon as possible. Silyu naturally agreed to Wang Xiaomei's request. Just right. Now go back and use this superpower to get the ability to control airflow. With this thought, Silyu locked herself in the room directly. Lin Shanshan looked at this scene with as much envy as she wanted. This guy is really getting stronger and stronger. This guy's future will definitely be bright in the future. I really envy. If only she had such superpowers. The pretty girl sighed. Immediately, she didn't think too much, but took her mobile phone to go online. There is no need to practice or anything like that. Now her superpower makes her stronger all the time. No need to practice at all. As for Li Manman, she didn't know what she was thinking about, or she was using her superpower to receive some information. Anyway, he seemed a little distracted. Chapter 75. Silyu locked herself in the room at this time. Now he was sitting on the bed, silently activating the very special energy in his body. Speaking of Silyu now, she has several energies in her body. Without exception, these energies all revolve around the most special parallel peak. It's like, these abilities are subordinate abilities of this parallel peak. They are very balanced with each other without affecting each other. Even if the two superpowers of ice and fire stay together, it seems to be a bottleneck. Now Silyu already has superpowers such as telekinesis, ice, electromagnetism, and fire. At this moment, these superpowers are all surrounding the parallel peak inside Silyu's body. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be more strength in my body next. Silyu, who was thinking this way, did not hesitate, and directly activated the power of parallel peeping, and began to tinker with his new abilities. Parallel peeping was activated, and Silyu once again felt herself appearing at countless forks. The ability to sense the forks in the surrounding roads. Wind, thunder, fire, earth, light. Various abilities appear here. As Suyu told everyone before, his current direction of superpower development is development. Well, choose the wind superpower. After a little awareness, Suyu quickly gave up. There are better ones. After discovering that ability, Suyu took a step directly to erase this world line. Then it merged into his own body. As he did this, a new energy of 810 appeared in his body, as well as some new memories. This memory is exactly the same as my own experience. However, he is still staying in Passerby mountain to participate in the follow-up matters. Shaking his head and putting all these things behind him, Suyu focused on his new ability. Spreading his hands, Japanese air suddenly appeared in Suyu's hands. Airflow manipulation. If this happens, won't there be wind? Compared to pure wind, this airflow control is even more awesome. After all, wind is included in the airflow. At the same time, Suyu can also control the flow of air and so on. What updraft, downdraft, dynamic airflow, or thermal airflow? Suyu can control everything at this moment. Even without using telekinesis, Suyu can fly now. Even to a certain extent, it is possible to influence the cloud songs in the sky through air currents. If you use the previous move again, Suyu can definitely do it, just smash the cloud down. Comfortable. After carefully feeling this ability, the corners of Suyu's mouth raised slightly. This wave is very exciting. However, it would be great if I could control the perfect fluid like a certain hairspur. Beep, maybe you can do more that way. Forget it, I don't want this. After saying this, Suyu was too lazy to think about it. I looked at the time and before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. It's already dark outside. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a little relieved. Although when I used my superpower, it only felt like a moment passed. But in reality, a long time has passed. When they arrived at Nanshi, it was already afternoon. Then he stayed at the Superpower Management Bureau for a while, plus the time it took him to use his superpowers. Unknowingly, it was already evening. Shaking her head, Suyu didn't think too much, but got up and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Shanshan, who was leaning against his concierge. Lin Shanshan was immediately embarrassed when she saw the door to Suyu's room being opened. She looked at Suyu, who came out of it with an embarrassed look on her face. "You're out. I was just about to call you." Hearing her words, Suyu immediately rolled his eyes at her. "What are you doing? Silly." Suyu didn't even know how to complain about her. "What is this guy doing?" Lin Shanshan stood up straight and said with a smile. "I'm going to ask you to eat. Let me hear what you're doing in there." But there was no reaction at all. When she said this, she suddenly looked at Lidyaso curiously. "Did your superpower work?" Suyu nodded. He raised his fingers directly at her. Suddenly, a stream of air blew her hair up. What are you doing? Hateful. Don't use your superpowers randomly." Lin Shanshan was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her clothes. Then he stared at this guy very angrily. Damn it, he actually wanted to lift her clothes. Bad. Suyu rolled her eyes. "This airflow is the same as a hairdryer, what do you think?" "Idiot. What's so good about those little steamed buns? Let's go and eat." After saying this, Suyu walked out directly. "Who cares?" Lin Shanshan was furious when Suyu said this. "Ah! Suyu, UBD, you are discriminating against me. Damn guy, misogynistic. Believe it or not, I punched him. If I punch you, you may lie down for a long time." Hearing what she said, Suyu responded mercilessly. "Want to box with her?" Suyu doesn't mind punching him. The kind with telekinesis. "Make sure you lie down." Lin Shanshan shut up immediately when Suyu said this. However, the unhappy expression on his face could not be concealed. The two left here and met other people. Li Manman heard the conversation between the two from a distance. So she just nodded towards Siyu and didn't ask anything. On the contrary, Wang Xiaomei looked at Siyu with surprise. Did you make it? Siyu nodded, and then tried again. It worked. It's not difficult. It's ready for use now. You can try it tomorrow. When Siyu said this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Wang Xiaomei nodded. Not to mention how happy I was. Very good. In this case, we can do more things. Is it right to control the wind? Well, when we meet them, we will give them some surprises. When she said this, a hint of darkness flashed in Wang Xiaomei's eyes. Siyu shook his head directly after hearing this. It's airflow. It's not the wind. Although it also includes wind, it is broader. Understand? Siyu said that he wanted to correct it. Hearing this, Wang Xiaomei was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she smiled even brighter. That's it. It's really good. Indeed, this is better. Hee. Of course she knew what it meant. It's much more powerful than simply controlling wind, isn't it? There are ocean currents and waves in the ocean, and there are air currents and hurricanes in the atmosphere. Is it normal for the airflow to suddenly cause a huge tsunami? Well, it will be interesting then. Siyu is awesome. Chapter 76. Wang Xiaomei had no doubt that Siyu could do what she imagined. Siyu can bring her more surprises than she imagined. So she believes in Siyu. When everyone gathered together to prepare for dinner, Siyu suddenly discovered that Zhang Qiu and the others were not there. Siyu was a little puzzled when she discovered this. Where are Zhang Qiu and the others? Why aren't those guys here? After hearing Siyu's inquiry, Wang Xiaomei didn't hide anything. They went out to fight monsters. If nothing else, our late-night snack might be a seafood dinner. When she said this, Zai Xiaomei couldn't help laughing. Those guys went to fight monsters. Especially Zhang Qiu said that he would bring seafood to everyone when he comes back in the evening. Wang Xiaomei is quite looking forward to this. When Siyu heard Wang Xiaomei say that those guys had gone out to fight monsters, she was immediately relieved. No wonder, those guys aren't here. Thinking of this, Siyu couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Lin Shanshan pestered Siyu. Siyu. You can control the airflow now, can you let me fly? I want to try flying. Just like in the game, it should be okay to create a wind field, right? Lin Shanshan looked at Siyu with bright eyes. Flying, she really wanted to. Humanity's desire to fly is engraved in our DNA. Lin Shanshan's ability is physical enhancement, although she has gained a powerful physical body. But it also prevents her from flying. It can only be carried by others. Now Siyu has the ability to control airflow. So is it possible to make her fly? Lin Shanshan's imagination was wide open for a while. Hearing her say this, Siyu suddenly had questions on her face. You have wings. How about you go change into a dress and I let you fly? Go to hell. When Lin Shanshan heard what Siyu said, she punched her without saying a word. But Siyu easily dodged it. Don't do anything with motives. If I give you a wind farm, can you still fly? Are you stupid? This guy has something wrong with his brain. How could it fly so easily? Don't even think about it. Do you have wings of wind? Without you to say a dir. Lin Shanshan snorted, and then said very unhappily. Even without the wings of wind, I can still fly. As long as the wind field you create is strong enough. I'm not heavy. I don't even weigh over 100. Even a typhoon can lift people up, so she can do the same. Hearing her say this, Siyu was speechless. But after thinking about it, Siyu cooperated with her. In that case, let's try it. I also want to see if I can fly. With that said, Yu came directly outside. Lin Shanshan and Li Manman both followed. The three of them were standing outside. There was no one here at this time. Originally, there should be a lot of people living nearby, but it was just a dormitory. But most of them are busy now. Yu didn't hesitate and said directly to Lin Shanshan. Come on, stand over here. I'll get some updraft out. Then see how strong it takes to blow you up. Hearing what Yu said, Lin Shanshan stood up with excitement on her face. Okay, let's try it. Come on, I'm ready. Lin Shanshan opened her hand, as if she wanted to do it quickly. Seeing her like this, Yu didn't waste any time and directly activated the airflow control. The hot air outside suddenly became comfortable. A stream of air began to slowly strengthen from bottom to top. Lin Shanshan's hair also started to fly. Even one pair became bloated. Discovering this, Lin Shanshan held down her boat. Simply tie it up with a knot and tie it up. In this way, her face will not continue to be blown up. Yu rolled his eyes and didn't pay much attention. But having said that, even though it was just a glimpse, this guy is pretty good. Yu didn't think too much. His superpowers gradually increased. The airflow in the field began to be continuously controlled and strengthened. Slowly, Lin Shanshan's body began to float uncontrollably online. The powerful airflow continued to spill out. This caused strong winds all around. The airflow centered on Lin Shanshan was even more powerful. Wow! It's flying! Loyalu! Lin Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. But as she spoke, her voice could not be heard clearly. The airflow was so strong that her whole body was blown up. The strong air current made her whole body slowly float in the air, and her whole body was excited. This feeling is so good. Yu let her fly for a while before putting her down. Lin Shanshan, who fell to the ground, said with excitement. It feels so good. It's like being lifted up in the air. Marvelous. Do it again. Do it again. This time I'm going to fly higher. Hearing her say this, Yu rolled her eyes. You're still addicted to playing, aren't you? Forget it if I do it again, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Go back and take a shower. Even if you play it once, do you want to play it a second time? Do you want me to rush you directly into the sky? After saying this, Yu turned around and returned to the room, ready to take a shower. 0. Although Lin Shanshan was very unhappy, she had no choice. After all, superpowers are not hers. When getting ready to rest at night, Zhang Qiu and those guys finally came back. These guys also teamed up to carry a huge crab back. Even Yu was moved when she saw this thing. He also wanted to catch a few at the beach. Especially when eating these mutated seafood, the taste is simply unforgettable. No wonder so many people come here to participate in the hunting of mutant creatures. This damn thing is really addictive. After eating this late-night snack, Yu and others rested here for the night. Wang Xiaomei took them out the next day and began to go directly to sea according to her designated plan. Yu and others came to the dock. There are also many people hanging around here at this time. It seems to be waiting for something. Moreover, Yu also saw many scrapped ships. You don't need to think about it to know that this should have been killed by some mutant creature. Wang Xiaomei took Yu and others directly to a speedboat. Then he said to everyone. We'll set off directly by speedboat. Go to the nearest island. Maybe we'll come back without tools if we go. You guys hurry up and get on the boat. If there's no problem, let's set off. Listening to her words, Yu looked at the speedboat in front of her. He couldn't help but fell into thought. If I go out, will I not be able to come back? Chapter 77. There are so many mutant creatures in the sea. And looking at the scrapped ships around, Yu was really worried. What if I take this speedboat out and cannot come back? There are so many mutant creatures in the ocean. Maybe you can give your propeller a try when the time comes, and you will really be floating on the sea. Wang Xiaomei asked him yesterday if he could control the wind. Did he have this intention? If he can't come back, should he use his superpower to fly back with him? I always feel like I've discovered something. What are you doing standing still? Let's go quickly. Wang Xiaomei noticed Silyu's confused gaze and couldn't help shouting hurriedly. After hearing her words, Silyu didn't think much about it. Coming. After saying that, Silyu jumped directly onto the speedboat. The driver of the speedboat is Wang Xiaomei. This guy seems to know how to drive this thing 813. After everyone sat down and put on life jackets, Wang Xiaomei started the speedboat directly. Then the speedboat slowly retreated, turned around, and headed towards a certain destination. Many people on the pier couldn't help being surprised when they looked at the speedboat going out to sea. Going to sea at this time? Aren't you afraid that you didn't go out to die? Wow! It's a bit awesome. It's very dangerous on the sea now, but at this time, would anyone dare to go out to sea? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to come back if you go out? Those guys are really awesome. For a time, many people began to discuss it. But Silyu and others don't know this. At this time, they were enjoying the sea breeze. The speedboat rushed outward at a very terrifying speed. As soon as the speedboat started, Wang Xiaomei stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. She doesn't dare to drive slowly on the sea now. If you encounter that curious fish and bump into it directly, you will really be in trouble. If something like that really happened, everyone would really have to cross the sea. This time Silyu and the others went to an archipelago. There are also some scientific research stations above. There are still people inside the scientific research station. Their purpose this time was not to help the people above clean up the mutated marine life on the island. Also, be on guard against that eagle sauce that keeps wandering outside your door. If there is a chance, it is best to give it another hand directly. If nothing unexpected happens, Silyu and others may have to stay on the island for a few days. The speedboat moved quickly on the sea. Wang Xiaomei, who was driving seriously, suddenly said to Silyu. Silyu! If you have nothing to do, please help me. We'll get there as fast as we can. I feel a little uneasy about sailing a boat on the sea now. Give me a strong boost. Hearing what she said, the corners of Silyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You're not worried and you're going to take us there directly. I'll wipe it. You seem a bit unreliable. This guy didn't feel at ease himself, so he took them out to sea carelessly. Damn it, isn't this causing trouble? Wang Xiaomei felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. But there was nothing to refute. Silyu didn't bother to argue with him. But to this kind of humanity. Hold on tight. Speed up. As Silyu's voice fell, everyone felt a strong airflow suddenly coming from behind them. This airflow directly increased the speed of the speedboat by a new level. Rushing forward at an even more terrifying speed. And the price is? It's just that the hair of a few girls has become a mess. Fortunately, Wang Xiaomei tied up her hair, otherwise, it would probably directly affect her sight. Li Manman was not so lucky. Her white hair hangs just over her shoulders. Originally, her long hair was blowing in the sea breeze and looked very beautiful. But now, the air is blowing from behind. All of a sudden she turned into a crazy woman. Li Manman even scolded her in her heart. Also with her was Lin Shan. At this time, their hair directly turned into chicken coops. Just like that, it blew continuously for more than an hour before it stopped. That's also because Silyu and the others have arrived at their destination. At this moment, everyone appeared on the Blue Island chain. The clear water allows you to see the bottom of the sea. It's just that the fish, shrimps, crabs, and the like below the seabed are not very wonderful. Because each one is too big. The ship headed directly towards one of the islands. At the same time, Wang Xiaomei's voice rang again. Su Yu, do me a favor. Use telekinesis to bring our ship directly to the entrance of the research institute. I don't think you want to see our ship later. Hearing her say this, Su Yu was speechless. I got it. 0. Rush. After saying that, the speedboat took off directly. Wow! The speedboat suddenly left the water and flew directly towards the island, which also shocked Lin Shanshan on the boat. Under the control of Su Yu, the speedboat slowly stopped at the entrance of the research institute. The soldiers here at the institute were also shocked when they saw this scene. Damn it, you can still play like this? After the boat stopped, Lin Shanshan and Li Xiaoman hurriedly arranged their hair. But no matter what they did, their hair was still messy. This made the two of them look at Su Yu with as much displeasure as possible. Hey, I'm so angry. However, Su Yu doesn't care about them. Wang Xiaomei got off the speedboat directly, and then greeted the people around her. Everyone who stays here knows that someone will come today. They already knew it when the speedboat approached here. So there was no obstruction. I was just shocked by how Wang Xiaomei and others logged in. After Wang Xiaomei greeted the people around her, she walked directly into the research institute. When Su Yu and others saw this, they followed directly. This institute is very big, almost the size of a basketball court. The facilities are all very complete. After entering, Wang Xiaomei directly led Su Yu and the other two people towards a certain place with purpose. Seeing this scene, it was a little strange. Wang Xiaomei, are you familiar with this place? Why does it feel like 0.5 when you come here? It's like coming home. This is what Su Yu is most confused about. When Wang Xiaomei came here, she was not only very familiar with other people. Moreover, he is very familiar with everything around him. It's like returning to your own home. Hearing Su Yu's question, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but smile. I worked here before I became the director of the superpower administration. It only takes more than half a month to leave here and come back. So what's the surprise? Okay, don't worry about this. Come with me, I will take you to see the director here. After saying this, she immediately accelerated her pace. Hearing these words from Wang Xiaomei, Su Yu and Li Manman felt confused. This guy used to work here? It's really almost like going home. Chapter 78. Lin Shanshan smiled immediately when she saw Su Yu and Li Manman's confused looks. Sister Xiaomei is a top student in oceanography. It was natural to work here before. It's just that I became the director of the branch because I awakened a powerful superpower. You don't need to make a fuss. When Su Yu heard this, she was speechless. He is still a top student in terms of emotions. Immediately, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he quickly followed Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei brought Su Yu and others to a huge room. There are many people busy here at this time. As soon as they entered here, Su Yu and others saw many mutated creatures fighting there and being studied. Seeing this scene, Su Yu was immediately surprised. It turns out that this is what happened in the institute. Following Wang Xiaomei, everyone came directly to an office. Wang Xiaomei didn't knock on the door, just pushed it open and walked in. Then he shouted inside. Second uncle, I'm back to see you. 10. Damn it, related households. Super connected household. After hearing Wang Xiaomei shout these words, Su Yu knew that this guy's family must not be simple. Isn't this damn person a related household? There must be a reason why he became the branch director of the Superpower Management Bureau. I'm jealous. When an old man inside who was reading documents heard this, he immediately raised his head and looked at Wang Xiaomei with helplessness. You girl! Don't knock every time you come in. He was obviously not too surprised by Wang Xiaomei's arrival. Because he already knew it. After looking at Wang Xiaomei with a kind face, his eyes fell on Su and the others. He glanced at Siu and Li Manman, and then landed on Lin Shanshan. Are you that girl from the Lin family? It's so big. He obviously knew Lin Shanshan, and he immediately called her by name. Hearing what the old man said, Lin Shanshan smiled. Long time no see, old man. She still respected this old man very much. So now Lin Shanshan also said hello very politely. Outsiders like Siu can only stand outside and watch. The old man did not ignore them. Instead, he introduced himself to Siu and Li Manman. After the two parties became familiar with each other, he said to Wang Xiaomei. I know why you are here. Xiaomei, just do your thing. If you want to know the whereabouts of those guys, go directly to the armed forces. Although some of the precision instruments have lost their function, but radar is still useful. Those guys are not out of our sight. I also fully agree with my brother's idea. Just go ahead and do it. Obviously, he knew Wang Xiaomei's plan to come here. And very supportive. He has long been unhappy with those guys. Are you crazy? No matter how long it has been, I'm still hanging around other people's houses. Times have changed, Doctor. It's time to take your minions back. Hearing what he said, Wang Xiaomei nodded. Okay, I get it. Then I'll get busy first. Second uncle, please continue to wear your work clothes. After saying that, she left here directly. Start heading towards the Ministry of Armed Forces. There is a legion stationed on the island itself. Naturally everything is available. It is precisely because of this that although many mutant creatures appear now, but this side of the island has not been greatly affected. Siu and others came here this time to help clean up the mutated creatures around them. Then he would look for an opportunity to do something dirty and drive those guys out of the house completely. Let them go back. Next, Wang Xiaomei began to understand the current situation directly. The Armed Forces Department is also very busy. People come in and out from time to time. Go out on patrol, or clean up some mutated creatures that have come ashore. At the same time, it also monitors the surrounding sea areas at all times. Wang Xiaomei quickly got the information she wanted. Those guys are not here now and haven't wandered over yet. But according to the news, they might come to this area in a while. In other words, Siu and others still have a long time to prepare. After receiving this news, Wang Xiaomei nodded. Then he left here silently. Rooms were initially arranged for Siu and others. After they settled down, Wang Xiaomei arranged tasks for everyone. In the next few days, you can move around freely. Just help clean up the mutated creatures on the surrounding islands. There are quite a few islands nearby. You can all go and move. It's not a big problem even if it damages the local environment. The most important thing is to get rid of all those dangerous mutant creatures. After hearing what she said, the three of them nodded. Siu looked at Wang Xiaomei curiously. How about you? What are you up to? Hearing Siu ask this, Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him. Of course I was keeping an eye on those guys. Get ready to make a plan. See when they show up and what the route is. After knowing this, our actions will be simple. Isn't it? When Siu heard this, he immediately felt that it made sense. Yes. But why bother? After they arrive, wouldn't it be great if I just set off a typhoon? If you give me time, I can still do it at 050. A sudden typhoon. As well as the tsunami and so on, it will probably make them drink a lot. Then an unknown iceberg comes along and they hit the rocks. Is it natural? Anyway, the world is mutating everywhere now. Isn't it natural for something like this to happen? Siu spoke seriously, making everyone stunned. Damn it! This guy has already figured out what to do? Wang Xiaomei looked at Siu with a strange face. All right. But let's put this matter aside for now. We'll see what happens then. Maybe what you do will actually work. However, I still have to study it carefully. And they don't go home at this time. It always feels like they are looking for something. So, we need to get more information. When the time comes, we will still need Manman's ability to help. Listen to see if the other party is plotting something. So we are not in a hurry to do it. Suyu was speechless when she heard this. There's so much going on here. So annoying. Never mind, too lazy to think too much. Let it be as it is. When the time comes to take action, Suyu just takes action. This is nothing to think about. Thinking of this, he nodded. Chapter 79. After Suyu left Wang Xiaomei's side, there were only 3 people left in their team. The 3 people walked out of the research institute and then looked at each other. Where to go next? Lin Shanshan looked at Suyu. In terms of universal theory, Suyu is the only boy in the team. Even their captain, this guy has the most terrifying experience. Especially in terms of ultimate moves. They expressed their willingness to call Suyu the strongest. So cool. Hearing Lin Shanshan's words, Suyu couldn't help but fell into deep thought. I looked around at the beautiful wind and sunny weather, the blue sky and white clouds and the white sandy beach. Suyu inexplicably wants to go play. Did you bring swimsuits? Hearing what Suyu said, the 2 understood instantly. Did not bring. Don't think about it. Are you crazy? There are so many mutated creatures down there, you actually want to go swimming. This guy must be poisonous. Lin Shanshan started to argue directly. And want to see their swimsuits? What a beautiful thought. That's that easy. Not to mention that they didn't bring swimsuits. Even if you take it with you, you won't be able to go down. After all, the sea is full of mutant creatures. Maybe as soon as you get down, a crab will come out and give your legs a bite. Then you won't even have a place to cry. When Suyu heard this, she immediately said with regret on her face. Pity. Both of them rolled their eyes at this guy. Be serious, you. Hurry, what are you going to do now? It's up to you. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes at this guy angrily. Unconsciously, both of them have regarded Suyu as their backbone. Now I'm waiting for Suyu to make a decision. Suyu made a decision after thinking for a while. Then let's go around for a while. Go check out the nearby islands. Kill the mutated creatures when you encounter them. I'll bring the large and delicious ones back for extra meals today. There's nothing to say about this. That's what we came here for anyway. Let's go and take you to heaven. After saying that, Suyu walked out directly. When the 2 saw this, they also hurriedly followed. Lin Shanshan and Li Manman silently tied a knot in their clothes as they walked. They didn't want to wait until the updraft appeared and this guy saw something they shouldn't have seen. As girls, they should wear a little more. Only their future husbands can see it. The 3 of them came to the beach. Before Lin Shanshan and Li Manman could speak, a powerful stream of air rose from the ground, blowing the 3 of them directly. Wow! Suddenly being blown into the air, Lin Shanshan screamed in surprise. This sudden attack really startled her. Subconsciously, she reached out towards Suyu. He grabbed Suyu's pants. Like her, there is Li Manman. Suyu was suddenly grabbed by her pants, and her face was filled with questions. Holy shit! What are you doing? Let go, you 2 female hooligans. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't move freely now, Lin Shanshan would really want to punch Suyu's handsome face. What to say? But when she saw where she and Li Manman were holding on, Lin Shanshan immediately let go. Then he quickly grabbed Suyu's clothes. Li Manman also made the same move as her. After the 2 grabbed Suyu's clothes, they moved forward. Suyu reached out her hand angrily and grabbed their hands. Okay. Hold on tight, brother will take you flying. Being grabbed by Suyu's hand so directly, the 2 of them subconsciously wanted to break free. But see the view below. This thought was instantly dismissed. It feels safer to hold onto it. The feeling of flying in the air is still very good. Lin Shanshan and Li Manman were very shy even though they were caught by Su Yu. But soon she was attracted by this floating feeling. They started to scream in surprise. The mood seemed very happy. "Aho! Su Yu, speed up, speed up! I want to fly higher." After hearing what she said, Su Yu almost threw her out. "You are so crazy! When you say this, can you not hold on so tightly?" Although he was scared to death, he still wanted Su Yu to speed up. "Isn't this seeking death? Believe it or not, I will throw you right away." Su Yu rolled her eyes and ignored her at all. Instead, it controls the airflow and flies very smoothly. Although there is no acceleration, the speed is already very fast. Su Yu couldn't help but said to Li Manman at this time. "Li Manman, use your superpower to detect the surroundings. Look where there are more mutated creatures. Then we go wherever we go. Human radar, please." When Li Manman heard this, he immediately expressed his love for Su Yu. She held his hand a little harder. It seemed to indicate that he was very angry. But she didn't say much, and started to use her abilities to try. Started to act as Su Yu's humanoid radar. Collected surrounding intelligence for Su Yu. At the same time, she was also puzzled. Obviously this guy can do it by himself, right? Whether it's his electromagnetic force or airflow control, he should be able to detect it. But why use her? Damn it, she remembered this grudge. Maybe Li Manman will never understand. Boss Cao once said that other people's products are the best. Although I have this ability, does anyone else have it? No. It is estimated that only men understand this. Well, of course, some women get it too. But Li Manman and Lin Shanshan probably don't understand. Only other people's products are the best. Don't dare think it's a weapon or anything. Su Yu has long understood the Prime Minister's wise words. Li Manman, Qian Ma Zhao, used his superpower to start detecting the surrounding area. Although the sea wind roared around her, the sounds she heard were very mixed. From time to time there is the sound of waves and the like. But after a series of quick screenings, she quickly got the information Su Yu wanted. His right hand pointed in one direction and said, "Over there. There are a lot of mutated creatures fighting on that tower. I heard you." Hearing her words, Su Yu nodded. "In that case, let's go there." After saying this, he changed the direction directly. Dragging the two of them started to speed up the cabinet. This time it's not just about using airflow. Even Su Yu used telekinesis. Su Yu can easily use several superpowers together. Since then, more and more superpowers have been integrated. His mental power became even more terrifying, as he was half-hearted and half-hearted. Sprinkle some water. Chapter 80. Su Yu and the others landed directly on the island Li Manman mentioned. The landing place is a raised mountain. Here, you can directly see the changes in the situation across the island. When they were in the sky just now, Su Yu and the others noticed the situation of this island. At this moment, a group of mutated creatures are fighting each other. Seems like a land grab? These mutated creatures are basically crustacean creatures. Well, they are basically crabs. After all, they can only be as violent as they are on the shore. The island is not big, looking down from where Su Yu and the others are standing now. You can see every corner of the entire island. How? Shall we attack directly or? Lin Shanshan looked at the mutated creatures fighting below. Suddenly I couldn't help but ask about Su Yu. She didn't really want to go down and fight those guys. Well, it's quite dangerous. It was a bit difficult for her to engage in hand-to-hand combat with such a carapace-covered creature. Hearing her words, Su Yu shook his head. No need to bother. Let's do some AoE first. After saying this, Silyu directly raised a finger. I am the one who walks the way of heaven and is in charge of all people. As long as I wish it, the strong wind will definitely stand beside me for 100 years. The wind rotates around my center. 073 It's over, this guy is sick again. Listening to Silyu's serious recitation of the magic lines, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman couldn't help but hold their foreheads. But the next moment, a powerful airflow centered on the three people directly turned into powerful wind blades and began to spread towards the entire island. Phew! In an instant, the wind blades visible to the naked eye turned into meat grinders. It wreaked havoc on the entire island. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanshan suddenly swallowed. Hello Dio! That's awesome! Can you please stop talking so arrogantly? Lin Shanshan, I found that there is something wrong with your thinking. Hearing this guy's tone of voice, Silyu felt like she was about to burst. Wow, so cute! Lin Shanshan patted Silyu's arm. Snort! I'm complimenting you. You're not happy when this fairy praises you, are you? Not happy, super unhappy. I'm complimenting you, but you don't like it? Fairy. Fairies don't poop. But you pooped. You're a damn fairy. Fairies don't poop, what about you? Pooh. Return to the fairy. What to say? There is everything in the dream. Hearing what Silyu said, Lin Shanshan really felt like she was about to burst. Abominable, abominable. Lin Shanshan started boxing directly on Silyu's shoulder. But before she could hammer him a few times, Silyu slapped her away. Go aside. It's time to get to work. After saying this, Silyu jumped directly down. As for how the two people above got down, it was beyond Silyu's control. Seeing Silyu, he ran away immediately. Lin Shanshan shouted immediately. Hello. Take us. What a shame, you actually left us here. Lin Shanshan was so angry when she saw Silyu running away. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Li Manman hesitated for a moment and then said to Lin Shanshan. How about you carry me down? Anyway, your ability is also physical enhancement. It's not very high here, so you should have no problem jumping down. She looked at the place where she stood. Well, not very rich. If Lin Shanshan jumped, there wouldn't be a big problem. At the same time, she was also full of resentment towards that guy Silyu. It's so abominable, I just left them here. When Lin Shanshan heard what Li Manman said, she couldn't help but look around. It's probably only 2 stories high. After thinking for a while, she nodded. Should be no problem. I didn't skip it though. But, it should be fine. Lin Shanshan said this and turned directly to Li Manman. He motioned her to lie down. They are as embarrassed as they want to be now. Logically speaking, shouldn't the mirror turn around at this time and everyone should be on the ground together? But what about actually? Silyu simply abandoned them and ran away. This only allowed them to crawl down silently. Sure enough, any point of strength is a lie. At this time, Silyu was already standing on the beach. After the wave of large-scale AoE damage I just suffered, it can be said that most of the electric shells on the entire island are dead. At this time, they were staring at Silyu who appeared in front of them as if facing a powerful enemy. They are not stupid, they naturally know that this is the human who just attacked them. It's so scary. The opponent who was fighting them was suddenly killed by a sudden attack. I almost scared them to death. Now Silyu ran in front of them. At this moment, the wise crab in this area is staring at it with murderous eyes. Even, faintly, they actually began to unite. Look at the group of guys in front of you. Silyu smiled and said directly. You guys look delicious. How about it be my dinner tonight? Echoed his voice. Centered under him, an icy cold air began to rush towards the group of mutated crustacean creatures. It was just a blink of an eye, before these mutated creatures could react. Silyu froze them all directly. One by one, they turned into huge ice sculptures on the spot. After finishing all this, Silyu did not stop, but started wandering around. When Silyu sees mutated creatures, he will freeze them directly. The reason why he didn't kill directly like at the beginning. That's also because Silyu is going to take these things back for extra meals later. Although I don't know how many people there are in that institute. But with so many moving fresh ingredients, it should be enough to eat. Just when Silyu was busy, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman finally came down from above. As soon as they got off, the two of them rushed towards Silyu angrily. Silyu! Lin Shanshan's roar seemed particularly loud. It seems that it was specially amplified by Li Manman. Anyway, the shock made Silyu's eardrums hurt. After picking his ears, Silyu froze the mutated crab in front of him with his backhand. Then he spoke very dissatisfiedly. Do you want to die? What if I'm deaf? Tigress? This is. Also, don't think that I don't know, Li Manman, you are doing something wrong. Silyu, who was very dissatisfied, started to yell. There was no humility at all just because the two of them were girls. Lin Shanshan screamed when she heard Silyu's words. Damn guy! Curse you for not being able to find a girlfriend. Chapter 81. Silyu and Lin Shanshan were cleaning up the mutated creatures on the island while playing around. After spending a lot of time, it can be said that all the mutant creatures that can move on this island have been killed by Silyu and the others. Or it was frozen. Silyu also asked Lin Shanshan to move all the frozen ice blocks together. There is no way, this guy is the strongest. It was right to ask her to do such a thing. But the result was that this guy was cursing and moving the crabs that Silyu had frozen aside. If ordinary people moved like this, their hands would have been frostbitten. But this guy didn't. Looking at the ice cubes that had been piled up into a mountain, Silyu was extremely satisfied. Next. After saying this, Silyu activated his superpower again. The ice cubes in front of me immediately turned into an iceberg. Okay, done. We can go back. We'll come out again in the afternoon. Silyu, who had done all this, clapped his hands. This makes it easier to carry. Just use telekinesis to carry it back. Hearing what Silyu said, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman were speechless when they looked at the iceberg. It's full of crabs. So, we went out just to look for ingredients. Li Manman couldn't help but complain directly. Hearing what she said, Silyu suddenly spoke confidently. Haven't we already cleared away the mutated creatures on an island? So the mission is completed. If you don't take these things back to eat, wouldn't it be a waste? Gone. We're going to have a good time today. By the way, you are standing on the iceberg, and I will take you back directly with telekinesis. After saying this, Silyu ran over first. Hearing what Silyu said, the two looked at each other, and then hurriedly followed. It's a huge iceberg. If you want to get it back, you still need some effort. Silyu unleashed her telekinesis with all her strength. Then the iceberg was raised. When the telekinesis is exerted, it is like carrying the iceberg. This made Silyu feel that her mental energy was consumed quickly. Fortunately, this consumption is still within the acceptable range. After confirming that there was no big problem, Silyu took the three people and the big iceberg and flew towards the island where they came from. Silyu and others returned here. The guards who were watching were stunned when they saw this scene. Who is this? Just brought an iceberg back? But when they saw the giant crabs inside the iceberg, subconsciously, everyone swallowed. The largest one is more than 2 meters wide. And then the smallest remaining ones are the size of basketballs. And so you actually got them all back? You know, the shells of these crabs are very strong. Just like steel. If they were to face that huge crab, it is estimated that even the firearms in their hands would not be able to penetrate the opponent's defense. But now, a bunch of crabs were transported back by Silyu and others like cargo. This is outrageous. How awesome are these people's superpowers? We all awakened together, why are you so outstanding? Silyu didn't know what these people were thinking. He threw the iceberg directly to the ground. Then he opened his mouth and shouted to those on guard. Brothers, come on, you're welcome. Call the people from the kitchen to add extra food. I brought you a meeting gift specially. You're welcome. Hearing Silyu's words, the corners of the mouths of the people standing guard twitched. Thank you very much. What the hell, I'll be happier if you give me some vegetables or something. But seafood and stuff. To be honest, they can basically eat it every day at the beach. Especially after these things mutate, the number is simply huge. At the beginning it felt very fresh, but gradually I got tired of it. But seeing Silyu's enthusiastic look, they didn't say anything. If you want to add a meal, just add a meal. And a crab that big must be delicious. Thinking of this, one of them picked up the walkie-talkie and started calling his companions. Silyu began to melt the iceberg. Get all those crabs out of there. When the chef in charge of cooking came here, he saw Silyu pulling out a huge crab. He was also startled immediately. Ouch! Good guy. This is really big. Just one is enough for the people here to eat. It's so big, it must taste great. He immediately became interested. Hearing his words, Su nodded. That's right. It must be great. Besides, there must be a lot of crab roe in it. Master, do you think this thing can be made into something good? Silyu saw his outfit and immediately started discussing with him enthusiastically. It would be a shame not to enjoy such a big spicy crab, wouldn't it? No one can resist this big guy. In the next few days, Silyu would bring all kinds of big things back every day, and then ask the chef to cook them. Although most people feel a little tired of eating this every day. But the delicious taste of those mutated creatures really makes them want to stop. At the same time, Silyu and the others also caught a lot of creatures and brought them to the research institute for study. As long as the color is different or the body shape is different, the researchers here are very interested. It is precisely because of this that under the intervention of Su and Lin Shanshan, this area is much quieter. There are also many fewer mutated creatures coming ashore. Silyu and the others have also visited several surrounding island chains in the past few days. You know, there is usually no chance to come up here. It is a controlled area after all. It is very troublesome to get here. After being exposed to the sun for a few days, Lin Shanshan and Li Manman both turned a lot darker. Even Silyu is the same. The skin has a bronze color and looks like a sun-kissed person. Now Silyu is wearing a pair of pants and slippers. Under the sunshine, his 8-pack abs are simply hard to take away. If you don't believe it, just look at Li Manman and Lin Shanshan and you will know. Obviously I don't really want to look at it, but I look over at it from time to time, intentionally or unintentionally. Just when the three of them returned here, Wang Xiaomei also came to the door. You came back just in time. Silyu, let's discuss the next thing. They seem to be coming this way. Hearing this, the three of them suddenly became excited. Is it finally here? In other words, can groups start? Thinking of this, the three of them hurriedly ran up. Chapter 82. Wang Xiaomei brought the three of them into a room, and then began to tell the news she had received in the past few days. The fleet will head here along our border at noon tomorrow. I don't know what their goal is. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely somewhere on our doorstep. Based on the information I've found in the past few days. They have been hanging around here since the time when their superpowers were awakened. Judging from the information learned from the observatory, it seems like a meteorite fell here. But that meteorite is not within our borders. So we don't pay much attention here. It's just that the current results seem a little wrong. Perhaps that meteorite has entered our territory. Where exactly it is, I don't know. Maybe it was rushed here by the undercurrent of the sea. 827 Then those guys found out. That's why they keep wandering here. Not even going home. Wang Xiaomei pointed to a place on the map and began to tell these things. Hearing her words, Su Yu and others were stunned for a moment. Meteorite again. Is this news confirmed? Are those guys going for the meteorite? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Thinking of this, Su Yu was a little skeptical. Wang Xiaomei nodded. Absolutely right. The meteorite fell into the sea before. But not here at our house. That's why I didn't pay too much attention to it. It's just based on a reaction from those guys. This meteorite seems to have been washed into our territory. Wang Xiaomei enthusiastically expressed her guess. It's almost like playing. But is this really possible? Su Yu couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Is this guy's guess reliable? Lin Shanshan and Li Manman did not interrupt at this time, but sat quietly and listened. Wang Xiaomei didn't quite believe it when she saw Su Yu. She suddenly became depressed. You guys, are you doubting me? Let me tell you, I am studying marine science. Do you understand ocean currents? The meteorite fell into the sea and was brought in by ocean currents or some mutant creature. After all, that meteorite is right near my door. This possibility is still very high, isn't it? You should also know how attractive those meteorites are to mutant creatures. We have a lot of mutated creatures here. You still can't explain all kinds of things. She felt her guess was right. This is very possible in itself. Otherwise, it would be such a coincidence. Su Yu couldn't help but fell into deep thought after hearing this. Let me think. However, even if we know that the meteorite is within our territory, then how to get it? It's such a deep place, are you sure you can fish it out? If it's really at the bottom of the sea, how do you get it up? This is a problem. Hearing what Su Yu said, Wang Xiaomei also fell into deep thought. I haven't thought about this kind of thing. But now all we have to do is get those guys out. Keep them off our doorsteps. So, the matter of fishing for meteorites will not be considered for the time being. Or, use your telekinesis to fish for it. If you find it after infiltrating it into the sea, can you fish it out? Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but have her imagination run wild for a while. Hearing her say this, Su Yu was speechless. You think too much. My superpowers aren't that awesome yet. Let me penetrate directly into the seabed. Let's not say whether it can be done or not. Even if you can do it, how can you find that meteorite? That's definitely like finding a needle in a haystack, okay? You think so beautifully. As expected of you. Such things can be imagined. He has no such ability. Why don't you tell classmate Dandan to come over and drain the sea water? Isn't her ability to control water even better? Lin Shanshan was immediately embarrassed when she heard this. Su Yu shook his head and didn't bother to talk more about this matter. Instead, he continued to speak. Then let's not think about the meteorite first. Anyway, that's not our purpose from the beginning, right? Let's drive those guys away first and then talk. Well, how about making a big iceberg popping out of the sea? Can it attack their aircraft carrier? Or should I start creating turbulence and prepare for a typhoon? Hearing what Su Yu said, Wang Xiaomei shook her head. Iceberg. Even if the two of us make an iceberg together, whether it can float or not is still a question. 0. And it's too easy to spot. This is directly rejected. As you said before. Prepare for a storm. Start preparing at noon. You can start preparing an hour or however long before they come here. It depends on how long it takes for your ability to be fully activated to that scale. How long it takes to activate the ability depends on how long it takes for Su Yu's ability to activate at that scale. You can't start preparing too early. In this way, it is easy for people to detect it in advance. What should I do if the thing is rerouted? Just know that this kind of thing is still possible. Encountering a typhoon ahead? They probably won't crash in directly. So the timing of this activation is very particular. Once you let them in, they can't get out. The typhoon must be very strong to cause damage to them. Only super typhoons with level 16 or above will do. Those guys have tried to commit suicide in history. A level 16 typhoon can sink a 1,000 ton destroyer. The aircraft carrier will also suffer heavy damage from this typhoon. Well, it's okay for an iceberg or something to suddenly appear at that time. In other words, we have to prepare for a typhoon of this level. A typhoon like this can create huge waves. That's it. Recalling some of the information he had found, Silyu couldn't help but say this. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Silyu said. This guy has checked the information? 0.7 means that he has been prepared in advance? But a typhoon with level 16 or above? Are you kidding? Can you handle a typhoon of this level? To be fair, a typhoon of this magnitude can already be called a natural disaster. Can Silyu do it? Typhoons of this level cannot be encountered on land. When Silyu heard this, he immediately spoke confidently. Do you have any misunderstandings about level 5 superpowers? A level 5 superpower can fight an army alone. It's more powerful, so there's no problem in taking on an aircraft carrier formation alone, right? Is there anything wrong with an individual soldier being so powerful? Nothing wrong. It seems that you don't have a clear understanding of your own strength. He was really speechless. Don't you even know how strong you are? Chapter 83. Silyu is really speechless for these guys. After hearing Silyu's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. They really don't have a clear idea of their own strength. When you say that, why do I feel that it makes sense? It seems that we haven't tried our best. The one who takes the most shots is you. Before, the move I used was able to blow up a basin directly. The resulting EMP attack affected more than half of the mountain range. In other words, there seems to be no problem if one person forms an army. Lin Shanshan also reacted at this time. Just like a few days ago, they were thrown on a 2-meter-high platform by Silyu Zhe. Obviously she could jump down easily, but she didn't dare. This is the consequence of not having a clear understanding of one's own strength. When Silyu said this, she also reacted. I seem to be really strong. Li Manman and Wang Xiaomei were also lost in thought. Seeing their appearance, Silyu spread her hands. No, that's right. You don't have a clear understanding of your own strength. I'm afraid there is no misunderstanding about level 5. Give me time, I can create such a typhoon, there is no problem. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. I'll prepare it tomorrow. Of course, you can also take action. Lin Shanshan, forget it. Li Manman can use a large-scale ban on speech. Is it okay to just make them speechless? Hearing what Silyu said, Li Manman nodded. No problem. If necessary, I can silence the sound of this archipelago in an instant. She is very confident that she can definitely do it. It's even wider, I haven't tried it specifically. But definitely similar. Silyu nodded, and then continued. Right. Isn't it great that you can't call for help? It's also possible to amplify the thunder in the sky. This is better. The words to ban are too obvious. You don't need to think about it to know that it was caused by superpowers. So you can change the way to hide the spot. Thunder covers the sound. Then I give them a thunderstorm attack. When the EMP reaction occurs, it's normal for their electronic equipment to break down, right? Maybe we can let them drift on the river for a while. Well, this kind of thing is okay. Perhaps we will also provide humanitarian relief at that time. Forget it, they can't contact us here anyway. Who's to blame if something goes wrong? We don't have the experience to pay attention here, do we? There is no need to worry about the follow-up matters at all. Or, just sink them. Anyway, I've done it, and it's all over. Listening to what Suyu said, everyone felt a chill behind them. This guy is a bit sinister. Lin Shanshan even murmured in a low voice. Lyb. Suyu heard this and looked over with an unhappy face. What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Who is talking about Lyb? Can you speak? How can we call this kind of treatment of enemies Lyb? Lin Shanshan curled her lips. Cut. You said so much. But you only considered the situation on our side, right? What if they resist? What if they have powerful superpowers over there? Have you considered these things? Hearing her say this, Suyu shrugged. This problem is not a big problem. So what if there are superpowers on their ship? How can they still fight against such a natural disaster? Can they compete with the typhoon that I have prepared for so long with my superpowers? You think too highly of them. I guess they will all be thinking of ways to protect themselves by then. Who will fight against natural disasters? After they defended themselves, the ship was about to sink. And we have achieved our goal, haven't we? So there is no need to worry about this kind of thing. If there really is such a guy, just do something serious. You can't see it with current satellites anyway. Just silence him. When saying this, Suyu's eyes did not waver at all. It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Suyu never had a good impression of foreigners. I have always speculated on the thoughts of those crooked people with the greatest malice. Just get rid of it. This is nothing. Especially in times like this. Public condemnation? Or diplomatic pressure? Sorry, we have completely lost contact with each other. There is no such thing anymore. Maybe, this fleet has lost contact with their homeland. So what are you afraid of? There's nothing to be afraid of, right? When Lin Shanshan and others heard what Suyu said, they immediately fell silent. It seems, really. Wang Xiaomei thought for a while and then quickly made a decision. Good. Just do as you say. You should prepare in advance then. They came to us around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you need any help, just ask. I will fully support you in executing this plan. Wang Xiaomei is not an indecisive person. She made a decision immediately. Fully support Suyu's actions. At the same time, she was also preparing to contact the higher authorities. Please report this plan. Hearing her say this, Suyu nodded. Well, we'll leave tomorrow. Go to the outermost islands and start making preparations. When the time comes, they will pass over there, and then I will lay mines over there with 350. After all this is done, let's retreat. When the time comes, Li Manman, please cooperate with me. Help me cover up all the movements. When Li Manman heard what Suyu said, he agreed without even thinking about it. No problem. I will cooperate with you. She had no opinion. She also doesn't like foreigners. Wang Xiaomei discussed it after seeing a few people, and then continued. And one more thing. Since there is going to be such a terrifying typhoon, you can't blow it directly into our country, right? What are you going to do? Can the direction be controlled? This is also a problem. If such a terrifying typhoon hits the land, it will have a great impact. So she had to ask these things clearly. When Suyu heard this, her face suddenly turned malicious and said, it would be nice to give it a little guidance. Blow directly to those people who are having a good life. This shouldn't be a problem, right? At most, the coastal areas will be affected to some extent, but they are also on the periphery of the typhoon. It won't cause any damage. If that doesn't work, you can just blow it somewhere else. I don't care. Ahem. Hearing what Yu said, Wang Xiaomei suddenly started coughing. This guy. Chapter 84. Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Yu, and then said calmly. Just pay attention. Okay, that's it. Just go get ready tomorrow. That's how it goes. She didn't say much on the matter. Now that it's decided. Then let Yu do it. She didn't have to say anything more. After the meeting ended, Wang Xiaomei continued to be busy. She is not worried about whether Yu can solve the problem. She still believes in Yu. Since he can tell about causing such a terrifying typhoon, he must have a way. The three of them were in no hurry to leave. Lin Shanshan looked at Yu. She was really curious at this time. Yu, what do you want to do? How to set off such a powerful typhoon? She is now curious about how Yu should complete it. Hearing her words, Yu shrugged. How else can we do it? What is a typhoon? This is a tropical cyclone. Tropical cyclones occur as low-pressure eddies over tropical or subtropical oceans. What I have to do is to create such conditions. That's not very difficult, is it? Now I have the power to control airflow. It's not difficult to create such an environment in the air. It's just a little troublesome to create such a terrifying storm all at once. That's why we have to start preparing in advance. When they entered our area and had no time to react, they generated a typhoon. When the typhoon is born, it will be more than just a typhoon. Waterspouts and everything are small. Well, maybe our research institute here will also be affected. You have to talk to Mr. Wang in advance then. After explaining these things, I started thinking about other things. Hearing Yu's words, Lin Shanshan nodded. Indeed, it would be such a terrifying typhoon. Then this place may definitely be affected. Even the Nanxi side is the same. Somewhat on the edge. Some impacts are inevitable. After talking about these things, the three of them also started talking to the second uncle of Wang Xiaomei's family. Tell her about this. After listening to Yu's explanation, the old man replied without saying anything. What a big deal. Just get a typhoon warning tomorrow. Just go ahead and do it. I have people arrange these things. There's one more thing you need to remember. Young man, your own safety must come first, you know. Yu was stunned for a moment when she heard what he said. Certainly. Of course we know this. When the old man saw that Yu understood, he was immediately satisfied. As long as you understand. If I hook you up for those guys, it will be a huge loss. You are like a nuclear weapon now. Strategic level forces must protect themselves. After saying this, he turned around and continued working. Currently, there are not many level 5 superpower users in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There were probably less than 50 people in total. Losing one is a huge loss to the country. That's why he said a few words. Listening to what he said, Yu and others looked at each other. After leaving his office, Yu touched his chin, and then said in surprise. I didn't expect that we would be so precious. Kelly is in trouble. Yu was very embarrassed when she said this. Think about it, the destructive power they can cause now is comparable to some powerful missiles. The natural disasters caused were even more terrifying. When everyone else was still at level 2 to 3, Yu and the others were already comparable to an army. Stop bragging. Hurry up, you'd better get ready, keep your spirits up, and start working tomorrow. I don't know how you did it though. But it won't work if you don't have the energy. Lin Shanshan complained directly about Yu, and then headed towards her room. Yu shrugged and said nothing. Instead, he walked over as well. Get ready to take a good rest and refresh yourself before starting work tomorrow. The next day you have noon. The weather is a bit gloomy today. Not very good either. The wind on the sea is also quite strong. Yu is very satisfied with today's weather. At this moment, Su Yu and Li Manman had appeared at a place booked yesterday. Lin Shanshan and Wang Xiaomei did not follow. Su Yu will go back as soon as possible after finishing things here. So it was useless for them to come over. This time, only Su Yu and Li Manman came. Looking at the gloomy weather, Li Manman frowned and said, "Is this weather okay?" Su Yu nodded. "Rather, it's just right." "Okay, I'm starting. Remember to help and silence the sound." After saying this, Su Yu directly found a place to sit down. His superpowers started to activate. The mental power many times stronger than Li Manman's made the surrounding atmosphere become depressing. Li Manman felt this breath, and his face suddenly changed. So strong. This is really too strong. Is Su Yu's superpower so terrifying? Just the breath made her tremble with fear. She also knew what it was. Mental oppression. If some low-level superpowers were here, they would probably be frightened by this aura. Too strong. Su Yu didn't know what Li Manman was thinking. At this time, he activated his superpower. Although it seems that nothing has changed around him. However, in Li Manman's vision, the clouds in the sky began to change. A large area vortex began to slowly take shape. As time goes by, the clouds change faster and faster. Slowly, the wind started to pick up. The weather, which was originally gloomy, became even more depressing at this time. If the current weather satellites are still normal, countries will definitely be able to detect this change. Unfortunately, these precision satellites are now out of service. No one can discover this. The air pressure began to slowly increase. Over time, this nurturing atmosphere is getting stronger and stronger. About half an hour later, the whole sky seemed to have turned dark. In the Eagle Fleet dozens of kilometers away from Su Yu and the others. Seeing the sudden change in weather, I was immediately confused. Didn't it mean that although it is cloudy today, there is no rain? What on earth is it? Chapter 85. Although the head soldier on the Eagle Sauce ship was very surprised. But I didn't think much about it. Because the people over there have said before that there is no chance of any bad weather happening nearby. So it's better to seize the time and complete the task. Thinking of this, the commander on the fleet did not let anyone stop. But keep going. Prepare to go to their destination to look for the thing that fell here. The local side has contacted them before. Recall fleets around the world. This path of evolution affects the whole world, directly. The prototype of the typhoon that Su Yu spent more than half an hour catalyzing has begun to show its power. Lightning and thunder were already lighting up in the sky. It's just that Thor was directly covered by Li Manman. It's in the heart of it all. So the situation is very bad. Under Su Yu's control, the surrounding waves have not changed much. The wind seemed to be blocked. At this moment, the sea seemed very calm. But both Su Yu and Li Manman knew it. This is just the calm before the storm. He stood up from the ground and looked at the sky with dark clouds. He couldn't help but asked Li Manman. "Where are those guys now? Have you noticed anything?" Hearing Su Yu's question, Li Manman nodded. "Heard it. Probably still a few kilometers. 250. Are you ready?" She looked at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but ask. Hearing her words, Su Yu nodded. "That's it. All I have to do is detonate it. The mines have been laid. It's just that I have blocked the wind now. 7. If necessary, I can detonate it directly. Then the typhoon will take shape within a minute. Then it drives the surrounding airflow at the fastest speed to form a super typhoon. When the time comes, they won't be able to run away even if they want to. Such a terrifying wind will probably involve their fleet in an instant. Just wait and watch the show." After saying this, Su Yu turned around and stretched out his hand. "Gone. We're going back." Hearing Su Yu say this, Li Manman was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. She directly reached out and grabbed Suyu. The two flew away from here directly. After returning, Suyu can start detonating this huge typhoon. Just as the two started to go back, coastal areas also suddenly received notices from the meteorological department. Due to special reasons, a super typhoon, BI, has already been generated at this time. If everyone is fine, don't leave your house. Especially those who were fighting monsters and upgrading at the beach were also expelled. Let them go back and hide quickly. This sudden news made everyone stunned for a moment. It seems like there is no typhoon. Why did such a message suddenly come? Although many people don't understand, but everyone was very cooperative. Since such announcements have been made, it must be true. The people of the Dragon Kingdom do not lie to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. And there's something wrong with the weather. It is indeed possible that a typhoon is coming. Some people even complained directly. This year's typhoon came a little early. End, level 16-17. I'm afraid you're not joking. It's a bit scary. Looking at the text message notifications received on their mobile phones, many people complained. Are you sure such a terrifying typhoon is not a joke? Unfortunately, no one can answer this question. Some wind-type superpowers feel that the situation in the outer sea is strange. Wind, something is obviously wrong. Although they were confused, many people didn't think much about it. Instead, he stayed at home and surfed the internet. At the same time, on board the Ying family's fleet, as they got closer and closer to the area, they also discovered some strange places. Something's wrong. Why is the wind so calm here? Hey! Boy, do you feel anything? The commander looked at the superpowers on the fleet. I couldn't help but ask directly. After hearing the commander's words, these superpowers looked at the weather outside. No problem. It's just normal weather. Nothing will happen. Do not worry. Hurry up and finish the task, and then we will go home. Damn, I've had enough. My wife and I have lost contact. It would be terrible if I have another child when I go back. Hateful. Hearing this, the commander frowned. But I looked at the gloomy weather outside. After thinking for a while, he sighed. Maybe it's my imagination. I really don't understand the world anymore. I almost wanted to quit when I got back. I just hope there won't be any trouble over there. Thinking of some of the scenes he saw at Sakura, he couldn't help but smacked his lips. Sakura's side has also become swollen due to the emergence of superpowers. After all, there are a lot of people with Chiyunibihu over there. After awakening the superpower, all of them look like the boss of heaven and the second child of me. Then he got into a fight with the security team. It was even chaotic for a while. Their base also took a hit. If they hadn't killed a few chickens in waiting, the consequences would have been even more serious. Now he doesn't want to stay in this area for a moment longer. Because now many people are full of malice towards outsiders like them. In the case of intermittent continuity with the home country, there is simply no way to give them much support there. And if he hadn't been on a mission, he would have already asked his men to return and leave here. Although they are still wandering in front of Longwo's house now. But also cautiously. They were afraid that a few people from the other side would suddenly pop up and do something evil to them. God knows, there were so many people there, and then they awakened some strange superpowers. The most important reason is that a lot of equipment on their fleet has malfunctioned. It was just bad news one after another. Therefore, he has become suspicious now. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Or am I just overthinking it? But now that we are here, thinking about these things seems to be of no use. Let's take a quick look to see if what they want is here. Thinking of this, he shouted directly to the scientific researchers in the fleet. Guys! Let's start. Turn on your homemade radar. After we find it, we can go home. Some young men are planning to go back and get married. When you find something, go back and get married. This is the idea of many people. Somehow, they set up a big flag. Chapter 86. Suyu has returned to the research institute at this time. As soon as I got back here, Lin Shanshan came up to me. How is it going? Are you done? Hearing her words, Suyu rolled her eyes. What you're asking is nonsense. If it's not done well, can we come back? Are you stupid? Suyu knocked this guy on the head mercilessly. Then he turned around and looked up in the direction he just came back from. When Lin Shanshan heard Suyu's words, she wanted someone instantly. Can you chat? What the hell? So angry, this damn guy. Suyu ignored him. It's almost time. In that case, let's get started. After saying this, Suyu directly raised his hand and activated his superpower again. Blockade, lifted. With Suyu's voice falling, Lin Shanshan, who still wanted to say something, was stunned. At this time, the sky suddenly began to rotate. Suyu seemed to turn on some switch. The originally windless sea began to slowly become windy at this time. Those clouds in the sky. It seems to be pulled by some force. Slowly a huge vortex began to form. After the airflow controlled by Suyu in the sky was released, it began to rotate. Just a few seconds. Above the sky, a huge storm cloud appeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanshan suddenly opened her mouth. As stunned as she was, there was also Li Manman. Although I knew that Suyu had done something in the sky. But, isn't this too terrifying? The members of the security team who were standing guard also looked at the storm clouds forming in the distance instantly as if they had seen a ghost. The wind was getting stronger and stronger at this moment. Hey hey hey! Is this a joke? Lin Shanshan swallowed. Look at the storm clouds forming in the sky in just a few seconds. She was completely shocked. As time went by, the wind became stronger and stronger, and the thunder began to sound. The storm cloud moved slowly. It seems to be starting to grow. Wang Xiaomei also saw all this after coming out of the research institute. Not only her, but the surveillance cameras in the institute captured all of this perfectly. When I came back from Suyu, I said something to Lin Shanshan. Then he directly raised his hand to the sky and ordered that the blockade be lifted. The storm clouds in the sky took shape instantly. In less than a minute, this huge change is simply jaw-dropping. Feeling the increasing wind, he said directly to the few people living there. Gone. Gone back. It's going to rain soon. Hello. Hurry up and collect your clothes. It is going to rain. Suyu couldn't help but remind those who were stunned. Everyone trembled when they heard Suyu's shout. I also came back to my senses. FK. I just hung the quilt. After a moment of uproar, everyone present began to clean up. I packed everything I could into the house. As the storm clouds formed, the mutant creatures that came ashore also felt something. One after another began to shrink back into the sea. Don't dare to continue to show off. Their instinct tells them that a natural disaster is coming. Suyu went directly back to the research institute and hid. Follow Wang Xiaomei to the monitoring room. Start looking at the situation outside through the monitoring room. At this time, the storm outside was getting bigger and bigger. A typhoon has formed. And it is still growing. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but smacked her lips while watching this scene. You guy! It is indeed a terrifying superpower. Can I show this video to the people above? Your ability is a bit foul. Hearing what she said, Suyu looked up at her. He immediately shrugged. It doesn't matter. If you want to give it, just give it. I'm totally fine. For this kind of thing, it doesn't matter at all. Now he is fearless in his abilities. And there shouldn't be any conspiracy or anything like that. Having such an ability will only make the people above you pay more attention to it. After all, anyone who can sit in that position is not short-sighted, and it is impossible to sit in that position. The kind of brainless executive in the novel? Well, that's just a novel. Su Yu didn't panic. Wang Xiaomei nodded. She looked at Su Yu with eyes full of envy. Maybe you will be promoted soon. Really envy you. You can be considered as letting us see the power of level 5. As she said this, she looked at herself. At the same time, he was also lost in thought. Can you do something so awesome? It doesn't seem to work. Not as awesome as Su Yu. Is this guy a special case? Think of this guy developing several superpowers with one superpower. She was relieved immediately. There is another such awesome guy in the capital. Do you want to tell the boss and let that girl educate this guy? If her superpowers are well developed, she can be so terrifying. Thinking of this, she decided to pay attention. Mention it to the people above then. But that girl's identity is somewhat special. Whether you agree or not depends on the decision above. 0. Just as Su Yu and the others were looking at the scenery outside through the detector with great interest. Outside the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, where the high seas are. At this time, Eagle Sauce's fleet was also in chaos. Damn! Why is this happening? We promised there wouldn't be a typhoon. A-hole, where are those meteorologists? FK. I'm going to kill them. The commander of the fleet was now furious. This sudden storm was too sudden. And now they can't escape even if they want to. This storm was just too scary. Looking at the completely dark environment outside. His eyes were full of fear. This is the fear of nature. He couldn't figure it out at all. Why was this happening? Why did such a big typhoon suddenly form? And they had no news at all. The meteorological experts he named at this time were also frightened. At this moment, they feel that what they have learned before is in vain. Why is this happening? Who can explain it to them? Could it be that after global evolution, even climate change began to change? Damn, this is not good news. For a time, these meteorological experts were desperate. I read my own book in vain. Are they still going to have to go back to the drawing board and remake it? Reminds me of the fear I used to have when I was dominated by learning. For a moment, these elderly people panicked.